Linjiang City, the headquarters of the mighty Tiger Mercenary Corps. Chen Mo suddenly sat up from the bed. Before he could react, a flood of overwhelming memories struck him, nearly causing him to faint from the pain. Did I transmigrate? Chen Mo shook his head. No, to be precise, he had transmigrated into a web novel he had read in his previous life titled Lord of 10,000 Beasts. Now his identity was also named Chen Mo, the second son of the leader of the mighty Tiger Mercenary Corps in Linjiang City. A true tall, rich, and handsome man. Unfortunately, he was not the protagonist. In this book, he was merely a villainous cannon fodder who would not survive 100 chapters. Thinking this, Chen Mo looked down at his thick arms and touched his chiseled face. He had to accept the reality he had truly transmigrated into a novel. Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He quickly began sorting through the memories of the original book in his mind. 300 years ago, a game named Lord of 10,000 Beasts mysteriously merged with the real world. Countless dungeons and demonic beasts appeared, threatening the world. In the time of crisis, humanity awakened the beast-taming talent and beast-taming panel. Beast-tamers became the most revered profession in the world. In the setting of this novel, the protagonist Lu Chen was a genius of humble origins. With a stone monkey, he climbed step by step to the top, eventually becoming the Lord of 10,000 Beasts. As for Chen Mo, the second son of the mighty Tiger Mercenary Corps leader, driven by jealousy and arrogance, he was eventually defeated by Lu Chen, his family destroyed, dying a miserable death. A villain? Huh. Chen Mo twitched his mouth. Villain it is, since I can't resist anyway. More importantly, if he remembered correctly, the current time was the night before the awakening ceremony. Tomorrow, all students who had turned 16 would gather at the awakening square of Linjiang First High School, summoning their life-bound beast through the beast-taming stone tablet. In the original novel, the original Chen Mo summoned and shrank Shadow Demon Tiger at the ceremony, and arrogantly mocked protagonist Lu Chen, who had only summoned and Frank Stone Monkey. The qualifications of beasts were ranked from F, E, D, C, B, A, S, 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 and then epic, immortal, legendary, and mythical. The higher the qualification, the greater the beast's talent and upper limit. And Frank beast could not break through one transformation, while an epic beast could evolve into a divine beast. In a sense, the qualification of one's life-bound beast often determined a beast tamer's fate. It was far stricter than the college entrance exam in his previous life. A beast tamer who awakened in Frank beast could only live at the bottom of society for the rest of his life. Of course, this truth did not apply to the original protagonist. What's more, the original protagonist Lu Chen's life-bound beast was actually mythical rank, but it was in a sealed state at the beginning. Because of the mockery, Lu Chen held a grudge against Chen Mo. Later, in a field dungeon, he encountered Lu Chen again and mocked him once more, only to be set up and killed by Lu Chen, dying a gruesome death. When his father and elder brother learned the news, they sought revenge, but were killed by Lu Chen one after another. Even the entire mighty Tiger Mercenary Corps, hundreds of people were annihilated. Their family had become experience points for Lu Chen's leveling. No, I can't follow the script. Chen Mo clenched his fists, his gaze turning resolute. He was a transmigrator who knew the plot. As long as he didn't provoke Lu Chen, he should be safe. With this thought, Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Yes, that was the plan. Don't provoke the protagonist Lu Chen, don't seek death, just walk his own path steadily. With his identity as the second young master of the mighty Tiger Mercenary Corps, and his soon to be awakened strength Shadow Demon Tiger, even if he couldn't become extremely wealthy, he could at least live a decent life. As for why he didn't just kill the protagonist, Chen Mo had considered it, but remembering that Lu Chen was the main character of the book, if he failed to kill him, he would be in deep trouble. Therefore, he dared not take that risk. However, at that moment, ding, a crisp sound exploded in his mind. GM Game Master Authority activated. Detected host has transmigrated to the beast-taming world. GM Authority binding successful. GM Function Introduction 1. Skill copy. Consume authority points to copy any observed beast skill, ignoring qualification restrictions. 2. Qualification enhancement. Consume authority points to improve beast qualification and attributes with no upper limit. 3. Forced contract. Consume authority points to forcibly contract any beast, ignoring level and slot restrictions. 4. Insight Eye view detailed data of any target beast tamer beast, including level and attributes. 5. Light of Heavenly Tao. Kill any encroaching beast to obtain authority points. Current authority points 0. At the same time, a light screen only visible to Chen Mo appeared before him. Name Chen Mo, age 16, spirit 20, beast none, level none, authority points 0. Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply as he stared at the light screen. So this was his golden finger, the GM authority. This was no ordinary cheat. With it, the entire world was like a game he could modify. Copy skills. No limits. Chen Mo's breathing quickened. That means no matter how powerful a skill is, as long as I observe it once, I can directly copy it. Yes, as long as the host has sufficient authority points, even the skills of a god can be copied. Chen Mo forcibly suppressed his inner excitement. As a transmigrator and an experienced web novel reader, he knew exactly what this meant. This was the original protagonist. Lu Chen's golden finger was also a copy talent, but with limits on quantity and level. His GM authority, however, allowed unlimited copies as long as he had enough points. By the way, forced contract. Seeing this function, Chen Mo suddenly recalled an important piece of information. In the original novel, Lu Chen obtained an SSS-Rank Obsidian Dragon Cub in the Trial Tower, which was his strongest early beast, and helped him through the toughest period. Now the GM authority told him he could forcibly contract any beast. This system, how does the forced contract function work? Forced contract consume authority points to contract a designated beast. The consumption depends on the beast's attributes. How many points to contract an infant Obsidian Dragon? The Obsidian Dragon is an epic-level beast. Forcibly contracting an infant Obsidian Dragon requires 500 authority points. Chen Mo's heart raced wildly. 500 points. That didn't sound like much. With the light of Heavenly Dao function, he should be able to accumulate them quickly. And the Trial Tower was right after the awakening ceremony. That means as long as I save up 500 points in the Trial Tower, I can contract that Obsidian Dragon Cub before Lu Chen does. Chen Mo kept planning. With that thought, he abruptly stood up, a blazing fire igniting in his eyes. So what if he is the chosen one? Chen Mo had transmigrated into the novel with the GM authority. The protagonist. Perhaps he could be. Early the next morning, the awakening plaza of Linjiang City No. 1 high school was already packed with people. The place was a sea of heads, and the most eye-catching sight was the 3-meter stone stele standing proudly at the very center of the square. The surface of the stele was densely inscribed with runes faintly glowing under the morning light. This was the beast-taming stele. Legend had it that this artifact had suddenly appeared 300 years ago. Any youth who had reached the age of 16 by merely touching the stele could summon the life-bound beast that belonged to them alone. High stands had been erected around the plaza, every seat packed with people like a dark mass. All the dignitaries and powerful figures of Linjiang City had arrived. On the main platform, the leaders of the 4 local beast-tamer factions, the Black Eagle Gang, the Batian Association, the Fenghua Pavilion, and the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, were seated side by side in dignified silence. They had all come for one person, Lu Chen. As the most outstanding student in recent years, Lu Chen's performance had long since drawn the attention of these beast-tamer forces. Their eagerness to recruit Lu Chen was also in preparation for future dungeon expeditions. On the central rostrum stood the old principal Wang Dihai, his head of white hair fluttering in the wind, a kindly smile resting on his face. He cleared his throat and proclaimed loudly, "Students, today is the most important day of your lives. The beast-taming stele will grant you your life-bound beasts, and this will determine the path you walk in the future. No matter what grade of beast you awaken, do not lose heart. As long as you strive, you can all become powerful." Yet though he said so, everyone knew that the quality of one's beast determined a beast-tamer's starting point. The gap between an SS-grade and an F-grade was wider than the sky itself. Among the crowd stood Chen Mo, dressed in a fitted black outfit. He was already 1.80 meters tall. Coupled with his sharply defined features, sword-like brows, and star-bright eyes, he stood out strikingly among the students. His gaze swept around him as he activated the Eye of Appraisal. Information surfaced before him: name Wang Biao. Age 16. Spirit 20. Level none. Beast none. Name Qin Ruashi. Age 16. Spirit 20. Level none. Beast none. Everyone's data was laid bare before his eyes. This was one of the privileges of a GM. Although these people would also awaken their own beast panels today, theirs could only display their own attributes, whereas Chen Mo could view everyone's. Meanwhile, the surrounding students whispered excitedly to one another. "I heard there are several geniuses this year: the commoner prodigy Lu Chen, the eldest miss of the Qin Corporation Qin Ruashi, the son of the Black Eagle Gang's boss Wang Biao, and Chen Mo of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group. Lu Chen, that commoner genius who ranks first in every exam. I heard he might awaken an S-grade beast. Those 4 major factions present were invited by the principal just for him. Yes, that's him, a living legend. As for the others, in my eyes, they're just wastrels flaunting their family power." Exactly. Take that second young master of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, Chen Mo. I heard he's been fed rare heavenly treasures since he was a child. If I had that kind of resource, I could awaken an S-grade beast too. Who knows? Awakening is all up to fate. Chen Mo paid no heed to the discussions around him, and instead began recalling the plot of the original novel. Next, aided by the halo of a protagonist, the original main character Lu Chen would awaken 3 beasts in succession: an F-grade Stone Monkey, an S-grade Flame Griffin, and an SS-grade Bone Dragon. That spectacle would stun the entire Linjiang City, and every major force would extend an olive branch to Lu Chen. Even Chen Mo's father would be no exception. After all, even in the Dragon Nation, only a handful of SS-grade beasts appeared in a year. So long as they did not die, their future was destined to be that of a top-tier powerhouse. What shocked everyone even more was that Lu Chen would refuse the SS-grade Bone Dragon, and instead choose the seemingly useless F-grade Stone Monkey that everyone saw as trash. Because of this, Lu Chen would be suppressed, and ostracized, only managing to turn his fate around later by taking first place in the trial tower and successfully contracting a black dragon. Chen Mo. At that moment a shrill voice sounded from the side. Chen Mo turned to see a boy in a standard school uniform looking at him with open disdain. This was Zhou Ziheng, one of Lu Chen's early lackeys, and also one of this year's so-called geniuses. I heard your dad spent a fortune hiring someone to train your spiritual power. Tisk did it help? Zhou Ziheng drawled sarcastically. Don't end up awakening some grade trash and disgracing your fierce tiger mercenary group. Chen Mo ignored him entirely. This was a despicable petty man. Before awakening he fawned over the top student Lu Chen. Afterward, when he saw Lu Chen as useless he would mock and scheme against him whenever possible. Such a person was not worth his breath. What's wrong, scared? Zhou Ziheng became even more pleased when Chen Mo remained silent. Of course someone like you from an old family can only rely on your clan. Unlike Lu Chen, he's got real skill. Chen Mo still did not respond. Finding no fun in it, Zhou Ziheng snorted coldly and turned away. Next will the first awakener Wang Biao please come on stage. Principal Wang Dihai's voice rang out as a burly youth strode onto the awakening platform. This was Wang Biao, son of the Black Eagle Association's leader and one of Chen Mo's rivals. He was also one of Lu Chen's early experience bags. Wearing a face full of self-confidence, he placed his hand upon the beast-taming steel. A deep hum resounded. A blazing crimson beam of light shot into the sky as a massive, entirely scarlet rhinoceros stepped out from within it. Its whole body radiated scorching heat, its eyes blazing like balls of fire. Its inscribed scarlet flames spirit rhinoceros. The crowd cried in unison. Although beasts came in countless varieties, by now bestiaries had been compiled in every nation cataloging over 95% of known beasts. For those that had appeared before, nearly everyone could recognize them. Wang Biao walked off the platform in high spirits, his gaze sweeping the crowd before landing on Chen Mo and Lu Chen. He arched his brows provocatively at them while both of their faces remained expressionless. Second Qin Ruashi. At the announcement a girl in a white long dress walked onto the platform. Her hair cascaded like a waterfall, her features were cool and refined, and her temperament ethereal. She was the school beauty of Linjiang City No. 1 High School and the daughter of the Qin Corporation, one of the original male lead's ambiguous interests. She placed her hand upon the beast-taming steel. A low hum sounded. Li Shi introduced her ability as she led Gu Qin to a quiet little cabin in the heart of the forest. Time reset doesn't only mean that I have to restart my strategy, it also Another wave of exclamations rose. Qin Ruashi walked calmly off the platform, her gaze sweeping across the crowd as if searching for someone. At last her eyes paused briefly on Lu Chen before moving away. 10th Suyuro. A girl in a red long dress stepped lightly onto the platform. She had an oval face, willow leaf brows, and a pair of eyes that were captivatingly alluring. Her figure was voluptuous and seductively graceful. She was none other than the Rian Empress of the original story. As she placed her hand upon the beast-taming steel, a hum rang out, and a fiery red, three-tailed fox leapt from the light, flames dancing on its tails. And a great flame fox, not bad. Though not S-grade in a grade was already impressive. Suyuro's lips curved into a charming smile as she descended the platform, her gaze drifting among several genius youths as if selecting a target. Combat was not her greatest talent. Next, Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Ziheng walked onto the platform with head held high. A hum sounded and a massive ice-blue wolf stepped out from the light, its body exuding a bone-chilling cold. And S-grade frost wolf. What a formidable presence. Wang Dihai exclaimed in surprise. Zhou Ziheng walked off the platform brimming with pride, casting a deliberate glance at Chen Mo, a taunting smile tugging at his lips. Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged. He had to admit these people were basking in the halo cast by the protagonist Lu Chen. Otherwise, on a normal day, having even a single S-grade beast appear would already be considered the blessing of ancestors, yet in this short span, 3 had already emerged. Next, Lu Chen. At the sound of his name, the entire venue fell silent. Everyone knew of him and eagerly anticipated what he would awaken, especially since his defeated opponents had all gained S-grade beasts. A tall, straight-backed youth walked onto the platform. Dressed in a school uniform washed until it had turned pale, his features were cold and stern. This was Lu Chen, the main character of the original story. Chen Mo activated the Eye of Appraisal and looked toward Lu Chen. Information appeared: name Lu Chen. Age 16. Spirit 30. Level none. Beast none. Special fate: Child of Destiny, Lord of 10,000 Beasts. As expected of a child of destiny, Chen Mo thought to himself, his gaze returning to the platform. Lu Chen placed his hand upon the beast-taming steel. A deep hum reverberated. A gray beam of light appeared first, and then a stone monkey the size of a human head emerged, scratching its ears and cheeks. Its fur was dull and gray, utterly unremarkable. Is that an F-grade stone monkey? Huh. Laughter erupted from the crowd. Wang Biao laughed the loudest. So a commoner is still a commoner. Trash goes with trash. Beside him, Zhou Ziheng's expression shifted repeatedly as if silently asking how this could possibly be inf grade. He also wondered whether Lu Chen now, with inf grade beast, still had the right to be his big brother. Su Yuro reacted similarly. The tender, affectionate look she had once given Lu Chen suddenly sharpened into a cold, cutting gaze. After all, she had been Lu Chen's rumored girlfriend. The reason she had never made it official was precisely her fear that he might awaken a worthless beast. If that happened, her life would be ruined. And now what she had feared most had come to pass. Fortunately, they had not formally confirmed their relationship. With that thought, Su Yuro's gaze began to drift toward Wang Biao and Zhou Ziheng, as if pondering her next choice. Yet before the echoes of laughter had fully died away, a thunderous boom sounded. Under the stunned gazes of all, a silver beam of light shot skyward. A griffin wreathed in silver flames stood proudly within its wings, spanning over 3 meters, its presence overwhelming. It was SSS-grade Flame Griffin. SSS-grade Flame Griffin. The laughter cut off abruptly. Yet the shock was far from over. Another hum echoed. A dark gold pillar of light pierced the clouds, and the shadow of a pitch-black bone dragon coiled in the sky above. Its draconic might crashed down like a mountain, leaving everyone present breathless with suffocation. This was an SSS-grade Bone Dragon. An SSS-grade Bone Dragon. It's an SSS-grade Bone Dragon. Wang Dihai cried out, leaping up from his chair. The entire venue erupted. All the dignitaries and nobles rose to their feet, unable to remain seated. 3 beasts had appeared at once, one of them an SSS-grade Bone Dragon. Such a scene had never before occurred in the history of Linjiang City. They all understood that as long as Lu Chen chose the Bone Dragon, a brilliant future awaited him. Yet while every gaze in the plaza was fixed upon him, he instead walked toward the dull gray stone monkey. I choose it. The plaza fell into absolute silence. What? Is he insane? He's abandoning an SSS-grade Bone Dragon to choose an SSS-grade stone monkey. Exclamations roared like thunder. Wang Dihai's smile froze on his face while the representatives of the major forces exchanged bewildered looks. Wang Biao laughed so hard he nearly doubled over, tears squeezing from his eyes. Huh? Lu Chen, are you brain damaged? You throw away an SSS-grade Bone Dragon to pick trash. A commoner is still a commoner. Give you a stroke of fortune and you still can't grasp it. Su Yuro's eyes flashed with anger and disdain. Qin Ruashi's gaze by contrast held a trace of puzzle. In the crowd there was one person who did not laugh. Chen Mo. Watching Lu Chen walk off the platform holding the stone monkey, he murmured to himself, as expected, everything is unfolding according to the plot. In the end he still chose the stone monkey. However, the Obsidian dragon is mine. Below the platform homeroom, teacher Tang Wanner hurried over, looking at Lu Chen with heartache. Lu Chen, are you alright? I'm fine, teacher, Lu Chen replied calmly. Tang Wanner opened her mouth as if to speak, but in the end said nothing, merely patting his shoulder softly. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and looked toward the beast taming steel. Next it would be his turn. Next Chen Mo. The voice of the old principal Wang Dihai echoed across the square, carrying a barely perceptible hoarseness. He had been calling names all morning, his throat nearly dry and parched, yet his spirit was growing more and more exhilarated. At today's awakening ceremony, SSS-Rank prodigies appeared one after another, and they had even nearly witnessed an SSS-Rank spirit beast. This was undoubtedly the most glorious day in his 30-year tenure as principal. The entire audience's gaze turned in unison towards the back of the crowd. Chen Mo walked out from among them, his pace unhurried, his face showing neither excitement nor tension. The second young master of the Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps. I heard his talent is average. It'd be good if he can awaken a rank. Not necessarily. His father spent a fortune on mental training for him. Maybe he can push for an A rank. A rank? How many A ranks does Linjiang City get in a year? Do you think they grow on trees? Whispers surged from all directions like a swarm of buzzing flies. Chen Mo paid them no heed, his gaze calmly fixed on the beast awakening steel before him. On the main platform, Chen Tieshan, the commander of the Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps, straightened his back, his tiger-like eyes fixed intently on his son's retreating figure. He had deliberately worn a brand new brocade robe today, his hair meticulously combed, and even his bushy beard was neatly trimmed. The men beside him teased, "Old Chen, if your son awakens a drank, you'll lose a lot of face." Chen Taizhan grunted coldly, "So what if my son is drank?" Despite his words, his fingers gripping the armrest trembled slightly, betraying his anxiety. He knew the original owner's talent well enough. It was mediocre, not bad, but certainly not a prodigy. He would be overjoyed with a rank. An A rank was a mere fantasy, and in SSS-Rank, he dared not even think about it. Below the stage, his elder brother Chenjian sat in the very front row, his eyes fixed unblinkingly on his younger brother. Several brothers from the Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps beside him cheered him on. Go for it, second young master. Zhou Ziheng stood on the other side of the crowd, arms crossed, a cold smirk on his lips. With his half-baked skills, a rank is the best he can hope for. If you ask me, he'll probably end up as a crank waste. The classmate beside him immediately chimed in, exactly. Brother Zhou is the true genius. And SSS-Rank Frost Wolf. Who in all of Linjiang City can compare? Zhou Ziheng raised his chin smugly. Wang Biao also stood with his arms crossed, a look of schadenfreude on his face. He had also awakened and shrank spirit beast, a very rare one, and he refused to believe Chen Mo could do the same. Su Yura's attention was not here. Her gaze flitted between Wang Biao and Zhou Ziheng, as if weighing who was more valuable. Qin Roashi stood in a corner, the moonlight butterfly perched on her shoulder. She watched Chen Mo on the stage with an expressionless face, her eyes as calm and still as a pool of dead water. She had no interest in Chen Mo. The one she truly cared about was Lu Chen, the strange one who had given up an SS-Rank bone dragon for an Frankstone monkey. Old Principal Wang Dihai cleared his throat. Student Chen Mo, please place your hand on the beast awakening, steely concentrate your spirit, and call upon the spirit beast within your heart. Chen Mo stepped onto the awakening platform and stood before the steel. The three-meter black stone pillar stood imposingly before him, its runes shimmering faintly in the sunlight, as if life itself flowed slowly within them. He extended his right hand and pressed it slowly against the steel surface. It was icy cold, like plunging a hand into a 1,000-year-old glacial pool. Chen Mo felt his consciousness being pulled from his body in an instant, plunging into a boundless dark space. Darkness. Endless darkness. Then within the darkness a pair of eyes lit up. Eyes of an eerie green, like two wisps of ghost fire dancing in the darkness. There was no kindness, no hostility in those eyes. Only a pure primal wildness. It was scrutinizing Chen Mo, evaluating him, judging whether he was worthy of becoming its partner. Chen Mo did not flinch. He met its gaze directly. He knew it was the Shadow Fiend Tiger and shrank spirit beast, the sovereign of the shadow attribute. By nature it was haughty, and only acknowledged those with true strength. In the original story, the original Chen Mo had only managed to contract it through luck, not skill. But now Chen Mo had no intention of relying on luck. I know you are strong, Chen Mo said in his heart. I am not weak either. Come with me, and I will take you to higher places. The emerald eyes flickered. Then the darkness exploded. A blinding black light burst from the beast awakening, steely, so intense that everyone instinctively shut their eyes. Such pressure. Wang Dihai shot up from his chair, his reading glasses nearly falling off. As the light faded, a tumterlong black tiger slowly emerged. Its fur was like steel needles, its fangs sharp as blades, and its four claws left faint black imprints on the stone floor. And shrank Shadow Fiend Tiger. Wang Dihai's voice was filled with delighted surprise. Shrank, another shrank. How many is that today? The fifth, someone beside him shouted, their voice thick with disbelief. The whole venue erupted instantly. The second young master of the Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps has awakened and shrank spirit beast, the Shadow Fiend Tiger. My God, what's going on with this year's batch? Are shranks being given away for free? A Shadow Fiend Tiger. That's a Shadow Fiend Tiger. A shadow-type spirit beast, even rarer than the Frost Wolf or Moonlight Butterfly. Gasps, exclamations, and murmurs blended into a cacophony, like a pot of porridge boiling over. Chen Taizhan stood up abruptly from his chair, his face flushed red, unable to utter a single word for a long moment. The mercenary captains beside him exchanged glances, their expressions a masterpiece of shock and embarrassment. They had just been mocking old Chen's son as a waste, and now the boy had awakened and shrank. The slap to their faces was loud and clear. Good, good, good. Chen Taizhan roared out 3 goods, his voice as loud as thunder, his eyes rimmed with red. His greatest wish in life was for both his sons to be successful. His eldest Qinzhan was already a second-tier beast tamer, and now his youngest had awakened and shrank spirit beast. His life was complete. Qinzhan clapped vigorously from below the stage, his palms turning red. The brothers of the Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps beside him also applauded and cheered, some even whistling. Second young master is incredible. The Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps has a worthy successor. Zhou Ziheng's face turned ashen in an instant. He stared fixedly at the Shadow Fiend Tiger on the stage, his nails digging into his palms. Although his own spirit beast was also shrank, the Frost Wolf was clearly overshadowed by the Shadow Fiend Tiger in terms of presence. Damn it. He cursed under his breath, jealousy practically spilling from his eyes. The sycophantic lackeys beside him dared not speak, shrinking their necks for fear of incurring his wrath. Wang Biao's expression was also sour. He lowered his arms, his brow furrowed into a deep frown. Although his blazing fire rhino was also shrank, he was well aware that his spirit beast was no match for the Shadow Fiend Tiger in combat. A shadow type combined with a tiger type spirit beast was a natural-born king of battle, elusive and deadly. Chen Mo? He muttered the name, a flicker of jealousy crossing his eyes. Su Yura's eyes sparkled like stars. She looked at Chen Mo on the stage, a seductive smile curling at the corner of her lips. And shrank Shadow Fiend Tiger, she murmured to herself. The second young master of the Iron Tiger Mercenary Corps, handsome, from a good family, with a powerful spirit beast. Only a man like this is worthy of me, Su Yuro. She was already scheming in her mind about how to get close to Chen Mo. Qin Roashi remained expressionless, but her gaze lingered on the Shadow Fiend Tiger for a few extra seconds. She gave a slight nod, a gesture of recognition, but it was merely that, recognition. In the crowd, only one person showed no reaction. Lu Chen. He stood quietly in a corner cradling the stone monkey, his gaze calm as he watched Chen Mo on stage, devoid of jealousy, envy, or even the slightest emotional fluctuation. The stone monkey scratched its belly in his arms, yawned, then curled up, and went back to sleep. Lu Chen looked down at it, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly as he gently patted its back. On the stage, Chen Mo dismissed the shadow fiend tiger and turned to walk down the awakening platform. His steps were steady, his face devoid of smugness, as calm as if he had just done something utterly ordinary. Who's he trying to impress? Zhou Zihang grunted coldly, his voice loud enough for those around him to hear. But this time no one agreed with him, because everyone had seen the look on Chen Mo's face. It wasn't an act. It was genuine calmness. A 16-year-old youth having awakened and shrank spirit beast, yet able to maintain such composure. This state of mind was even more formidable than the shrank spirit beast itself. Su Yuro hurried over, smiling seductively. Congratulations, classmate Chen Mo. Your shadow fiend tiger is amazing. Can I have a look? Chen Mo said coldly. It doesn't like strangers. Su Yuro's smile froze for a moment, but quickly returned to normal. Then, how about we train together sometime? My Firefox is also a rank. We can help each other. No need, Chen Mo said, and walked away without looking back. Su Yuro stood rooted to the spot, her smile fading bit by bit. She clenched the hem of her skirt, a flash of anger in her eyes. When had she, Su Yuro, ever been treated with such coldness? Weren't all the boys falling over themselves to please her? Chen Mo, just you wait, she whispered before turning and walking towards Zhou Zihang. Zhou Zihang's face was dark with gloom. Seeing Su Yuro approach, his expression softened somewhat. Yuro, that Chen Mo is just a blockhead. Ignore him. Su Yuro immediately put on an adoring expression. Classmate Zhou Zihang, your frost wolf is the coolest. I don't want to have anything to do with Chen Mo. He's so cold and aloof, he's just annoying. Puffed up by her flattery, Zhou Zihang puffed out his chest smugly. Of course, my frost wolf will surpass that shadow fiend tiger sooner or later. Qin Ruashi, watching this scene from afar, twitched the corner of her mouth slightly before turning and walking away. Chen Mo went to a corner, leaned against an old locust tree, and closed his eyes. The system panel materialized before his eyes. Name: Chen Mo, age 16, spirit, 20, realm beast tamer, apprentice, spirit beast, shadow fiend tiger, strength, level 1, HP, 200, attack, 35, defense, 25, speed, 40, skills, bite, drank, demon flame, bullet, crank, shadow assassination, strength, authority, 0.0, shadow assassination is strength good enough for now. Chen Mo calculated in his mind. Bite and demon flame bullet need to be upgraded as soon as possible. There are plenty of spirit beasts in the trial tower, so leveling up shouldn't be hard. He glanced again at the authority, 0.0. Tomorrow is the trial tower. Chen Mo opened his eyes, his gaze fixed on the pitch-black tower deep within the campus. 500 points. The Obsidian Dragon. I must get it. On the other side, after the awakening ceremony, discussions about today's results filled the campus. Lu Chen must be out of his mind, rejecting the SS-Ranked Bone Dragon for an Franked Stone Monkey. I heard he was the top student in his grade before. Now he's finished with an Franked Beast, he's bound to be a waste. But that Chen Mo quietly awakened and shranked Shadow Magic Tiger, which seems even stronger than the Frost Wolf and the Crimson Flame Spirit Rhino. Indeed, the second young master of the Tiger Mercenary Corps is impressive. I heard his Shadow Magic Tiger boasts the highest attack power among those shranked beasts. The murmurs surged from all directions, some expressed regret, some mocked, while others reveled in his misfortune. Chen Mo walked through the campus, and the surrounding students automatically parted to make way for him. Those who once looked down on him now regarded him with complex expressions. There was envy, jealousy, flattery, and also wariness. Yet Chen Mo's gaze remained calm like a still pond, undisturbed. He knew that these people now idolizing him were merely attracted by his awakening of the shranked Shadow Magic Tiger. If he had awakened a dranked beast, they would likely mock him and turn to idolize someone else. That's the reality. Meanwhile, at the training room on the other end of the teaching building, Lu Chen sat alone in a corner. The training room was spacious, covering over 100 square meters, usually filled with people, but now it was empty, with only him inside. The setting sun cast a golden-red glow through the windows, creating shadows on the floor, and the air was filled with the smell of dust, so quiet that he could hear his own heartbeat. Lu Chen held the stone monkey in his arms. The stone monkey curled up in his embrace, occasionally looking up at him and making a chirping sound, as if asking, "What's wrong?" Lu Chen looked down at it and gently stroked its head. The stone monkey's fur was coarse like fine steel needles, but after a while one would realize that its body temperature was high, like a little flame. It rubbed against Lu Chen's fingers, letting out a satisfied hum before closing its eyes to continue sleeping. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly upwards. This was the first time he smiled today. At the awakening ceremony, when he chose the Franked Stone Monkey over the Shranked Flame Griffin and the SS-Ranked Bone Dragon, he heard the laughter of the entire crowd. Those voices pierced his ears like knives. Crazy fool, waste. A commoner remains a commoner, unable to seize an opportunity. He pretended not to care. But did he truly not care? Lu Chen's eyelashes trembled slightly. He actually did care. He was also a 16-year-old boy who longed for recognition and wished to be told, "You are amazing," rather than, "You are so foolish." Yet he understood more clearly what he wanted. The SS-ranked bone dragon was powerful, but its limit was fixed, whereas the stone monkey, despite being franked, now held the bloodline of an ancient divine beast within it, possessing infinite potential. He was betting on the future. But the future was too distant, far beyond what anyone could see. Oh, right now in everyone's eyes he was just a fool. Chirp chirp. The stone monkey opened its eyes, looking at him with its round bright eyes, and tugged at his collar with its little claws. "It's nothing," Lu Chen said softly. The stone monkey closed its eyes again. Just then the door of the training room was suddenly pushed open, and a gentle voice came in. "Lu Chen." Lu Chen looked up. Backlit, a tall figure stood at the door with long hair, cascading down a white teacher's robe, slightly fluttering in the wind, and a gentle smile on her face. It was the homeroom teacher Tang Weiner, the youngest homeroom teacher at Linjiang City's No. 1 high school, 24 years old, with a beastmaster level of second transition, and her innate beast was the ranked white-tailed spirit fox. Not only was she beautiful, but her personality was also gentle, treating students exceptionally well, making her the universally recognized goddess teacher of the school. "Teacher Tang." Lu Chen stood up. The stone monkey in his arms drowsily opened its eyes. Tang Weiner walked in and sat across from him. Her movements were light, as if afraid to disturb something. She looked into Lu Chen's eyes, fell silent for a moment, and then softly asked, "Are you all right?" These simple 4 words were like a pebble thrown into a calm lake. Lu Chen's throat tightened slightly. Several hours had passed since the awakening ceremony. In those hours he had heard countless scoffs, mockeries, and cold remarks. Yet not a single person had asked him, "I'm fine," Lu Chen replied. His voice was calm, but the hand holding the stone monkey tightened slightly. Tang Weiner looked into his eyes, where there was no anger, no grievance, and not even the slightest emotional fluctuation. Yet it was this calm that pained her even more. A 16-year-old boy ridiculed by the entire school, yet able to maintain such calmness. Either he truly did not care, or he had buried all his emotions deep within. Tang Weiner knew it was the latter. "Lu Chen," her voice was soft, but each word was clear, "the teacher believes in you. You choosing the stone monkey must have your reasons. You have never been an impulsive person. Since the first year of high school you have been the top student in your grade, excelling in every subject. Every decision you make is well thought out, so the teacher believes in you." Lu Chen opened his mouth as if to say something, but his throat felt blocked, and no words came out. Tang Weiner smiled, reaching out to stroke the stone monkey's head. The stone monkey looked up at her for a moment, then rubbed against her hand. Tang Weiner smiled. "It seems to like me quite a bit." Lu Chen's lips curved slightly, his voice soft. "Thank you, teacher." "No need to thank me." Tang Weiner retracted her hand, looking at him earnestly. "Lu Chen, you must remember that talent does not equate to everything. With effort and learning you can also become a powerhouse. Don't worry, Teacher Tang, I won't give up. Even without the bone dragon, I can still become a powerful beastmaster. Good. Prepare well for the trial tower. Regardless of the outcome, the teacher will support you." With that she turned. However, after taking a few steps, Tang Weiner encountered Chen Mo. He was walking from the other end of the corridor, his pace neither hurried nor slow, with no expression on his face. Upon seeing Tang Weiner, he slightly nodded in acknowledgement. "Chen Mo." Tang Weiner called to him. Chen Mo stopped, politely replied, "Teacher Tang." He was not surprised by her presence here, rather he knew what she had just been doing. Naturally, she was comforting the protagonist Lu Chen. After all, every novel's protagonist typically has a beautiful and well-connected female teacher who cares deeply for him, and unsurprisingly Tang Weiner would become one of Lu Chen's later female leads. On the other side, Tang Weiner looked at the tall young man before her feeling somewhat emotional. Chen Mo's demeanor today was far too composed, so composed that he seemed like a different person from before. It felt as if he had become a different person altogether. If it were the old Chen Mo after awakening the strength beast, he would have probably jumped for joy and boasted about it everywhere. However, he did not. Instead, he was as calm as a still pond. This calmness even made her a bit uneasy. After hesitating, she still spoke up. "Chen Mo, the teacher, knows you are very outstanding. But sometimes those who are excellent need to be humble as well." Chen Mo looked at her silent. Tang Weiner continued. "Your classmates are competitors, but they are also companions. The teacher hopes you will remember this." Her tone was gentle, but the meaning was clear. She wanted Chen Mo not to become arrogant just because he awakened in strength beast, not to behave as he had before. "I understand." Chen Mo nodded and turned to leave. Tang Weiner watched him walk away, feeling that this student carried an indescribable quality. Not hostility nor indifference, but a sense of transcendence. It was as if he already knew what would happen, remaining unfazed by everything. "I hope I am overthinking this," Tang Weiner murmured to herself, while turning to leave. The next morning, in front of the trial tower, the sky had not completely brightened, yet over 3,000 beast tamer apprentices were already waiting at the foot of the tower, each face displaying a myriad of expressions, some excited, others nervous. The trial tower stood completely black, towering into the clouds like a massive black pillar piercing the sky. The tower door was tightly shut with a few lines of text carved on it. The trial tower has 5 floors, each containing beast monsters. Defeating these beasts will grant you experience. Inside the tower, there are teleportation arrays that will automatically transport you out in case of life-threatening danger. Though called the trial tower, it was essentially a spatial dungeon controlled by Jiangnan province itself. Each school had just one entrance. However, the rankings were determined by each school individually since all the apprentices had just awakened their abilities, making a provincial ranking unnecessary. Notably, in this world, dungeons were divided into spatial and real dungeons. Spatial dungeons were similar to game dungeons, allowing repeated entries where the beasts do not die for real, but defeating them grants experience. One can exit at any time, making it relatively low risk. Real dungeons, on the other hand, are unique, with everyone entering the same space where the beasts and treasures are singular. First come, first served, and one cannot exit, at will posing a significant danger. Old Principal Wang Dihai stood in front of the tower, his expression serious. Today he wore a brand new black robe, and as his gaze swept across the crowd, he spoke loudly. The trial tower is your first test to become a true beast master. Remember, act within your means. Although the spatial dungeon is less dangerous, injuries still occur every year. Now begin entering. With a wave of his hand, the tower doors slowly opened, and an ancient and mysterious aura surged forth. One by one, the students walked in, their faces filled with excitement and tension. Chen Mo stood in the middle of the line, his gaze calm. In such spatial dungeons, it didn't matter whether one entered early or late. The ultimate test was the time taken to clear it. Moreover, for him, the true trial of the trial tower was not the first 5 floors, but the hidden layer. In the original work, only Lu Chen had entered the hidden layer due to its stringent conditions. But this time Chen Mo would also enter. Just as he was about to step through the door, a cold voice called out from beside him. Chen Mo turned to see Qin Ruashi standing next to him. Today she wore a white, form-fitting outfit, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, revealing her fair neck and delicate collarbone. Her face was as cold as frost, and her eyes showed no hint of emotional fluctuation. "Good luck," she said, offering only 2 words. Chen Mo nodded slightly. "Thank you." Qin Ruashi nodded, then turned to walk towards the tower door. Putting on airs. At that moment, a sarcastic voice came from behind, and Chen Mo knew immediately who it was without turning around. Sure enough, Zhou Ziheng approached from behind, flanked by 3 lackeys, making quite a scene. His frost wolf followed closely at his feet, emanating a chilling aura. Wherever it passed, a thin layer of frost formed on the ground, causing surrounding students to step aside in fear. Chen Mo, don't think you're impressive just because you've awakened this glass shadow demon tiger. Zhou Ziheng crossed his arms, lifting his chin slightly, looking down at Chen Mo. In the trial tower, strength is what counts, not family background. Your father is a mercenary group leader, but that won't help you in the tower. His lackeys immediately chimed in. Exactly. Zhou guessed Frost Wolf is the strongest. Chen Mo, be careful not to get eliminated on the first floor. They laughed brazenly, their voices loud enough for half the square to hear. Surrounding students looked over as some frowned, others took pleasure in his misfortune, and some simply wanted to watch the spectacle. Chen Mo glanced at Zhou Ziheng, but said nothing. His gaze was calm, as if looking at a stranger or a clown. Then he averted his eyes and walked straight into the tower door, not uttering a single word the entire time. Zhou Ziheng was enraged by the disregard, his face alternating between blue and white, his fists clenched tightly. "You wait." His lackeys also fell silent, exchanging glances. They had expected Chen Mo to retort, to argue, or even to fight back, giving Zhou Ziheng an excuse to target him. But Chen Mo didn't. He simply ignored them, which was more infuriating than any rebuttal. Meanwhile, Lu Chen stood at the back of the line, cradling a stone monkey. He watched Chen Mo's back as he entered the tower, then glanced at Zhou Ziheng's grim expression, lowering his head to gently stroke the stone monkey's head. Taking a deep breath, he stepped inside the tower, doors slowly closing behind him with a heavy thud. Inside and outside the door, 2 different worlds. First floor, dark forest, a flash of white light, and Chen Mo appeared in a dimly lit forest. He quickly surveyed his surroundings. The trees were tall and overshadowing, their branches and leaves dense, with only a few rays of light filtering through the gaps, casting mottled shadows on the ground. In the distance, rustling sounds could be heard, as if something was crawling through the bushes. Trial tower, first floor, dark forest. Defeat all the green-skinned orcs to clear the level. Chen Mo summoned the shadow demon tiger. The dark-colored demon tiger appeared beside him, scanning the surroundings warily, emitting a low growl from its throat, its front paws scratching the ground, ready to pounce at any moment. "Be quiet," Chen Mo said, patting its head. The shadow demon tiger quieted down, but its gaze remained sharp, capturing every detail of its surroundings. At that moment, a commotion erupted from the bushes ahead, branches shaking violently, and 3 green-skinned orcs charged out. They were about 1.5 meters tall, with green skin that resembled moldy cheese, emanating a sour stench. "Shadow demon tiger, go." Hearing the command, the shadow demon tiger transformed into a black shadow, its speed akin to lightning. It instantly pounced on the first orc, its fangs sinking deep into its throat. 52. The orc let out a piercing shriek, the sound sharp and grating, and its health bar dropped dramatically. Blood gushed from its throat, splattering onto the shadow demon tiger's black fur, a gruesome sight. Another vicious bite brought it down. The shadow demon tiger did not pause, turning to pounce on the second orc, its claws tearing open its chest, exposing its stark white ribs. Without waiting for it to retaliate, it killed it. The third orc, terrified, turned to flee, but the shadow demon tiger chased it down, biting through its neck. 5 seconds. All 3 orcs lay on the ground. The beasts on the first floor posed no threat. As long as one performed normally, they could defeat them, serving merely to familiarize themselves with combat. Defeated level 1 green orc 3, gained permission points 3. Current permission points 3. Chen Mo stared at the page deep in thought. These were all level 1 minions, so it's normal for the points to be low. Chen Mo was not in a hurry. After all, a meal must be eaten bite by bite. Fortunately, after the recent battle, Chen Mo could see that the shadow demon tiger's speed and attack power far surpassed that of its peers. Dealing with such low-level minions was a complete domination. He quickly calculated in his mind that the first floor likely had about 10 waves of minions plus 1 mini-boss. At this efficiency, he should be able to gather around 50 points. Continue. Chen Mo led the shadow demon tiger deeper into the forest, encountering several more waves of orcs along the way. The shadow demon tiger dispatched each one in an instant, steadily accumulating points to 44. At that moment, the mini-boss of the first floor appeared, a level 3 elite orc captain. It stood over 2 meters tall, its body muscular with deep green skin, holding a wolf's tooth club as thick as a bowl. It let out a deafening roar, raising the club high and slamming it down towards the shadow demon tiger. Dodge! The shadow demon tiger sidestepped, and the club smashed into the ground with a thunderous crash, creating a large crater. Seizing the opportunity, the shadow demon tiger lunged, activating its skill to bite down on the captain's arm, its fangs embedding deep into the flesh, blood gushing forth. The captain in pain swung a fist at the shadow demon tiger. It released its grip and retreated, leaving a deep wound on the captain's arm, blood dripping down. Continue, Chen Mo said coldly. The shadow demon tiger circled around the captain, constantly changing positions. Although the captain was strong, he was too slow to catch the shadow demon tiger, which was growing increasingly agitated, its breathing heavy, movements erratic. Minutes later, the captain's health bar was reduced to a sliver. It became enraged, its muscles, swelling veins, bulging eyes turning blood red as it swung the wolf's tooth club. Shadow ambush. With the skill activated, the shadow demon tiger vanished into the shadows as if swallowed by darkness. The captain's club swiped through the air, causing it to stumble a few steps, dazed as it looked around in confusion. Suddenly, the shadow demon tiger pounced from the shadows behind it, sinking its teeth into its neck. 157. Truly worthy of its class skill, it landed a critical hit. The captain let out a pitiful scream, the sound chilling, its health bar depleted, and its massive body collapsed to the ground with a loud thud, raising a cloud of dust. Defeated orc captain, level 3 elite, gained enhancement points 10, including bonus for defeating an elite. Current enhancement points 54. First floor cleared. At the same time, the shadow demon tiger's level also rose to level 3. Chen Mo stood before the captain's corpse, quickly calculating that he had gained 54 points on the first floor, still needing 446 to reach 500. At this rate, he should be able to gather enough to clear all 5 floors. Next floor. The teleportation array lit up, enveloping his body in blue light, as Chen Mo vanished into the glow. Meanwhile, on the other side, Lu Chen was currently directing the stone monkey to fight a green-skinned orc. At this moment, the stone monkey was only class, its attack power extremely low, dealing single-digit damage to the orc 5-6 for, like mere tickling. The orc hardly cared, swinging its stick and sending the stone monkey flying, crashing against a tree and letting out a... Lu Chen had no choice but to step in personally. He punched the orc in the face, the fist crashing into the bridge of its nose with a dull thud. The orc staggered back, becoming even angrier. It swung its stick wildly, and Lu Chen failed to dodge in time, receiving a cut on his arm, blood flowing freely, causing him to grit his teeth in pain. Come on. The stone monkey lunged again, biting the orc's hand, which the orc couldn't shake off no matter how hard it tried. Lu Chen circled to the orc's back and kicked it behind the knee, causing it to kneel on one knee. Seizing the opportunity, the stone monkey leaped onto the orc's face, delivering a punch to its temple. 15. The orc's health bar finally hit 0, crashing to the ground. Lu Chen sat on the ground, panting, heavily drenched in sweat, the wound on his arm still bleeding. At that moment, a message rang in Lu Chen's mind. It turned out he had awakened the copy talent. As long as the stone monkey defeated a beast, it could choose to copy one of its skills. But there was a limit on how many times it could do so. For example, it had just defeated the green-skinned orc, so it could copy its skill, blunt strike. This, little stone, our good days are coming. Lu Chen stroked the stone monkey's head, his voice a bit choked. He was well aware of how powerful this talent was. As long as he got through the early stages, his stone monkey would be invincible and no glass beasts would stand a chance. Indeed, his initial choice had been correct. The stone monkey rubbed against his hand, equally pleased. Let's go, but it's our turn to perform next. Meanwhile, Zhou Ziheng stood in front of a battered elite orc, his frost wolf biting through the orc's throat, delivering the final blow, and it too had leveled up to level 3. The first place is definitely mine, Zhou Ziheng's. People like Lu Chen and Chen Mo don't even have the right to carry my shoes. Zhou Ziheng sneered, and upon hearing this, the frost wolf emitted an aura of bone-chilling cold, baring its fangs, its eyes filled with ferocity. As the teleportation light faded, Chen Mo arrived at the second level. What came into view was a stone cave. The cave was small, only the size of half a basketball court, but there were deep passages on all sides leading to unknown destinations. At that moment, a prompt sound echoed. Welcome to the second level of the Trial Tower Decayed Forest. Defeat the Undead Treant, level 5 elite monster to proceed. Tip: the Undead Treant possesses formidable regenerative abilities, recovering 10 health points per second, requiring sufficient output to defeat it. Chen Mo began to calculate. With a recovery of 10 points per second and a total health of 500, it meant that if the output was insufficient, he wouldn't be able to strike faster than it could heal. He turned to look at the attributes of the Shadow Demon Tiger, named Chen Mo Beast Tamer. Shadow Demon Tiger S-Class, level 3 health, 260 attack, 50 defense, 40 speed, 55 skills. Bite D-Class Magic Flame Ball. C-Class Shadow Kill. S-Class Permission Points 54. He quickly calculated the Shadow Demon Tiger was currently at level 3, with an attack power of about 50. The D-Class Bite could deal 130 damage, resulting in approximately 65 points of damage per attack. Subtracting the 10 points of recovery, the net damage was 55 points. Without a critical hit, it would take 10 attacks to kill the Treant. 10 attacks didn't sound like a lot, but the Treant wouldn't just stand there and let him hit it. It would retaliate, summon minions, and use skills. Looks like I need to clear the minions first. Chen Mo decided to deal with the surrounding thorny vines first. As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly stirred, as if something was rolling underground. Suddenly the soil was pushed aside and a dozen black vines shot out of the earth, coiling toward Chen Mo like venomous snakes. The vines were as thick as arms, covered with sharp barbs, gleaming with a black sheen in the dim light, clearly. Thorny vines, level 3 health 200. Shadow Demon Tiger, activate the skill Bite. The Shadow Demon Tiger transformed into a black shadow, its claws slicing through a vine, instantly cutting it into 3 segments. But soon another vine came at it. The Shadow Demon Tiger was like a meat grinder, rampaging through the group of vines, breaking one with every strike. Quickly it cleared out the surrounding dozen vines. Kill thorny vines 15, gain enhancement points 4, current permission points 99. However, Chen Mo remained vigilant as he noticed more vines were emerging from the soil. Just as he finished clearing one wave, new ones were sprouting, seemingly endless in number. I can't waste time here. Although Chen Mo was tempted by the enhancement points, he knew he had to quickly kill the source, or he would be overwhelmed by the infinite vines. Shadow Demon Tiger, clear the way. He instructed the Shadow Demon Tiger to bite through the vines, while he followed closely behind the two of them, quickly advancing in the direction the vines extended. The cave twisted and turned like the intestines of a giant python. The deeper they went, the more numerous and dense the vines became. The Shadow Demon Tiger frantically bit at the front, its dark fur stained with black juice, but it didn't slow down. After about 10 minutes, a vast underground space appeared before them, large enough to accommodate 2 basketball courts. In the center of the space, a massive tree root lay sprawled on the ground, its tendrils delving deep into the soil, resembling the tentacles of a giant octopus stretching in all directions. Countless vines extended from it, covering the cave walls, ceiling, and floor like a massive web. A giant human face grew from the tree root, its eyes shut tight, as if in slumber. The face was about a meter wide, with distorted features, as if enduring immense pain. The surface of the tree root was riddled with bumps and cracks, its bark rough like that of an alligator. Undead Treant, level 5 elite monster, health 500, skills life recovery, recovers 10 health per second. Vine entanglement, root piercing. Shadow Demon Tiger, perform a bite attack. The Shadow Demon Tiger pounced without hesitation, its fangs sinking fiercely into the tree root. A shallow wound appeared on the tree root, oozing green sap, but soon a green glow flashed, and the wound began to heal at a visibly rapid pace. Chen Mo frowned. It seems that the bite attack isn't sufficient. I must increase the output. He quickly scanned the Shadow Demon Tiger's skill panel. Bite D-Class requires 100 points to upgrade to C-Class. C-Class effect damage 150, current permission points 132. He had enough points, but he had only 132 in total. If he wasted them here, he would regret it if he missed the chance to contract the Black Dragon. After a moment of thought, Chen Mo focused on another skill. Demon Tiger unleashed the magic flame ball. The Shadow Demon Tiger let out a low growl, gathering energy in its mouth. With a whoosh, a dark red fireball shot out, crashing heavily into the Trant. 135. The damage increased. After subtracting 10 points of recovery, it dealt an actual damage of 125 points, more than doubling the previous output. Chen Mo nodded, pleased with the effect. Keep going. The Shadow Demon Tiger circled around the Trant, constantly looking for opportunities to unleash the magic flame ball. It moved swiftly. The Trant's vines couldn't keep up. Each magic flame ball left a deep wound on the route. 1351, 361, 32. The Trant's health steadily decreased. 500, 375, 250, 125. But the Trant wouldn't sit idly by. Its human face suddenly opened, its eyes, which lacked pupils, only a blank white gaze fixed on the Shadow Demon Tiger, emitting a piercing scream. Countless vines broke through the ground, coiling toward the Shadow Demon Tiger like snakes. The tiger dodged, skillfully leaping left and right, but there were too many vines, like a net closing in. Soon one vine wrapped around its hind leg, another around its waist, and yet another around its neck. Demon Tiger. Chen Mo knew it was time to end the battle. With a command from Chen Mo, the Shadow Demon Tiger activated its S-class skill Shadow Kill, its body transforming into a shadow and disappearing, only to suddenly reappear beside the Trant and unleash a fatal strike. 211, another critical hit. The Trant let out one last scream as its massive root shattered into dust, scattering into the air. All the vines withered simultaneously, turning into gray-black powder that fell to the ground, forming a thick layer. The cave returned to tranquility. Kill the undead Trant. Level 5 elite monster. Gain permission points 30. Current permission points 162. Second level cleared. The Shadow Demon Tiger's level also rose to level 4. Chen Mo looked at the panel. 162 points, still 338 points away from 500. The gains from the first two levels were less than expected. He initially thought he could accumulate around 200 points, thus he couldn't afford any waste in the next 3 levels. He then walked toward the teleportation array. Next level. The teleportation light flickered and Chen Mo vanished from the cave. Half an hour later, in another corner of the second level, Lu Chen was covered in wounds, leaning against the cave wall, gasping for breath. His school uniform was torn in several places by the vines, exposing bloody scratches on his skin, some deep enough to see bone. Although he had awakened the replication talent, the time was too short, and the stone monkey had yet to form combat capability, thus he had to participate in the battle himself. At this moment, the stone monkey squatted beside him, also covered in blood, some his own and some from the vines. They had just managed to defeat the undead Trant. The stone monkey had even replicated the opponent's life recovery skill. However, the entire process was quite painful. At that time, the Trant's roots pierced the stone monkey's body, pinning it to the ground. Lu Chen thought the monkey was going to die. He rushed over to save it, but was entangled by the vines and couldn't move. Then suddenly a golden light erupted from the stone monkey, the brightness so intense that it forced Lu Chen to close his eyes. When he opened them again, the Trant was already dead. Lu Chen didn't know what that was. He only remembered that at the moment the golden light exploded, he heard a distant ancient, "What was that just now?" Lu Chen looked at the stone monkey, his eyes filled with surprise. The stone monkey stared blankly back at him, scratching its head and making a couple of chirps, seemingly unaware of what had happened. Its body had not changed, its fur was still gray, and its size remained that of a fist, showing no abnormalities. Lu Chen remained silent for a moment and reached out to touch its head. No matter what it was, "Thank you." The stone monkey rubbed against his hand, making a soft chirping sound, as if to say, "You're welcome." Lu Chen stood up, tore off a piece of his clothing, and simply bandaged the stone monkey's wounds. The monkey obediently let him wrap it up, remaining still, just watching him with its round eyes. He looked at the teleportation array, took a deep breath. Next level. What he didn't know was that as he defeated the Trant, his name appeared on the clearance list for the second level on the big screen outside the trial tower. Lu Chen cleared the second level too. A student pointed at the screen in surprise. "Isn't he an F-class stone monkey? How did he do it so quickly?" "Must be luck." Someone beside said enviously. "He probably got lucky in the first level, but he can't get lucky twice in a row in the second level, right?" Luck is also a part of strength. If you have the ability, can you also get lucky? You? Two people began to argue, but more were focused on the rankings on the screen. First place, Chen Mo, second level clearance time 12 minutes. Second place, Qin Ruashi, second level clearance time 22 minutes. Third place, Wang Biao, second level clearance time 25 minutes. Fourth place, Zhou Ziheng, second level clearance time 27 minutes. Eighth place, Lu Chen, second level clearance time 35 minutes. Chen Mo is still first, he's too fast, 10 minutes quicker than the second place. The Shadow Demon Tiger is strong, but it shouldn't be that big of a gap. Looks like his tactical command is impressive as well. How did Zhou Ziheng only come in fourth? Wasn't he always boasting about how strong he was? Exactly, he's almost caught up to Lu Chen. An S-class beast tamer should not be outperformed by an F-class beast tamer. He might as well jump into the river. Aha, that's a slap in the face. Tang Weiner stood among the crowd looking at Lu Chen's name with a slight smile. 8th place, 35 minutes. For an F-class beast tamer, this achievement was already remarkable. She believed in him, trusting he would continue to improve. In the distance, Zhou Ziheng had also cleared the second level, resting in front of the teleportation array. His Frost Wolf was S-class, making it much easier to deal with the Treant than Lu Chen, who had to engage in close combat. But his expression was grim because his ranking was only 4th while Chen Mo was 1st. Chen Mo? He gritted his teeth. Just you wait, there are still 3 levels left. On the other side, Su Yuro looked at the rankings on the screen, a complex look in her eyes. She had initially wanted to get close to Chen Mo, but he completely ignored her. She could only try to approach Zhou Ziheng, but he ranked 4th, even lower than Wang Biao. Suddenly her gaze fell on Lu Chen's name. 8th place, AF-class Stone Monkey, 35 minutes. Was this result truly just luck? The third layer's terrain is a marshland. Chen Mo glanced around. Several massive rocks were scattered throughout the swamp, their surfaces covered in moss, serving as the only cover in this bog. Trial Tower, 3rd layer, Misty Marsh. Defeat 3 Marsh Sirens, level 7 elite monsters. Chen Mo pondered once more. The wide range and difficulty in dodging the soundwave attacks meant that the speed advantage of the Shadow Magic Tiger would be significantly diminished. Moreover, the marshy terrain would slow down the Shadow Magic Tiger's movement, while the Marsh Sirens would be unaffected by the landscape. Troublesome, Chen Mo murmured. As soon as he summoned the Shadow Magic Tiger, the swamp ahead suddenly began to churn with the muddy water bubbling, as if boiling, and 3 white figures slowly rose from the muck. Their upper bodies were humanoid with strikingly beautiful faces, while their lower halves were submerged in the marsh, revealing only their alluring waist curves. They were the Marsh Sirens. Any normal man who saw them would experience a racing heart and a surge of blood. However, Chen Mo remained unfazed because he knew that beneath those stunning faces their mouths would soon open, releasing sound waves capable of shattering organs. Indeed, the 3 sirens simultaneously opened their mouths, revealing rows of sharp teeth, and then emitted a high-frequency sound akin to glass scraping against glass. The sound was formless and intangible, yet it pierced towards Chen Mo like a flurry of sharp knives from all directions. Shadow Magic Tiger Charge. Chen Mo commanded as he dashed toward the nearest rock. The sound wave attack struck the spot where he had just stood, exploding the mud and sending a spray of dirt 2 meters high. The ground was left with a half-meter deep crater, mud splattering everywhere. A few drops of muddy water hit Chen Mo's back, almost scalding him. The sound wave's energy had caused the mud to boil. Hiding behind the rock, he contemplated. The power of this sound wave was far greater than he had imagined. If he took it hidden, he wouldn't last long. Meanwhile, the Shadow Magic Tiger charged towards the nearest siren, who turned to face it and unleashed a sound wave. The Shadow Magic Tiger sidestepped to evade, but the swamp's terrain limited its mobility, and the sound wave grazed its flank. With a tearing sound, the Shadow Magic Tiger was hit by the sound wave, causing it to bleed. It let out a low growl, enduring the pain as it pressed forward, its fangs clamping onto one of the siren's arms. The siren shrieked in agony. The sound wave interrupted. But the other 2 sirens turned their attention to the Shadow Magic Tiger, launching sound waves at it. The first wave was dodged, but the second struck true. The Shadow Magic Tiger was injured again. After all, they were level 7 elite monsters, and the numerical advantage coupled with the terrain restrictions made this the first challenging battle for the tiger. Shadow Magic Tiger return. Chen Mo commanded. The Shadow Magic Tiger let out a reluctant growl, turning to retreat behind the rock, while Chen Mo pulled out a potion from his backpack and poured it into the tiger's mouth. It was a basic healing potion, quite effective. Having completed this, Chen Mo leaned against the rock and closed his eyes, thinking rapidly. 3 sirens with their sound wave attack, covering the entire area, left almost no blind spots. The Shadow Magic Tiger's speed was severely hampered in the swamp, making it impossible to crush opponents with speed like in the previous 2 layers. Chen Mo understood that he needed to find a way. A heating confrontation won't work. Chen Mo muttered to himself. He opened his eyes and looked towards the cluster of rocks in the distance. Those rocks were scattered throughout the marsh at varying distances, but each could serve as cover. If he could move quickly between the rocks to draw the siren's fire, the Shadow Magic Tiger would have a chance to launch a surprise attack from the side. But the problem was his speed was much slower than that of the Shadow Magic Tiger. Would he be able to dodge the sound waves? Grinding his teeth, Chen Mo made a resolute decision. He'll charge out to draw their fire, and you take the chance to attack. Remember, take down the nearest one, first one at a time. The Shadow Magic Tiger let out a low growl and nudged his hand, seemingly saying, "Be careful." Chen Mo took a deep breath and dashed out from behind the rock. The 3 sirens simultaneously turned to him, their beautiful faces twisting into vicious smiles as they opened their mouths, unleashing the sound waves. Chen Mo rolled to the side. The first sound wave grazed his shoulder as it passed, but he did not stop, getting back on his feet to continue running towards the next rock. The second sound wave struck his back. Shadow Magic Tiger now. The shadow magic tiger leaped out from behind the first rock, lunging towards the nearest siren. The siren had just released a sound wave and was caught off guard. The shadow magic tiger's fangs sank deep into her throat. Damage 193. A fatal blow. The siren screamed and fell lifelessly. Killed Marsh Siren level 7 elite, gained 40 points. Current points 319, 2 left. Chen Mo calculated internally. Let's go again. He charged out once more. This time the two sirens became clever, one focused on him, while the other watched the shadow magic tiger. Their sound waves crossed, and while Chen Mo dodged the first, he was struck by the second. Shadow magic tiger killed that one first. The shadow magic tiger complied, lunging at the siren, targeting Chen Mo, biting down on her arm. The siren cried out in pain, interrupting her sound wave, allowing Chen Mo to dash behind a rock. The shadow magic tiger grappled with that siren, while the other turned to attack. Shadow assassination. Chen Mo commanded immediately. The shadow magic tiger vanished into the shadows, and both sirens froze, unable to release their sound waves. Moments later, the shadow magic tiger pounced from the shadows behind them, sinking its teeth into the nearest siren's neck. Damage 189. Critical hit. The siren shrieked and collapsed. Killed Marsh Siren, gained 20 points. Current points 339, only one left. The last siren panicked and tried to flee, her lower body sliding swiftly through the swamp, like a snake, moving much faster than on land. Chase. Chen Mo ordered. The shadow magic tiger pursued, its speed hampered by the marsh, but the injured siren was also slow, leading to a chaotic chase through the mud. Chase. Chen Mo ordered. The shadow magic tiger pursued, its speed hampered by the marsh, but the injured siren was also slow, leading to a chaotic chase. The siren struggled and released chaotic sound waves, but the shadow magic tiger dodged them all, holding on tight, as the siren's health steadily declined. Current points 359. Congratulations, candidate, you have cleared the third layer. Chen Mo took a moment to rest before walking towards the teleportation array, without hesitation. Current points 359. Congratulations, candidate, you have cleared the third layer. Chen Mo took a moment to rest before walking towards the teleportation array, without hesitation. Next layer. The teleportation light illuminated, and Chen Mo vanished from the marsh. Half an hour later, in another corner of the third layer, Lu Chen was drenched, and the stone monkey was also covered in colors. They had just defeated 3 marsh sirens as well. Although the process was somewhat challenging, the outcome was favorable. It is worth mentioning that during the recent battle, the life recovery skill copied by the stone monkey played a significant role, like an indestructible cockroach. Moreover, after killing the 3 sirens, the stone monkey copied a new skill, soundwave attack. It could be said that the stone monkey's strength had further increased. In the original book, it was precisely because the stone monkey copied one skill after another that Lu Chen eventually surpassed others, ultimately clearing all the levels. Lu Chen looked at the stone monkey and said firmly, "I knew you could do it. Sooner or later, I will make everyone realize that my choice was not wrong." The stone monkey nodded vigorously in agreement. The two then walked towards the next layer. However, what Lu Chen did not know was that while he defeated the sirens, his name appeared on the third layer clearance list on the large screen outside the trial tower. Lu Chen also cleared the third layer. A student pointed at the screen, disbelief evident in their voice. Isn't his stone monkey in grade? How did he manage that? I don't know. Maybe it was luck. Luck? First layer luck, second layer luck, third layer still luck. Do you believe that? The student fell silent. The murmurs in the crowd grew louder. Although Lu Chen cleared the level, he took more than half an hour longer than Chen Mo. That's still quite impressive. After all, he's in grade Beastmaster. In grade is still in grade. So what if he cleared the third layer? He went past the fourth layer. How do you know? What if he has good luck again? In grade Beastmaster passing the fourth layer. Are you kidding? Some scoffed, some doubted, while others began to re-evaluate Lu Chen. Tang Weiner stood among the crowd, looking at Lu Chen's name with a slight smile. She believed in Lu Chenu from day one. She believed in this taciturn young man. In the distance, Zhou Ziheng also cleared the third layer, having done so with much greater ease and minimal injury. Yet his expression was grim. Chen Mo's name still ranked above his. First place, Chen Mo clearance time 11 minutes. Second place, Qin Ruashi clearance time 18 minutes. Third place, Zhou Ziheng clearance time 25 minutes. Fourth place, Wang Biao clearance time 26 minutes. Sixth place, Lu Chen clearance time 46 minutes. Zhou Ziheng stared at the rankings, his teeth grinding. He was 14 minutes slower than Chen Mo, a vast difference in the trial tower. Chen Mo? He gritted his teeth. Just you wait. I won't lose to you in the fourth layer. Wang Biao stood to the side, silently observing the rankings. His Qi Yanlingxi had high defenses, able to withstand the sound waves, but his speed was too slow, resulting in only a fourth-place finish. He glanced at Chen Mo's name, jealousy flashing in his eyes. After Qin Ruashi cleared the level, she leaned against a rock to rest. The moonlight butterfly perched on her shoulder, gently flapping its wings and scattering silver, healing powder, gradually healing her wounds. She gazed at Chen Mo's name on the screen deep in thought. 11 minutes. She murmured, how did he manage to be nearly 10 minutes faster than me? What happened to Chen Mo? It wasn't jealousy but curiosity. Chen Mo had once been at the bottom. Even after awakening in S-grade beast, her moonlight butterfly was also S-grade. Why was there such a difference? Suyuro was still struggling on the second layer. Her flame fox was of the fire element, advantageous against tree demons, but her own control was lacking, getting entangled by vines several times. After finally reaching the tree demon, she was pierced in the thigh by a root, causing her to shed tears in pain. Damn it, why is this so hard? She stomped her feet in frustration, aggravating her injury and grimacing in pain. Looking at the rankings on the screen, Chen Mo, 1st, Qin Ruashi 2nd, Zhou Ziheng 3rd, Wang Biao 4th, Lu Chen 6th. Her name was outside the top 10. So what if he's first? Sooner or later he will bow beneath my pomegranate skirt. Confidence shone in her. After the light of teleportation dissipated, Chen Mo appeared on the 4th level of vast cavern. Thick layers of white spider silk covered the surroundings, and the ceiling woven over hundreds of years by countless spiders. The spider silk gleamed with a pale luster, soft beneath his feet, sinking with each step, producing a rustling sound. Congratulations, the candidate has reached the 4th level of the trial tower, the ghost-faced spider's nest. Reaching the central teleportation array will allow you to pass. Note there is no need to kill all the guarding monsters on this level. Monsters: ghost-faced spider, level 69, numerous in number with poisonous attacks. Chen Mo listened to the instructions deep in thought. Logically, there was no need to waste time on this level, as reaching the center would suffice, but his goal also included accumulating 500 points. If he bypassed them, he would miss out on a significant number of points. I can't do that, or I need to kill for a while, he decided. With that, he summoned the Shadow Magic Tiger. The Shadow Magic Tiger leaped out from the summoning space, landing beside him, its eerie green vertical pupils scanning the surroundings. Chen Mo patted its head. Stay close to me. Just as they walked less than 10 steps, a rustling sound came from above. Dozens of ghost-faced spiders descended from the cave ceiling, each the size of a basin, with twisted human face patterns on their backs, and 8 compound eyes glowing green. Ghost-faced spider, level 7, HP 800. Magic Tiger, activate your skill bite. The Shadow Magic Tiger transformed into a dark shadow, pouncing on the nearest ghost-faced spider, its fangs piercing through its body. 103, a ghost-faced spider was instantly slain. The Shadow Magic Tiger didn't pause, turning to pounce on the next one, its claws tearing open the spider's abdomen, green poison splattering everywhere. In just the time it takes for an incense stick to burn, all the ghost-faced spiders were killed under the assault of the Shadow Magic Tiger. Kill count: ghost-faced spider 15. Gain permission points 30, a current points 389. A man and a tiger continued deeper. The further they went, the more ghost-faced spiders appeared on the ceiling walls and behind spider cocoons everywhere. 10-20. The Shadow Magic Tiger was killing until its claws grew weary. Kill count: ghost-faced spider 10. Gained permission points 20, current points 409. Kill count: ghost-faced spider 20. Gained permission points 40. Current points 449. Kill count: ghost-faced spider 30. Gained permission points 60. Current points 509. Upon seeing this, Chen Mo's eyes brightened. He had finally surpassed 500 points, meeting the conditions to force a contract with the Obsidian Dragon. Finally, I don't have to waste time anymore. Chen Mo understood that the ghost-faced spiders were endless. This was their nest, home to thousands. Now it was time to quickly pass through. Shadow Magic Tiger, clear the way, charge to the center. The Shadow Magic Tiger let out a low growl and tore ahead. Chen Mo followed behind, and together they carved a bloody path through the sea of white spider silk, leaving a trail of densely packed spider corpses and green poison. Suddenly, a gigantic ghost-faced spider dropped from above, crashing down in front of them, shaking the spider. It was 3 times the size of a normal ghost-faced spider, as large as a round table, with 8 blood-red compound eyes fixated on Chen Mo. Mother ghost-faced spider, level 9, elite monster, HP 1000. Chen Mo understood that combat was unavoidable and promptly commanded the Shadow Magic Tiger to attack, which quickly bit one of the mother's legs. 89. The mother spider shrieked in pain, thrashing its 8 legs, one kicking the Shadow Magic Tiger and sending it flying. The mother spider then opened its mouth, spewing a thick stream of green poison, which arced through the air like glue, cascading toward the Shadow Magic Tiger. Magic Tiger dodge. The Shadow Magic Tiger immediately retreated, avoiding the attack. Fire Magic Ball. Under Chen Mo's command, the Shadow Magic Tiger dodged while unleashing fire magic balls, quickly forcing the mother spider into retreat, just as its life was hanging by a thread. The mother spider finally began to unleash its ultimate move. Its body swelled, the ghostly patterns on its back growing increasingly bright with a loud boom. A burst of green poison mist erupted, engulfing the surrounding 10 meters. In a critical moment, Chen Mo commanded the tiger to launch Shadow Assassination, successfully evading the disaster. As the poison mist dissipated, the mother spider was left gasping for breath with barely a sliver of health remaining when the shadow magic tiger appeared and bit down on its head. 191. The mother spider twitched a few times and died on the spot. Kill count mother ghostface spider, gained permission points 40. Current points 549, let's go. Chen Mo did not hesitate and he and the tiger walked toward the teleportation array. Moments later, after the light dissipated, Chen Mo reappeared in a massive circular arena. Welcome candidates to the 5th level of the Trial Tower, the Colosseum. Defeat the Ironclad Berserker, level 10 Black Iron boss to pass. Chen Mo quickly glanced around and realized that to defeat the boss he first had to clear away the 12 ironclad young bears next to it, which were commonly known as minions. Ironclad Young Bear, level 8 HP 800. Magic Tiger attack with bite. With Chen Mo's command, the Shadow Magic Tiger charged at the young bears, moving at incredible speed, its fangs viciously piercing through their armored skin. 153. In less than 10 minutes, all 12 young bears lay defeated. Kill count Ironclad Young Bear 12, gained enhancement points 240. Current points 789. Seeing the ample points, Chen Mo no longer hesitated. He summoned the GM privilege panel and upgraded the Shadow Magic Tiger's bite from level to clevel. Costing 100 enhancement points, the level skill bite evolved into the clevel skill Tiger King's bite, increasing damage to 150. Current points 689. On the other side, a warm current surged into the Shadow Magic Tiger's body, which let out a low roar, its fangs glowing dark red. At that moment, the ground began to tremble. At the other end of the arena, a massive figure stood up. It was the Ironclad Berserker. It stood over 3 meters tall, its entire body covered in iron-gray steel fur with claws on its paws like blades, and a pair of blood-red eyes focused on the tiger, letting out a thunderous roar. Name: Ironclad Berserker, level 10 Black Iron boss, HP 1500. Skills: Charge, Earth Split Claw, Iron Armor, Defense. Magic Tiger. Let's see how the Tiger King's bite performs. Upon hearing this, the Shadow Magic Tiger transformed into a shadow and charged at the Ironclad Berserker, seizing the opportunity to unleash the clevel skill Tiger King's bite. 205. Indeed, being a clevel skill, the damage had increased. The Ironclad Berserker roared in pain, turned to swipe, and the Shadow Magic Tiger dodged back, but the Berserker, enraged, charged forward. It was the skill charge. Magic Tiger quickly dodged. The Shadow Magic Tiger rolled sideways, and the Ironclad Berserker crashed into the wall, sending debris flying as the Shadow Magic Tiger unleashed its skill again. 223. The two exchanged blows with the Shadow Magic Tiger continuously, leaving wounds on the Ironclad Berserker, its health slowly but steadily declining. 1500, 1400, 1300, 1200. When the health dropped to half, the Ironclad Berserker suddenly stopped. Its eyes shifted from blood red to dark red, its claws glowing black. It was the skill Earth Split Claw. As expected, a sharp black claw shadow slashed through the air at incredible speed. From the looks of it, if this attack landed on the tiger, it would be fatal. In a critical moment, the tiger used Shadow Assassination to evade, dealing a critical hit of 356 damage. In the ensuing battle, the tiger no longer attacked up close, but became more cautious, relying on mobility and fire magic ball attacks. The Ironclad Berserker's health continued to drop: 1,000, 900, 800, 700. When it was down to less than 500, an iron-gray glow appeared on its surface. It was the skill Iron Armor Defense, doubling its defense. The Shadow Magic Tiger's fire magic ball only dealt 119. Chen Mo remained calm. At this point in the battle, all 3 skills of the Ironclad Berserker had been used up, and as long as the Shadow Magic Tiger played it steady, victory was certain. Soon the Ironclad Berserker's health was reduced to a sliver. Magic Tiger, the final blow. The Shadow Magic Tiger unleashed Shadow Assassination, once more appearing behind the Ironclad Berserker, sinking its fangs into its throat. 312. Another critical hit. At the same time, the Ironclad Berserker's health hit 0, its massive body crashing down, shaking the ground. Kill count Ironclad Berserker gained enhancement points 100. Current points 789. Congratulations, host, for being the first to pass the 5th level. Would the candidate like to enter the hidden layer? Chen Mo stood up, took a deep breath, enter. Meanwhile, in another corner of the 4th level, Lu Chen was covered in wounds, leaning against the cave wall, gasping heavily, while the stone monkey squatted beside him, several wounds still bleeding, but it remained silent. They had just fought their way out of the swarm of spiders. Similarly, Zhou Ziheng was also on the 4th level, but this time, he was a bit slower than Lu Chen. As a result, he not only failed to catch up with Chen Mo, but was surpassed by Lu Chen, who had awakened and level Beastmaster. Chen Mo, Lu Chen, you two are dead. Zhou Ziheng's face turned ashen as he grit his teeth and stepped into the next level. I refuse to believe I will lose. He was unwilling. Why was it that Chen Mo was always faster than him? Why was Chen Mo's Shadow Magic Tiger stronger than his Frost Wolf? He quickened his pace, rushing toward the teleport. The hidden layer is different from the previous levels. The sky is gray and the surroundings are valleys filled with white bones, including the remains of giant beasts and demonic creatures, creating a terrifying sight. Congratulations, candidates, for entering the hidden layer, the Valley of White Bones. This is said to be the place where ancient dragons fell, where countless adventurers attempted to seek the treasures of the Dragon Clan, but all perished here. Chen Mo felt calm inside. He knew that the Obsidian Dragon was here, and there were no minor monsters in this layer, requiring no battle. The reasoning is simple. In the original work, the Obsidian Dragon was temporarily housed in the Trial Tower after being captured by the military, originally intended as the ultimate test for the top geniuses. However, due to the harsh conditions, only Lu Chen ultimately met the requirements, which is why he could contract the Obsidian Dragon. Obsidian Dragon. Chen Mo whispered, "I have arrived." He walked along the path made of bones, the sound of crunching bones echoing beneath his feet. Suddenly a rustling sound came from ahead. Chen Mo stopped, and upon looking up he saw a gigantic black creature lying atop the pile of bones in the center of the valley, resembling a small sleeping mountain. It was precisely the Obsidian Dragon cub he was searching for. Chen Mo took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. "I mean no harm." He approached slowly, speaking softly as if afraid of startling something. "I know you are trapped here. I can take..." The Obsidian Dragon neither attacked nor retreated. It merely stared at him, as if examining Chen Mo. Detection of Obsidian Dragon Cub, Epic Grade Demonic Beast. Mandatory contract requires 500 authority points. Does the host wish to contract? Chen Mo did not hesitate at all. As a mysterious force surged, he felt a faint connection with the colossal creature before him. Ding. Contract successful. Congratulations to the host for successfully contracting the Epic Grade Beast Obsidian Dragon Juvenile form. Obsidian Dragon Epic Grade Juvenile, Level 1 Health, 2000 Attack, 280 Defense, 200 Speed, 140 Skills. Obsidian Scales, Rank Dragon, Might S-Rank Black Flame Breath, SS-Rank Dragon God, Descending Epic Grade. Chen Mo gazed at the system panel, his heart racing. With 2000 health at Level 1, it was undeniable that it was the legendary Epic Grade Beast, incredibly strong. Looking at the skills, there were 4 of them at Level 1, each more powerful than the last. No wonder Lu Chen could always defeat monsters of a higher level. With such strength, it was indeed a bit bullying to fight those of the same rank. Chen Mo approached the Obsidian Dragon, reached out, and patted its head, smiling as he said, "From now on, I will call you Xiao Yao." The Obsidian Dragon let out a roar, but did not resist. Chen Mo took the opportunity to return the Obsidian Dragon to the beast space. Otherwise, leading a black dragon out would surely put him on the front page of the Dragon Kingdom tomorrow. He had just awakened and needed to keep a low profile. Looking around the Valley of White Bones, Chen Mo decided not to explore any further. He had already stayed in the hidden layer too long, and if he didn't come out soon, others outside might become suspicious. "Let's go." The teleportation array lit up blue light enveloping his body, and Chen Mo soon vanished from the spot. Meanwhile, in the Colosseum on the 5th layer, Lu Chen was covered in injuries, leaning against the wall, gasping for air. His school uniform was tattered, and he was riddled with wounds, while the stone monkey squatted beside him, also covered in blood. Standing before them was the ironclad Violent Bear, which had only a sliver of health left, under 1,000 points. "Stone monkey, retreat!" Lu Chen shouted. The stone monkey did not retreat. It glanced back at Lu Chen, its eyes seeming to say, "Trust me." Then it charged. The ironclad Violent Bear swiped down with a paw, and the stone monkey did not dodge. Instead, it charged upwards like a cannonball. Boom. Golden light exploded from the stone monkey, blinding like a small sun. Lu Chen instinctively closed his eyes, hearing the ironclad Violent Bear's anguished roar. When he opened his eyes again, a fist-sized hole had appeared in the chest of the ironclad Violent Bear, blood gushing out like a fountain. The stone monkey stood atop the ironclad Violent Bear's head, bathed in golden light, resembling a tiny war god. With the death of the ironclad Violent Bear, its massive body collapsed with a thud. Lu Chen stared blankly at the stone monkey, astonished. At that moment, he received a message in his mind. The stone monkey had evolved into a great hard rock monkey. At that moment, the golden light on the stone monkey gradually dimmed, its fur changing from a dull gray to a faint silver gray, and its size grew larger, its overall aura transformed. "You evolved, eh?" Lu Chen's voice trembled. The stone monkey tilted its head to look at him, blinked its eyes, and chirped twice, as if to say yes. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. He reached out and hugged the stone monkey tightly in his arms. The stone monkey's body temperature was high, like a small flame warming his cold body. "Thank you," he whispered, his voice hoarse. At that moment, he was overwhelmingly certain that his previous choice was not wrong. The stone monkey's talent was higher than that of the bone dragon. Soon the stone monkey's qualifications would no longer be a grade or grade, but a great's grade, even S-grade, or higher. As time slowly passed outside the trial tower, the rankings on the big screen finally stabilized. First place, Chen Mo cleared 5 layers, total time consumed 67 minutes. Second place, Lu Chen cleared 5 layers, total time consumed 103 minutes. Third place, Qin Ruoshi cleared 4 layers, total time consumed 105 minutes. 4th place, Wang Biao cleared 4 layers, total time consumed 121 minutes. 5th place, Zhou Ziheng cleared 4 layers, total time consumed 123 minutes. Lu Chen is second. A student pointed at the screen, his voice high-pitched with disbelief. Isn't his stone monkey 5th grade? How could he clear the 5th layer? Yeah, how could an 5th grade beast do that? This is too absurd. Just as described in the original book, Lu Chen's performance shocked everyone, even stealing the spotlight from Chen Mo's 1st place. Whispers surged like a tide. Some were surprised, some were skeptical, some were envious, and some began to re-evaluate the taciturn commoner genius. Tang Weiner stood among the crowd, looking at Lu Chen's name with pride in her eyes. Lu Chen, you did it. Zhou Ziheng stood at the exit of the trial tower, his face pale. He had fallen on the 5th layer, and had not cleared it, consuming more time than Qin Ruoshi and Wang Biao, resulting in only securing 5th place. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, his nails digging into his palm. He was unwilling, but felt powerless. Wang Biao stood at a distance, jealousy and unwillingness flashing in his eyes. His 4th place ranking was not bad, but also not great. He looked at Chen Mo's name, then at Lu Chen's name, a trace of subtle killing intent flickering in his eyes. Qin Ruoshi exited the trial tower with the moonlight butterfly resting on her shoulder, its wings fluttering slightly. Her expression was neutral, but her gaze shifted back and forth between Chen Mo and Lu Chen. Interesting, she murmured. When Su Yuro exited the trial tower, she was covered in injuries, the flamed fox lying in her arms barely hanging on. Her ranking was 11th, not bad, but not great either. She looked at the rankings on the screen, her lips turning pale. 1st place, Chen Mo. 2nd place, Lu Chen. She regretted it. She had a chance to get close to Chen Mo, but when he ignored her, she gave up, forcing her gaze onto Zhou Ziheng. It's not too late, she whispered, her gaze falling on Chen Mo's name. She still had a chance. At that moment, Chen Mo had just exited the trial tower, and everyone noticed that he had almost no injuries, as if he had been on an outing rather than breaking through 5 layers of the trial tower. How? Does he have no injuries at all? He's too strong. Look at Lu Chen, although he also cleared 5 layers, he's covered in injuries, the gap is too large. Is this the power of SSS-grade Shadow Demon Tiger? Whispers rose and fell, some in awe, some in jealousy, some in curiosity. Chen Mo ignored these voices, his gaze piercing through the crowd, landing on a slender figure in the distance. Lu Chen. Lu Chen had also just exited the trial tower, covered in wounds, his school uniform in tatters with traces of unwashed blood on his face. He held the stone monkey standing on the steps. Their gazes connected in the air. Chen Mo quickly averted his eyes and turned to leave. Lu Chen may never know that the obsidian dragon that was supposed to belong to him was now quietly lying in his beast space. Behind him, Lu Chen looked at his back, suddenly feeling a pang of anxiety. He clutched his chest, his face growing pale. What's wrong? Tang Weiner approached with concern. It's nothing. Lu Chen shook his head, but a wave of inexplicable loss surged in his heart, as if something important had slipped away before he could grasp it. You must be too exhausted from the battle causing this illusion. Come with me to the teacher. I've already prepared recovery potions for you. Tang Weiner said, leading Chen Mo toward the office. Perhaps. Hearing Tang Weiner's reassurance, Lu Chen also thought he was just too tired, so he chose not to dwell on it, and followed Tang Weiner out. After the trial tower concluded, the school announced the rewards. The rewards were quite generous. As the 1st place winner, Chen Mo received 5 million dragon coins, a pair of bronze-level defensive wrist guards, and an 11 skill book titled Shadow Strike. Dragon coins are the hard currency of this world, necessary for purchasing equipment, skill books, and even beast companions. For a new student, 5 million dragon coins is a substantial sum. Shadow Strike is an 11 shadow skill. Chen Mo took a glance and immediately had it learned by the Shadow Demon Tiger. The skill book transformed into specks of light and entered the Shadow Demon Tiger's body, which let out a low growl, its aura noticeably strengthened. Shadow Strike, a level, unleashes 3 consecutive attacks within a short period, dealing an additional 110 damage. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. After the rewards were distributed, various factions began to sign contracts. Naturally, Chen Mo and Wang Biao did not need to ask. Both hailed from the 4 major factions and would sign with their own. Apart from the 2 of them, only 2 others remained its level. They were Zhou Ziheng and Qin Ruoshi. Zhou Ziheng was the first to be signed with the vice president of the Overlord Society, personally negotiating offering level contract benefits. This included a discretionary annual fund of 5 million dragon coins and other benefits such as beast companionship equipment and dungeon explorations. After signing, Zhou Ziheng deliberately glanced at Chen Mo, a smug smile on his face. The Overlord Society is the 3rd-rank power in Linjiang City, stronger than the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, so he was naturally quite pleased. As for Qin Ruoshi, although the Qin family is a large family, they are primarily engaged in trade, thus, she ultimately signed with the Flamefire Pavilion. The only person in the entire venue who did not sign a contract was Lu Chen. The fool who chose an level stone monkey over an SS-level bone dragon naturally found no faction willing to take him. After the trial tower concluded, the school granted a day off. Most students were prepared to take a good rest. After several days of tension, everyone was exhausted, and with a rare day off, no one wanted to move. However, Chen Mo did not rest. Before dawn, he left his home, taking the Shadow Demon Tiger to a low-level dungeon outside the city. It was a level 15 dungeon called Green Grassland. As soon as he stepped into the secret realm, Chen Mo spotted a group of level 10 Gale rabbits munching on wild grass. Demon Tiger unleashed the Demon Flame Bomb. The Shadow Demon Tiger let out a low roar, conjuring a dark red fireball in its mouth. The fireball flew towards the rabbit group and exploded with a bang, instantly killing 3 Gale rabbits. Kill Gale rabbits, 3, gain permission points 3. Chen Mo frowned, 3 points seemed a bit low. However, even the smallest mosquito is still meat, and he urgently needed points, so he couldn't afford to be picky. For the entire morning, he led the Shadow Demon Tiger on a rampage through Green Grassland, the abandoned mine, and South Mountain ruins, killing over 100 low-level monsters. Current permission points, 845. Chen Mo looked at the system panel, feeling somewhat satisfied. Although most were low-level monsters, little by little he had accumulated quite a bit. In the afternoon, I need to change locations. Chen Mo flipped through the map. The skeleton soldiers in the Galewind graveyard are at a higher level. The points should be more as well. He'll go there this afternoon. Just as he was about to set off, his communicator suddenly beeped. Chen Mo glanced at it, and was surprised to see a message from Qin Ruashi. Have you heard about the Lulan Royal Tomb? Chen Mo was taken aback. The Lulan Royal Tomb. He quickly rummaged through his memory of the original story. In the original book, the Lulan Royal Tomb was one of Lu Chen's most important opportunities early on. It is a level 20 real dungeon located in the desert outside the city, exposed by the wind and sand. The secret realm contains a large number of demon beast treasure chests and spiritual fruits that can enhance the quality of beast companions. I've heard about it. Chen Mo replied. Shall we team up? Your attack is high and my support is strong. We can be more efficient together. Chen Mo considered it. Qin Ruaxi's Moonlight Butterfly has healing and hypnotic abilities, making it a great support. Moreover, her character is decent, unlike Su Yuro, who is fickle, or Zhou Ziheng, who stabs others in the back. He replied. Qin Ruashi quickly sent a location gather at the city gate at 7 a.m. tomorrow. Alright. Chen Mo put away the communicator, stood up, and dusted off his clothes. Demon Tiger, let's go to the next place. The Shadow Demon Tiger let out a low growl and followed him. The duo disappeared into the edge of the wilderness. In the evening, Chen Mo returned to the school. As the sun set, the campus was bathed in a golden glow. Students strolled and chatted on the playground, enjoying the rare leisurely time. From a distance, Chen Mo spotted 2 people standing on the playground. They were Su Yuro and Zhou Ziheng. Su Yuro wore a light pink long dress today, her long hair cascading down and her face adorned with delicate makeup. She stood in front of Zhou Ziheng, slightly tilting her head up to look at him, her eyes sparkling as if filled with stars. Zhou Ziheng, you were amazing today. The aura of the Frost Wolf was so strong, even better than Wang Biao. Su Yuro's voice was sweet to the point of being sickly, as if coated in honey. Zhou Ziheng, flattered by the praise, raised his chin slightly and feigned calmness, saying it was all right. If it weren't for Chen Mo's clever tricks, the first place would have definitely been mine. Su Yuro immediately chimed in, her tone filled with admiration. Exactly, he's the kind of person who just knows how to take shortcuts, unlike you who has real skill. Hearing the goddess whom he once dreamt of admire him, so Zhou Ziheng felt immensely pleased. Yuro, you also performed well. Although the Firefox is a level, your control was excellent. Zhou Ziheng said. Su Yuro's face flushed, lowering her head, her eyelashes fluttering slightly. Really? I thought I was quite poor. How could that be? Zhou Ziheng quickly replied, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. You are better than many others. Su Yuro raised her head, her eyes slightly glistening. Thank you, Zhou Ziheng, you are really kind. Zhou Ziheng's heart raced, and without thinking, he said, don't call me Zhou Ziheng anymore, just call me Ziheng. Su Yuro smiled sweetly. Alright, Ziheng. From a distance, under the shade of a tree, Chen Mo watched this scene with a blank expression. He knew Su Yuro's tactics all too well. Whoever holds value, she aligns with, whoever is down, she discards. In the original narrative, she flattered Lu Chen in the early stages, Zhou Ziheng in the middle, and later ingratiated herself with Wang Biao. It's just a mutual use of each other. Chen Mo turned and left. As he passed the training ground, he happened to see Lu Chen training alone. Stone Monkey to the left. The Stone Monkey jumped left, delivering a punch to the training post, leaving a shallow. Lu Chen frowned, noting that the power was still insufficient. Again, Stone Monkey to the right. The Stone Monkey punched another training post. Lu Chen carefully observed the Stone Monkey's movements, analyzing every detail. The angle of the punch was incorrect, and the point of force was also wrong. Too much power was wasted in the transmission process. Retract your fist faster, and turn your waist when you punch. The Stone Monkey tilted its head at him, seemingly confused. Lu Chen squatted down and demonstrated personally watch closely like this, turn your waist first then punch. The stone monkey followed along. Its movements were still not quite right, but it was better than before. Lu Chen. At that moment a gentle voice came from behind. Lu Chen turned to see Teacher Tang Weiner walking over holding a food box. Teacher Tang. Lu Chen was a bit surprised. Tang Weiner approached him handing over the food box. You haven't eaten yet, right? I brought you something to eat. Training is important, but your health is even more important. Lu Chen accepted the food box. Inside were 1 meat and 2 vegetables, not the large pot meals from the cafeteria, but homemade. Thank you, teacher. Lu Chen felt somewhat awkward. Tang Weiner smiled and sat down beside him watching him train. The stone monkey jumped over curiously looking at the food box, pawing at the lid. Tang Weiner laughed. Little guy, are you hungry too? The stone monkey squeaked and nudged her hand. Tang Weiner chuckled and took out a fruit from the food box, offering it to it. The stone monkey took the fruit and happily began to munch on it. Watching this scene, Lu Chen felt deeply moved. Throughout his life apart from his parents, no one had treated him this well. Lu Chen. Tang Weiner suddenly said, I know your stone monkey is exceptional. You chose it for a reason, and no matter what others say, I believe in you. Lu Chen fell silent for a moment, lowering his head, his voice a bit hoarse. Thank you, teacher. Recently, he had heard too many comments like commoners are just commoners or Flevel is useless. Everyone thought he was crazy. Only Tang Weiner told him, I believe in you. Tang Weiner stood up and patted his shoulder. Train well. If you need anything, come find me anytime. After she finished speaking, she turned and left. Coincidentally, this scene was also witnessed by Wang Biao, who was passing by, and it instantly infuriated him. Wang Biao stood at the training ground entrance, his face pale with rage. Why? How is it that a mere Flevel waste master receives such kindness from Teacher Tang? In this level and the genius. His crimson flame spirit sensed its master's emotions and emerged from the summoning space, letting out a low growl. Let's go. Wang Biao strode towards Lu Chen, a cold smile on his face. Lu Chen was eating, and upon seeing Wang Biao approach, he put down his chopsticks and looked at him expressionlessly. Oh, Lu Chen, still training your broken monkey, huh? Wang Biao's voice was sharp, clearly there to cause trouble. Lu Chen remained silent. What's wrong? Lost your voice. Wang Biao circled Lu Chen, his gaze sweeping over him and the stone monkey, as if looking at something filthy. Tisk tisk, Flevel is still Flevel. Oh, after so long you're still like this. You don't really think that monkey can get strong, do you? Dream on. Lu Chen remained silent, merely staring into his eyes as calm as a still pond. Wang Biao grew even angrier, almost shouting, did I say something wrong? Flevel is useless. Do you think Teacher Tang cares about you? She's just pitying you. Lu Chen's gaze turned cold, his fists slowly clenching. Seeing him silent, Wang Biao felt even prouder. What's wrong? Not convinced. If you're not, then let's fight. I want to see what a Flevel waste can stir up. Lu Chen tightened his fists, his nails digging into his palms. He wanted to fight. He really wanted to. He wanted the Crimson Flame Spirit to know that his stone monkey was not useless, and he wanted Wang Biao to know that he was not easy to bully. But he held back. He knew this was not the time for impulsiveness. The stone monkey was only a level. Fighting would certainly lead to defeat. Moreover, Wang Biao's family was wealthy with good equipment, while he had nothing. Afraid. Wang Biao laughed mockingly. A waste is a waste. You don't even have the courage to fight. You deserve to just practice on wooden posts in the training ground. He put away his beast and turned to leave. After walking a few steps, he looked back and said, by the way, stay away from Teacher Tang in the future. You a pauper aren't even worthy of carrying her shoes. Lu Chen stood there, his fists turning white from clenching. The stone monkey peeked out from behind, looking at him with concern, gently patting his hand. I'm fine. Lu Chen crouched down, stroking the stone monkey's head, his voice soft. We will grow stronger, and when the time comes, those who bullied us will pay back double. The stone monkey squeaked a couple of times, nodding vigorously. In the distance, Chen Mo stood watching the whole scene, shaking his head. It's not easy being the protagonist. Most people wouldn't be able to endure this. He then turned and left the rooftop. After all, he had important matters to attend to tomorrow. At 6:30 in the morning at the north gate of Linjiang City. The sky was just beginning to brighten, and there were no pedestrians on the road, but when Chen Mo arrived, Qin Ruashi was already there. She wasn't wearing her school uniform today. Instead, she was dressed in black athletic gear, her long hair tied into a high ponytail, giving her a spirited look. Good morning, Chen Mo greeted as he walked over. Good morning. Qin Ruashi turned around, her gaze scanning him. Is this all you're bringing? Chen Mo was carrying an ordinary black backpack, which was bulging, but seemed to contain very little. It's enough, Chen Mo replied. Qin Ruashi nodded. The Lulan King's tomb is located 30 kilometers outside the city, deep in a desert. I rented 2 sand beasts. We can get there in about an hour. She pointed outside the city gate, where 2 grayish-brown sand beasts resembling camels, but with longer legs, were lying on the ground. I've covered the rental fee. Consider it my treat. Thank you then. Chen Mo said, not being overly polite, as neither of them were short on money, and excessive courtesy sometimes felt distant. The two mounted the sand beasts and galloped out of the north gate, speeding towards the depths of the desert. The sand beasts were fast. The wind whistled past their ears, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Chen Mo squinted, rapidly flipping through the plot of the Lulan King's tomb in his mind. The Lulan King's tomb, a level 20 dungeon, was located 30 kilometers underground in the desert outside Linjiang City. This ancient tomb was originally buried deep underground, but 3 months ago a sandstorm uncovered its entrance, which was discovered by a passing merchant convoy and reported to the Beastmaster Association. After the association sent people to investigate, they found that the tomb was filled with monsters and traps, making it impossible for ordinary Beastmaster apprentices to clear it. Thus they issued a mission offering rewards for any apprentices who could attempt to clear it. It is worth mentioning that in the original book the Lulan King's tomb was also one of Lu Chen's most significant opportunities early on. He obtained a spiritual fruit that enhanced his aptitude here and had the stone monkey replicate 2 key skills. However, Lu Chen's entry was based on luck. The first layer of the tomb was filled with traps, and a slight misstep could trigger mechanisms that would lead to certain death. Lu Chen accidentally saved a trapped cartographer, which allowed him to obtain a map and avoid the traps. Chen Mo, Chen Ruox's voice came from the front, interrupting his thoughts. What is it? Have you heard the rumors about the Lulan King's tomb? What rumors? Chen Ruoxi slowed the sand beast's pace to match his. I've heard that there is something inside the tomb that can allow a beastmaster to break through their aptitude limits. Chen Mo's heart stirred. In the original book, there was indeed such a thing called the Washing Marrow spiritual fruit, which could elevate a beastmaster's aptitude by 1 rank, but only for those of SS rank or below. However, the spiritual fruit was located in the deepest part of the second layer, guarded by level 20 elite monsters, making it very difficult to obtain. I've heard about it, Chen Mo said, but that kind of thing shouldn't be easy to get. Chen Ruoxi nodded. Yes, but it's worth a try. The two fell silent as the sand beast galloped through the desert, leaving a trail of footprints that were quickly buried by the wind. After more than half an hour, a cluster of broken stone pillars appeared on the distant horizon. The stone pillars varied in height, with the tallest being over 10 meters, and the shortest only half a person tall, covered in incomprehensible runes that had become blurred after centuries of erosion by wind and sand. In the center of the stone pillar cluster, a massive black entrance loomed like a gaping mouth swallowing all light. Around the entrance a warning line was drawn, and a wooden sign stood, level 20 dungeon entry prohibited for those under 16. Chen Mo and Chen Ruoxi jumped off the sand beast and walked to the entrance. A chill wind blew out from the cave, carrying a scent of decay and blood. We're here, Chen Mo said. Chen Ruoxi stood at the edge of the entrance, glancing inside, as a moonlight butterfly fluttered anxiously on her shoulder. Are you afraid? Chen Mo asked. Not afraid, Chen Ruoxi replied, retracting her gaze. I just dislike this smell. Chen Mo said nothing as he took out 2 glow lamps from his backpack, handing one to her. Let's go, stay close to me. Why are you leading the way? Because I've read the materials on the Lulan King's tomb, Chen Mo said, more than you have. This was certainly a lie, but he couldn't say. I've read the original book and know where the traps are, could he? Chen Ruoxi glanced at him, but didn't ask further. The two stepped into the cave. As a flash of light appeared, the two entered the dungeon. What greeted their eyes was a stone wall bearing marks of chiseling, and the ground was paved with bluestone slabs, though many of them were shattered, exposing the black soil underneath. Chen Mo walked slowly, every step cautious. In his mind, the plot from the original book flashed through like a movie. The first layer of the Lulan King's tomb was filled with traps. 10 meters inside the entrance, there was a movable stone slab. Stepping on it would trigger a ground spike mechanism. Continuing forward 20 meters, arrow holes were hidden in the ceiling, and stepping on specific stone slabs would shoot out poisoned arrows. Moving forward. Stop! Chen Mo suddenly halted, signaling Chen Ruoxi to do the same. Chen Ruoxi immediately stopped, and the moonlight butterfly flew up from her shoulders, scanning the surroundings warily. What's wrong? Chen Mo crouched down, shining the light on the ground ahead. The bluestone slabs looked no different from before, but upon closer inspection, one of the slabs had a faint gap along its edge, about 2 millimeters wider than the gaps in the other slabs. There's a trap, Chen Mo said. Chen Ruoxi crouched down to take a look, frowning slightly. How did you notice? Chen Mo pointed out. The builders of the Lulan King's tomb deliberately left larger gaps at the edges of trap slabs to make them more sensitive to triggering. Hearing this, a flicker of something unusual crossed Chen Ruoxi's gaze. Where did you learn that? I read it in a book. Chen Mo stood up, his tone flat. The geological structure analysis report of the Lulan King's tomb is available at the Linjiang City Library. This was certainly a fabrication. But Chen Ruoxi didn't press further. She simply nodded, remembering this detail. So how do we proceed now? Chen Mo looked at the walls on both sides. The walls were not smooth, with many protruding stones and recessed gaps. We climb the wall. Chen Mo said. What? Climb the wall, go over it. The traps are only on the ground, not on the walls. Chen Ruoxi looked at the cave wall, and then at the trap slabs on the ground, pausing for 2 seconds in silence. You go first. Without hesitation, Chen Mo bit down on the glow lamp, grabbed the protruding stones on the cave wall with both hands, and stepped into the gaps, moving slowly along the wall, like a gecko. His physical abilities were significantly stronger than the average person, and having watched numerous climbing videos online in his past life, he managed to cope, even though he had never actually done it. He took 3 minutes to traverse the 10-meter trap area. After landing, he looked back at Shin Ruashi. Shin Ruashi also climbed over. Her movements were smoother than Chen Mo's, clearly indicating she had undergone professional physical training. How much farther? Shin Ruashi asked. This is just the beginning, Chen Mo said. The first layer is about 1 kilometer long with at least 20 traps. Shin Ruashi fell silent for a moment. Let's go. For the next half hour, Chen Mo relied on his memory of the original book to avoid all the obvious traps. However, some traps were not described in the original book. Crack. Chen Mo stepped onto a seemingly normal stone slab, and suddenly the slab sank 2 centimeters beneath his feet. Not good. He jumped back sharply, and Shin Ruashi reacted, quickly retreating at the same time. Boom. Countless black arrows rained down like a storm, piercing the ground where they had stood. A cold sweat broke out on Chen Mo's back. Didn't you say you've read the materials? Shin Ruaxi's voice came from behind, tinged with a hint of teasing. The materials can't possibly label every trap. Chen Mo replied without changing his expression. Shin Ruashi said nothing more. The two of them bypassed that area and continued forward. After walking about 200 meters, sudden sounds of fighting echoed ahead. Chen Mo stopped, listening intently. There are people ahead, Shin Ruashi whispered. Let's go take a look. The two of them moved cautiously, slowly approaching. Turning a corner, they were greeted by a sudden open space. It was a hall of approximately 200 square meters with a 3-meter-tall statue in the center, depicting a general clad in armor, holding a spear, exuding an imposing presence. Surrounding the statue, 5 beast masters were engaged in a fierce battle with a group of stone golems. The stone golems, unique to the Lulan royal tomb, were grayish-white in color, resembling monkeys, but with wings on their backs and exceptionally sharp claws and teeth. There were many of them, at least 30, launching attacks from various corners of the hall against the 5 beast masters. Although the 5 beast masters were not weak, their teamwork was evidently lacking. One young beast master was taken down by 2 stone golems simultaneously, his arm bitten, letting out a terrible scream. Help, save me. His teammates wanted to rush over to save him, but were entangled by more stone golems, unable to escape. Chen Mo frowned slightly as he watched this scene. He did not recognize any of the 5 beast masters. They were not mentioned in the original book, indicating they were not important characters, likely just beast masters who took a chance by accepting a mission. Should we help? Shin Ruashi asked. Chen Mo hesitated for 2 seconds. Let's help. He summoned his shadow magic tiger. The dark-colored giant tiger leaped out of the summoning space with a low growl, its eerie green vertical eyes scanning the entire area. Magic Tiger Shadow Strike. The shadow magic tiger instantly vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind a stone golem lunging at the injured beast master, its fangs viciously tearing through its neck. Crack. The stone golem's head was completely bitten off, falling to the ground, its body turning into a cloud of grayish-white dust. Killed stone golem, level 12, gained 8 permission points. Continue. The shadow magic tiger rampaged through the group of stone golems, each claw capable of shredding one, each bite able to sever another's neck. The stone golems before it were like paper. Shin Ruashi also took action. The moonlight butterfly flew above her head, its wings suddenly flapping, showering down a cascade of silver light dust. As the light dust landed on the stone golems, their movements instantly became sluggish, as if frozen. Moonlight butterfly, veil of moonlight, Shin Ruashi whispered. The body of the moonlight butterfly suddenly erupted with dazzling silver light, and wherever the light passed, all stone golems halted their movements, as if immobilized. Chen Mo's eyes brightened. This was the moonlight butterfly's strength skill, Veil of Moonlight, a wide area control skill. Although the control time was only 3 seconds, 3 seconds was enough to accomplish a lot. Magic Tiger, Tiger King's Tear. The shadow magic tiger transformed into a black lightning bolt, wildly tearing into the group of stone golems, killing 1 each second, slaying 3 in 3 seconds. Magic Tiger, Tiger King's Tear. The shadow magic tiger transformed into a black lightning bolt, wildly tearing into the group of stone golems, killing 1 each second, slaying 3 in 3. Soon the last stone golem was killed. The hall fell silent. The 5 beast masters collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, their bodies covered in injuries. A young man with short hair stood up and walked in front of Chen Mo, bowing deeply. Thank you for saving us. His name was Zhao Tieju, the leader of a small mercenary group who had taken on the Lulan royal tomb mission, bringing 4 brothers in to try their luck. They had no luck, almost losing their lives. No need to thank me, Chen Mo said. Why are you here? Zhao Tieju smiled wryly. We took a mission. Who knew it was filled with traps and beasts? We walked for half a day just to get here, and then we were ambushed by stone golems. Do you have a map, Oi? No, Zhao Tieju shook his head. We were just wandering around. Chen Mo's heart stirred. In the original book, the cartographer was trapped on the first level. Could it be? Did you encounter anyone else when you came in? Zhao Taizhu thought for a moment. Yes, I just saw an adventurer in a gray robe with a backpack. He was in a hurry, and even when we called out to him, he ignored us. That person should be the cartographer. Chen Mo hurriedly continued to ask. Which direction did he go? Zhao Taizhu pointed to a passage on the left side of the hall. That way. Chen Mo turned to Qin Ruoshi. Let's go. Aren't we waiting for them? They're just trying their luck. Following us would be even more dangerous. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he led the shadow magic tiger down that passage. Qin Ruoshi glanced at Zhao Taizhu. You better exit the dungeon. This place is not something you can handle. After saying that, she followed Chen Mo's footsteps. Zhao Taizhu opened his mouth wanting to say something, but in the end he said nothing. He knew that the young man was right. Chen Mo and Qin Ruoshi quickly advanced along the passage. You seem familiar with this place, Qin Ruoshi suddenly said. This was not a question but a statement. Chen Mo did not turn back. I told you I have looked through the information. The information won't tell you where the traps are, Qin Ruoshi said, nor will it tell you which path is the right one. Then maybe I just have better luck. Qin Ruoshi fell silent for a moment. If you don't want to say, I won't force you, she said. But I need to remind you the Lulan Royal Tomb is not an ordinary dungeon. If there's anything you haven't told me, it could cost us our lives. Chen Mo stopped turning to look at her. The light from the moonlight butterfly illuminated Qin Ruoxi's face, her expression calm, with no questioning or doubt, simply stating a fact. You can rest assured, Chen Mo said, I will not joke with my own life. Qin Ruoshi nodded. The two After about 10 minutes, a man's voice came from ahead. Damn it, damn it, damn it. The voice was urgent, filled with fear and anger. Chen Mo quickened his pace, turning a corner to see a middle-aged man in a gray long robe. He appeared to be in his 40s with messy hair, his face smeared with dust and blood, holding a short knife in his left hand and a scroll in his right. In front of him, there was a massive circular pattern on the wall with a groove in the center, the shape of which was peculiar, resembling a special-shaped key. The middle-aged man was frantically striking the wall with the short knife, trying to open a way, but the wall did not budge. Behind him, the stone slabs on the ground were sinking one by one, revealing a bottomless black abyss beneath. Who are you? The middle-aged man turned abruptly upon hearing footsteps, pointing the short knife at Chen Mo. Here to save you, Chen Mo replied. The middle-aged man was taken aback, looking Chen Mo and Qin Ruoshi up and down. Are you students? From the first middle school of Linjiang City. Chen Mo said. And you? Who are you? The middle-aged man hesitated for a moment, sheathing the short knife. My name is Sun Zheng, and I am a cartographer. Indeed it was him. Chen Mo's heart raced with joy, but his expression remained neutral. How did you get trapped here? Sun Zheng smiled wryly. I came to map the Lulan Royal Tomb, but when I got here I couldn't proceed. On my way back, I triggered a mechanism, and the path I came from was also sealed off. He pointed to the sinking stone slabs behind him. In half an hour this slab will completely sink, and he'll fall into the abyss and die. So you need help, Chen Mo said. Yes, Sun Zheng looked at him. Can you help me? I can, Chen Mo replied, but I have conditions. Sun Zheng's expression changed. What do you want? The map you drew. Sun Zheng did not hesitate, and immediately agreed. No treasure was worth more than his own life. Here you go. He threw the scroll to Chen Mo. Chen Mo caught the scroll and unfolded it to take a look. It was a hand-drawn map, very detailed, marking every passage, every room, and every trap on the first. On the far right side of the map, there was a red circle with a few words written beside it. Secret passage entrance requires special key. How do you know there is a secret passage here? Chen Mo asked. Sun Zheng explained. I checked the information. The Lulan Royal Tomb has 2 levels. The first level is the visible tomb, while the second level is the actual burial site, but entering the second level requires a key. What kind of key? I don't know, Sun Zheng shook his head. The groove on the pattern is very peculiar. I've never seen anything like it. Chen Mo examined the shape of the groove closely, suddenly recalling a plot from the original book. The key was a silver linksy ring. That ring was in a treasure chest in one of the rooms on the first level, which the original protagonist Lu Chen accidentally found, allowing him to enter the second level. I understand now, Chen Mo said, putting away the map. After rescuing Sun Zheng, he and Qin Ruoshi left directly. Next they needed to find the key. The first level had many rooms, most of which were empty, with only a few stone golems guarding worthless funeral. Using the map and his memory of the original book, Chen Mo avoided most of the rooms and headed straight for his target. 10 minutes later they arrived at a room guarded by stone golems. The room was small, only 20 square meters, with a stone platform in the center on which lay a bronze box. Surrounding the platform were 6 stone golems. Magic Tiger Shadow Strike. Chen Mo did not hesitate, directly giving the order. The shadow magic tiger transformed into a shadow, silently approaching the nearest stone golem and biting through its neck. Killed stone golem, level 13, gained 9 permission points. The other 5 stone golems were awakened, but before they could react, the shadow magic tiger had already pounced on the second. the third, the fourth, the fifth, the sixth. In less than 10 seconds, all 6 stone golems were dead. Killed stone golem 6, they gained 54 permission points. Current points 891. Chen Mo walked to the bronze box and reached out to open it. Inside lay 2 items, a pair of wrist guards completely silver white adorned with exquisite patterns radiating a white glow under the fluorescent light. A dagger made of bronze with a faint green light on the blade looking extremely sharp. Brute force will bronze level wrist guards wearing it increases Beastmaster defense by 10. Kiss of the giant wolf bronze level dagger wearing it increases Beastmaster attack by 5 and adds armor piercing effect. They'll give you the wrist guards. As Chen Mo spoke, he directly tossed them to the other party. Then I won't hold back. Shin Ruashi replied immediately, putting the equipment on. Chen Mo then tucked the dagger into his waistband. Equipping these items was very simple. They only needed to be worn by the Beastmaster to take effect. He rummaged through the box, and at the very bottom fell a ring. The ring was silver white with a lifelike design of a lynxy engraved on the face. Part of lynxy bronze level ring 5 mental strength, 5 cooldown time for Beastmaster skills. This was the key. Chen Mo's heart raced. What did you find? Shin Ruashi walked over. Of course it's the key. Chen Mo put the ring on his hand. Let's go to the secret passage entrance. The two returned to the secret passage entrance. The circular pattern on the wall remained, and the groove was still there. Chen Mo took off the lynxy ring, aligning it with the groove, and gently pressed it in. Click! The ring fit perfectly. Boom! The wall began to tremble, and the circular pattern cracked open, revealing a deep passage. The passage was narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, shrouded in darkness with nothing visible. A cold wind blew from the passage, carrying a strong scent of decay. The entrance to the second level, Chen Mo said. Shin Ruashi glanced at him. You knew it was here all along. I told you I have looked through the information. Chen Mo said. Did the information tell you what was in the second level? Yes, Chen Mo said. Treasures, beasts, and dangers. He took a deep breath and stepped into the passage. Shin Ruashi watched his back, the moonlight butterfly flapping its wings on her shoulder. She suddenly felt there was something indescribable about this boy. It wasn't strength or talent, but a kind of certainty. A certainty of, I know what will happen. Interesting, she said softly, following him. The secret passage was long and winding. Chen Mo walked ahead, the fluorescent lights illuminating only a few meters in front, while further away lay an endless darkness. Do you smell something? Shin Ruashi suddenly asked. Chen Mo sniffed the air. There was a faint fishy smell reminiscent of blood, yet also like the scent of some kind of beast. Something is ahead. Chen Mo slowed his pace. After walking approximately 100 meters, the passage suddenly widened, revealing a vast underground space. As the light shone forward, it revealed a space 3 times larger than the first hall, covering over 1,000 square. In the center of the space stood a 3-meter-high stone platform upon which lay a massive stone coffin covered in intricate runes that emitted a faint golden glow. Surrounding the stone coffin were a dozen bronze boxes varying in size, some already opened, while others remained tightly shut. This was the second level of the Lulan King's tomb. These boxes. Shin Ruaxi's voice carried a hint of surprise. Not so fast. Chen Mo raised his hand to signal her to stop. Let's check for any beasts first. He released the shadow demon tiger. Upon landing, the tiger scanned the surroundings cautiously, its nostrils flaring as if it were sniffing something. Suddenly, it let out a low growl, its gaze fixated on the stone coffin. Chen Mo followed its line of sight. The lid of the coffin was slowly opening. Boom! The lid of the coffin was pushed open from the inside, crashing heavily to the ground and kicking up a cloud of dust. A massive figure stood up from within the coffin. It was a humanoid creature towering at 3 meters, covered in black scales with 2 curved horns protruding from its head and blood-red eyes resembling 2 flames. It wielded a gigantic battle axe, its blade sharp and gleaming coldly under the fluorescent lights. Name: Lulan Guardian, elite monster, level 18, health 2500, skills whirlwind/heavy strike, iron wall, an elite monster. Chen Mo warned, be careful. The Lulan Guardian leaped down from the stone platform, its landing shaking the ground. Its blood-red gaze swept over Chen Mo and Shin Ruashi, letting out a deafening roar. Roar! The sound waves hit like a solid force, making Chen Mo feel as if his eardrums were about to burst. Demon Tiger, go! The shadow demon tiger charged at the Lulan Guardian, executing the Tiger King's bite, its fangs sinking into the creature's arm. 127. The Lulan Guardian's scales were punctured, oozing black blood. Yet it didn't retreat, instead it swung its battle axe down towards the shadow demon tiger. The shadow demon tiger dodged the axe, striking the ground and creating a deep fissure. Moonlight butterfly, veil of moonlight. Shin Ruashi shouted. The moonlight butterfly flew into the air, flapping its wings vigorously and showering silver light powder onto the Lulan Guardian. The Guardian's movements noticeably slowed. Demon Tiger Shadow Combo. The shadow demon tiger's body split into 3 afterimages, landing 3 consecutive strikes on the same spot of the Lulan Guardian. 98,101,112. The Lulong Guardian's health dropped by nearly a quarter. It became enraged, its blood-red eyes turning even more crimson, and a layer of black light manifested around its battle axe. It was the skill Heavy Strike. Dodge! Chen Mo shouted. The demon tiger rolled, but the Lulong Guardian's speed suddenly surged, the axe swinging down at an odd angle. It couldn't be dodged. The shadow demon tiger was struck on its side, the tremendous impact sending it flying against the wall. Chen Mo's heart tightened. An elite monster at level 18 is indeed formidable. Moonlight Butterfly Healing Light. Qin Ruashi acted swiftly. The Moonlight Butterfly flew beside the shadow demon tiger, sprinkling golden light powder onto its wounds. The wounds of the demon tiger healed at a visible rate. Demon tiger, can you still fight? Chen Mo asked. The shadow demon tiger stood up, letting out a low growl, its eerie green slit pupils fixated on the Lulong Guardian. It wasn't deterred, instead it became even angrier. Good, Chen Mo said. This time use the demon flame bomb, don't get too close. The shadow demon tiger opened its mouth, gathering a dark red fireball and shooting it towards the Lulong Guardian. The fireball exploded upon hitting the Lulong Guardian. 156. The Guardian was pushed back 2 steps, but quickly steadied itself, charging at the shadow demon tiger. Demon tiger, run. The shadow demon tiger turned and fled, circling within the space. The Lulong Guardian pursued from behind. Its speed was not slow, but it still lagged behind compared to the shadow demon tiger. Chen Mo was simultaneously observing the Lulong Guardian's movements. Its attack power was strong and its defense was high, but it had a glaring weakness: it turned slowly. Every time the shadow demon tiger attacked from behind, it would take a second or two to turn around. 1 or 2 seconds was enough for the tiger to execute 2 attacks. Demon tiger hit it from behind. The shadow demon tiger immediately changed its strategy, no longer engaging in direct confrontation, but continuously sneaking behind the Lulong Guardian for surprise attacks. Demon Flame Bomb, Tiger King's Bite Shadow combo. The skills were unleashed in succession, steadily reducing the Lulong Guardian's health. 2500, 2200, 1900, 1600. The Lulong Guardian grew increasingly agitated, wildly swinging its battle axe, yet each time it missed the shadow demon tiger. Suddenly it halted, its body starting to spin. The battle axe swept in a circular motion, striking outwards. It was the skill Whirlwind Slash. Demon Tiger retreat. The shadow demon tiger promptly retreated. Although it had evaded the attack, Chen Mo understood they couldn't prolong the battle any longer, they needed to finish it quickly. He glanced at his permission points. 891. Enough. System copy a new skill for the shadow detected Lulong Guardian's skill, Heavy Strike, level skill, copying requires 150 points. Level skill 150 points. Chen Mo hesitated for a second. Copy. Skill copy successful. Heavy Strike, level channel all body power to deliver a powerful blow, causing an additional 70 damage with a 5 chance to induce a stun effect. A warm stream surged into the shadow demon tiger's body, a layer of black light appearing on its claws. Demon tiger, use Heavy Strike. The shadow demon tiger lunged at the Lulong Guardian, its right claw raised high, the black light condensing at its tip. Heavy Strike. It struck down on the back of the Lulong Guardian's head. 289. Critical hit. The Lulong Guardian's health dropped sharply, its body swaying, and the red light in its eyes dimmed for a moment. The stun effect triggered. Although it was only for a brief second, that second was sufficient. Demon Tiger Shadow Combo, Tiger King's Bite Heavy Strike. The shadow demon tiger unleashed a frenzied assault, landing 3 consecutive strikes on the same spot of the Lulong Guardian. 112,118,276. The Lulong Guardian's health hit 0, and its body collapsed to the ground. Defeated Lulong Guardian, level 18 elite monster, gained permission points 80. Current points 821. Chen Mo sighed in relief and approached the shadow demon tiger to check its injuries. The wound on its side was still bleeding, and its hind leg bore a gash, but fortunately neither was fatal. Well done. He patted the head of the shadow demon tiger. The shadow demon tiger let out a low growl. Qin Ruashi approached the moonlight butterfly resting on her shoulder. What did you give it just now, eh? She asked. What do you mean? Chen Mo feigned ignorance. Your shadow demon tiger just used a new skill, one it didn't have before. Chen Mo maintained his composure. It's an ordinary skill, but learned it earlier, but just hasn't used it until now. Qin Ruashi gave him a sidelong glance, but didn't press further. However, her eyes clearly conveyed, I don't believe you. The two approached the stone platform. A dozen bronze boxes were scattered around the stone coffin, some already opened and empty, others still tightly closed. Chen Mo opened the boxes one by one. The first box contained a pile of coins, approximately 100 pieces valued at 100,000 dragon coins. The second box held several bronze-level pieces of equipment, but with average attributes. Chen Mo looked down on them. The third box was empty. The fourth box was empty. The fifth box. What is this? Chen Mo pulled out a pair of boots from the fifth box. The boots were silver white engraved with wind patterns, feeling extremely light, as if they had no weight at all. Boots of the swift wind, bronze, a level speed 10 and movement speed 10. Good stuff. Chen Mo asked Chen Ruashi, and since she already had better boots, he put them on himself. The sixth box contained a skill book. Tiger Roar. Clevel emits an ear-splitting tiger roar that intimidates all nearby enemies with a 30 chance to stun them. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Tiger Roar, wasn't this the crowd control skill that the Shadow Demon Tiger lacked in the early stages? Chen Ruashi naturally wouldn't compete with Chen Mo for it since this skill was not applicable to the Moonlight Butterfly. Chen Mo took it and tossed it to the Shadow Demon Tiger. Demon Tiger learn. The skill book transformed into light particles and entered the Shadow Demon Tiger's body, which then let out a long howl. Roar. The sound of the tiger roar was deafening, shaking the entire underground space, causing dust to fall from the walls. Chen Ruashi instinctively covered her ears. The roar continued for 3 seconds before ceasing. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction. Now the Shadow Demon Tiger had 6 skills. Clevel Tiger King's Bite, Clevel Demon Flame Bomb, Level Heavy Strike, Clevel Tiger Roar plus a level Shadow Combo, and Slevel Shadow Assassination. Although most were Clevel, the variety was beneficial. It had both single target and crowd control skills, making it just as Chen Mo and Chen Ruashi were counting their spoils. The first level of the Lulan King's tomb. Lu Chen stood at the entrance holding a stone monkey, gazing at the dark passage before him. He had set out from school early that morning and walked for 2 hours to reach this place. He knew the Lulan King's tomb was very dangerous. But he also understood that danger meant opportunity. His stone monkey had already evolved to a level, but it was still far from enough. He needed more skills, more combat experience, and more resources. The Lulan King's tomb was his chance. Stone monkey, let's go. Lu Chen took a deep breath and stepped into the cave entrance. The stone monkey let out a squeak from his arms, clutching his collar tightly. Just as Lu Chen had not walked far into the first level, a sudden sound of footsteps echoed behind him. He turned around and saw a group of people walking in from the cave entrance. At the forefront were Zhou Ziheng and Su Yuru. Following them were 3 subordinates, all geniuses who had awakened level beast control. Oh, isn't this our genius Lu Chen? Zhou Ziheng's face revealed a mocking smile as soon as he saw Lu Chen. Lu Chen remained silent, turning to continue walking. Stop! Zhou Ziheng closed the gap in 3 steps, blocking his path. I'm talking to you, didn't you hear? Lu Chen raised his head and looked at him calmly. I heard. If you heard, why didn't you respond? What kind of attitude is that? What do you want me to respond to? Lu Chen's voice was calm, devoid of anger or fear, just plain. Zhou Ziheng was enraged by this indifference. He would have preferred Lu Chen to be angry, scared, or even begging rather than this disregard. What are you doing here? Zhou Ziheng scrutinized him. With that a level stone monkey, you dare come to the Lulan King's tomb? Are you here to seek death? His subordinates laughed heartily behind him. Exactly, in a level beast going into a level 20 dungeon, isn't that asking for death? Maybe he just wants to try his luck. What if he finds a treasure chest? Even if he finds a treasure chest, he won't have a life to take it out, ha ha ha. Lu Chen ignored their mockery, bypassing Zhou Ziheng and continuing forward. Zhou Ziheng's expression darkened. Frostwolf. The Frostwolf leaped from the summoning space, emanating a bone-chilling cold, blocking Lu Chen's path. The Frostwolf bared its teeth, its eyes filled with ferocity. Lu Chen halted, and the stone monkey peeked out from his arms, gazing at the Frostwolf and emitting a low squeak. What do you want? Lu Chen asked. Nothing in particular. Zhou Ziheng stepped closer, looking down at him. I just want to tell you that the Lulan King's tomb is not a place you can come to. If you know what's good for you, hurry up and scram. Don't be an eyesore here. Lu Chen's hands clenched into fists. The stone monkey sensed his emotions, and its fur bristled. Classmate Zhou Ziheng. A gentle yet firm voice came from behind. Zhou Ziheng turned around to see Tang Weiner walking in from the cave entrance. She was dressed in a white combat outfit, her long hair tied in a ponytail, a slender sword at her waist, looking valiant and spirited. Teacher Tang. Zhou Ziheng was taken aback. What are you doing here? The Lulan King's tomb dungeon has opened, and the school sent me to inspect and ensure student safety. Tang Weiner stepped beside Lu Chen, calmly gazing at Zhou Ziheng. And you, classmate Zhou Ziheng, what are you doing? I. Zhou Ziheng's expression changed slightly. I was just talking to classmate Lu Chen. Does talking require blocking the path? Tang Weiner's voice was soft, but her tone was assertive. Does talking require releasing your beast? Zhou Ziheng gritted his teeth and recalled the Frost Wolf. Teacher Tang, I meant well. Classmate Lu Chen only has an 11 beast, and entering the Lulan King's tomb is too dangerous. I was just advising him not to go in. Whether he enters or not is his freedom, Tang Weiner stated. You have no right to interfere. Zhou Ziheng's face turned pale, glancing at Lu Chen with a flicker of resentment in his eyes. Fine, since Teacher Tang said, so I won't meddle any further. He turned and walked away with his subordinates quickly following. After taking a few steps, he turned back, looking at Lu Chen with a cold smile on his lips. Lu Chen, you'd better not let me run into you inside. Otherwise, he left the sentence hanging, but the implication was clear. Once Zhou Ziheng had walked far, Tang Weiner turned to Lu Chen, her eyes filled with concern. Lu Chen, do you really want to go in? Lu Chen nodded. But, Tang Weiner hesitated for a moment. What Zhou Ziheng said is true, it is indeed very dangerous here. I know, Lu Chen replied. But I have to go in. Why, oi? Lu Chen looked down at the stone monkey in his own. Because I want to become stronger. Lu Chen raised his head, his gaze resolute. Only by becoming stronger can I silence everyone. Tang Weiner looked into his eyes, remaining silent for several seconds. Go ahead, the teacher believes in you, Tang Weiner encouraged. Thank you, teacher. Lu Chen took a deep breath and then entered the dungeon. The first level of the Lulan King's tomb. Zhou Ziheng, with 3 subordinates, swiftly advanced through the passage. His expression was grim, replaying the earlier scenes in his mind. Tang Weiner protected Lu Chen, her gentle gaze, that firm tone. Why? He, Zhou Ziheng, was the Slevel genius, he was the contracted beast master of the Batian Association, and he was the most promising young man in Linjiang City. Why should the master of an 11 waist gain Tang Weiner's favor? Zhou Good, don't be angry. One subordinate came closer, saying that Lu Chen is just a waste, teacher Tang's kindness is merely pity. Exactly, another subordinate chimed in. Once we enter the dungeon, we'll find a chance to teach him a lesson, let him know what it means to be humbled. Zhou Ziheng halted, a glint of cruelty flashing in his eyes. Teach him a lesson. He sneered. I want him to remember for life the consequences of offending me. He summoned the frost wolf, which growled softly, its fangs bared, eyes filled with ferocity. Let's go find a treasure chest first, and when we encounter Lu Chen we'll take our time. Meanwhile, in the second level, Chen Mo had opened all the boxes. Coins, equipment, skill books, materials totaling at least 1 million dragon coins. He and Qin Ruoshi split the spoils equally. Chen Mo received a Tiger Roar skill book along with coins and materials valued at 400,000 dragon coins. Qin Ruoshi received a Clevel healing skill book along with materials and equipment valued at 400,000 dragon coins. This trip was worth it. Qin Ruoshi rarely showed a smile. Chen Mo nodded. But he knew the greatest reward had yet to be found. That was the spirit washing fruit. In the original book, the spirit washing fruit could only be obtained by defeating the final boss. However, this matter was not urgent. The final boss is quite difficult to kill. The final boss of the Lulan King's Tomb dungeon is called the Lulan Corpse General, a golden boss level 20 with 5,000 health. In the original book, Lu Chen also relied on a cannon-fodder tactic to defeat the Corpse General, obtaining a golden war knife and the Yin Tiger talisman, significantly increasing his power. Qin Ruoxi's voice came from the side. Chen Mo opened his eyes and said, I was thinking about how to kill the boss. Qin Ruoxi frowned and replied, but that's a level 20 golden boss. Chen Mo stood up, dusted himself off, and said, of course we can't rely on just the two of us. We need help. Where will the help come from? Qin Ruoxi asked, somewhat puzzled. Whoever enters the second floor first will be our helper, Chen Mo smiled. Qin Ruoxi quickly understood Chen Mo's meaning. The passage to the second floor had already opened, and it wouldn't be long before someone entered. The people coming would naturally be their helpers. The first floor of the Lulan King's tomb. Zhou Ziheng was leading Su Yuru and a few others as they swiftly advanced through the passage. Their goal today was very clear: to loot treasure chests, taking as much as they could. Brother Zhou, I found the entrance to the second floor. One of the followers pointed ahead and shouted. Zhou Ziheng's eyes lit up. Let's go. The group hurriedly rushed into the second floor. To their surprise, they saw Chen Mo standing at the front of the passage. Chen Mo. Zhou Ziheng's expression darkened. What are you doing blocking the way? I'm here to propose a collaboration, Chen Mo replied. Collaboration? Zhou Ziheng sneered. Why should I collaborate with you? Because I know the secrets of the second floor of the Lulan King's tomb. There is a golden boss on the second floor. If we kill it, at least 2 pieces of golden equipment will drop. Zhou Ziheng's pupils constricted sharply. Golden equipment. In the entire Linjiang city, there were no more than 100 pieces of golden equipment. If he could obtain one. What are the conditions? Zhou Ziheng asked. I will kill the boss, and you just need to hold its aggro. Oh, and don't let anyone else get close to the boss. I don't want to be taken advantage of. Who do you mean by others? For example, Lu Chen. Zhou Ziheng was taken aback for a moment, and then laughed. You actually think Lu Chen can steal the boss? He ranked second in the trial tower. Do you really think he can't? Fine, after it's done, he'll take 2 pieces of the equipment that drops, and the rest will be yours. Really? Zhou Ziheng's eyes brightened. I never tell lies. Zhou Ziheng hesitated for a few seconds, and finally nodded. Alright, I agree. Su Yuru stood to the side, watching Chen Mo with a hint of complexity in her eyes. She had initially wanted to approach Chen Mo, but he had ignored her. Now Chen Mo was actively seeking Zhou Ziheng's collaboration, which made her feel uncomfortable. Chen Mo, she spoke up, why don't you let Qin Ruoxi help you hold the boss? Qin Ruoxi's moonlight butterfly is mainly for healing and control. She can't hold aggro on her own. Su Yuru bit her lip and said no more. The second floor of the Lulan King's tomb. Chen Mo, Qin Ruoxi, Zhou Ziheng, Su Yuru, and several of Zhou Zihang's followers stood before the stone platform. The stone coffin was tightly shut, but a decaying aura permeated the air as if something was sleeping inside. The boss is inside the stone coffin. Zhou Zihang, you and Su Yuru go stop Lu Chen first. How do you know Lu Chen will come? Zhou Zihang asked. Just look back, and you'll know, Chen Mo said. Zhou Zihang's expression changed as he turned to look. Sure enough, in the distance at the entrance of the passage, a thin figure was holding a stone monkey. It was Lu Chen. Damn it. Zhou Zihang gritted his teeth. Go, Chen Mo said. Stop him, and don't let him get. Zhou Zihang gritted his teeth and led Su Yuru and several followers toward Lu Chen. Stop her. Zhou Zihang blocked Lu Chen's path, and the frost wolf stepped out from behind him baring its teeth and emanating a chilling aura. Lu Chen stopped and looked at him calmly. Get out of the way. Not a chance. Zhou Zihang crossed his arms, chin raised slightly. You won't get into this second floor today. Why? Because Chen Mo is fighting the boss. A trace of coldness flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. What does Chen Mo count for? What he counts for is not important. Zhou Zihang sneered. What's important is that you can't beat me right now. Your stone monkey is only F rank, while my frost wolf is S rank. Smart ones will quickly roll away and not be an eyesore here. What's the matter? Do you want to fight? Zhou Zihang laughed. Come on, I want to see how long your F rank stone monkey can last. The frost wolf stepped forward, its chill intensifying. Lu Chen looked at the frost wolf and then at the followers behind Zhou Zihang, ultimately suppressing his anger. He was indeed not Zhou Zihang's match right now. Get out of the way, Lu Chen said. I don't want to fight. If you don't want to fight, then scram. Zhou Zihang pointed to the path they came from. Return the way you came, and don't be an eyesore here. Lu Chen was silent for a few seconds, and then turned to leave. After a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at the depths of the second floor. Chen Mo was standing in front of the stone platform preparing to open the stone coffin. Chen Mo, Lu Chen said softly, you will regret this. He disappeared into the passage. Zhou Zihang watched Lu Chen's departing figure and smiled proudly. Is that it? I thought he was impressive, but it turns out he's just a coward. Su Yuru laughed. As well, exactly. An F-rank waste dares to come to the second floor to seek death. The two returned to the second floor to report to Chen Mo. Lu Chen has left, Zhou Zihang said. Left? Chen Mo frowned. He's not someone who gives up easily. Who cares? He's gone anyway. Hurry and open the boss. Don't waste time, Zhou Zihang said impatiently. Chen Mo did not move. He felt Lu Chen was the main character of the original book and had great fortune. He couldn't possibly give up so easily. Ruashi, Chen Mo said, keep an eye on the surroundings. I suspect Lu Chen will come back. Qin Ruashi nodded, and the moonlight butterfly flew from her shoulders, scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Chen Mo took a deep breath and placed his hand on the stone coffin. Boom. The lid of the stone coffin was pushed open, and a wave of decaying aura surged out. A gigantic figure stood up from the stone coffin. Standing 3 meters tall, covered in dark golden armor, inscribed with runes radiating an eerie glow. Its face was a skull with green flames burning in its eye sockets. It wielded a massive war knife, the blade covered in rust, yet the edge remained sharp. Name Lulan Corpse, General Golden Boss, level 20 health, 5,000 skills. Corpse, Chi Wave, Undead Summon, Armor Break, / Berserk. It's here. Chen Mo stepped back and summoned the Shadow Demon Tiger. The Shadow Demon Tiger leaped out of the summoning space with a low growl, its eerie green vertical pupils fixated on the Corpse General. Ruashi, control it. The Moonlight Butterfly flew into the air and flapped its wings vigorously. Moonlight Veil. Silver light powder sprinkled onto the Corpse General, and its movements visibly slowed. Demon Tiger attack. The Shadow Demon Tiger unleashed a series of attack skills. Tiger King's Bite. Shadow Combo. 899-2187. The Corpse General's health bar dropped by over 300. Roar. The Corpse General roared and swung its knife at the Shadow Demon Tiger. The Shadow Demon Tiger dodged, but one of its doppelgangers was cleaved apart. Zhou Zihang, Su Yuru, help. Chen Mo shouted. Zhou Zihang hesitated for a moment, but then released the Frost Wolf. The Frost Wolf lunged at the Corpse General, sinking its teeth into its leg. 35. The damage was low but better than nothing. Su Yuru also summoned the Flame Fox, which breathed out a fireball that struck the Corpse General. 28. With the three of them working together, the Corpse General's health bar slowly decreased. 5,000, 4,800, 4,600, 4,400. When the Corpse General's health dropped to 4,000, it suddenly erupted. Corpse Chi Wave. A wave of green gas surged from its body, spreading outward. Quick dodge. Chen Mo shouted. The group retreated simultaneously, but the range of the Corpse Chi Wave was vast, and they still got caught. 156. Chen Mo was hit, forcing himself to endure. Qin Ruashi, Zhou Zihang, and Su Yuru were also injured. Moonlight Butterfly Healing Light. Qin Ruashi shouted. The Moonlight Butterfly sprinkled golden powder, and the wounds of the four began to heal. Keep going. Chen Mo gritted his teeth. The Shadow Demon Tiger lunged at the Corpse General again, with 3 doppelgangers attacking simultaneously. The Corpse General's health bar continued to drop. 4,000, 3,800, 3,600, 3,400. When it reached 3,200, the corpse general erupted once more. Undead summon. The ground cracked open, and one skeleton soldier after another crawled out from the gaps densely packed, at least 30 of them. Demon tiger roar. The shadow demon tiger let out a skyward howl. Roar. The roar was deafening, shattering a large number of skeleton soldiers, while the rest fell into a state of fear, standing frozen. Zhou Ziheng, clear the small monsters. Chen Mo shouted. The frost wolf pounced on the remaining skeleton soldiers, taking one out, with each paw quickly clearing all the small monsters. Kill skeleton soldiers, 30, gain permission points 30. Current points 902. The corpse general's health bar continued to drop. 3,200, 3,000, 2,800, 2,600. When it reached 2,500, the corpse general suddenly stopped moving. Its body began to swell, the runes on its armor glowing with a blood-red light. It's berserk. Zhou Ziheng's face changed dramatically. Run. We can't run. Chen Mo shouted after going berserk. Its defense is halved, making it the best time to kill it. If you want to die, go ahead. I'm not joining you. Zhou Ziheng turned and ran. Su Yuru followed suit. Several followers also fled. Only Chen Mo and Qin Ruoshi remained on the second floor. Two worthless fools, Chen Mo sneered. What do we do now? Qin Ruoshi asked. We kill it ourselves, Chen Mo said after going berserk. Its defense is halved, equivalent to 1250 health. We have a chance. But, trust me. Qin Ruoshi looked into his eyes. In those eyes there was no fear, only determination. Good. Shadow Tiger, continue. The Shadow Tiger pounced again on the corpse general. After going berserk, the corpse general's attack power doubled, but its defense was halved. Every hit from the Shadow Tiger dealt greater damage. The corpse general's health bar plummeted. 2,500, 2,200, 1,900, 1,600. When it dropped to 1,300, Chen Mo suddenly felt a disturbance behind him. He turned around to see Lu Chen rushing out from the shadows with the stone monkey following closely beside him. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with killing intent. Chen Mo, the boss is mine. Lu Chen. Chen Mo frowned. Didn't you leave? Leaving doesn't mean I can't come back, Lu Chen sneered. Do you think that useless Zhou Ziheng can stop me? The stone monkey lunged at the Shadow Tiger. Shadow Tiger dodged. The Shadow Tiger sidestepped, and the stone monkey missed its target. Lu Chen, do you want to steal the boss? Chen Mo's voice was cold. The boss is originally a neutral entity. Whoever kills it owns it, Lu Chen said. If you can kill it, so can I. With your frank stone monkey. It's no longer a stone monkey. Lu Chen's lips curled slightly. It's now an iron arm monkey, a drank. Chen Mo's pupils contracted slightly. Drank. In the original story, Lu Chen's stone monkey evolved into a drank only after the Lulan King's tomb. It seemed the plot had changed. So what? Chen Mo said. A drank is still useless. Lu Chen's expression darkened. Iron arm monkey, go. The iron arm monkey lunged at the corpse general, delivering a punch to its leg. The damage was slightly higher than before, but still very low. The corpse general kicked the iron arm monkey away, sending it flying against the wall. Shadow Tiger, execute a stealth attack. The Shadow Tiger vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the corpse general, its fangs piercing through its nape. Critical hit. The corpse general's health bar dropped to 1,000. Iron arm monkey, go again. The iron arm monkey lunged again, delivering another punch to the corpse general's head. Shadow Tiger, heavy strike. Iron arm monkey. The corpse general's health bar was still at 708, but its berserk state was about to end. If the berserk state ended and defense was restored, it would be even harder to kill. Ruoshi, Moonlight Butterfly, unleash your full power. Chen Mo shouted. The Moonlight Butterfly flew above the corpse general, flapping its wings vigorously, showering a large area with silver light powder. This was not a control skill, but an attack skill. The Moonlight Butterfly's a rank skill, Moonlight Blade. The silver light powder turned into countless tiny blades, slicing through the corpse general's body. The corpse general's health bar fell to 473. Final strike. Chen Mo and Lu Chen shouted simultaneously. The Shadow Tiger and Iron Arm Monkey lunged at the corpse general at the same time. The Shadow Tiger was faster. Its fangs pierced the corpse general's throat. Critical hit. The corpse general's health bar hit 0, and its massive body collapsed to the ground. Defeated the Lulan corpse general, level 25 golden boss, gained 200 points. Current points 1102. Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief. The boss is mine. Lu Chen's face turned pale. You? What? Not satisfied? Chen Mo looked at him. If you're not satisfied, you can continue fighting, but your Iron Arm Monkey is drank, while my Shadow Tiger is shrank. Are you sure you want to fight? Lu Chen gritted his teeth and held back. He was indeed not Chen Mo's opponent right now. You're ruthless. He turned to leave, and the Iron Arm Monkey followed behind him. After walking a few steps, he suddenly stopped and looked back at Chen Mo. Chen Mo, I'll remember what happened today. That's good to remember, Chen Mo said. Next time don't come to steal my boss. Lu Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent, but in the end he said nothing and disappeared into the passage. Chen Mo walked to the corpse general's corpse and began to collect items. A battle knife golden grade. A jade box containing a spirit cleansing fruit. A black token the tiger talisman. He stored the 3 items into his backpack. Let's go. Shin Ruashi followed behind him. Lu Chen won't let this go easily. I know, Chen Mo said. Let him come. Chen Mo understood that Lu Chen being the chosen one was not easy to deal with, but he was not afraid. Currently Lu Chen was just a cash cow. No matter how many good things he obtained, they all belonged to him. Just as the two exited the second layer, they saw Zhou Ziheng and Su Yura. They hadn't run far, still waiting on the first layer. Did the boss die, eh? Zhou Ziheng asked. Yes, Chen. What did you get? Of course, good things. Zhou Ziheng's eyes lit up. Give me half. On what basis? You think you contributed? Chen Mo sneered. You dealt less than 5 of the damage, and then ran away. Is that still considered contributing? Zhou Ziheng's face flushed red. Chen Mo, don't go too far. Me. Chen Mo looked at him. You ran away when the boss was berserk, and now that the boss is dead you come to split the loot. Do you think that's appropriate? Zhou Ziheng clenched his fists, his knuckles cracking. But he didn't dare to make a move. Chen Mo's shadow tiger was stronger than him. He would be at a disadvantage in a fight. Fine, Chen Mo, you have guts. Zhou Ziheng turned and walked away. We shall see. Su Yurua glanced at Chen Mo, wanting to say something, but ultimately followed Zhou Ziheng. Chen Mo watched their retreating figures and shook his head. A pair of fence-sitters. Shin Ruashi said, aren't you afraid of their retaliation? Not afraid, Chen Mo said. They don't have the guts. The two exited the Lulan King's tomb. The setting sun dyed the desert a golden red. Chen Mo stood at the cave entrance looking at the distant sunset, taking a deep breath. This trip was worth it. In another passage on the first layer of the Lulan King's tomb, Lu Chen held the iron arm monkey and moved quickly. His expression was grim. Chen Mo had killed the boss and taken all the benefits. He was unwilling. Then he whispered, wait for it, Chen Mo. Zhou Ziheng, Suyuro. All the people who bullied me will. The iron arm monkey squeaked twice and nodded. At that moment a loud voice suddenly came from ahead. Damn it, are there any good things in this broken tomb? After searching for a long time, it was all garbage. Lu Chen looked up and saw a young man in a white brocade robe strutting through the passage. Behind him were 2 middle-aged men in black clothes, clearly bodyguards. The young man was holding a pitch-black cat in his arms. Its eyes were emerald green with slit pupils that glinted in the dark. It was Zhao Wujia. Famous for being a spoiled rich kid in Linjiang City, the second young master of the Zhao family. Lu Chen recognized him and tried to bypass him. Stop! Zhao Wujia's voice came from behind. Lu Chen did not stop. I told you to stop, are you deaf? Zhao Wujia said, kicking towards Lu Chen's knee. He stumbled and nearly fell. The iron arm monkey jumped out of his arms, baring its teeth at Zhao Wujia, its fur bristling. Oh, you even raised a monkey. Zhao Wujia came closer, reaching out to pet the iron arm monkey's head. What rank is it? Drank. A rank. The iron arm monkey bit towards Zhao Wujia's fingers. Zhao Wujia withdrew his hand, his expression darkening. You dare to bite me? He waved his hand, and the spectral cat jumped out of his arms, turning into a shadow that lunged at the iron arm. The iron arm monkey sidestepped, but was still scratched by the spectral cat's claws, 3 bloody lines appearing on its chest. The iron arm monkey yelped, and its health bar dropped slightly. Lu Chen's eyes turned red. Zhao Wujia, what do you want? What do I want? Zhao Wujia crossed his arms, chin slightly raised. Your monkey bit me, so I'll teach it a lesson. What's wrong with that? It didn't even bite you. Didn't bite doesn't count. Zhao Wujia sneered. I said it bit, so it bit. 2 bodyguards stepped forward, releasing their beasts. One was a brank iron arm rhino, the other a brank wind wing eagle, both exuding fierce auras. Hand over that monkey, Zhao Wujia said. I can let you go. Lu Chen's hands tightened into fists. Not happening. Not happening. Zhao Wujia laughed. Then don't blame me for being rude. The spectral cat lunged at the iron arm monkey again. The iron arm rhino and wind wing eagle rushed in simultaneously. Surrounded by 3 beasts, the stone monkey couldn't dodge. Lu Chen stood in front of the iron arm monkey, getting slashed by the wind wing eagle's sharp claws on his shoulder, blood gushing out. He gritted his teeth, enduring the excruciating pain, picked up the iron arm monkey, and ran. Wanna run? Zhao Wujia sneered. Chase. The 3 beasts pursued him. Lu Chen dashed into a narrow passage. The iron arm rhino was too big to enter, but the wind wing eagle and spectral cat could. 2 beasts chased and flanking him from both sides. The iron arm monkey jumped out of Lu Chen's arms and lunged at the spectral cat, delivering a punch to its head. The spectral cat screeched, its health bar dropping by nearly a third. Zhao Wuji's expression changed. Why is your monkey so strong? Lu Chen remained silent, directing the iron arm monkey to keep attacking. The iron arm monkey lunged at the wind wing eagle again, landing a punch on its wing. The wind wing eagle cried out in pain, flapping its wings, sending the iron arm monkey flying against the wall. But the iron arm monkey quickly got back up and lunged again. 1 punch. 2 punches. 3 punches. Each punch glowed with brilliance, displaying incredible power. The spectral cat's health bar plummeted, nearly destroyed in under 10 seconds. Zhao Wujia panicked. Stop it. Quickly stop it. Two bodyguards rushed up, trying to personally stop the stone monkey. The iron arm monkey punched one bodyguard in the chest, the sound of broken ribs audible. On the other side, after defeating the boss and taking the loot, Chen Mo and his companion began to head back. Aren't you afraid that by collaborating with someone like Zhou Ziheng, he might ultimately steal the boss from you? Qin Ruashi asked while walking. Not really, I'm not worried about that. Although he has such intentions, Chen Mo replied, his skills are too poor. In a real fight, he wouldn't stand a chance against me or anyone else. Qin Ruashi fell silent for a moment. You really are quite confident. If I lack even this bit of confidence, I might as well give up being a beast master and just go home to enjoy my life as a rich second generation, Chen Mo explained with a smile. You have a point there, Qin Ruashi conceded, choosing not to press further. Just then an eerie sound suddenly. Chen Mo frowned slightly. It feels like someone is fighting. Should we go take a look? Qin Ruashi asked. Chen Mo wasn't particularly keen on it. After all, it's better to avoid trouble than to seek it. However, the main passage to the first layer lay ahead, and they had to pass through here to exit. Let's go have a look. But the two of them lightened their footsteps and slowly approached. Turning a corner, they saw a young man in a white brocade robe lying on the ground, his head crushed beyond recognition, blood and brain matter splattered everywhere. Beside the body stood a blood-soaked youth. He wore tattered school clothes, his face speckled with blood, yet his gaze was as cold as the winter wind. Lu Chen. Chen Mo's brow furrowed tightly. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Lu Chen's eyes flashed with a hint of cold light. Chen Mo. His voice was calm, so calm it sent chills down one's spine. You haven't left yet. Chen Mo glanced at the corpse on the ground, then looked back at Lu Chen, asking, did you do this? Lu Chen. Why? He bullied me, so I killed him. Lu Chen's tone was flat, as if he were discussing what to have for lunch. He spoke with such calmness that it sent a chill through Chen Mo. Do you realize he was the second young master of the Zhao family? Chen Mo inquired. I know. Aren't you afraid of retaliation from the Zhao family? I am, Lu Chen responded, but I've already killed him, so being afraid is useless. He then proceeded to strip Zhao Wujia of his belongings right in front of Qin Ruashi and Chen Mo. Among the valuables, the most precious was a storage ring. After acquiring it, Lu Chen put it on immediately, and then turned to Chen Mo. Chen Mo. Lu Chen suddenly spoke. Moi. Hand over half of the things from the Lulan Corpse General. Chen Mo thought he had misheard. What did you say? I said hand over half of the things from the Lulan Corpse General. Lu Chen repeated, his tone assertive. After all, I contributed as well. Chen Mo stared at him for 2 seconds before laughing, a cold laugh. You contributed. What did you contribute? If I hadn't killed Zhao Wujia, he would have definitely brought people to the second layer to steal the boss. Lu Chen asserted. I helped you solve a problem, so you should give me half. Qin Ruashi, standing behind Chen Mo, felt a flash of disgust upon hearing this. This guy not only kills and robs, but also has the audacity to ask for benefits. Chen Mo raised an eyebrow. Lu Chen, are you mistaken? Mistaken about what? First, Zhao Wujia didn't come to help me, he came to complete a quest. You killed him because he was trying to rob you, not because of me. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. Second, even if Zhao Wujia had gone to the second layer, I wouldn't be afraid. He can't even defeat a useless person like you. How do you think he could defeat me? Lu Chen's face grew even uglier. Third, Chen Mo stepped forward, his voice as cold as ice. What do you think you are to come and demand things from me? Lu Chen instinctively took 2 steps back. The iron arm monkey sensed its owner's emotions, bristling its fur and baring its teeth at Chen Mo, letting out a low growl. The shadow magic tiger stepped out from behind Chen Mo, its eerie green vertical pupils fixed on the iron arm monkey. The pressure of its glass beast bore down like a mountain. The iron arm monkey's voice cut off abruptly, its body trembling slightly. The disparity between class and glass was too great. Although the iron arm monkey was fierce, it instinctively felt fear in the face of absolute power. Lu Chen glared fiercely at Chen Mo, his fists clenched tightly. Chen Mo, are you really not going to give it to me? Chen Mo let out a cold laugh. You steal my boss, and still have the face to come and demand things from me. Lu Chen, have you been spoiled by Teacher Tang into thinking everyone owes you? Lu Chen's face twitched, and Chen Mo's every word pierced into his heart like a knife. Lu Chen's eyes were filled with murderous intent, but he didn't dare to make a move. Chen Mo was not Zhao Wujia. The latter was just a useless second generation, while Chen Mo was forged from the trials of the tower. Additionally, the shadow magic tiger was too strong, he couldn't compete. Chen Mo, you're going to regret this, he gritted his teeth and said. Regret? Chen Mo laughed, he'll be waiting. Lu Chen turned and left. The iron arm monkey followed behind, taking a few steps before glancing back at the shadow magic tiger, its eyes filled with unwillingness. After Lu Chen had walked far away, Qin Ruashi finally spoke. Lu Chen seems to have changed, he feels somewhat unfamiliar. I noticed he didn't even blink when he killed someone. I know, he killed 3 people and even robbed Zhao Wujia. Then he had the audacity to come and ask you for things, she added with disgust. This person has gone insane. Chen Mo was silent for a moment. Perhaps he's blinded by hatred. After all, going from a proud son of heaven to being scorned by everyone is something no one can bear. Chen Mo continued, such people are very dangerous because they are capable of anything. Qin Ruoshi looked at the corpse on the ground and shook her head. Don't worry, I don't like him and will never deal with him. I don't like him either, Chen Mo said, but I fear we won't be able to avoid encountering him in the future. Qin Ruoshi didn't fully grasp Chen Mo's meaning, but chose not to press further, because she knew Chen Mo was far more mysterious than she had imagined. Outside the Lulan King's tomb, the setting sun cast a golden-red hue over the desert. Chen Mo stood at the entrance of the cave, gazing at the sunset in the distance, taking a deep breath. This trip has yielded quite a harvest. Golden Battle Knife, Tiger Talisman, and the new skills learned by the Shadow Magic Tiger. The Shadow Magic Tiger had also leveled up to level 15. It was worth it. Chen Mo, Qin Ruoshi walked up beside him. Moi, will we team up again in the future? Chen Mo glanced at her. It depends on the situation. What situation? If you don't hold me back. Hearing Chen Mo's joking words, Qin Ruoxi's lips curved upwards slightly, revealing a rare smile. I won't hold you back. Then that's good. The two rode on the sand beast, returning to Linjiang City. Behind them, the Lulan King's tomb gradually disappeared in the sunset. That night at the Zhao family in Linjiang City. In the main house, Zhao Tianhao looked at his son's corpse, his face ashen, his eyes filled with flames of anger. At that moment, Zhao Wuji's head had been smashed to pieces, unrecognizable from his original form. Who did this? His voice was as cold as ice. Two bodyguards knelt on the ground, trembling, and explained, we don't know. When we arrived, the young master was already dead, and the killer has vanished without a trace. Don't know? I instructed you to protect the young master, and you failed to safeguard him. Now you can't even tell me who the killer is. What use do we have for you in the Zhao family? If that's the case, then you might as well die. Upon finishing, Zhao Tianhao summoned his A-class black water poison snake, level 105, and swallowed the two bodyguards whole. Zhao. After disposing of the two, Zhao Tianhao suddenly called out to the air. Hearing the call, a burly man in his 30s emerged from the shadows, respectfully saying, Master. Although Wujia was a bit mischievous, he is still my son. Find out who killed him, or I want them to pay for my son's life. Understood. Zhao acted swiftly, and within 2 hours he gathered relevant information. Master, someone saw the student Lu Chen from first middle school wearing the young master's storage ring. Lu Chen. That name sounds familiar. Zhao Tianhao's eyes were filled with murderous intent. Isn't he the fool who gave up the SS-class bone dragon for an F-class stone monkey? Yes, that's him. Isn't his beast just an F-class stone monkey? How could he have killed Wujia? Zhao explained, according to others' descriptions, it seems Lu Chen's stone monkey has evolved, feeling much stronger than before. Zhao Tianhao's pupils constricted sharply. Evolved. Such things he had only heard of. Lu Chen. Zhao Tianhao murmured. Even if he has evolved, so what? There will always be geniuses in this world. Master, should I go and eliminate him? Zhao asked. No need, Zhao Tianhao sneered. Our Zhao family is currently washing our reputation, we should do less of this sort of thing in the future. Then what does the master mean? A bounty, Zhao Tianhao said. Offer a bounty of 1 million dragon coins for Lu Chen's head. Whoever kills him will get the money. Understood. Also, Zhao Tianhao's voice turned even colder. Find out who else was at the Lulan King's tomb that day, or leave no one behind. Understood. Zhao Tianhao stood up, walking to the window, looking out into the night. Lu Chen, you killed my son. Oh, I will make your entire family pay the price. On the other side in the slums, Lu Chen was hiding in a dilapidated rental room. Lu Chen discovered a cleansing spirit fruit within Zhao Wuji's storage ring and fed it to the iron arm monkey, which then evolved into a class copperskin monkey, its size significantly larger than before. Class. Lu Chen stroked the fur of the copper-skinned monkey, excitement brimming in his eyes. Soon, just a few more levels, and it will catch up to Chen Mo's Shadow Magic Tiger. The copper-skinned monkey squeaked a couple of times, rubbing against his hand. No rush, Lu Chen said. Now is not the time to settle accounts with Chen Mo. Oh, I need more spiritual treasures, more skills, and greater strength. He walked to the window, gazing at the moonlight outside. Chen Mo, just wait. A slight smile crept onto his lips, revealing a strange grin. Soon you will know who the real waste is. The copper-skinned monkey stood at his feet, its dark golden eyes glittering in the darkness. Together the boy and the monkey cast long shadows under the moonlight. It was not an ordinary shadow. The shape of the shadow resembled a wild beast with bared fangs and claws. By the time Chen Mo returned home, night had already fallen. He entered his room, closed the door, and took 3 items out of his backpack: a golden battle blade, a marrow-cleansing spirit fruit, and a tiger talisman. First was the golden battle blade. Name Lulan Battle Blade, grade gold, attribute attack, 50 skill, armor piercing, / a fine item. Chen Mo nodded in satisfaction and immediately equipped it. The marrow-cleansing spirit fruit was stored in a jade box, its entire body golden, exuding a faint, delicate fragrance. Marrow-cleansing spirit fruit rare upon consumption, it can elevate the beast-taming aptitude by 1 rank. Note only effective for S rank and below. Without hesitation, Chen Mo decided to use it on the Shadow Demon Tiger. The Shadow Demon Tiger was currently S-rank. Consuming the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit could elevate it to S-rank. S-rank beasts were rare in all of Linjiang City. Demon Tiger come out. The Shadow Demon Tiger leaped out from the summoning space, landing beside him and rubbing its head against his hand. Chen Mo fed the marrow-cleansing spirit fruit into its mouth. As the Shadow Demon Tiger swallowed the fruit, its body began to glow. A black radiance growing brighter and brighter forced Chen Mo to squint. The light persisted for about 10 seconds before gradually fading. The Shadow Demon Tiger had grown larger, its fur thicker, its fangs longer and sharper, and its eyes now a dark gold. Shadow Demon Tiger aptitude increased S-rank, S-rank. Shadow Demon Tiger level 15. Skills: Tiger King's Bite, Crank, Demon Flame, Bullet, Crank, Shadow Assassination, Rank, Shadow Combo, a rank Heavy Strike, Rank Tiger Roar, Crank. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. The S-rank Shadow Demon Tiger's attributes were now vastly superior. The last item was the Tiger Talisman. It was a palm-sized black token with a fierce tiger engraved on the front and the character on the back. Its material was neither metal nor jade, and it felt bitterly cold to the touch, like holding a piece of ice. Tiger Talisman special item. Chen Mo frowned. He examined it over and over, yet still could not discern its purpose. In the original novel, after Lu Chen obtained the Tiger Talisman, its function was not described in detail either. It was only mentioned as an important item related to a hidden quest later on. System: what is this thing for? The Tiger Talisman is a quest item. Its specific use requires triggering the relevant quest. What quest? Not triggered, cannot be queried. Chen Mo had no choice but to put the Tiger Talisman away. He would deal with it later. The next morning, just as Chen Mo woke up, his communicator buzzed. It was a message from Qin Ruashi. The Zhao family issued a bounty last night, 1 million dragon coins for Lu Chen's head. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. This was all within his expectations. What's Lu Chen's reaction? Lu Chen has disappeared. No one knows where he went. Got it, he replied. Putting away his communicator, Chen Mo stepped out of his room. In the courtyard, Chen Taizhan was practicing his fists. Seeing Chen Mo emerge, he stopped and looked his son up and down. I heard you went to the Lulan King's tomb yesterday. Glad you're back safe. Chen Taizhan walked over and patted him on the shoulder. Next time you go into a real dungeon, take a few more people with you. It's too dangerous alone. Got it, Dad. By the way, do you know about the Zhao family? Chen Taizhan then explained unprompted. Zhao Tianhao's son Zhao Wuji died in the Lulan King's tomb yesterday. Now Zhao Tianhao has put a 1 million bounty on the killer's head. I've heard. The killer is a student from your school, that kid named Lu Chen, Chen Taizhan said. Are you too close? Not really. Alright, just be careful around the Zhao family. Chen Taizhan suddenly added, the Zhao family is a pack of mad dogs. Don't get caught up in their mess. Understood. At the Baishan Society's compound in Linjiang City, Zhou Ziheng was hiding in his room, his face pale. His arm had been broken by the Zhao family, and the pain made him break out in a cold sweat. Damn it. He cursed under his breath. He didn't know why the Zhao family had targeted him. He admitted he had cursed Zhao Wuji in the Lulan King's tomb, but he hadn't killed him. What did Zhao Wuji's death have to do with him? Zhou Ziheng lay on the bed staring at the ceiling, his eyes filled with venom. Lu Chen. Lu Chen must have set me up. He recalled the look Lu Chen had given him when he left the Lulan King's tomb. Yet at the time he thought nothing of it, but now he realized Lu Chen must have harbored a deep hatred for him. Zhao Wuji's death was likely inseparable from him, and now he was being dragged into it. Lu Chen, you're so ruthless. But he had no evidence. Even if he did, the Zhao family probably wouldn't believe him. What to do? What to do? He fell into despair. In the slums of Linjiang City, Lu Chen was hiding in a dilapidated rental room, holding a bronze-skinned monkey in his arms. His expression was grim. He had seen the Zhao family's bounty. 1 million for his head, dead or alive. He didn't understand why the Zhao family believed he was the killer. They hadn't even seen him commit the murder. Could it be that Chen Mo and Qin Ruashi ratted me out? Lu Chen muttered. The bronze-skinned monkey squeaked and rubbed its head against his hand. It must be Chen Mo and that girl, Lu Chen said, murderous intent flashing in his eyes. They must have told on me. But he had no proof either. Even if he did, he couldn't defeat Chen Mo now. We'll get stronger, Lu Chen said. When the time comes, Chen Mo, Qin Ruashi, Zhou Ziheng, Su Yuro, and the Zhao family, none of them will escape. The bronze-skinned monkey nodded vigorously. At the Mighty Tiger Mercenary Corps compound in Linjiang City, Chen Mo sat in his room. Just then his communicator buzzed again. It was Qin Ruashi. The Zhao family has found the list of people who were in the Lulan King's tomb that day. Oh, why are they looking into that? Maybe they suspect there are other killers. Interesting. Could it be that the Zhao family wants everyone who entered the dungeon to pay with their lives for Zhao Wuji? Who knows? If that's the case, you'd better be careful. After all, we're both on that list. Chen Mo's heart. Does the Zhao family suspect me? No, Qin Ruashi said. Your name is at the bottom. The Zhao family is focusing on Lu Chen and Zhou Ziheng right now. They haven't noticed you. Good. But be careful, Qin Ruashi said. The Zhao family won't let this go easily. They might hold a grudge against everyone. Gotta thanks. Chen Mo ended the call, his expression calm. The Zhao family's influence was indeed formidable. But given time, he might not need to fear them. It seems I need to get stronger as quickly as possible. He stood up and walked out of the room. In the courtyard, the Shadow Demon Tiger was sparring with several mercenary corps members. Now at S rank, the Shadow Demon Tiger's strength far exceeded its level. Even several first transformation mercenaries combined couldn't defeat it. Young master. A mercenary ran over. The captain wants you in the main hall. There's a guest. Who? Someone from the Zhao family. A flicker of confusion passed through Chen Mo's eyes. The Zhao family. What did they want? In the main hall, Chen Taizhan sat in the seat of honor. Across from him sat a middle-aged man in a black brocade robe, his expression sinister. Zhao Tianha's younger brother Zhao Tianfu. Captain Chen, sorry for the intrusion. Zhao Tianfu clasped his hands in a salute. Second Master Zhao, you're too kind, Chen Taizhan said. May I ask what brings you here today? Well, Zhao Tianfu said, our Wuji was killed in the Lulan King's tomb yesterday. The culprit is a student named Lu Chen. Our family head would like to ask Captain Chen to keep an eye out for this person. If you find any trace of him, please notify the Zhao family immediately. Chen Taizhan's expression remained unchanged. Second Master Zhao, shouldn't the capture of a murderer be a matter for the City Lord's office? The City Lord's office is already investigating, Zhao Tianfu said. But our family head is impatient. He wants to catch the killer as soon as possible to avenge the young master. Chen Taizhan was silent for a moment. All right, I'll keep my eyes open. Thank you, Captain Chen. Zhao Tianfu stood up. Then we'll take our leave. As he turned to leave, he came face to face with Chen Mo. And this is my son Chen Mo, Chen Taizhan said. Zhao Tianfu looked Chen Mo up and down, his gaze sweeping over him. Chen Mo, the one who awakened and shrank Shadow Demon Tiger. Yes. A strange glint flickered in Zhao Tianfu's eyes, but it quickly returned to normal. Truly a prodigy. Captain Chen, you are fortunate. You flatter me. Zhao Tianfu clasped his hands in farewell and left with his men. Chen Mo watched his retreating back, his brow furrowed slightly. There was something off about Zhao Tianfu's gaze. Mower. Chen Taizhan came over. Be wary of the Zhao family from now on. I fear they come with ill intent. Understood, Dad. Chen Mo returned to his room and closed the door. Time to let Obsidian Dragon grow. Come out, Xiao Yao. A black radiance surged from within Chen Mo, and a massive black draconic cub materialized in Obsidian Dragon Epic Cub, level 1, HP 2000 attack, 280 defense, 200 speed, 140 skills. Obsidian scale armor, strength dragons, might S-Rank Black Flame, Dragon Breath, SS-Rank, Dragon Gods, Descent Epic. Chen Mo's heart raced as he looked at the Obsidian Dragon's attributes. At level 1 it already had 2000 HP, 200 defense, and 280 attack. Such was the terror of an epic level beast. Next I need to go level up. At the City Lord's mansion in Linjiang City, Zhao Tianhao sat in the main hall, his face ashen. Zhao De stood before him speaking respectfully. Patriarch, we've confirmed it. There were 15 people in the Lulan King's tomb that day. Besides the young master and his 2 bodyguards, there were 12 others. The list, Zhao De handed over a sheet of paper. Zhao Tianhao took it and scanned it. On the list was written Lu Chen, a student at Linjiang City No. 1 high school, awakened in Frank Stone Monkey, evolved to Brank Bronze Skin Monkey. Zhou Ziheng, a student at Linjiang City No. 1 high school, awakened and shrank Frost Wolf. Chen Mo, a student at Linjiang City No. 1 high school, awakened and shrank Shadow Demon Tiger. Qin Ruashi, a student at Linjiang City No. 1 high school, awakened and shrank Moonlight Butterfly. Zhao Tianha's gaze paused on Chen Mo's name. Chen Mo, Chen Taizhan's son. Yes. Has he shown anything unusual? Not yet, Zhao said. But this subordinate feels this person is not simple. The young master might not have been his match. In that case, kill him, Zhao Tianhao said. Anyone under suspicion, none shall be spared. Yes. Zhao Tianhao stood up and walked to the window, gazing at the night outside. Wuji, your father will avenge you. At dawn on the second day, as the sky just began to pale, there were few pedestrians at the north gate of Linjiang City. Chen Mo had already left home. Today he did not ride a sandstrider, but walked out of the city on foot. The Obsidian Dragon needed to level up, and it needed a significant upgrade. Although an epic tier spirit beast possessed boundless potential, if its level was too low, it could not even defeat an ordinary 10th level beast. I need to find a place dense with beasts. Chen Mo scrolled through the dungeon map on his phone. Gale Grave. A 25th level dungeon swarming with undead beasts, perfect for grinding levels. However, he had barely walked 2 li outside the north gate when he sensed something amiss. Footsteps sounded behind him. Chen Mo did not turn around. but continued forward though his hand moved faster in summoning gestures. Suddenly 3 figures emerged from the corner ahead. 3 men all clad in black combat attire. Chen Mo halted, his expression impassive as he regarded them. The second young master of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, Chen Mo. The leading man spoke, his voice hoarse. "It's me," Chen Mo said. "Who sent you?" "You don't need to know," the man said, summoning a 25th level windhound, then added, "Be sensible and don't resist. He'll give you a quick end." Chen Mo's lips curled slightly into a cold smile. "You don't think just 1 windhound can make me surrender?" "Of course not. 1 wouldn't be enough, but what about 3? The man waved his hand, and the other 2 also summoned windhounds, flanking him from left and right. "Go!" The 3 windhounds lunged simultaneously, swift and well-coordinated, clearly trained killers. Chen Mo did not retreat, but instead released the Shadow Demon Tiger. The massive black tiger leaped from the summoning space, landing with a low growl. Its emerald green vertical pupils fixed on the 3 windhounds, the pressure of an S-tier spirit beast bearing down like a mountain. The 3 men were momentarily stunned. The intelligence they had received stated that although Chen Mo had awakened in Steer Shadow Demon Tiger, it had only been a few days, its level was low, and its combat strength was limited. But the size and aura of the Shadow Demon Tiger before them was nothing like a newly awakened one. "What's there to fear? He's just 1 person, and there are 3 of us." The lead assassin gritted his teeth and ordered their beasts to attack Chen Mo. They were fast, but the Shadow Demon Tiger was faster. Its speed was like a bolt of black lightning, instantly reaching the 3 windhounds, its claws sweeping across. Shwa shwa. The 3 windhounds couldn't withstand even a single blow, were instantly sent flying, crashing into roadside trees, and died on the spot. Killed 3 windhounds. 22nd level, gained 60 authority points. The 3 assassins' faces changed drastically, and they turned to flee. The Shadow Demon Tiger gave them no chance, flashing in pursuit and killing all 3 in an instant. Chen Mo walked over to the first corpse, crouched down, and searched it. He pulled out a black token engraved with the character Zhao. The Zhao family. Chen Mo sneered. "Zhao Tianhao, what does your son's death have to do with me? And now you want to kill me too?" He pocketed the token, stood up, and glanced at the 3 corpses, his face devoid of expression. This was Chen Mo's first time killing, but he felt no discomfort. In this world, if you didn't kill others, they would kill you. Decisive killing was the first law of survival. Demon Tiger return. Chen Mo recalled the Shadow Demon Tiger and continued toward the Gale Grave. Behind him, the 3 corpses gradually stiffened in the morning light. The Gale Grave was located 20 li north of Linjiang City, a stretch of rolling hills. 300 years ago, this place was an ancient city. After a beast tide erupted, the city was destroyed, and tens of thousands of residents met their deaths. The resentment lingered, combined with celestial changes, causing more and more undead beasts to gather here, eventually forming a 25th level dungeon. When Chen Mo arrived, the day was already bright. At the entrance of the graveyard stood a stele engraved with the words, Gale Grave. Chen Mo paid it no heed and walked straight in. As soon as he entered, the air turned chillingly cold, as if plunging from summer straight into late autumn. Mist shrouded the surroundings, visibility less than 50 meters. The ground was littered with broken steels and exposed bones. In the distance came rustling sounds, as if something was crawling through the soil. Chen Mo did not release the Shadow Demon Tiger, but instead summoned the Obsidian Dragon. Black light surged from within him, and the Obsidian Dragon cub appeared by his side. It landed and immediately scanned its surroundings warily, its dark golden vertical pupils gleaming in the mist. "Xiao Yao, your task today is to kill." Chen Mo patted its head. "Kill until you can't level up anymore." The Obsidian Dragon let out a low growl, as if understanding. The man and dragon walked deeper along the graveyard path. After less than 50 steps, the soil ahead suddenly churned, and a grayish-white skeletal hand emerged, then a second, third, fourth. A dozen skeleton soldiers crawled out from the ground, each wielding a bone blade, green ghost fire flickering in their eye sockets. Skeleton soldier, 18th level, HP 800. Xiao Yao, go. The Obsidian Dragon charged forward, its claws smashing into the first skeleton soldier's head. 412. Critical hit. The skeleton soldier's head exploded, scattering into a pile of bone fragments. Killed skeleton soldier gained 15 authority points. Current points 1705. The other skeleton soldiers swarmed in, their bone blades clanging against the Obsidian Dragon's scales like metal striking metal. The Obsidian Dragon's scales were too thick. The skeleton soldier's attacks couldn't break its defense. 102. The damage was pitifully low. The Obsidian Dragon didn't even bother to dodge, standing its ground and swatting the skeleton soldiers like flies, crushing them all. In less than 30 seconds, 15 skeleton soldiers were reduced to rubble. Killed 15 skeleton soldiers gained 225 authority points. Current points 1930. In less than 3 hours, the Obsidian Dragon's level had risen to 10. Just then, the Obsidian Dragon's body began to glow. The black light grew brighter like a black flame. The light lasted about 5 seconds, then gradually faded. The Obsidian Dragon's size increased from over a meter in length to over 2 meters, its scales darker and denser, like a suit of black armor covering its body. Its eyes shifted from dark gold to pure gold, the pupils vertical, like 2 golden blades. 2 small horns had grown on its head, still small, but already hinting at its draconic form. Obsidian Dragon Epic Cub Level 10, HP 4200 Attack, 500 Defense, 380 Speed, 260 Skills. Obsidian Scales S-Tier Dragon, Might SS-Tier Black Flame Breath SSS-Tier Dragon Gods, Descent Epic. Chen Mo looked at the status panel, a smile tugging at his lips. A 10th level Obsidian Dragon, with 4200 HP, 500 Attack, and 380 Defense. These stats were already stronger than the main beasts of many first Transcension tamers. Continue. Chen Mo led the Obsidian Dragon deeper. The Gale Grave housed many types of undead beasts. Skeleton soldiers were just the basics. Further in there were zombie guards, ghostly banshees, death knights, and more. Each type yielded more experience than the last, but they were also more challenging. Chen Mo and the Obsidian Dragon swept through them all. Zombie guards were tough-skinned, but the Obsidian Dragon's claws and teeth specialized in breaking defenses, one claw, leaving a massive hole. Ghostly banshees were fast and could teleport, but the Obsidian Dragon unleashed its dragon might, paralyzing them with fear, then incinerated them all with a single black flame breath. Death Knights were 20th level elite monsters wielding bone swords and riding skeletal warhorses, their charges awe-inspiring. But before the Obsidian Dragon, they were dispatched in 3 claw strikes. Killed Death Knight 20th level elite, gained 80 authority points. Current points 2850. Along the way the Obsidian Dragon was drenched in blood, but it fought with increasing ferocity, showing no signs of fatigue. This was the terror of dragon-type beasts. Their incredible stamina allowed them to fight for hours without tiring. Chen Mo followed behind, carefully observing the Obsidian Dragon's combat style. He noticed that the Obsidian Dragon possessed an instinctive battle intuition, knowing when to attack, when to defend, when to use skills, and when to rely on normal strikes. This intuition wasn't trained, but was etched into its bloodline. Truly an epic-tier beast, Chen Mo marveled. Just then a commotion came from ahead. Voices, beast roars, and the sounds of battle. Chen Mo stopped and listened intently. Quick, surround it. Don't let it escape. Damn, this ghostly banshee is too hard to catch. I've been at it for half an hour. Keep it up. If we catch it and sell it to the research institute, we can get at least 500,000. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Someone was capturing a beast. He softened his steps and approached slowly. Passing through a thick patch of mist, a clearing appeared ahead. In the clearing, 5 people were locked in fierce battle with a ghostly banshee. The ghostly banshee was a 25th level elite monster, its body translucent, floating in midair, with flowing hair and a ferocious face. Its HP was already below a third, surrounded by the 5 people and their beasts, unable to break through despite its frantic attempts. The 5 were all in their 20s, wearing matching gray uniforms, with a black scorpion embroidered on the chest. Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps. Chen Mo recognized the emblem. Linjiang City had 4 major local powers: the Black Hawk Gang, the Overlord Society, the Flame Pavilion, and the Tiger Mercenary Corps. But there were also many medium and small factions. The Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps was one of them, its leader said to be a second Transcension advanced tamer with over 100 men specializing in beast capture. Boss, the ghostly banshee is almost done, a lanky man shouted. Don't kill it, or we need it alive. The leader, a burly bald man wielding an electric baton, directed a tire ironback wolf to attack the ghostly banshee. The ghostly banshee let out a piercing shriek, its sonic wave spreading. The 5 people all covered their ears. It's about to use its big move, control it quickly, the bald man yelled. A woman in green immediately released a tire vine monster, its tendrils bursting from the ground and binding the ghostly banshee's legs. The ghostly banshee was immobilized, and the ironback wolf bit its arm, reducing its health bar further. Good. Keep it up. Chen Mo watched from within the mist for a while, then decided to take a detour. He didn't want to meddle, but as he turned he accidentally stepped on a dry twig. Crack. The sound was faint but exceptionally clear in the silent graveyard. Who's there? The bald man spun around sharply, his gaze sweeping like a hawk. Chen Mo didn't hide, but stepped out directly. Just passing through, he said. The 5 people all looked at him, sizing him up. A youth of 16 or 17 in plain black attire, accompanied by a tumterlong black dragon cub. The bald man's eyes locked onto the Obsidian Dragon, his pupils contracting sharply. Is that a dragon? The other 4 were also stunned. Dragon-type beasts were almost unheard of in Linjiang City. Even in the provincial capital, they were extremely rare. Little brother, what breed is your beast? The bald man asked, a hint of greed in his tone. Chen Mo didn't answer and continued walking. Stop. The bald man hurried after him, blocking his path. I'm talking to you, are you deaf? Chen Mo halted, looking at him calmly. Move aside. The bald man's face darkened. Little brother, do you know? No, and I don't care. I'm Lu Heizi, brother-in-law of the Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps leader. The bald man pointed to the scorpion emblem on his chest. This area is our Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps turf. If you want to operate here, you need to pay protection money. Chen Mo laughed. A cold laugh. Protection money. What are you protecting? Your safety. Lu Heizi grinned, revealing yellow teeth. There are plenty of beasts in the Gale Grave. It's dangerous for you to be alone with a cub. We protect you, so it's only fair you pay up right. And if I don't? Lu Heizi's smile vanished, his gaze turning vicious. If you don't, you won't leave this grave. He waved his hand, and the other four immediately closed in encircling Chen Mo. 5 beasts, the lowest tier, and the highest tier, all around level 23. Little brother, I'll give you one, Lu Heizi said. Hand over that dragon, and I'll let you go. Chen Mo's eyes instantly turned icy. You want my dragon? Not want, just keep it safe for you. Lu Heizi chuckled. You're just a kid, you can't afford to raise a beast of this level. Leave it to us, and we'll take care of it. Take care of it. Chen Mo sneered. You mean sell it, don't you? Lu Heizi's face changed, and he dropped the pretense. You refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. He waved his hand. Go. Cripple the brat first, then take the dragon. The 5 beasts attacked simultaneously. Surrounded on all sides, every escape route was sealed. Chen Mo didn't move. The Obsidian dragon moved. It stepped forward, positioning itself in front of Chen Mo, its dark gold vertical pupils scanning its surroundings, and let out a low, deep dragon roar. Roar. The roar wasn't loud, but it carried a pressure from the depths of its bloodline. It was the S-tier skill dragon might. An invisible force radiated from the Obsidian dragon, like a giant, unseen hand pressing down from the sky. The 5 beasts' movements froze simultaneously. This was the terror of dragon might. It suppressed non-dragon beasts, and the effect was stronger the lower their level. The 5 beasts were all around level 22. Although the Obsidian dragon was only level 15, its bloodline rank was too high. Beasts below SS tier couldn't even muster the will to resist. What? Lu Heizi's face changed drastically. How is this possible? The other 4 were also stunned. Their beasts weren't top tier, but they were B and tier. How could a cub intimidate them like this? Chen Mo gave them no time to react. Xiao Yao Black Flame Breath. The Obsidian dragon opened its mouth, black light gathering deep in its throat. The next moment, a torrent of black flame erupted from its maw like a dark flood surging toward the 5 beasts. Where the black flame passed, the air warped from the heat, and the ground instantly turned to glass. The 5 beasts were swallowed by the black flame. Killed Ironback Wolf. 22nd level, gained 10 authority points. Killed Vine Monster, 22nd level, gained 15 authority points. Killed Crimson Flame Snake, 21st level, gained 15 authority points. Killed Thunder Eagle, 23rd level, gained 20 authority points. Killed Rock Golem, 23rd level, gained 15 authority points. Seeing this, Lu Heizi and his 4 underlings stood frozen, their faces pale. They had never imagined a cub could be so powerful. You. Lu Heizi pointed at Chen Mo, his finger trembling. You killed my beast today, and my brother-in-law won't let you get away with this. Chen Mo looked at him, his eyes as calm as if staring at a dead man. Then let him come. He waved his hand. The Obsidian dragon pounced on the nearest mercenary, its claw shattering his skull. The second mercenary turned to flee, but the Obsidian dragon caught up and bit through his neck. Then the third, the fourth. Finally, only Lu Heizi remained. He stood among the corpses, drenched in blood, his earlier arrogance and greed replaced by sheer terror. You can't kill me. He backed away, his voice trembling. My brother-in-law is the leader of the Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps. If you kill me, he won't spare you. Chen Mo walked up to him, looking down at him. You said earlier that I should hand over the dragon. Lu Heizi dropped to his knees with a thud, kowtowing frantically. I was wrong, I failed to recognize your greatness. Spare my life, or will never dare again. Chen Mo said nothing. He lifted his foot and kicked Lu Heizi in the chest. Lu Heizi flew backward, crashing into a withered tree, blood spilling from his mouth. Xiao Yao. The Obsidian dragon approached, opening its mouth, black flame gathering in its throat. No. The black flame breath erupted, and Lu Heizi didn't even have time to scream before he was reduced to ashes. Chen Mo swept his gaze over the ground, his expression blank. He crouched down and found a storage ring at the spot where Lu Heizi had been incinerated. The ring hadn't been destroyed, indicating good material. He picked it up and probed it with his spiritual sense. Inside were many items. Several 100,000 dragon coins, a few skill books, some potions and materials, and a black token engraved with the character Zhao. The Zhao family again. Chen Mo frowned slightly. It seemed the Zhao family hadn't only sent the first batch of assassins, but had also contacted the Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps to kill him. Zhao Tianhao, if you want to play, I'll play along. Chen Mo stowed the storage ring and stood up. The Obsidian dragon nuzzled his hand with a low growl, as if seeking praise. Well done. Chen Mo patted its head. Keep grinding. Deep within the Gale Grave, the mist grew thicker. Chen Mo and the Obsidian dragon had been grinding for an entire day, from dawn to dusk, killing hundreds of undead beasts. The Obsidian dragon's level had risen from 15 to 18. Chen Mo's authority points had also accumulated to 3,850. He was about to venture further when his communicator rang. It was Chen Taizhan calling. Mo, where are you? Gale Grave leveling up. It's almost dark, you should come back. Chen Taizhan's voice carried concern. It's unsafe outside the city at night. Beasts are several times more numerous than during the day. I know, Dad. I'm heading back now. Chen Mo hung up and glanced into the depths of the Gale Grave. That's enough for today. Chen Mo patted the Obsidian Dragon. Let's go back. The Obsidian Dragon let out a low growl and was recalled into the beast space. Chen Mo turned and walked out of the Gale Grave. In the evening, Chen Mo returned to the north gate of Linjiang City. A black off-road vehicle was parked at the entrance, and a young woman stood beside it. She wore a white tracksuit, her long hair cascading over her shoulders with delicate features, and a tall, slender figure appearing to be in her early 20s. Seeing Chen Mo, her eyes lit up, and she quickly approached. Are you Chen Mo? Chen Mo stopped, eyeing her warily. Who are you? My name is Lin Ruoxue. The woman smiled slightly. I'm from the provincial capital here specifically to find you. Chen Mo frowned. From the provincial capital? Looking for him? I don't know you. You don't know me, but I know your beast. Lin Ruoxue's gaze fell on his waist. You have an obsidian dragon, don't you? Chen Mo's gaze instantly turned icy cold. He began forming hand seals ready to summon the shadow demon tiger at any moment. How do you know? Relax, I mean you no harm. Lin Ruoxue explained with a gentle smile. I'm a researcher from the Provincial Military Research Institute, specializing in dragon-type beast taming. She pulled a badge from her pocket and handed it to Chen Mo. He took it and examined it. The badge was military-issued, complete with an embossed seal and a photograph. It was indeed Lin Ruoxue with the title Associate Researcher, Dragon Research Division, Dragon Nation, Beast Taming Research Institute. Military personnel. Chen Mo returned the badge to her. What do you want with me? Lin Ruoxue said, it's all about the Obsidian Dragon. It's an epic-grade beast. You can count on one hand how many exist in the entire Dragon Nation. I want to study its growth process and record the data. Chen Mo was silent for a moment. How did you know I have the Obsidian Dragon? Lin Ruoxue explained. I was the one who placed the Obsidian Dragon in the hidden layer of the trial tower to find a suitable contractor. But I never imagined someone would actually enter the hidden layer, let alone form a contract with it. So you've come to take it back? No. Lin Ruoxue shook her head. The contract is already sealed, it can't be undone. I just want to continue my research on it. Chen Mo stared into her eyes. Lin Ruoxue's gaze was candid without evasion. She seemed to be telling the truth. How can I trust you? You might not trust me, but you can't distrust the military. Lin Ruoxue said. The military has a duty to protect beast tamers. We won't forcibly take your beast. Besides, I brought the documents. She pulled a file from her backpack and handed it to Chen Mo. Chen Mo took it and looked it over. It was a Dragon Beast Taming Research Cooperation Agreement. It stated that military researcher Lin Ruoxue, with the consent of the beast tamer, would conduct long-term observation and data recording of the Obsidian Dragon. She was not to interfere with the beast tamer's normal life or battles, nor could she request the dissolution of the contract for any reason. The document bore the military's official stamp. After reading it, Chen Mo returned the file. What are the terms? No terms. Lin Ruoxue said. It's just research. You go about your business, it'll only record data occasionally. I will never harm it. Chen Mo pondered. The Obsidian Dragon was indeed too conspicuous. Just today at the Gale Graveyard it had been targeted by the Black Scorpion mercenaries. Having a military person around might deter some petty troublemakers. All right, he said. But I have conditions. Name them. First, you cannot interfere with any of my decisions, including in battle. Second, you cannot leak any information about me to anyone, including the military. Third, if I ever need your help in the future, you cannot refuse. Lin Ruoxue chuckled. That third condition is a bit excessive. You can always say no, Chen Mo said. Then I'll say no too. Lin Ruoxue thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine, I agree. She extended her hand. Chen Mo shook it. Pleasure working with you. Pleasure working with you. Lin Ruoxue withdrew her hand, sizing him up. How old are you? 16. It's no small feat to contract an epic-grade beast and level it up to 18 in less than 3 days, Lin Ruoxue remarked. Your shadow demon tiger has evolved to S-Rank too, hasn't it? Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat. How do you know? Just a guess. Lin Ruoxue smiled. I heard you went to the Lulan King's tomb. I know that place. There's a marrow-cleansing spirit fruit there. With your abilities, I figured you wouldn't have missed it. Chen Mo remained silent. As expected of military personnel, their intelligence network was formidable. Come on, take me to meet your family, Lin Ruoxue said. Since he'll be staying with you for a while, I should say hello. Chen Mo nodded and led her through the north gate, heading towards the Tiger Mercenary Corps headquarters. At the Tiger Mercenary Corps headquarters in the main hall, Chen Taizhan was sitting in the seat of honor sipping tea. When he saw Chen Mo return with a beautiful young woman, he was taken aback. Mo, who is this? Father, her name is Lin Ruoxue. She's from the provincial capital, Chen Mo said. A military researcher specializing in dragon-type beast taming. Chen Taizhan's brow furrowed. Dragon-type beast taming. Mo, or do you have a dragon-type beast? Chen Mo hesitated for a moment, then nodded. He summoned the Obsidian Dragon. A surge of black light erupted from within him, and the Obsidian Dragon materialized in the center of the hall. Though it was only a little over 2 meters long, its draconic aura was already taking shape. Its dark golden slit pupils scanned the room, and with a low growl the temperature in the hall seemed to drop a few degrees. Chen Taizhan shot to his feet, his pupils contracting. Is that a dragon? An Obsidian Dragon epic grade, Lin Ruoxue added from the side. There are hardly a handful in the entire Dragon Nation. Chen Taizhan's expression shifted several times before he finally took a deep breath and sank back into his chair. Mo, when did you form this contract? In the hidden layer of the trial tower, Chen Mo said. I was planning to tell you later, but today at the Gale Graveyard I was targeted and nearly robbed. What? Someone dared to try and steal your beast. Chen Taizhan slammed the table enraged. Who? I'll lead them in myself and wipe them out. Members of the Black Scorpion mercenaries. I've already killed them. Chen Mo said. 5 in total. Chen Taizhan was stunned for a moment, then burst into hearty laughter. Well killed. Anyone who dares touch my son deserves to die. He stood up, walked over to Chen Mo, and clapped him on the shoulder. Mo, you've grown up. I'm relieved. Then he turned to Lin Ruoxue, sizing her up. Miss Lin, you say you're a military researcher. Do you have identification? Lin Ruoxue handed him her badge. Chen Taizhan examined it meticulously, even checking the embossed seal and anti-counterfeiting marks. Satisfied, he returned it to her, his demeanor becoming more courteous. Miss Lin, have you come to see my son to research his dragon? Exactly, Lin Ruoxue said. The Obsidian Dragon is an epic-grade beast, extremely rare. I need to record its growth data, which will greatly aid our research on dragon-type beasts. You may conduct your research, but you must not interfere with my son's life or leak any information about him or the dragon, Chen Taizhan stated. Otherwise my Tiger Mercenary Corps may not be large, but we are not to be trifled with. Lin Ruoxue offered a slight smile. Chief Chen, rest assured. The military has confidentiality regulations, I will not disclose any information. Good, Chen Taizhan nodded. Stay here tonight, and you can begin your research tomorrow. Thank you, Chief Chen. Chen Taizhan ordered a guest room prepared for Lin Ruoxue. Chen Mo returned to his own room, closed the door, and sat on the bed. The Obsidian Dragon emerged from the beast-taming space, curled up at his feet, and rubbed against his leg. Chen Mo stroked its head. Xiao Yao, from today on there's going to be a woman watching you all the time. Don't be nervous, she won't hurt you. The Obsidian Dragon let out a low growl, as if saying, understood. Chen Mo lay down staring at the ceiling, replaying the day's battles in his mind. After a day of effort, the Obsidian Dragon had reached level 18A, and he had accumulated 3,850 privilege points. It had been a fruitful day, but the Zhao family wouldn't let this rest. Neither would the Black Scorpion mercenaries. Bring it on, Chen Mo murmured, closing his eyes. If one comes, I'll kill one. If two come, I'll kill a pair. The next morning, Chen Mo was woken by a commotion in the courtyard. He stepped out to find Lin Ruoxue, standing there before her, a massive eagle. The eagle was entirely silver-white, with piercing golden eyes and claws like iron hooks that left deep gouges in the ground where it stood. Name Silverwing Wind, Eagle level 75 rank S. Skills Wind Blade or rank Eagle strikes the heavens rank Hurricane Wings rank. Chen Mo's heart skipped a beat as he read the status panel. A level 75 rank beast was already considered a top-tier expert in Linjiang City. Miss Lin, this is your beast. Chen Mo walked over. Yes, Lin Ruoxue said, stroking the Silverwing Wind Eagle's head. Its name is Xiaoyin. It's been with me for 5 years. The Silverwing Wind Eagle cast a glance at Chen Mo. Its golden eyes held no hostility, but neither was there any warmth. It gave him a cool once-over before looking away. It's very proud, Chen Mo remarked. Eagles are like that, Lin Ruoxue said with a smile. But it's very obedient. She dismissed the Silverwing Wind Eagle and turned to Chen Mo. Can I see your Obsidian Dragon today? Of course. Chen Mo summoned the Obsidian Dragon. As soon as it appeared, it eyed Lin Ruoxue warily and let out a low growl. Easy now, Lin Ruoxue said, crouching down and slowly extending her hand. I won't hurt you. The Obsidian Dragon didn't retreat, but it didn't approach either. It just stared at her hand. Lin Ruoxue held her hand steady in the air, waiting for the Obsidian Dragon to come to her. After a few seconds of hesitation, the dragon stepped forward, sniffed her hand. Good, Lin Ruoxue whispered, gently stroking its head. The Obsidian Dragon didn't resist, instead it narrowed its eyes, seemingly enjoying the touch. It seems to like you, Chen Mo said, somewhat surprised. Dragon-type beasts are very sensitive to auras, Lin Ruoxue explained, straightening up. I can tell it trusts you completely. That's a good thing. She pulled a device from her backpack resembling an oversized thermometer and pointed it at the Obsidian Dragon before pressing a button. A series of data flashed on the screen. Lin Ruoxue glanced at it, her brow slightly furrowed. What's wrong? Chen Mo asked. Its physical stats are significantly higher than normal, Lin Ruoxue said. A typical level 18 Obsidian Dragon should have an attack power around 400, but yours has already reached 560. Is higher better or worse? Higher is definitely better. It means it's developing faster than normal dragons, Lin Ruoxua said. But growing too fast isn't necessarily a good thing. Its bone and scale density might not be able to keep up. She put away the device and pulled a small white bottle from her backpack, handing it to Chen Mo. What's this? A nutrient supplement specifically for dragons, Lin Ruoxua said. Developed by the Military Research Institute. It contains various trace elements necessary for a dragon's growth. Feed it 1 pill a day or it will help with bone and scale development. Chen Mo took the bottle, opened it, and sniffed. It had a faint medicinal scent. How much? It's free, Lin Ruoxua said. Provided by the military as compensation for the research. Chen Mo shook out a pill and fed it to the Obsidian Dragon. The Obsidian Dragon swallowed it, smacked its jaws, and let out a snort before nuzzling Chen Mo's hand, as if to say delicious. Looks like it likes it, Lin Ruoxua said with a smile. Thanks, Chen Mo said, pocketing the bottle. Don't mention it, Lin Ruoxua replied. By the way, are you going leveling today? Yes. Take me with you, Lin Ruoxua said. I need to record the Obsidian Dragon's combat data. Chen Mo thought for a moment, then nodded. Fine, but I should warn you, my leveling methods are rough. It might get dangerous. With me there won't be any danger, Lin Ruoxua declared. My Silverwing Wind Eagle is a level 75 strength beast. There aren't many people in all of Linjiang City who could beat me. Chen Mo looked at her. Level 75 was indeed formidable. The strongest beast tamers in Linjiang City were of Chun Taizhan's generation 3rd-tier tamers with main beasts around level 100. But those people wouldn't act lightly. Against everyone else with the advantage of a strength beast, the Silverwing Wind Eagle could indeed dominate Linjiang City. Let's go, Chen Mo said. The two of them walked out of the courtyard and headed for the north gate. Behind them, Chun Taizhan stood at the entrance of the main hall watching their retreating figures and shook his head. That boy, he sure is lucky. Outside the north gate, Chen Mo and Lin Ruoxua walked along the path toward Lai Feng Graveyard. Morning sunlight bathed the earthen road while fields on both sides shimmered with emerald green spirit grains. A gentle breeze rippled across the stalks like undulating waves. Why do you level up? Lin Ruoxua asked suddenly. Naturally, to grow stronger. And what is strong? Chen Mo paused and thought. To protect myself and my family. Only that. Is it not enough? Lin Ruoxua glanced at him, her gaze layered with quiet complexity. You're only 16, yet you think so far ahead. 16 is no longer young, Chen Mo replied. In this world one faces life and death from 16 onward. Lin Ruoxua fell silent for a moment. You're right. They walked on in quiet unison, quickening their pace. Deep within Lai Feng Graveyard, Chen Mo continued grinding levels with his Obsidian Dragon. Lin Ruoxua stood at a distance recording data with a calibrated instrument, her Silverwing Wind Eagle perched beside her vigilantly scanning the surroundings. Today Chen Mo chose a deeper route, where undead beasts range from level 20 to level 25, offering richer experience points. The Obsidian Dragon led the way, claws flashing, each strike felling a foe with ruthless efficiency. Slain Skeleton Champion, level 22, 25 authority points. Current points, 3,875. Slain Wraith Sorceress, level 25, 35 authority points. Current points, 3,910. Slain Death Knight, level 23, 30 authority points. Current points, 3,940. Obsidian Dragon leveled up, 1819. By noon, the Obsidian Dragon had reached level 20. Once it reached level 30 and underwent its first evolution, its leveling speed would slow considerably. At level 20, the Obsidian Dragon grew markedly larger, from over 2 meters to 3 meters in length. Its horns elongated, and its form began to bear unmistakable hallmarks of true dragonhood. Lin Ruoxua approached, scanned it with her instrument, and nodded in quiet satisfaction. The metrics are excellent. The skeletal structure and scale development align perfectly with its rising offensive power. The nutrient serum is clearly effective. She checked her wrist chronometer. It's noon, we should eat. From her storage ring, she withdrew 2 bento boxes and handed one to Chen Mo. Chen Mo opened his. Steaming white rice, braised pork belly, and crisp green vegetables filled the compartment. Did you prepare this? Yes, Lin Ruoxua said. I prefer cooking myself. Outside meals lack purity. He took a bite, rich, balanced, deeply satisfying. Your culinary skill is exceptional. Thank you, she smiled softly. They sat side by side upon a weather-worn stone, sharing their midday meal. After finishing, Chen Mo rose. Let's continue. The afternoon's grinding intensified, frenzied, relentless. The Obsidian Dragon fought without pause, slaughtering from noon until dusk. 5 unbroken hours of unyielding combat. Chen Mo's authority points surged from 3940 to 4250. The Obsidian Dragon ascended from level 20 to level 22. Just as Chen Mo prepared to withdraw, heavy footsteps echoed from ahead. Deep, resonant earth-shaking. Boom, boom, boom. The ground trembled, as if some colossal entity drew near. Chen Mo halted, eyes fixed forward. From the mist emerged a towering silhouette. A colossal skeleton 5 meters tall assembled from countless bones into the hulking shape of a giant ape. Crimson ghost flames flickered within its hollow eye sockets, a guttural roar rumbled from its jaw. In each massive hand it gripped a bone club, jagged barb dripping spectral malice. Name Skeletal Ape Tyrant, Level 25 Golden Boss. HP 8000. Abilities Bone Club Sweep Bone Barrage Undead Summoning Berserk Rage. A flicker of surprise crossed Lin Ruoshue's eyes. A Level 25 Golden Boss. How could such a creature appear in Li Feng Graveyard? Chen Mo felt no fear, only a sharp bright spark of anticipation. Golden bosses yielded rewards at least tenfold those of ordinary foes. Slaying it would surely elevate the Obsidian Dragon by at least one level. Xiao Yao attack. Without hesitation the Obsidian Dragon lunged. The skeletal ape tyrant raised its bone club and brought it crashing down. The dragon twisted sideways. The club slammed into the earth, blasting a crater and scattering jagged shards. Xiao Yao, Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its maw. Torrents of obsidian black flame erupted, searing the tyrant's skeletal frame with sizzling, acrid fury. 289. A sliver vanished from the tyrant's health bar. Enraged it swung its second club in a sweeping arc. Too late. The Obsidian Dragon was struck full in the flank, sent hurtling backward, tumbling across the ground. 320. Its health dropped by 320 points, negligible against its 500 HP pool. It staggered upright, shook dust from its scales, and charged again. Xiao Yao, Unleash Dragon Majesty. A low, resonant, draconic roar rolled forth. S-Rank Dragon Majesty radiating outward. An invisible pressure descended upon the tyrant. Its movements visibly slowed. Good, circle behind it. Strike its occiput. The Obsidian Dragon darted behind the giant, then lashed out with a single, devastating claw strike. 512. Critical hit. A substantial chunk vanished from the tyrant's health bar. It swayed violently, nearly collapsed. It whirled to retaliate, but under Dragon Majesty's suppression its speed faltered. The Obsidian Dragon evaded effortlessly and repositioned behind it once more. Claw, claw, claw. Its health plummeted. 8,000. 7,000. 6,000. 5,000. At 4,000, the skeletal ape tyrant threw back its head and unleashed a deafening primordial roar. Cracks split the earth. Dozens of skeletal soldiers crawled forth, emerging in eerie, unbroken ranks, no fewer than 50. Xiao Yao, clear the minions first. The Obsidian Dragon pivoted, claws flashing, each strike dismantling a skeleton in an instant. Slain 50 skeleton soldiers, 100 authority points. Current points 4,350. 50 skeletons fell in under a minute. Seizing the brief respite, the tyrant hefted its bone club and swung downward, aimed squarely at the Obsidian Dragon. This time it activated Bone Club Sweep, a howling wide arc strike too vast to evade. Xiao Yao braced the blow. The Obsidian Dragon planted its feet, crossing its arms before its chest. The club struck with a thunderous, muffled impact. 480. The dragon staggered back several paces, but quickly regained its footing. With 4400 HP remaining, it stood unshaken. Xiao Yao, Black Flame Dragon Breath. Rapid succession. The Obsidian Dragon exhaled 3 searing blasts in rapid fire. The first struck the tyrant's chest. 312. Second, its skull. 298. Third, its leg. 301. Its health bar sank to roughly 3000. Enraged beyond reason, the tyrant's body swelled. Bones cracking audibly, crimson flames in its eyes darkening to ominous, smoldering maroon. It's entered Berserk Rage. Lin Ruoshua warned. Caution, it deals double damage. Chen Mo remained calm. Berserk Rage doubled offense, but have defense. Xiao Yao, flank and deliver a heavy strike. The Obsidian Dragon circled behind the tyrant. Its right claw lifted high, black energy coalescing into a razor-edged vortex at its talons. Heavy strike. A thunderous blow crashed onto the tyrant's occiput. 1024. Critical hit. Its health plummeted from 3000 to 1976. The tyrant reeled, stunned for a fleeting second. 1 second, but it was all they needed. Xiao Yao unleashed. The Obsidian Dragon erupted into a blinding storm of strikes, claw after claw, each amplified by heavy strike force. 523,498,512. Health bar collapsing, relentlessly, irrevocably. 1976. 1,453. 940. 427. For the final blow, the Obsidian Dragon clamped its jaws around the tyrant's neck. 612. The tyrant's health bar emptied. Its colossal frame collapsed with a seismic crash, raising a plume of dust. Slain Skeletal Ape Tyrant, Level 25 Golden Boss, 200 authority points. Current points, 4,550. Obsidian Dragon leveled up 2223. Luminous Ascension auras flared repeatedly. The Obsidian Dragon swelled further, growing from 3 to 3.5 meters long, its horns thickened, its silhouette now unmistakably approaching that of a mature dragon. Chen Mo exhaled slowly, stepping forward to scavenge the fallen tyrant's remains. 3 items lay gleaming amidst the shattered bones. A fist-sized fragment of dark gold bone, softly radiant. Name skeletal essence, rare material. Use strengthens skeletal integrity of undead-type spirit beasts. A skill manual. Name bone armor, rank A. Effect grants spirit beast a protective bone carapace. 30 defense for 30 seconds. A milky white orb. Name undead orb, rare artifact. Use. Chen Mo secured all 3 items and rose. Let's head back. Lin Ruoxue approached, scanned the Obsidian Dragon, and nodded approvingly. Level 23. HP 600, attack 700, defense 520, speed 380. That performance surpasses many spirit beasts at level 40. Naturally, Chen Mo replied. An epic tier spirit beast is no ordinary being. Lin Ruoxue smiled faintly and stowed her instrument. Let's go. The sky grows dim. Together, they left Lifeng Graveyard, walking toward Linjiang City. The setting sun bled gold and crimson across the heavens. Chen Mo led the way. Lin Ruoxue followed quietly behind her, silver-winged wind eagle circling overhead, their shadows gliding like whispers across the earth. They arrived at the Tiger Fong mercenary camp just as night fully enveloped the land. Chen Taizhan waited at the gate. His shoulders eased when he saw Chen Mo return unharmed. Back. Let's eat. Yes. After dinner, Chen Mo retreated to his room, the Obsidian Dragon padding loyally at his heels. He sat on the bed and summoned his system interface. Name Chen Mo. Age 16. Mind 25. Cultivation Realm Spirit Beast Tamer Apprentice. Spirit Beast Shadow Devil Tiger S-Rank level 18. Obsidian Dragon Epic Rank level 22. Authority points 4,550. 4550 points. Chen Mo reflected. Enough to replicate several skills. He reviewed the Obsidian Dragon's current abilities. Obsidian Scale Armor Rank S, Dragon Majesty S Rank, Black Flame, Dragon Breath SS Rank, Dragon God, Descent Epic Rank. For skills, each ascending in power and rarity. System, what skills does the Obsidian Dragon most need? Based on its attributes and growth trajectory, defensive and speed enhancing skills are recommended. Recommended skills: Dragon Clan Shield S Rank, Gale Wings Rank S. Chen Mo considered carefully, then chose Gale Wings. Its attack and defense were already formidable, but speed lagged comparatively. At 380, it was swift, but still outpaced by dedicated speed-type spirit beasts. System, replicate Gale Wings. 2000 authority points consumed. Skill Gale Wings Rank S successfully replicated. A warm surge flooded the Obsidian Dragon's body. 2 small bulges swelled along its back, then unfurled into a pair of sleek obsidian black wings. Though modest in span, roughly 2 meters, they beat powerfully, stirring gales with each stroke. Gale Wings Rank S unfurl wings. Flight speed increased by 100 for 120 seconds. Cooldown 5 minutes. The Obsidian Dragon beat its wings and soared, circling the room twice before landing gently, then nudging Chen Mo's hand with quiet, eager affection. Good, Chen Mo murmured, stroking its head. Now, if things turn dire, just fly away. No one will catch you. The Obsidian Dragon rumbled low, a defiant, proud sound as if to say, I never flee. Chen Mo smiled and dismissed the interface. Moonlight spilled like liquid silver across the courtyard outside. Lin Ruoxue's window glowed softly. Through it he glimpsed her bent over her desk, pen moving steadily across paper, likely transcribing today's research data. Chen Mo turned away and settled into rest. On the other side at the Zhao family mansion, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was as oppressive as the calm before a storm. Zhao Tianhao sat in the main seat of the hall, his expression dark, while Zhao Dan knelt on the ground, his face ashen. Useless. Zhao Tianhao smashed the tea table next to him with a slap and roared, 3 days have passed, and you can't even find a single brat. What use do I have for you? Head of the family. Zhao Da hurriedly explained, I have mobilized all the underworld forces in the city, but I truly haven't found any trace of Lu Chen. He may have already escaped the city. Escaped the city? Zhao Tianhao sneered, where can a 16-year-old student escape to? Continue searching. Even if we have to turn the city of Linjiang upside down, we must find him. Yes. Just as Zhao Da was about to retreat, a deep voice suddenly came from outside the door. Enough, no need to search anymore. Zhao Tianhao looked up and saw a slender figure walking into the hall from the darkness. The newcomer was in his 30s, dressed in black with a sinister expression. A scar extended from his forehead to his chin on the left side of his face, and he emanated a bloody aura. Viper. Zhao Tianhao frowned. What brings you here? Viper, the leader of the Viper Mercenary Corps, whose real name was Xia Kuan, was a second-turn advanced beast master, with the main beast being in a grade venomous snake reaching level 82. In the underground forces of Linjiang City, the name Viper was second only to the Zhao family. I heard you were looking for a kid named Lu Chen. Viper walked over to Zhao Tianhao's opposite side and sat down casually. So what if I am? He continued, my men happened to see him yesterday. Zhao Tianhao rebutted, is the information reliable? Absolutely reliable, I saw it with my own eyes. That brat was accompanied by a monkey, so it must be him. Viper grinned, revealing a set of yellow teeth. Boss, Zhao, I heard you were looking for him. I can help you, but... He rubbed his fingers together, and the meaning was clear. Zhao Tianhao sneered, speak, how much do you want? Not much, 2 million, and I guarantee to bring that brat to you. Zhao Tianhao stared at him for a few seconds and nodded. Alright, remember to bring back the corpse intact. I need his head to offer sacrifices to my son. Gladly. Viper stood up with a grin, I'll make my move tonight, wait for my news. With that he turned and disappeared into the night. Zhao Tianhao stood by the window looking out into the darkness, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Lu Chen, tonight is your death day. In the north of the city, an abandoned mine. This mine had been abandoned for over a decade, the entrance half covered with weeds and debris, and it was pitch black inside, the kind of darkness where one couldn't even see their own hand. Lu Chen squatted in a corner deep within the mine. Since the day the bounty notice from the Zhao family was issued, he had lived like a rat, hiding everywhere, and daring not to show his face, eventually fleeing to this place. Little Stone, do you think we will have to stay here for the rest of our lives? Lu Chen spoke to himself, his eyes flashing with unwillingness, and then he reached out to pat the head of the copper-skinned monkey. At that moment, a chaotic sound of footsteps suddenly came from outside the mine. Lu Chen opened his eyes wide and perked up his ears in alertness. The footsteps were dense, at least a dozen people. This is it. A rough voice came from the entrance, captain, that brat is hiding inside. Hearing this, Lu Chen's expression changed. The Zhao family had found him. He immediately stood up. The copper-skinned monkey jumped out of his arms, standing in front of him with its fur bristled, baring its teeth at the entrance. Little Stone, run inside. After saying that, Lu Chen was the first to run deeper into the mine. But the mine was a dead end, getting narrower the farther in one went, with only a cold stone wall at the deepest point. In the end, there was nowhere left to run. Lu Chen leaned against the stone wall with the copper-skinned monkey standing in front of him, watching the direction of the entrance. The firelight gradually brightened as a dozen people walked in from outside, led by a scar-faced man with a sinister expression, followed by a group of black-clad individuals. You are Lu Chen. Viper stepped forward, sizing him up from head to toe, and sneered, a little brat, who isn't even a first-turn beastmaster, is worth 2 million. Zhao family really has too much money to burn. You are sent by the Zhao family. Lu Chen asked, Zhao family. Sort of. Viper waved his hand, go be gentle, don't injure him. Boss Zhao wants the corpse intact. 2 black-clad men summoned 2 double-tailed snakes as their beasts, one on the left and one on the right, preparing to subdue Lu Chen. At that moment, the copper-skinned monkey jumped out from the side and pounced towards the left double-tailed snake, landing a punch on its body. 5. The damage was pitifully low. Although the copper-skinned monkey was already a grade beast, it was only level 10 and naturally couldn't break through the defenses of a first-turn beast in front of it. The double-tailed snake swung its tail to attack, and the copper-skinned monkey let out a cry of pain, then was knocked against the wall, blood trickling from the corner of its mouth. Little Stone. Lu Chen's eyes turned red, rushing forward to save the copper-skinned monkey, but he was kicked to the ground by another black-clad man. Ow! Lu Chen screamed in agony, his face contorted in pain. Is that all? The black-clad man sneered, boss, Zhao even let us bring so many people, it really is making a fuss over nothing. Viper shook his head, turning to leave. Tie him up and take him away. Yes. The black-clad man walked towards Lu Chen with a rope, who was lying on the ground, trembling all over, his eyes filled with despair. It's over. This time it's really over. He was going to die, but he hadn't made those who mocked him pay the price, yet not yet. How unwilling. Little Stone. Lu Chen struggled to lift his head, looking at the curled-up copper-skinned monkey in the corner. The monkey's eyes were filled with rage. At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The copper-skinned monkey's eyes changed, suddenly turning from black to gold. Eek! The copper-skinned monkey let out a sharp cry, the sound not loud, but carrying an ancient, desolate meaning, as if an ape's wail was echoing from the depths of time and space. Immediately afterward, a beam of golden light erupted from the copper-skinned monkey's body, growing brighter and brighter, blinding everyone present. What's going on? Viper suddenly turned around, squinting his eyes at the copper-skinned monkey. The latter's body, its size expanded from 1 meter to 3 meters in length, its claws became sharper, fangs protruded from its mouth, and golden flames flickered in its eyes. A powerful aura emanated from it, not a level suppression, but a bloodline oppression, a pressure that came from an ancient divine beast. All the beast masters present lay trembling on the ground, not daring to lift their heads. Viper's face changed drastically. What the hell is this thing? He had seen evolved beasts before, but this scene, which directly crossed dozens of levels and suppressed even his level 82 venomous snake, was something he had never experienced. This was too incredible. Lu Chen lay on the ground looking at the copper-skinned monkey, his eyes filled with ecstasy and excitement. I knew it. I knew you weren't an ordinary monkey. The copper-skinned monkey turned its head, looking at Lu Chen with eyes full of affection and loyalty. Then it looked at Viper, and its gaze instantly turned icy. Eek! The copper-skinned monkey transformed into a blue shadow pouncing towards the double-tailed snake that had just kicked Lu Chen. Before the double-tailed snake could react, it was hit in the chest by a punch from the copper-skinned monkey. 2545. With one hit, the level 30 double-tailed snake died on the spot. Kill it quickly, kill it. Viper was the first to react hurriedly, ordering his men to attack. In an instant, a dozen double-tailed snakes appeared in the cave, all launching attacks towards the golden-haired monkey. The copper-skinned monkey moved quickly, dodging an attack by sidestepping, then punched another double-tailed snake, instantly blowing it apart. Then it switched targets to the next one, and in just a moment, all the double-tailed snakes present were slaughtered. After finishing off the beast, the copper-skinned monkey turned and pounced on the black-clad men. With one punch for each and one kick for each, in less than 10 seconds, all the black-clad men were on the ground dead or injured. Viper's expression turned completely dark. Reluctantly, he released his level 82 venomous snake. Although his venomous snake was high in level, the awakened copper-skinned monkey's strength surged, making it difficult to distinguish who was stronger. It could only be said that it was deserving of being the child of destiny. Such a thing happening to Lu Chen was only reasonable. However, the situation quickly changed. Although the copper-skinned monkey had awakened the bloodline of a divine beast, its level was still low and could not be maintained for long. As the energy within was about to dissipate, Lu Chen and the monkey were about to fall into crisis again. At that moment, a low rumble suddenly came from above the mine, as if something was shaking underground. Immediately afterward, the ground began to tremble, cracks appeared on the cave walls, and debris fell from above. What's going on? Viper looked up, his expression changing drastically. It was clear that the mine was about to collapse. It wasn't a natural collapse, but something was moving underground, triggering a structural imbalance in the mine. Boom. Large rocks began to fall from the ceiling of the cave. Viper quickly retreated, dodging the falling stones. Taking advantage of the chaos, the copper-skinned monkey jumped up, rushed to Lu Chen's side, grabbed his collar, and fled towards the entrance. Little stone, you. Lu Chen didn't have time to say what he wanted to say. Behind them, the mine collapsed with a loud crash, rocks continuously falling and stirring up clouds of dust. Viper wanted to chase, but a large rock fell in front of him, blocking his way. Damn it. He gritted his teeth, watching the copper-skinned monkey take Lu Chen and disappear at the entrance, his eyes filled with unwillingness. With a loud bang, the mine completely collapsed, sealing the entrance with rubble. Viper stood atop the pile of rubble, his face pale. Lu Chen, you can't escape. He wiped the blood from his face. Next time we meet, I won't give you another chance. Outside the mine, the moonlight was like water. The copper-skinned monkey dragged Lu Chen out from the collapsed entrance, both of them injured and in a sorry state. Lu Chen lay on the ground, gasping for air, looking at the moon in the sky, his eyes filled with gratitude for surviving a disaster. Little stone, you saved me once again. The copper-skinned monkey lay beside him, chirping twice before fainting. Little stone, little stone. Lu Chen struggled to sit up, picked up the copper-skinned monkey, and found that it was still breathing, letting out a sigh of relief. He then held the copper-skinned monkey and limped away. Behind them, the abandoned mine turned into a pile of rubble under the moonlight. The next morning, in the northern district of Linjiang City, inside a dilapidated temple, Lu Chen sat on the ground, the copper-skinned monkey lying in front of him. At this moment, it had already awakened, but was still very weak, only able to lay on the ground occasionally, making soft chirping sounds. Lu Chen rummaged through his storage ring for some potions and dry food, feeding some to the copper-skinned monkey, while eating a bit himself. Only now did Lu Chen have time to examine the changes in the copper-skinned monkey. After the bloodline awakening last night, the copper-skinned monkey's aptitude had enhanced again, now becoming an SSS-grade beast, the golden-haired monkey. Its level had also risen to 20. This strength was already considered top-notch among students in Linjiang City, except for Chen Mo, but it was still far from enough to deal with the Zhao family. He needed stronger power. More beasts. Just then, a deep roar suddenly came from outside the dilapidated temple. Lu Chen suddenly stood up, looking warily towards the door. A giant black leopard walked in from outside. Its body was entirely black, covered in dark red patterns, as if magma flowed beneath its skin, and its eyes were crimson, with vertical pupils like two burning blades. A scorching aura emanated from it, causing the temperature inside the dilapidated temple to rise by several degrees. Name: Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard, SS-grade, level 20 health, 4000 attack, 770 defense, 300 speed, 680 skills. Flame Claw, A-grade fiery charge, S-grade demon flame protection. SS-grade. Lu Chen's pupils contracted sharply. An S-grade Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. How could a beast of this level appear here? The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard stared at him, letting out a low growl, its front paw scratching the ground, ready to pounce. Lu Chen did not feel afraid, instead he felt excited. An S-grade beast if he could form a contract. But the question was how to form a contract. He currently had no contract slots. As a Beastmaster apprentice, he could only contract one beast, and could only contract a second after breaking through to the first turn. Could he really just give up a beast that was within reach? At that moment, an unexpected event occurred. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard looked at the pendant hanging on Lu Chen's chest suddenly, stopped its movements, its crimson eyes fixed on it, a trace of fear flashing in its gaze. Lu Chen's heart trembled. This jade pendant was given to him by his mother. Could it have a suppressive effect on the Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard? He raised the jade pendant, aiming it at the Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. The light on the pendant grew brighter, like a black sun. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard's body suddenly froze as if bound by something. Contract! Lu Chen shouted. The jade pendant transformed into a beam of black light shooting into the center of the Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard's forehead. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard let out a cry of anguish, its body trembling violently, but it quickly quieted down, the fierce light in its eyes disappearing, replaced by a submissive docility. Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard contract successful. Hearing the voice that echoed in his mind, Lu Chen stood frozen, then burst into ecstasy. An S-grade Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. He had gained a second beast, and he could contract without needing to break through to the first turn. Ha ha ha. Lu Chen laughed towards the sky, his laughter echoing in the dilapidated temple. Heaven does not abandon me, heaven does not abandon me. Little Stone jumped onto his shoulder, chirping excitedly. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard walked over and rubbed against his leg. Lu Chen squatted down and patted the head of the Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. From today on, your name is Qi Yan. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard let out a low growl, as if saying okay. Lu Chen stood up, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhao family, you all wait for me. The day of my revenge, Lu Chen, is coming soon. In the following days, Lu Chen did not remain idle. He took the golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther, plunging into the low-level dungeons outside Linjiang City to level up with relentless fervor. Soon the golden-furred monkey ascended to level 24 and the crimson flame panther to level 25. The two spirit beasts grew ever more attuned in their coordinated assaults. Lu Chen's strength multiplied manifold within just a few days. Yet he did not rush for vengeance. He waited, biding his time for an opportune moment. On the 5th day the chance arrived. Lu Chen inadvertently learned that the Zhao family had stockpiled a vast cache of supplies in a warehouse north of the city valued at no less than 10 million. Moreover, the guard was sparse. Only a single first-tier shift supervisor and 20 ordinary sentinels. Lu Chen, accompanied by the golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther, crept in under the cloak of night. Yet before long they were detected by an alarm formation. Who goes there? The supervisor bellowed. Lu Chen said nothing, merely gesturing. The crimson flame panther lunged forward. As an S-grade spirit beast, though it had not broken through to the first tier, its might already eclipsed most first-tier beasts. Unsurprisingly, a single claw shattered the supervisor's skull. The golden-furred monkey charged into the midst of the guards, felling them one by one with a single punch each. Within a minute, all 20 lay prone, some dead, others wounded. Lu Chen stood amidst the corpses, his face impassive. Crimson flame, burn it all. At the command, the crimson flame panther opened its maw and spewed a torrent of black flames. The fire fell upon the warehouse, spreading instantly and consuming everything in its path. In mere moments, the Zhao family's 20 million worth of supplies turned to ash. Lu Chen turned and departed, vanishing into the night. On the 6th day, he struck the Zhao family's gambling den in the southern district. On the 7th day, he targeted their mine in the western outskirts. The pattern continued. Within a mere 3 days, Lu Chen launched successive assaults on 3 of the Zhao family's industrial compounds, slaying over 100 guards and incinerating tens of millions worth of assets. The entire city of Linjiang trembled. Zhao Tianhao sat in the main hall, his face ashen. In 3 days, the Zhao family had lost nearly a quarter of their fortune and over 100 subordinates. Yet Lu Chen remained uncaught and only grew stronger. Useless. All of you are useless. Zhao Tianhao smashed everything within reach. Where is Viper? Didn't he say he would handle it personally? Where is he? Patriarch. Zhao stammered in explanation. Lord Viper. He was injured and is still recuperating. Injured? Zhao Tianhao sneered. A second-tier advanced beast tamer, and he can't defeat an untranscended brat. Lord Viper said. That Lu Chen's monkey is unervingly peculiar. It can suddenly erupt, its power skyrocketing, and even his level 82 Venomtail serpent couldn't suppress it. Zhao Tianhao gritted his teeth, madness blazing in his eyes. I refuse to believe a 16-year-old whelp can turn the world upside down. He rose, his voice icy. Muster everyone. I will personally go and slay Lu Chen. Meanwhile, Lu Chen did not give Zhao Tianhao the chance. After ravaging 3 of the Zhao family's holdings, he shifted his focus to another target, Zhou Zihang. At the first high school of Linjiang City, as classes ended, Zhou Zihang emerged from the school gate with 3 lackeys in tow. He looked at Su Yuro beside him, his face plastered with a fawning grin. Yuro, are you free tonight? I'd like to treat you to dinner at the newly opened Spirit Cuisine Hall, Zhou Zihang said obsequiously. Not free, Su Yuro replied impatiently. I need to train. The competition is next month, and I don't want to lose too badly. Zhou Zihang's face stiffened, but he quickly forced a smile. Then let me train with you, okay? My frost wolf is S-grade spirit beast, it can definitely help. Before he could finish, the sound of footsteps came from ahead. Zhou Ziheng looked up and saw a figure walking toward him from across the street. As the person drew near, he realized it was. At this moment, Lu Chen was clad in black, exuding an icy, murderous aura. Beside him walked a golden monkey and a black panther. Zhou Ziheng's face instantly turned pallid. Lu Chen, why are you here? Zhou Ziheng, Lu Chen said, stepping before him with a faint twisted smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Long time no see. You? What do you want? Zhou Ziheng retreated 2 steps, having heard of Lu Chen's recent deeds. He had become a murderous madman. His sudden appearance was enough to terrify anyone. This is the school gate. Don't you dare cause trouble. I'm warning you, I'm a member of the Overlord Society now. If you touch me, they won't let you go. The Overlord Society. Lu Chen laughed. Zhao Wuji said the same thing, and now he's dead. Do you think the Overlord Society is much more formidable than the Zhao family? Hearing this, Zhou Ziheng's legs began to tremble in fear. Su Yuro cowered behind him, her face, pale lips quivering, unable to utter a word. Lu Chen, don't do anything rash. She finally managed to squeeze out. We used to be so close. Close? Lu Chen stared at her, disgust flooding his eyes. You were kind to me before because you thought I was a prodigy. Once I chose the stone monkey, you abandoned me immediately. That's your idea of being close? Su Yuro opened her mouth, but found no words. Bitch, Lu Chen spat, then turned to Zhou Ziheng. I won't kill you today, but I'll make sure you remember the cost of crossing me. He waved his hand. The golden-furred monkey pounced on Zhou Ziheng's 3 lackeys, felling them with a single punch each. Though not dead, they lay on the ground wailing with at least 3 broken ribs. The Crimson Flame Panther then lunged at Zhou Ziheng and Su Yuro, striking them with its claws. Zhou Ziheng was sent flying, crashing into a wall, spitting blood with bones broken. Su Yuro was knocked to the ground, 3 bloody gashes torn across her back, eliciting piercing screams of agony. This is just a lesson, Lu Chen said, standing over them looking down. Cross me again, and it will be your end. With that, he turned and left. Zhou Ziheng lay on the ground, drenched in blood, his eyes filled with terror and venom. Su Yuro sobbed on the ground, her cries shrill. The surrounding area had long emptied, the street was engulfed in a dead silence. Outside the city, Chen Mo was leveling up. The Obsidian Dragon had reached level 30, and the Shadow Demon Tiger had ascended to level 29. Today, he didn't venture deep, but grinded on minor monsters at the periphery, waiting for Lin Ruoxue to record data. Lin Ruoxue stood nearby, scanning the Obsidian Dragon with an instrument, while the silver-winged wind eagle perched beside her, vigilantly surveying the surroundings. The data is excellent, Lin Ruoxue said. The Obsidian Dragon's bones and scales are developing normally. The nutrient formula is showing clear effects. Good, Chen Mo nodded. Just then the communicator buzzed. It was a message from Chen Ruoxue. Lu Chen has appeared. He attacked Zhou Ziheng and Su Yuro in the southern district. Both are severely injured but alive. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Lu Chen had grown stronger and at an alarmingly rapid pace. Such a growth rate indeed marked him as a child of destiny. What's wrong? Lin Ruoxue approached. A minor incident, Chen Mo said, putting away the communicator. A student from our school contracted a second spirit beast, an S-grade Crimson Flame Panther, and is now on a revenge spree. Lin Ruoxue's brow furrowed as well. An S-grade Crimson Flame Panther. That's exceedingly rare. There aren't even a handful in the entire Jiangnan province. Where did he get it? No idea, Chen Mo replied. But this person has gone mad and is extremely dangerous. It's best to contain him. He stood up, brushing the dust off his clothes. That makes sense, but do you know where he is? No, but I have a feeling he'll come looking for me, Chen Mo said with a meaningful tone. Lin Ruoxue glanced at him. Aren't you afraid? Afraid? Chen Mo smiled. I've been waiting for him. And sure enough, that afternoon Lu Chen arrived. Outside the dungeon, Chen Mo was resting. In the distance, a figure descended from the hillside. It was Lu Chen. Dressed in black, radiating an icy, murderous intent, he walked step by step to stand before Chen Mo. Chen Mo, his voice was calm. So calm it sent chills down one's spine. You've been quite elusive. Chen Mo's face remained composed. We're not exactly close, Chen Mo said, rising and dusting himself off. Why are you looking for me? Lu Chen's eyes flashed with killing intent. You know why? In the Lulan King's tomb you stole my boss, and you are the one who tipped off the Zhao family about Zhao Wuji's death, aren't you? First, the boss in the Lulan King's tomb was discovered and killed by me first. I don't know how you have the gall to claim I stole it from you. Second, I have no interest in informing on you to the Zhao family. Zhao Wuji's death was most likely exposed by your own actions. Lies, Lu Chen sneered. No matter what you say, you're dead today. He waved his hand. The golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther emerged from the spirit beast space, letting out sharp and low roars. Lu Chen stood behind his 2 beasts, his eyes brimming with confidence and arrogance. Now with an A-grade golden-furred monkey and an S-grade crimson flame panther, he believed he could easily overpower Chen Mo's single-grade dark demon tiger. Chen Mo will give you one last chance, Lu Chen said. Kneel and apologize today, and I might spare your life. Chen Mo looked at him as if he were a fool. Lu Chen, do you think you're invincible now? What do you mean? Lu Chen shot back. After killing a few small fry and contracting an S-grade spirit beast, you think you're unmatched? Chen Mo shook his head. You're too naive. With that, he summoned the Shadow Demon Tiger. The dark, massive tiger leaped from the summoning space, its landing shaking the ground. The level 29 S-grade Shadow Demon Tiger was larger than before, exuding a terrifying aura. Its jade-green vertical pupils fixed on the golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther, its pressure descending like a mountain. The golden-furred monkey's body quivered slightly, and the crimson flame panther took a step back. Lu Chen's expression shifted instantly. Is this the same Shadow Demon Tiger as before? Has your Shadow Demon Tiger also evolved? Correct, your guess is right, Chen Mo said. But I don't plan to fight you with the Shadow Demon Tiger this time. He waved his hand again, releasing the Obsidian Dragon. Black light surged from within him as the Obsidian Dragon materialized at his side. The level 30 Obsidian Dragon had grown to a length of 4 meters. Its dark golden vertical pupils locked onto Lu Chen's 2 spirit beasts, emitting a low resonant dragon roar. Dragon might unleashed. An intangible force radiated from the Obsidian Dragon, and both the golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther froze on the spot. Though the crimson flame panther was S-grade, it was only level 25 and could not withstand the dragon might of the level 30 Obsidian Dragon. Within seconds, its legs began to tremble, its eyes filled with terror. The golden-furred monkey fared no better, and a grade against an epic tier was a chasm too vast to bridge, it dared not even move. Lu Chen's face turned deathly pale. Is that a dragon? A genuine Obsidian Dragon, Chen Mo said. You wanted me to kneel, didn't you? Go ahead, fight my Obsidian Dragon. Win, and he'll give you my life, let alone kneel. But if you lose, don't blame me for being ruthless. Lu Chen retreated a step, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He had thought his golden-furred monkey and crimson flame panther were formidable enough to crush Chen Mo. But he never expected Chen Mo's Shadow Demon Tiger to have evolved to S-grade, let alone possess an epic tier Obsidian Dragon. You? How is this possible? Why shouldn't it be? Chen Mo interrupted. Do you think only you can have fortuitous encounters? Only you can evolve? Lu Chen, you think too highly of yourself. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, madness flashing in his eyes. Even if you have a dragon, I'm not afraid. Little stone crimson flame attack. At his command, the golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther lunged at the Obsidian Dragon simultaneously. But under the suppression of the dragon might, their speed was reduced by at least 30 to 50%. The Obsidian Dragon barely stirred, remaining in place as it swatted the golden-furred monkey with a claw. 1178. The golden-furred monkey was sent flying, crashing into a tree and spitting blood, its health bar halved. The crimson flame panther lunged from the side, raking its claws across the Obsidian Dragon's body. 39. The Obsidian Dragon's scales were too thick. The crimson flame panther's attack couldn't even breach its defense. The Obsidian Dragon turned its head and spat out a torrent of black flame breath. The black fire surged like a flood toward the crimson flame panther. The panther tried to dodge, but was too slow, engulfed by the black flames. 923. The crimson flame panther let out a pain scream and collapsed to the ground, convulsing. Lu Chen's face was ashen. His 2 spirit beasts couldn't withstand even a single blow from the Obsidian Dragon. No. Impossible. This can't be. Nothing is impossible, Chen Mo said, stepping before him and looking down. Lu Chen, since you seek death, don't blame me. Today is your end. He waved his hand. The Obsidian Dragon once again unleashed a stream of black flame toward Lu Chen. Lu Chen closed his eyes in despair. Just then the golden-furred monkey let out a sharp, piercing cry. A golden light burst from within its body, brighter and more blinding than before in the mine. The radiance formed a golden barrier enveloping Lu Chen, the golden-furred monkey, and the crimson flame panther. The Obsidian Dragon's black flame breath struck the barrier, but was repelled. This is... Chen Mo frowned. The golden light grew even more intense, then suddenly exploded, dissipating into countless motes of light. The barrier vanished. Lu Chen and his 2 spirit beasts had disappeared, as well, leaving only a charred crater in their place. Lin Ruoxue quickly approached, crouched by the pit, and touched the ground. A spatial teleportation, she said gravely. This is a bloodline ability of an ancient divine beast capable of instantly transporting its master to his safe location. Chen Mo's gaze was remarkably calm, as if he had anticipated this. Even in such a situation, his escape only proved his nature as a child of destiny. Lin Ruoxue continued her explanation. That golden-furred monkey is no ordinary beast. It likely has the bloodline of an ancient divine beast sealed within it, and at a high concentration. This teleportation is a manifestation of that bloodline awakening. I know, Chen Mo said. Next time we meet, I want give him another chance. Lin Ruoxue glanced at him, but in the distance the sun set, staining the sky a bloody red. Chen Mo stood on the hillside staring in the direction Lu Chen had vanished, his gaze cold as iron. Lu Chen, the next time we meet will be your death. No matter what protagonist halo you possess, I will kill you with my own hands. 100 li away in a desolate wilderness. A flash of golden light passed, and Lu Chen and his two spirit beasts appeared amidst a thicket of bushes. Lu Chen lay on the ground, drenched in blood, gasping heavily. The golden-furred monkey and the crimson flame panther lay beside him on the verge of death. Alive. I'm alive again. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse, his eyes filled with the relief and terror of a narrow escape. He had thought he was doomed. Chen Mo was too powerful. A level 30 Obsidian Dragon. His golden-furred monkey and crimson flame panther were no match, unable to withstand even a single blow. Chen Mo, just you wait. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, venom burning in his eyes. The humiliation you've inflicted on me today, I will repay tenfold, 100-fold. At the strong Tiger Mercenary Corps base in Linjiang City, Chen Mo had just entered when he saw Chen Taizhan sitting in the main hall, a pot of tea before him. The tea had long gone cold, a clear sign he had been waiting for a considerable time. Back. Chen Taizhan looked up, his gaze sweeping over his son to ensure he was unharmed before letting out a sigh of relief. Father, why are you still awake at this hour? Waiting for you. Chen Taizhan poured himself a cup of cold tea and downed it in one gulp. I heard Lu Chen sought you out today. News certainly traveled fast. Chen Mo sat down, poured himself a cup of tea, and took a leisurely sip. He did. Did you fight? We did. Chen Taizhan's fingers tapped on the table, a nervous habit of his. Did you win? I did. Chen Taizhan's fingers stilled the tension in his face, dissolving into a smile, as he slapped Chen Mo on the shoulder, nearly knocking him sideways. Good. A true son of mine. But the smile faded after only a few seconds, replaced by a somber expression. Moer Lu Chen is no simple character. Chen Taizhan lowered his voice. The Zhao family put 1,000,000 bounty on his head, yet not only did he survive, he dismantled 3 of their enterprises. A man like that, either you don't provoke him, or if you do, you must eradicate him root and branch. Chen Mo set down his teacup and met his father's eyes. Father, rest assured. I understand this principle. Good that you do. Chen Taizhan rose and walked to the door, gazing out at the pitch-black night. He'll keep an eye on the Zhao family. Stay out of sight for the next few days. We'll talk after the storm passes. Father, I cannot hide. Chen Mo also stood up. I need to prepare for my first transition. Chen Taizhan turned around, his brow furrowed. First transition. You only just awakened a few days ago. The Shadow Demon Tiger is already level 29, and the Obsidian Dragon is level 30, Chen Mo said. The levels are sufficient. It's time to break through. Chen Taizhan was silent for a long moment, then finally sighed. Fine. You have your own mind, and I won't stop you. But the first transition mission is no joke. The mortality rate is as high as 30%. Are you certain you're prepared? I am certain. Chen Taizhan looked into his son's eyes. There was no impulsiveness, no blind confidence, only a profound and weighty certainty. Good. He pulled a dark golden token from his bosom and handed it to Chen Mo. The token was the size of a palm. On the front was engraved the character for transition, and on the back a soaring dragon with outstretched wings. The craftsmanship was exquisite, the material neither metal nor jade, and it felt warm and smooth to the touch. The first transition assessment token, Chen Taizhan said. I had it ready for you long ago, just waiting for you to ask. Chen Mo took the token. Thank you, father. What's there to thank? I'm your father. Chen Taizhan waved his hand dismissively and turned to walk towards the inner courtyard. Get some rest early. You'll need to rise early tomorrow. After a few steps he paused and spoke without turning around. Moer, be careful. I will, father. Chen Mo watched his father's figure disappear into the darkness of the night, then turned and went to his own room. Lin Ruoxue was already there. She was sitting at the desk, a pile of documents spread out before her, a steaming cup of coffee at her side. Got the first transition assessment token? Lin Ruoxue asked without looking up. Didn't you hear everything? Chen Mo sat down on the edge of the bed and asked, what do you know about the first transition assessment? Lin Ruoxue put down her pen and turned to face him. Quite a bit, as I went through this step myself back in the day. She pulled a map from the pile of documents and spread it on the desk. The map was covered in dense red and blue dots along with various arrows and annotations. The first transition assessment, officially called the Beast Tamer Qualification Certification Assessment, is organized monthly by the Beast Tamer Association. Lin Ruoxue's finger traced across the map. The assessment content varies by region, but the general principle is the same. Candidates must complete a specific task within a designated dungeon within a set time limit. Where is the assessment site in Linjiang City? Chen Mo asked. The Misty Swamp. Lin Ruoxue's finger landed on a red dot at the bottom of the map. A level 30 dungeon, a tier higher than the Lulan King's tomb. The task is usually to kill a level 30 elite monster or collect a certain rare material. How difficult is it? For an ordinary beast tamer apprentice, very difficult. Lin Ruoxue looked up at him. But for you it won't be. Although your Obsidian Dragon is only level 30, its actual combat strength is comparable to a level 40, or even level 50 beast. A single level 30 elite monster wouldn't be enough to challenge it. Chen Mo nodded. He thought so too. But I suggest you don't be careless. Lin Ruox's tone suddenly turned serious. The Misty Swamp has a special rule: no flying type beast can fly there. Your Obsidian Dragon can fly, but once inside the Misty Swamp its wings will be useless. Chen Mo frowned slightly. A no-fly zone. The original novel had mentioned this setting, but he had almost forgotten. Also, Lin Ruoxue continued, most of the monsters in the Misty Swamp are poison type. Their attacks inflict a poisoning effect, and the toxicity is quite potent. You'd better be careful. Understood. Chen Mo stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the moonlight was like water spilling over the courtyard and coating everything in a layer of silver. Lin Ruoxue packed up her materials and stood up to stretch. All right, get some sleep. He'll accompany you to the assessment tomorrow. You'll come with me, eh? I'm your researcher. I need to record the Obsidian Dragon's data, Lin Ruoxue said matter-of-factly. Besides, with me there I can save your life if something goes wrong. Chen Mo thought it over and didn't refuse. Having the silver-winged wind eagle around would indeed be much safer. All right. 7 o'clock tomorrow morning, see you at the city gate. It's a deal. Lin Ruoxue carried her materials out of the room, the silver-winged wind eagle flying up from the windowsill to follow her. The room fell silent, leaving Chen Mo alone. He sat down on the edge of the bed and called up the system panel. Name: Chen Mo, age 16, spirit 25, realm beast tamer apprentice. Authority points 4550. He had used some authority points in the past few days, mainly to copy the Windchaser wing skill for the Obsidian Dragon and a new skill, Shadow Dive, for the Shadow Demon Tiger. Shadow Dive and Strength skill costing 3,000 authority points allowed instant teleportation into shadows, granting immunity to physical attacks for 3 seconds. Its cooldown was 1 minute. It was a life-saving skill that could turn the tide of battle at a critical moment. 4,550 points. ITLL due for now. Chen Mo murmured to himself. Next, I need to save up to copy Dragon's Shield for the Obsidian Dragon. Dragon's Shield, an S-rank defensive skill costing 5,000 authority points, provided a Draconic Force shield to a Dragon-type beast, absorbing 5,000 points of damage for 30 seconds. With this skill, the Obsidian Dragon would be truly invincible at the level 30 stage, able to attack, defend, and escape with virtually no weaknesses. Chen Mo lay down on the bed and closed his eyes. The plot of the original novel flashed through his mind like a revolving lantern. According to the story, Lu Chen, pursued by the Zhao family, had fled into the desolate mountains outside Linjiang City. There he discovered a hidden ancient ruin, obtained an epic treasure, and experienced another surge in power. It was one of Lu Chen's most important early opportunities. An ancient ruin? Too bad the original novel didn't say where it was. Chen Mo opened his eyes and stared at the ceiling. Besides, whatever was there has probably already been taken by Lu Chen. His guess was correct. 100 li away in the desolate mountains. Moonlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the ground. Lu Chen leaned against a large tree, his body covered in wounds. His clothes were tattered, revealing skin marred with bloodstains and bruises. The golden-furred monkey crouched beside him, also injured, but much better than before, its golden fur shimmering faintly in the moonlight. The crimson flame panther lay at his feet, its crimson eyes half-closed, its breathing steady. 3 hours ago they had escaped from the clutches of Chen Mo's Obsidian Dragon, teleporting through space to this barren mountain range. Lu Chen didn't know where he was, only that it was far from Linjiang City, far enough that the Zhao family couldn't find him for now. Little stone. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse. Don't you think we've been dealt a bad hand? The golden-furred monkey chittered twice and rubbed its head against his hand. Hunted by the Zhao family, crushed by Chen Mo, laughed at by everyone. Pain and resentment flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. I'm supposed to be the chosen one, so why am I living so miserably? The golden-furred monkey didn't answer, just crouched quietly beside him, pressing its warm body against his. The crimson flame panther lifted its head and licked Lu Chen's hand, its rough tongue causing a sharp sting. Lu Chen looked down at it, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. Well, I still have you too. He fumbled in his storage ring for the last few potions and fed them to his 2 beasts. The golden-furred monkey drank the potion, and its wounds healed at a visible rate. The crimson flame panther also recovered considerably, standing up to shake the dust from its fur with a low growl. Let's go, Lu Chen said, standing up. Find a safe place and heal up first. As he took a step, his foot suddenly cracked. Lu Chen looked down and saw a stone slab half buried in the mud. The slab was small, only palm-sized, inscribed with strange runes that glowed faintly in the moonlight. This is... Lu Chen crouched down and scraped away the dirt with his hands. Beneath the slab was a stone staircase. The staircase was very narrow, only wide enough for one person, and descended into the darkness. An ancient aura surged up from the bottom of the stairs, carrying the vicissitudes of time and a sense of mystery. Lu Chen's heart pounded. A hidden dungeon. Excitement flashed in his eyes. In the world of beast taming, hidden dungeons meant opportunities, treasures, and a surge in power. Little stone crimson flame, let's go down. Without hesitation, Lu Chen, holding the golden-furred monkey and accompanied by the crimson flame panther, stepped onto the stone staircase. The staircase was long and winding, taking a full 10 minutes to reach the bottom. Below was a vast underground space, 1,000 square meters in size. The surrounding walls were covered in murals depicting scenes of ancient wars between humans and demons. In the center of the space stood a 3-meter-high stone platform upon which rested a jade box. The box was pure white, emitting a soft glow as if something was inside. Lu Chen hurried over and reached out to open the jade box. Inside lay a fist-sized orb. The orb was entirely golden, its surface covered in fine, dense lines resembling ancient script. Golden light flowed within as if it were alive. Name: Ancient Dragon Orb. Epic Treasure Effect upgrades a dragon-type beast's talent by 1 tier and unlocks a hidden skill. Lu Chen's pupils constricted sharply. A dragon-type beast. He didn't have one. But the next second he smiled. I don't have one, but Chen Mo does. A cold, murderous intent gleamed in his eyes. Chen Mo, aren't you proud of your Obsidian dragon? Once I seize it and use this orb to enhance its talent, it will become mine. The golden-furred monkey crouched at his feet, chittering, as if to say, great idea. The crimson flame panther let out a low growl, its eyes filled with ferocity. Lu Chen stored the dragon orb in his storage ring and thoroughly searched the space, finding many other good items. Several skill books, all a rank or above. A pile of rare materials worth at least several million. And a black token engraved with the character for dragon. Name: Dragon Clan Secret Token. Special item effect opens the entrance to a Dragon Clan ruin. Lu Chen turned the token over in his hands, examined it, and then put it away. Good stuff. All good stuff. His eyes were filled with greed and excitement. Chen Mo, you just wait. Once I've digested all this, your death will be at hand. He turned and walked out of the underground space, disappearing into the moonlight. The next morning at the north gate of Linjiang City, the sky was just beginning to lighten with the pale glow of dawn, and there were few pedestrians on the streets. Lin Ruoxue was already there when Chen Mo arrived. She was dressed in a black, form-fitting outfit today, her long hair tied up in a high ponytail, a short blade at her waist, and military boots on her feet, giving her a dashing and heroic appearance. The silver-winged wind eagle had shrunk its size, perched on her shoulder, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings warily. Morning, Chen Mo said as he walked over. Morning. Lin Ruoxue looked him up and down. Just bringing that little eye. Chen Mo carried a black backpack which was bulging, but didn't seem to hold much. It's enough, he said. Lin Ruoxue nodded and didn't ask further. The Misty Swamp is 40 kilometers west of the city. Riding a Sandstrider ITLL take about an hour and a half. She took a palm-sized compass from her storage ring and handed it to Chen Mo. Here, this is a map compass of the Misty Swamp. ITLL show your location and the direction of your mission target. Chen Mo took it. The compass displayed a miniature map with a red dot marking his position and a blue dot indicating the direction of the target. Thanks. No need to thank me. Consider it compensation for my research. Lin Ruoxue smiled. Let's go. The sooner we leave, the sooner we'll return. The two mounted their Sandstriders, exited the north gate, and sped westward. The Sandstriders were fast, the wind roaring past their ears, stirring up clouds of yellow sand. Chen Mo squinted, recalling the details of the Misty Swamp from the original novel. The Misty Swamp, a level 30 dungeon, was located 40 kilometers west of Linjiang City. The dungeon was filled with toxic mist and marshes with extremely low visibility. One misstep could plunge you into a swamp where you'd be corroded by the poisonous water. Most of the monsters inside were poison-type, their attacks inflicting a potent poisoning effect. The first transition assessment task was usually to kill a level 30 poison swamp giant crocodile. The poison swamp giant crocodile, a level 30 elite monster, had moderate attack power but high defense. Its thick hide halved the damage from ordinary attacks. Its only weakness was its eyes. But its eyes were small, and it kept them mostly hidden in the muddy water while swimming, making them difficult to hit. Not easy, but not too hard either, Chen Mo murmured to himself. An hour and a half later, a gray haze appeared on the distant horizon. The mist was thick like a gray wall connecting heaven and earth. Beneath the mist lay an endless swamp, its muddy waters murky and emitting a pungent foul odor. Arrived at the entrance of the Misty Swamp dungeon, Chen Mo jumped off his Sandstrider and walked up to the mist. The mist was cool, enveloping him with its damp, clammy air. Lin Ruoxue walked up beside him. The silver-winged wind eagle on her shoulder spread its wings and let out a sharp, piercing cry. We're here, Lin Ruoxue said. Go on in. It'll wait for you outside. You're not coming. If I go in, it will affect the assessment records, Lin Ruoxue explained. The Beast Tamer Association monitors the assessments. If they find a candidate has outside help, the results are invalidated. Chen Mo nodded. All right. I'm going in then. Be careful. Lin Ruoxue patted his shoulder. If you run into danger, crush this jade talisman immediately, and he'll come in to save you. She handed him a white jade talisman engraved with the character for rescue. Chen Mo took it and put it in his pocket. Got it. He turned and stepped into the mist, disappearing into the gray haze. Lin Ruoxue stood at the dungeon entrance watching his figure vanish. The silver-winged wind eagle on her shoulder let out a low cry. Worried about him, Lin Ruoxue stroked the silver-winged wind eagle's head. Relax. That kid is far stronger than we think. The silver-winged wind eagle chirped again, as if to say let's hope so. Lin Ruoxue leaned against a withered tree, pulled out a document, and began to read it while she waited. Inside the misty swamp. As soon as Chen Mo entered, he felt something was wrong. The mist was even thicker than it had appeared, from outside visibility reduced to less than 20 meters. The ground beneath his feet was soft and spongy, sinking with every step and emitting a gurgling sound. The air was filled with a pungent, nauseating stench like a mix of rotten eggs and mud. Chen Mo summoned the Obsidian Dragon. A black light surged from within him, and the Obsidian Dragon materialized at his side. The moment it landed, its brow furrowed. The atmosphere here made it deeply uncomfortable. Bear with it, Chen Mo said, patting its head. We'll leave as soon as we kill the crocodile. The Obsidian Dragon let out a low growl, its dark, golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, alertly catching every sound. Chen Mo took out the compass and glanced at it. The blue dot was straight ahead, about a kilometer away. Let's go. Man and dragon advanced in the direction indicated by the compass. After walking for less than 100 meters, a massive figure suddenly surged out of the muddy water ahead. It was a mired giant python 5 meters long and as thick as a water barrel, its body covered in gray-brown scales that blended perfectly with the color of the muddy water, making it nearly impossible to spot. Name: Mire Giant Python, level 30, skills Constriction Venomous, Bite Mire Camouflage. The Black Dragon reacted swiftly. As soon as the mired giant python burst forth, it pounced. With one claw it struck the giant python's head. 689. The python's head was knocked to the side, but it quickly steadied itself and opened its massive jaws to bite at the Black Dragon. The venomous fangs glimmered with a green light, indicating their toxicity. The Black Dragon sidestepped and unleashed a blast of black flame from its mouth. The black flames surged toward the giant python like a torrent, sizzling as they burned its scales, releasing a charred scent. 892. The giant python let out a shriek, its health dropping significantly, and it turned to flee back into the muddy water. Chase! Chen Mo commanded. The Black Dragon pursued, biting down on the python's tail and dragging it out of the mud. The giant python struggled, but the Black Dragon's grip was too strong for it to escape. The Black Dragon struck again with a claw against the python's head. 701. The giant python's health reached 0, its massive body collapsing to the ground motionless. Kill the Mire Giant Python, level 30, gain 30 points of authority. Current points, 4,580. Chen Mo remained expressionless and continued forward. Along the way he encountered several more Mire Giant Pythons and venomous Mire Frogs, all easily dealt with by the Black Dragon. Points increased to 4,700. After about 20 minutes, a huge mire appeared ahead. The mire had a diameter of over 50 meters, its muddy water murky, obscuring what lay beneath. The compass indicated that the blue dot was right in the center of the mire. The venomous mire crocodile should be right in there. Chen Mo squatted by the mire, observing carefully. The surface of the mire was calm, without a ripple appearing like stagnant water. But Chen Mo knew that the venomous mire crocodile was lurking beneath the muddy surface, waiting for prey to approach. He stood up and stepped back a few paces. Xiao Yao, force it out. The Black Dragon walked to the edge of the mire, opened its mouth, and sprayed a black flame dragon breath toward the center of the mire. The black flames struck the muddy water, producing a hissing sound as they evaporated the mire, releasing a large amount of white steam. The mire began to boil. A massive figure surged out from beneath the mud. It was a giant crocodile measuring 6 meters long, its body covered in dark green scales encrusted with moss and mud, resembling a moving boulder. Its mouth was enormous, and when opened revealed 2 rows of sharp teeth, each 10 centimeters long and gleaming coldly. Its eyes were small, only the size of a fist, but very bright, a ghostly white fixed intently on Chen Mo. Name: Venomous Mire Crocodile, level 30, elite creature skills, Death Roll Venomous, Tails Sweet Mire Camouflage. Xiao Yao Dragon Might. The Black Dragon let out a deep dragon roar, unleashing S-level Dragon Might. An invisible force pressed down on the venomous mire crocodile, significantly slowing its movements. Flank it, aim for the eyes. The Black Dragon circled to the side of the venomous mire crocodile and struck at its eyes with a claw. Although the crocodile was suppressed by the dragon might, its instincts remained, and it turned its head, causing the Black Dragon's claw to hit its cheek instead. 1,212. The venomous mire crocodile's health dropped slightly. Enraged, it opened its jaws wide to bite at the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon retreated to dodge. The venomous mire crocodile did not pursue, but twisted its body, sweeping its tail like a whip. This was the skill Venomous Tail Sweep. The tail, coated in green venom, arced through the air toward the Black Dragon. Jump! Chen Mo shouted. The Black Dragon leaped off the ground. The tail swept beneath it, stirring up a gust of foul wind. In midair, the black dragon turned around and unleashed another black flame dragon breath onto the back of the venomous mire crocodile. 923. The crocodile howled in pain, its health dropping again as it attempted to dive into the muddy water to camouflage itself. Don't let it escape, keep firing black flame dragon breaths. The black dragon landed and unleashed a barrage of black flame dragon breaths. 698. 812. 787. The venomous mire crocodile's health plummeted rapidly: 6,500, 5,800, 5,300, 4,800. When it was down to less than 1,000, it completely went berserk, charging at the black dragon with no regard for its safety mouth agape as it initiated death roll. Once it clamped down, it would bite its prey and roll furiously, generating enough torque to shred the victim's limbs. Xiaoyao dodged. The black dragon sidestepped, causing the venomous mire crocodile to miss its bite, its body rolling through the muddy water, splattering mud everywhere. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. As the venomous mire crocodile rolled, its eyes were exposed. Xiaoyao now? Black flame dragon breath. A black-red fire column erupted instantly. 1024. Critical hit. The venomous mire crocodile's health reached zero, its massive body crashing down and splashing 2 meters high waves of mud. Kill the venomous mire crocodile, level 30 elite creature, gain 100 points of authority. Current points, 4,800. First tier assessment task completed. Congratulations candidate, you have passed the Beastmaster qualification assessment and gained first tier qualification. Chen Mo let out a sigh of relief and put away the black dragon. Not bad, easier than I imagined. He turned to head back. Just as he walked less than 100 meters, he suddenly in the mist ahead a figure stood. The person wore a black outfit, their face obscured by a black cloth revealing only a pair of cold eyes. Beside him was a pitch-black scorpion roughly the size of a calf, its tail hook raised high, glimmering with a green name. Black Venom Scorpion, level 55. Health 8,000. Skills: venomous tail, stab, scorpion claw, bite, toxic mist spray. Chen Mo's pupils constricted slightly. A level 55 Beastmaster, at least a senior Beastmaster of the first tier. Who was this person? Why were they here? What a stroke of luck to find you without any effort. You are Chen Mo, the second young master of the Mighty Tiger mercenary group. The man in black spoke, his voice hoarse, as if deliberately lowered. Who are you? Someone here to take your life. The man in black waved his hand, and the black venom scorpion rushed at Chen Mo, its tail hook raised high, glimmering with poison. Chen Mo did not retreat. He summoned the black dragon. Black light surged from within him as the black dragon appeared before him, its dark golden vertical pupils fixed on the black venom scorpion, letting out a low dragon roar. Dragon might unleashed. The black venom scorpion's movements noticeably slowed, but it did not freeze like the previous beasts had. Its level 55 status permitted it to still move. A trace of surprise flashed in the eyes of the man in black. Dragon tribe beast. No wonder the master said to be cautious. He let out a cold laugh. But do you think a level 30 juvenile dragon can defeat my black venom scorpion? Naive. The black venom scorpion lunged, its tail hook stabbing at the black dragon. The black dragon sidestepped, striking the scorpion's back with a claw. 623. A crack appeared in the scorpion's carapace, green liquid oozing out. The expression on the man in black changed slightly. How is this possible? A level 30 juvenile dragon, how could its attack power be so high? Chen Mo said nothing and directed the black dragon to continue the assault. The black dragon lunged again with another claw strike. 598. The black venom scorpion's health dropped nearly a quarter. Enraged, it thrust its tail hook forward with astonishing speed. The black dragon was caught off guard and was struck in the flank by the tail hook. 515. The black dragon's health dropped by over 500 points, which was negligible compared to its health exceeding 8,000. But it was enraged. The black dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a black flame dragon breath toward the black venom scorpion. The black flames surged forth like a torrent. The scorpion attempted to dodge, but was too slow, getting engulfed by the flames. 1172. Critical hit. The black venom scorpion's health dropped significantly. The expression on the man in black changed completely. This is impossible. His black venom scorpion was level 55, with relatively high defense among the same tier beasts. How could it lose so much health to a single attack from a level 30 juvenile dragon? What he did not know was that the black dragon was an epic level beast. Its attack power far exceeded that of its peers. Moreover, the black flame dragon breath was an SS level skill, making high damage to the black venom scorpion perfectly normal. Xiao Yao continue. The black dragon lunged once more, striking the black venom scorpion on the head. 456. The scorpion's health dropped to 1,500. The man in black panicked, pulling out a dagger and charging at Chen Mo. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Chen Mo sneered, releasing the shadow magic tiger. The shadow magic tiger leaped out from the beast's space and struck at the man in black. The man in black could not evade and was sent flying, crashing into a dead tree, blood spilling from his mouth. You? The man in black pointed at Chen Mo, his eyes filled with unwillingness and fear. You actually have two beasts. After the first tier, one could contract a second beast, but due to the high experience requirement for two beasts, most people typically focused on nurturing just one. You have no idea how much more there is to know, Chen Mo said as he approached him looking down from a height. Tell me who— The man in black gritted his teeth, refusing to speak. Not going to talk. Chen Mo squatted down and ripped off his mask. Under the mask, the face of a man in his 30s appeared, with a scar stretching from his forehead to his chin, looking quite menacing. Chen Mo recognized him. You are from the Zhao family. The man in black did not respond, but his eyes betrayed him. Chen Mo sneered and stood up. Zhao Tianhao is truly persistent, unable to kill Lu Chen, he comes to kill me. He searched the man in black and found a token inscribed with the character Zhao. Indeed, he was from the Zhao family. You can die now. Chen Mo waved his hand. The black dragon approached, its mouth opening as black flames gathered in its throat. No. You can't kill me. The Zhao family won't let you off. The Zhao family has long since stopped letting me off, Chen Mo replied coldly. Having one more or one less makes no difference to me. The black flame dragon breath erupted, and the man in black did not even have time to scream before being reduced to ashes. Chen Mo stored away the black dragon and shadow magic tiger, turning to leave the misty mire. Behind him, the ashes were blown away by the wind, leaving nothing behind. At the entrance of the dungeon, Lin Ruoxue leaned against a dead tree, engrossed in her documents. Hearing footsteps, she looked up. You're out? Did you complete the task? Completed, Chen Mo replied, and I conveniently killed a Zhao family assassin. Lin Ruoxue frowned. The Zhao family sent someone to kill you. Are you alright? Chen Mo mounted the sand beast, saying, let's go back. Lin Ruoxue observed his calm demeanor, silently nodding in approval. This kid's temperament was stronger than she had imagined. The two rode the sand beast, racing towards Linjiang City. Behind them, the misty mire gradually faded in the morning light, ultimately disappearing below the horizon. At the Zhao family estate, the atmosphere in the hall was exceedingly oppressive. Before Zhao Tianhao, the soul plate was displayed, and the leftmost soul plate inscribed with the name Zhao Hu had shattered into two pieces. Zhao Hu, a senior beast master of the first tier, wielding a level 55 black venom scorpion, vice captain of the Zhao family's assassination team, was dead. Zhao Tianhao stared at the shattered soul plate, tapping his fingers on the armrest, producing a dull thud sound. Each thud felt like a hammer striking the hearts of those present, making them too afraid to breathe. Over 20 people stood in the hall, all core members of the Zhao family, yet none dared to speak. Who can tell me? Zhao Tianhao finally spoke, his voice eerily calm. How did Zhao Hu die? No one answered. I ask you, how did Zhao Hu die? Zhao Tianhao smashed the armrest, suddenly standing up, his eyes bloodshot. A senior beast master of the first tier went to kill a newly awakened beast apprentice and ended up dead himself. Tell me what the hell is going on. A middle-aged man in his 40s stepped forward. He was Zhao Tianfu, Zhao Tianhao's younger brother. Eldest brother Zhao, who lost contact near the misty mire. I just learned that Chen Taizhan's son Chen Mo is on a first-tier mission right here. Chen Taizhan's son. Yes, Zhao Fu swallowed hard. Is the information reliable? Zhao Tianfu raised his hand to silence the murmurs of the crowd. The source of the information leaked from the Beastmaster Association. It's absolutely reliable. Zhao Tianhao's face darkened, nearly dripping with water. So you're saying it was Chen Mo who killed Zhao Hu? Although it seems unreasonable, we cannot rule out this possibility, Zhao Tianfu said. Zhao Tianhao sat back down, closing his eyes and taking a deep breath. The hall fell silent with the sound of a pin drop, clearly audible. Everyone knew that Zhao Tianhao was contemplating, weighing his options. 1 minute, 2 minutes, 3 minutes. After a full 5 minutes, Zhao Tianhao finally opened his eyes. In those eyes there was no anger, no madness, only a cold, heavy, killing intent. Gather everyone, he said. Today, I will flatten the mighty tiger mercenary group. Zhao Tianfu's expression changed. Eldest brother, think twice. The mighty tiger mercenary group may not be as strong as our Zhao family, but Chen Taizhan is a third-tier great beast master, and the mighty tiger mercenary group has over 300 members if a fight breaks out. What if a fight breaks out? Zhao Tianhao interrupted him. My son is dead, Zhao Hu is dead, and the Zhao family's reputation has been trampled for half a month. Do you think I can endure this? Zhao Tianfu opened his mouth, but ultimately said nothing. He knew that once Zhao Tianhao made a decision, no. Everyone, we set off in 15 minutes. Zhao Tianhao stood up, his eyes filled with killing intent. If Chen Taizhan dares to protect his son, he will die with him. Half an hour later, in front of the Zhao family mansion, over 200 people stood in formation, a sea of black, each with the two characters, Zhao family, embroidered on their chests. Among these over 200 individuals, the lowest rank was a first-level beast master, with 1/3 being second level and 2 third-level, namely Zhao Tianhao himself and his younger brother Zhao Tianfu. Beside them, hundreds of beasts were released, varying in shape and size, exuding an imposing aura. The most eye-catching among them was Zhao Tianhao's beast. He had 3 beasts, a black water poison snake, a golden armored giant scorpion, and a 1,000-legged centipede, all above level 100. Among them the main beast was the golden armored giant scorpion. Move out. Zhao Tianhao waved his hand and stepped out first. Over 200 individuals followed behind him, marching towards the lair of the fierce tiger mercenary corps. Along the way, pedestrians on the street hurriedly avoided them, hiding by the roadside and pointing while whispering. What is the Zhao family planning to do? Such a grand display. I don't know, but it looks like all the masters of the Zhao family have mobilized. Is this going to be a fight? That direction, it seems to be the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps base. Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Is the Zhao family really going to fight with them? No way. What do you mean no? I heard that Zhao Tianha's son died in the Lulan King's tomb, and the leader of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps' son was also inside that day. Perhaps there's a connection. Should keep your voice down. Do you want to die? If the Zhao family hears you, you're finished. Discussions erupted, but no one dared to approach. The Zhao family's procession resembled a black dragon gradually extending from the north of the city to the east, its momentum growing stronger. At the headquarters of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps in the hall, Chen Taizhan was sitting in the main seat drinking tea when his eldest son Chen Zhan suddenly rushed over. Dad, something has happened. Chen Zhan's expression was not good. Zhao Tianhao is leading over 200 people towards the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. It seems they come with ill intent. Oh, do you know why? Chen Taizhan paused with his tea bowl at his lips, squinting as he asked. Not clear, but I suspect it has to do with Zhao Wujing. Humph, that old fellow Zhao Tianhao. I haven't gone to settle accounts with him, yet he has come to my doorstep. Dad? Chen Zhan asked anxiously. It's fine. Chen Taizhan stood up, his expression calm. In terms of fighting, has our Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps ever feared anyone? Moreover, do you really think that old man dares to clash with us? Do you mean the Zhao family doesn't dare to fight us? Chen Zhan tentatively asked. Dare to fight? He isn't worthy of that. Chen Taizhan sneered. I know Zhao Tianhao. He won't engage in a mutual destruction scenario. He has come this time merely to apply pressure, forcing me to hand over Moer. Then what should we do? What should we do? Chen Taizhan turned around, his eyes flashing coldly. Anyone who comes for my son Chen Taizhan will not get away unscathed. It's only been a few days since I've been out, and they think they can bully me, a third-level beast master. He strode out of the hall, stood in the courtyard, took a deep breath, and then let out a long howl. Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps assemble. His howl echoed like a tiger's roar in the mountains, causing the leaves in the courtyard to tremble and startling the birds far away into flight. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 200 people from the house surged in from all directions, standing in formation in the courtyard. 200 people, the lowest being intermediate first-level beastmasters. Unlike the Zhao family, every one of them exuded a strong, murderous aura. After all, the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps lived in a world where they licked blood off the edge of knives. As the leader of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps, Chen Taizhan was also a third-level beastmaster. His main beasts were the Silver Moon Demon Tiger, the Crimson Flame Wolf King, and the Iron Spine Warbear, all also above level 100. Among them, the main beast was the Silver Moon Demon Tiger. Name: Silver Moon Demon Tiger, S-Class, level 112. Skills: Silver Moon / A-Class Tiger Roar, Mountain Forest, S-Class Moonlight Protection, S-Class Earth Split Claw, A-Class Frenzy, S-Class. Name: Crimson Flame Wolf King, A-Class, level 108. Skills: Flame Charge, S-Class Wolf King Howl, A-Class Flame Claw Tier, A-Class Rapid Move, B-Class. Name: Iron Spine Warbear, A-Class, level 103. Skills: Iron Bone Charge, S-Class Bear King's Fury Roar, A-Class Iron Palm Smash, A-Class Thick Skin Defense, B-Class. These 3 beasts above level 100 were the backbone of Chen Taizhan and the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Brothers. Chen Taizhan stood on the steps, scanning all present. That old Zhao Tianhao is coming soon, bringing over 200 people. What are they here for? To take people. To take my son Chen Mo. Why? Because his son Zhao Wujing was killed in the wild dungeon, and Zhao Tianhao is incompetent, unable to catch the murderer, so he wants to vent his anger on my son. Over 200 people fell silent, each standing tall, their eyes filled with battle intent. What do you say? Should I hand him over? No. Over 200 voices shouted in unison, shaking the heavens. Good. Chen Taizhan slapped the stone pillar beside him, causing a crack to appear on it. If the Zhao family dares to come today, let them know that the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps is not to be trifled with. Roar. Over 200 voices roared in unison, the sound waves rolling, shaking the ground. In the distance, on a street outside the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps base, the Zhao family's procession halted. Zhao Tianhao stood at the forefront of the group, listening to the distant roar, his face darkening. Is Chen Taizhan preparing to confront us, Heiden? Zhao Tianfu walked up beside him, lowering his voice. Big brother, are we really going to fight? Zhao Tianha's expression shifted repeatedly, seemingly in thought, before he shook his head. Forget it, let's not fight for now. Then, let's talk first. Zhao Tianhao said, if we can't reach an agreement, then we can fight. He stepped towards the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps base with the procession behind him slowly following. Outside the gate of the fierce tiger mercenary corps, Zhao Tianhao stood in front backed by over 200 people. Chen Taizhan stood inside the gate, also with over 200 behind him. The two armies faced off ready to clash. The air was thick with the scent of gunpowder, and even the passing wind became cautious, daring not to make too loud a sound. Chen Tieshan, Zhao Tianhao spoke up, his voice not loud, but clear for everyone to hear. I am here today. Talk about what? Chen Taizhan crossed his arms, his expression blank. About your son. What about my son? Zhao Tianhao's gaze turned cold. Chen Tieshan, let's not beat around the bush. My son Zhao Wujing died in the Lulan King's tomb. Your son Chen Mo was also inside that day. Now I suspect your son is related to my son's death, and I want to take him back for an investigation. Chen Taizhan laughed a cold laugh. Investigation? Zhao Tian, how do you take me for a 3-year-old child? You think you can take him away and still come back alive? I guarantee it's just an investigation. I won't harm him. What's your guarantee worth? Chen Taizhan spat without reservation. Zhao Tianhao, listen to me carefully. My son will go nowhere. If you think he is related to your son's death, go to the City Lord's mansion and report it. Let the City Lord's mansion investigate. Do you think Linjiang City belongs to your Zhao family? Zhao Tianhao's expression darkened completely. Chen Tieshan, are you determined to protect your son? It is only right for me to protect my son. Chen Taizhan stepped forward, and the Silver Moon Demon Tiger appeared from behind him, letting out a thunderous tiger roar. And you Zhao Tianhao, your son got himself into trouble and died in the Lulan King's tomb. You can't find the murderer, so you come to pin the blame on my son. Do you think that makes sense? Zhao Tianhao, I'll ask you one last time, will you hand over the person? No, I won't. Then don't blame me for being rude. Zhao Tianhao unleashed the golden armored scorpion, the golden giant scorpion, landing on the ground, causing the earth to tremble. Its massive pincers opened wide, the tail hook raised high, with purple poison flickering at the tip, exuding an overwhelming sense of oppression. The Silver Moon Demon Tiger did not show weakness, its silver white fur bristling, its sky blue eyes fixed on the golden armored scorpion, emitting a low growl. The standoff between the two level 100 beasts created an atmosphere so intense that the surrounding beast masters were struggling to breathe. The first level beast masters retreated one after another, their faces pale, while the second level ones barely managed to stand, beads of sweat forming on their foreheads. Only a few third level beast masters could remain unfazed and stand their ground. Chen Tieshan, I give you one last chance. Zhao Tianhao's voice was as cold as ice. Hand over Chen Mo, and today's matter will be forgotten. Or else what? Chen Taizhan interrupted. Are you going to flatten my fierce tiger mercenary corps? Zhao Tianhao, give it a try. Zhao Tianhao fell silent. He waved his hand. The golden armored scorpion moved. Its speed was astonishing, its 5-meter-long body explosively charging towards Chen Taizhan like a... The massive pincers clamped down towards Chen Taizhan's head. If they were to grip tightly, not just heads, but even steel could be crushed. Chen Taizhan remained unmoved. The Silver Moon Demon Tiger sprang into action. It transformed into a silver-white flash, instantly reaching the golden armored scorpion's front and striking its pincers. Clang! The sound of metal clashing was deafening, sparks flying. The golden armored scorpion's massive pincers were deflected to the side, but it quickly steadied itself, its tail hook lunging out like a venomous snake, its speed almost imperceptible to the naked eye. The Silver Moon Demon Tiger sidestepped the tail hook, grazing its fur and piercing into the ground behind it. Boom! The ground was pierced, creating a half-meter-deep pit, the walls corroded by the venom and sizzling with smoke. The Silver Moon Demon Tiger turned around, striking its paw towards the golden armored scorpion's head. The head shell of the golden armored scorpion was its hardest part, enduring this strike without moving an inch. The two level 100 beasts exchanged blows, battling fiercely. The Silver Moon Demon Tiger was fast with a high attack frequency, while the golden armored scorpion had high defense and fierce attacks, each with its own strengths. Demon Tiger, Silver Moon slash. Chen Taizhan shouted. Hearing the order, the Silver Moon Demon Tiger retreated 2 steps, gathering a sphere of silver-white light on its right claw that grew brighter, resembling a small moon. Then it swung its paw violently. A silver-white light blade shot out from the claw tip, slicing through the air with a sharp whoosh towards the golden armored scorpion. Golden armor shield. Zhao Tianhao shouted simultaneously. A layer of golden light shield appeared on the surface of the golden armored scorpion's body, resembling a transparent golden armor. The Silver Moon slash struck the golden light shield, producing a harsh screech. The shield trembled violently, but did not shatter. The power of the Silver Moon slash was completely absorbed by the shield, eventually dissipating. Poison Emperor stab. The golden armored scorpion's tail hook lunged out violently, its speed like a purple lightning bolt. Moonlight protection. Chen Taizhan shouted loudly upon seeing this. A layer of silver-white light shield appeared on the Silver Moon Demon Tiger's body, instantly blocking the attack. Zhao Tianhao's brows furrowed. He had thought that his golden armored scorpion could easily overpower Chen Taizhan's Silver Moon Demon Tiger, But after such a long fight, both sides were evenly matched, unable to gain the upper hand. Chen Tieshan, you really have some skills, he gritted his teeth and said. Nonsense, Chen Taizhan sneered. Do you think I've survived for 30 years in Linjiang City by being a pushover? Both of them waved their hands simultaneously, and the remaining 4 beasts charged at each other again. Boom, boom, boom. The battle grew increasingly fierce. The gates of the base were smashed, parts of the walls were knocked down, and the ground was eroded by venom into numerous pits, with deep ravines cut by silver moon slashes. Within 100 meters, no one dared to approach. The beast masters stood at a distance with their respective beasts, nervously watching the intense battle at the center. Chen Zhan stood in the courtyard, his fists clenched tightly. He wanted to rush in to help, but he knew that as a second-level beast master he could not interfere in a third-level battle. Dad, he whispered, his eyes filled with worry. Just then a voice came from deep within the courtyard. Stop! The voice was not loud, but everyone heard it clearly. Chen Mo walked out from the courtyard. He was dressed in black combat attire, his expression calm, walking at a steady pace, with the dark black demon tiger following behind him, its dark golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, letting out a low tiger roar. All eyes were focused on him. A glint of killing intent flashed in Zhao Tianha's eyes as he waved his hand, signaling the golden armored scorpion to retreat. Chen Taizhan also withdrew, the silver moon demon tiger frowning as he looked at his son. Mo, why did you come out? Go back. Chen Mo did not listen to him, directly walking to the center of the 2 armies standing in front of Zhao Tianhao. He knew he had to come out today. Otherwise, even if Chen Taizhan won, it would be a Pyrrhic victory, ultimately benefiting Lu Chen, who was hiding behind. Master Zhao, I hear you are looking for me. Zhao Tianhao looked him up and down, his gaze lingering on the dark black demon tiger behind him for a few seconds. Indeed. Did you kill Zhao Hu? I did. Chen Mo admitted directly, without hesitation. Zhao Tianha's gaze turned even colder. Zhao Hu was a member of my Zhao family. Since you killed him, you must pay with your life. Zhao Hu was going to kill me. Should I just stand there and let him kill me? Chen Mo retorted. Master Zhao, I understand your grief over your son's death, but you cannot make the entire city pay for your sorrow. Zhao Tianha's mouth twitched slightly. What do you mean? I mean you are looking for the wrong person. Chen Mo looked him in the eye, speaking each word clearly. Zhao Wujing was not killed by me. Just because you say it, I assent it isn't. I have evidence. Chen Mo took out a token from his storage ring and tossed it to Zhao Tianhao. Zhao Tianhao caught it and looked down. It was a Zhao family token. This is the token from Zhao Hu. He came to kill me on your orders and was killed by me. Besides him, I have not harmed any members of your Zhao family. Zhao Tianhao gripped the token tightly, falling silent for a few seconds. What about Lu Chen? Some say you are in cahoots with him. Chen Mo smiled. Master Zhao, you are mistaken. I am not in cahoots with Lu Chen. On the contrary, I have enmity with him. Enmity? Yes, in the Lulan King's tomb he tried to rob my boss, and I fought back against him. Later he came looking for me, and was almost killed by me. You ask, can I be in cahoots with someone like that? Zhao Tianhao fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, trying to find signs of deceit in his eyes. But those eyes were calm, as tranquil as a still pond, showing no signs of emotional fluctuation. Then swear an oath, Zhao Tianhao suddenly said. Swear that you have nothing to do with Zhao Wujing's death. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. Master Zhao, you are insulting me. Swearing is an insult. Chen Mo, do you have a guilty conscience? The two stared at each other, the air thick with tension. Chen Taizhan stepped forward, the silver moon demon tiger growling lowly, ready to strike again. But Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. All right, he said, I will swear. He raised his right hand, his expression solemn, speaking each word carefully. I, Chen Mo, swear to the heavens that I have no part in Zhao Wujing's death. I did not participate, did not instigate, did not assist, and did not harbor him. If there is even a half-truth in my words, may the heavens strike me down, and may I not die a good death. After finishing the poisonous oath, the sky showed no signs, no reactions at all. This indicated that Chen Mo was telling the truth. In the world of beast masters, oaths are binding, and if one swears falsely, there will be a reaction from the heavenly way. At lightest, luck is damaged, but at worst the person suffers calamity on the spot. Since Chen Mo swore, and the heavenly way did not react, it meant he indeed had nothing to do with Zhao Wujing's death. Zhao Tianha's expression changed several times, and finally, he took a deep breath and retracted the golden armored scorpion. All right, today I will trust you once. Chen Mo lowered his hand, his expression neutral. But my son cannot die in vain. Zhao Tianhao continued, someone saw you in the Lulan King's tomb that day, so tell me, was Lu Chen there? He was. Did he kill my son? Yes, Chen Mo replied. I and my classmates witnessed it with our own eyes. At this point, Chen Mo had no need to keep secrets for Lu Chen. Zhao Tianhao nodded. Fine, today's matter ends here. He turned around, waving his hand. Leave. The Zhao family members withdrew their beasts and followed him away. After walking a few steps, Zhao Tianhao suddenly paused, not turning back as he spoke. Chen Tieshan, today's matter is not over. Although your son did not kill mine, he killed a member of my Zhao family. I will settle that score sooner or later. Chen Taizhan sneered. I await your visit at any time. The Zhao family procession gradually receded, disappearing at the end of the street. Chen Taizhan approached Chen Mo, slapping him on the shoulder. Well done. Chen Mo smiled slightly, but the smile was faint. Dad, at this point the Zhao family will not let this go easily. I know, Chen Taizhan replied, but at least today they retreated. Chen Mo nodded, turning to look in the direction where the Zhao family had vanished, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. On the surface, the Zhao family retreated today, but the animosity was thoroughly established. Zhao Tianhao was a man who would hold a grudge, and his retreat today was not because he believed in Chen Mo, but because he was not confident he could defeat Chen Taizhan. Once he was confident he would return, by then it would not just be a talk, but a real war. Lu Chen. As he thought of this name, a glint of killing intent flickered in Chen Mo's eyes. He knew that the reason the Zhao family had targeted him was because of Lu Chen. It was Lu Chen who killed Zhao Wujing, which then implicated the fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Returning to his room, Chen Mo had just sat down on the edge of the bed when the communicator at his waist rang. He picked it up and saw it was Qin Ruoshi. I heard Zhao Tianhao took his men to your house. Her voice carried a hint of tension. He came, we fought, he left without winning, Chen Mo said flatly. I'm fine. Qin Ruoshi breathed a sigh of relief. I know Zhao Tianhao well, he's vengeful. Even though he retreated publicly today, he's already harbored a grudge against you. It's only a matter of time before he retaliates. Chen Mo leaned against the bedside cabinet, his gaze sharpening. I know. What do you plan to do then? Wait. Until I reach the third transition, Chen Mo said. Then it won't be him coming for me, but me going for him. For many in Linjiang City, becoming a third transition Grand Beastmaster was an unattainable goal. A goal they might never achieve in a lifetime. But for Chen Mo, reaching the third transition Grand Beastmaster was merely a matter of time, and that time wouldn't be long. Qin Ruoshi didn't press further. She only said, be careful, before ending the call. Chen Mo placed the communicator on the table, closed his eyes, and let his thoughts churn. The Zhao family were the local power in Linjiang City, deeply entrenched and intricately connected. Toppling them wouldn't happen overnight. But he wasn't impatient. With the system in his hands, given enough time, what was the Zhao family? Suddenly a knock sounded at the door. Come in. The door opened, and Lin Ruoshua walked in carrying a cup of hot tea. She placed it on his desk and sat down opposite him. I heard the Zhao family just came. You sure know quickly. With such a commotion, it's hard not to know. Lin Ruoshua crossed her legs, looking at him with interest. I never would have guessed you had such courage. Facing someone like Zhao Tianhao, you actually dared to go out. Weren't you afraid his beast would crush you to death? Chen Mo took a sip of tea. Since I started this, I couldn't very well hide behind and let the other brothers of the Mercenary Corps fight for me. That wouldn't be right. Besides, Zhao Tianhao is an old fox. He wouldn't do something that hurts both sides. At most he'll stab us. Lin Ruoshua nodded and continued. You guessed right. Zhao Tianhao isn't one for the big stage. He won't do anything risky, but he won't let it go either. From what I know, he's already contacting several mercenary corps outside the city to join forces against you. Chen Mo's brow furrowed slightly. Oh, which ones? Black Scorpion Viper and the Black Eagle Society. Those three combined plus the Zhao family, their strength far exceeds the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Chen Mo put down his teacup, his expression unchanged. It's fine. They wouldn't dare start a fight within the city. Right, the city lord's office is watching. Whoever strikes first is in the wrong. Lin Ruoshua said, but outside the city is different. Chen Mo was silent for a moment, then suddenly asked an unrelated question. Have you ever seen a beast tied? Lin Ruoshua was taken aback, not expecting that question. Yes, 3 years ago in the provincial capital, there was a small beast tied. A few thousand spirit beasts charged the city defenses. Over 100 beastmasters died. A few thousand. Chen Mo shook his head. I'm talking about tens of thousands. Lin Ruoshua's expression shifted. Tens of thousands. A beast tide of that scale only happens when a mid-tier instance collapses. There are no mid-tier instances near Linjiang City. It's impossible. It's true there are no mid-tier instances nearby, but what if a mutation occurs? Lin Ruoshua's brow furrowed, even tighter. A mutation? How is that possible? Chen Mo stood up, walked to the window, and gazed out at the night scenery. I had a dream recently. I dreamed that the gloomy forest instance outside Linjiang City was in trouble. The spirit beasts inside poured out, thousands upon thousands, charging towards the city. Lin Ruoshua thought he was joking. A dream. You're predicting a beast tide based on a dream. Sometimes dreams are more real than reality. Chen Mo turned around, looking into her eyes. Miss Lin, you have connections in the military. Can you check if there's been any anomaly in the gloomy forest instance recently? Lin Ruoshua stared at him for a few seconds, searching his face for any sign of a joke. But she found none. His eyes were serious, too serious to be talking about a mere dream. Alright, I'll check for you. She stood up, picked up her communicator, and stepped outside. Chen Mo sat back down in his chair, tapping his fingers lightly on the desk. He was thinking about the plot of the original book. In it, Lu Chen was hunted by the Zhao family, and fled into the desolate mountains outside the city. There he discovered an ancient relic and obtained the Dragon Pearl and the Dragon Clan's edict. But there was also a subplot in the original book, The Collapse of the Gloomy Forest Instance. In the original story, a mutation in the Gloomy Forest Instance caused its internal structure to destabilize. At a certain point it suddenly collapsed, and the spirit beasts within swarmed out, forming a mid-tier beast tide of tens of thousands that attacked Linjiang City. That beast tide claimed many lives and obliterated many factions. It was amidst the chaos of that tide that Lu Chen rose, contracted his third beast, and his power skyrocketed. If the plot hasn't changed, the beast tide should be in the next few days, Chen Mo murmured. Outside, Lin Ruoxua pushed the door open and came in, her expression grim. I found out. What's the news? The Gloomy Forest Instance has indeed been anomalous recently. Monitoring data shows that spatial fluctuations inside the instance are intensifying. At this rate, in at most 3 days the instance will upgrade to a mid-tier 1 and collapse. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. How many spirit beasts are inside? Initial estimates are at least 30,000, Lin Ruoxua said gravely. The lowest level is 20, the highest 110. Level 110. That was a peak, third transition beast. In all of Linjiang City, the beastmasters capable of handling a level 110 beast could be counted on one hand. Has the news been reported? It's already been reported, Lin Ruoxua said. The provincial capital replied that they will send reinforcements, but the earliest they can arrive is in 5 days. 5 days? Chen Mo sneered. It collapses in 3 days, and the reinforcements arrive in 5. By the time they get here, Linjiang City will be razed to the ground. Lin Ruoxua was silent. She knew this logic well, but she was just a researcher. She couldn't change anything. Who else knows about this? Currently only the top brass in the military, Lin Ruoxua said. The city lord's office probably received the news too, but they likely won't make it public for fear of causing panic. Chen Mo stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the nightscape of Linjiang City lay before him. The lights of 10,000 homes twinkled like stars, a scene of serene peace. Who would have thought that in 3 days this city would be engulfed in flames? Miss Lin, Chen Mo suddenly spoke. If I said I had a way to predict the beast tide's movements in advance, would you believe me? Lin Ruoxua was stunned. What do you mean? My shadow demon panther has a skill called shadow perception. It can sense the aura and number of spirit beasts within a 5-kilometer radius. Chen Mo turned around and said this calmly. It was of course a lie. He was relying on the original book's plot, but he needed a plausible explanation. Lin Ruoxua stared at him for a few seconds, then nodded. I believe you. You can contract a dragon. Oh, what's there not to believe? Good. Chen Mo said, first thing tomorrow I'll go see the city lord and tell him the news. Will the city lord believe you? He will. Chen Mo said, because I can not only tell him a beast tide is coming, but also which direction it will come from and approximately when it will arrive. Lin Ruoxua opened her mouth, wanting to ask, how do you know? But in the end she didn't. She vaguely felt that this 16-year-old youth harbored too many secrets. Some secrets were better left unknown. The next morning, before the sky was fully light, Chen Mo left the house. He didn't ride his sandstrider. Instead, he walked across half the city to the city lord's mansion at the city center. The city lord's mansion was the most imposing building in Linjiang City, with gray bricks, black tiles, and upturned eaves. 2 stone lions crouched by the gate, exuding solemn majesty. 2 guards stood at the entrance wearing black uniforms with the city lord's emblem embroidered on their chests. Each led a level 50 iron-armored hound. Halt. State your business. The guard on the left blocked him. I need to see the city lord, Chen Mo said. See the city lord? And who are you? Chen Mo from the Tiger Mercenary Corps. The guard looked him up and down, a flicker of disdain in his eyes. The city lord is busy. He doesn't have time for you. Move along. Chen Mo didn't budge. I have important intelligence concerning the Gloomy Forest Instance. The guard's expression shifted slightly. They naturally knew about the Gloomy Forest Instance. The city lord's office had received the military's report yesterday, but the news was under wraps, known to few. How did this youth know? Wait here. He'll report this. One guard turned and ran inside. After a moment, he came back out, his demeanor slightly improved. The city lord will see you. Chen Mo nodded and followed him inside. They passed through the front hall, the central hall, and the rear garden, walking for a full 10 minutes before arriving at the city lord's study. The study was spacious. 3 walls were lined with bookshelves filled with documents and books. At the center was a rosewood desk, behind which sat a middle-aged man in his 50s. He wore a green robe, his hair streaked with gray, and had a refined face, looking more like a scholar than a city lord. But Chen Mo knew this man was no ordinary person. The city lord of Linjiang Shun Wanshan, a peak, 3rd transition, Grand Beastmaster. His main beast was a level 115 SSS-Rank golden winged roc, making him the strongest beastmaster in all of Linjiang City. Name Shun Wanshan, age 53, realm, 3rd transition, Grand Beastmaster beasts, golden winged roc, SSS-Rank LV. 115 Frost Serpent, a rank LV. 108 Ironclad War Rhino, a rank LV. 105. So you're Chen Mo? Shin Wanshan looked up, his gaze sweeping over him. Yes. Chen Taihan's son. Yes. Shin Wanshan put down his pen, leaned back in his chair, and looked at him with interest. Observing him with keen interest. You came to find me regarding the Dark Forest, didn't you? Yes. The military has a friend of mine. Chen Mo did not mention Lin Ruoxia's name, but Shin Wanshan had already guessed. That girl Lin Ruoxia. Shin Wanshan smiled. She trusts you quite a bit. Chen Mo did not respond. Shin Wanshan's smile faded as he said seriously, speak, what intelligence do you have? Chen Mo took out a map from his storage ring and spread it on the desk. The map detailed the terrain of Linjiang City and its surroundings, marking the locations of mountains, rivers, towns, and dungeons. Chen Mo's finger landed on a forest in the lower right corner of the map. The Dark Forest dungeon is here. Shin Wanshan nodded, signaling him to continue. The internal space of the dungeon is unstable and is expected to collapse within 3 days, at which point at least 30,000 beast monsters will surge out, ranging from level 20 to level 110, heading toward Linjiang City. Shin Wanshan's brow furrowed. I already know this, the military has reported it. But what the military does not know is... Chen Mo's finger moved across the map, drawing a red line. The beast monsters will split into 3 routes to assault Linjiang City. Shin Wanshan's eyes narrowed. How do you know? My shadow magic tiger has a shadow perception skill that can sense the breath and movement of beast monsters, Chen Mo said. 3 days ago I sensed something unusual around the Dark Forest. Shin Wanshan stared at him for several seconds. You knew 3 days ago? Why didn't you say earlier? Because I wasn't sure 3 days ago. Chen Mo said calmly. This morning I confirmed it again before daring to come find you. Shin Wanshan fell silent for a moment. Continue. Chen Mo's finger pointed to 3 locations on the map. The first route will strike the north gate through the valley. This route has the most beast monsters, about 15,000, but they are of lower level, with the highest not exceeding level 60. The second route will strike the east gate along the river with about 10,000 monsters of medium level, the highest being level 80. The third route will cross the mountains to assault the south gate with the fewest monsters, about 5,000, but they are of the highest level, led by a level 110 Shadow Wolf King. Shin Wanshan's expression changed completely. A level 110 Shadow Wolf King. Are you sure? Sure. Shin Wanshan stood up, pacing back and forth in the study, his brow furrowing into a frown. A level 110 Shadow Wolf King is a peak 3rd transformation beast on par with his golden winged rock. If it truly assaults the south gate, the defenses at the south gate will be utterly incapable of holding. Are you confident? Shin Wanshan stopped, turning to look at Chen Mo. What confidence? How confident are you in your judgment of the beast monster's movements? Chen Mo looked him in the eye and said word by word, 10 out of 10. Shin Wanshan stared at him for a full 10 seconds, then took a deep breath and returned to his seat behind the desk. Good, I believe you. He picked up the communicator on the table and dialed a number. Relay my orders to gather the leaders of the 4 major mercenary groups and all the commanders of the city lord's mansion. We will meet in the council hall in 15 minutes. After hanging up the call, he looked at Chen Mo. You stay as well. Chen Mo nodded. 15 minutes later, in the council hall, the long table was filled with people. Chen Taizhan of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group, Wang Hai of the Black Eagle Gang, Xiong Batian of the Overlord Society, and Murong Shui of the Flame Fire Pavilion, the leaders of the 4 forces, were all present. The commanders of the City Lord's Mansion were also in attendance, each with a serious expression. Shin Wanshan sat at the head position, his gaze sweeping over everyone present as he spoke in a deep voice. Gentlemen, I have gathered you here today to announce a significant matter. The council hall fell silent, and the Dark Forest dungeon is about to collapse, and it is expected that within 3 days there will be a beast tide attacking Linjiang City, with approximately 30,000 beast monsters, the highest level being 110. As soon as his words fell, the council hall erupted in chaos. 30,000. Level 110. Wang Hai suddenly stood up, his face ashen. City Lord, is this information reliable? Reliable, Shin Wanshan replied. The military has already confirmed it. Xiong Batian slammed his palm on the table angrily, saying, 3 days. What about reinforcements? What did the provincial city say? Reinforcements will arrive in 5 days. 5 days. They arrive in 3 days, but the reinforcements only arrive in 5 days. By the time they arrive, it will be too late. Xiong Batian trembled with rage. Murong Shui sat calmly in her chair, but her fingers lightly tapped the table, revealing that she was not as tranquil inside. Chen Taizhan said nothing, merely glancing at his son. Chen Mo nodded slightly, signaling his father to remain calm. Shin Wanshan raised his hand to suppress the voices of the crowd. Before the reinforcements arrive, we can only rely on ourselves. The purpose of gathering everyone here today is to discuss our defense strategy. He stood up, walked to the map hanging on the wall, and picked up a thin wooden stick marking 3 locations on the map. The beast monsters will split into 3 routes to attack Linjiang City. The North Gate route has 15,000 monsters, but they are of lower level. The East Gate route has 10,000 monsters with medium levels. The Southgate route has 5,000 monsters, the highest level led by the level 110 Shadow Wolf King. Now let's assign the defense tasks. His wooden stick pointed to the North Gate. The North Gate has the most monsters, but at a lower level to be defended jointly by the Black Eagle Gang and the Overlord Society. Wang Hai and Xiong Batian exchanged glances and nodded in agreement. The East Gate route will be defended jointly by the Flame Fire Pavilion, the Zhao family, and the First Army of the City Lord's Mansion. Murong Xuan nodded, and the commanders of the City Lord's Mansion also took their orders. As for the South Gate, Shen Wanshan's wooden stick stopped at the South Gate, his gaze landing on Chen Taizhan. It will be defended jointly by the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group and the Second Army of the City Lord's Mansion. Chen Taizhan stood up and said solemnly, "The Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group will never retreat." Shen Wanshan nodded, putting away the wooden stick and returning to his seat. "Gentlemen, Linjiang City is our home. Behind us are our parents and wives. In this battle, we have no retreat." In the council hall, everyone stood up simultaneously, declaring in unison, "We swear to stand together with Linjiang City to the end." 2 days later, on the city wall of the North Gate of Linjiang City, it was not yet dawn and the fog was thick with visibility below 50 meters. Chen Mo stood on the city wall with the Shadow Magic Tiger beside him. At this moment, the Shadow Magic Tiger was already level 35. In the past 2 days, he had hardly rested, leading 2 magical beasts to grind levels in the low-level dungeons outside the city, accumulating 5,500 points of authority. Lin Roashua stood behind him. The silver-winged wind hawk shrank in size, crouching on her shoulder. "Are you really sure it's today?" she asked. "Absolutely." Chen Mo gazed into the distant fog, his eyes sharp. "It will be today this morning." As soon as he finished speaking, the ground suddenly began to shake. A slight tremor, as if something was moving underground, caused the debris on the city wall to tumble down. Then the first shadow appeared in the fog. The second, the third, the fourth. Countless shadows surged out from the fog, like a black torrent sweeping toward the North Gate. "They're here," Chen Mo shouted. The warning bells on the city wall rang out, their clanging echoing throughout the city. At the North Gate, Wang Hai and Xiong Batian stood at the forefront. Behind them were thousands of beast tamers from the Black Eagle Gang and the Overlord Society. "Brothers." Wang Hai drew his battle blade from his waist, pointing towards the oncoming tide of beasts. "Kill." Thousands of magical beasts were unleashed simultaneously, each with different forms, their momentum astonishing. Crimson flame lions, frost wolves, iron-armored rhinos, wind-winged eagles. Various magical beasts charged towards the tide of beasts, engaging in fierce battles. Blood splattered and screams echoed in succession. The warning bells also rang out at the East Gate. The same was true for the South Gate. All 3 gates were in battle, and Linjiang City was engulfed in flames. On the South Gate wall, Chen Taizhan stood at the forefront with the Silver Moon Magic Tiger, Crimson Flame Wolf King, and Ironback Battle Bear lined up, their aura overwhelming. Behind them were over 300 beast tamers from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group and 500 soldiers from the Second Army of the City Lord's Mansion. Chen Mo stood beside his father, flanking the Shadow Magic Tiger, ready for battle. In the fog, shadows emerged. The first batch that charged out was a group of 60-level dark wolves, numbering about 500, fast, vicious, and coordinated. "Attack!" Chen Taizhan shouted. Over 300 magical beasts charged out simultaneously, colliding with the wolf pack. The Silver Moon Magic Tiger led the charge, smashing the head of a dark wolf with a paw, blood splattering. The Crimson Flame Wolf King was engulfed in flames, rampaging through the wolf pack, leaving a trail of charred corpses in its wake. The Ironback Battle Bear, tough and resilient, absorbed the attacks from the wolf pack, killing one with a slap and another with a stomp. The beast tamers from the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group also fought valiantly, commanding their magical beasts to engage in battle. The Shadow Magic Tiger was too low-level to participate in such combat, so Chen Mo merely stood on the city wall, observing the battlefield. Soon, under the assault of everyone, the first batch of wolves was quickly defeated, with over half of the 500 dark wolves slain, the rest retreating back into the fog. But no one felt happy. Everyone knew that this was merely an appetizer. The real beast tide was still to come. Indeed, less than a quarter of an hour later, shadows surged again from the fog. This time, there were even more, at least 2,000. Their levels were also higher, ranging from 65 to 9. There were dark wolves, poison swamp frogs, thorn vines. Various beast monsters mixed together like a multicolored torrent rushing toward the South Gate. "Prepare for the second wave," Chen Taizhan shouted. The Silver Moon Magic Tiger let out a long roar, shaking the heavens. The beast tamers of the Fierce Tiger Mercenary Group once again commanded their magical beasts to charge. The battle was far more brutal than the first wave. There were too many beast monsters, and their levels were higher. The magical beasts began to suffer casualties. An ironback wolf was surrounded by 3 dark wolves, its abdomen torn open, intestines spilling out. It fell to the ground screaming. Its owner, a robust man in his 40s, saw his magical beast fall, and his eyes turned red. He drew his battle blade and charged into the tide of beasts, but was soon engulfed by the monsters. "Xiaozhong," someone nearby shouted, but it was too late. Chen Mo watched this scene with a calm expression, but the chill in his eyes grew stronger. This is war. No one can guarantee that they will survive. As time slowly passed, the battle on the city wall had continued for 2 hours. Chen Mo stood on the wall, his gaze fixed on the battlefield. In these 2 hours, the Tiger Mercenary Corps and the 2nd Legion of the Lord's Mansion had repelled 3 waves of beast-tide attacks. However, they had also suffered significant losses, with over 100 beast tamers dead, including 10 who were above the 2nd transition. These were the backbone of Linjiang City. Each death represented a loss for Linjiang City. On the other side, Chen Taizhan stood at the forefront of the city wall, his silver moon magic tiger, covered in blood, both its own and that of the beasts. The Crimson Flame Wolf King and Iron Spine Battle Bear were in similar conditions. Although they were all battered, the 3 level 100 beasts still stood at the front like 3 insurmountable mountains, withstanding all the pressure. Father! At that moment, Qin Zhan rushed over, covered in blood, with a deep wound on his face, inflicted by an 80-level shadow leopard. There's a breach in the east, the beasts have broken in. Chen Taizhan's expression darkened. Quick, send someone to reinforce. There's no one left, everyone has gone to the front lines, even the logistics personnel have joined. Chen Taizhan's fists clenched tightly. He glanced at the battlefield. Beneath the south gate of the city wall, bodies were piled like mountains, and blood formed streams, dyeing the entire land dark red. Among the more than 300 members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, fewer than 250 remained intact, while the 2nd Legion of the Lord's Mansion had fewer than 400 left out of 500. And the 4th wave of the beast tide was about to arrive. This wave of attacks would be the decisive battle, and the fighting would be far more intense than in the previous 3 encounters. As they spoke, shadows reappeared in the mist. This time, there were not many, only about 1,000. However, each one was larger than the previous beasts, exuding a strong aura of malevolence. Leading the pack were 3 110-level Shadow Wolf Kings, their sizes like bulls, with fur as dark as ink and blood-red eyes resembling 3 burning flames. 3 110-level Shadow Wolf Kings. Qin Zhan's face turned pale. Father, how do we fight this? Chen Taizhan took a deep breath. Although he had 3 beasts above level 100, only the Silver Moon Magic Tiger was in decent condition. The remaining Crimson Flame Wolf King and Iron Spine Battle Bear would likely struggle to face a fully healthy beast. It's fine, leave the Wolf Kings to me, and everyone else fight with all your might. Chen Taizhan gritted his teeth. Behind us are the lives of our kin in Linjiang City. We must hold our ground, even if it costs us our lives. Just as he was about to engage in battle, a hand pressed down on his shoulder. Father, wait a moment. Chen Mo walked down from the city wall, his expression calm. Wait for what? If we delay, the beasts will rush in. Someone's coming, Chen Mo said as he looked towards the east. Chen Taizhan followed his gaze. On the street to the east, a team was rushing over. Leading them was a man in his 30s, dressed in black armor, riding a 95-level iron-armored war rhino, followed by over 200 beast tamers. It was the Zhao family. The leader was Zhao Tianfu, the brother of Zhao Tianhao. Chen Taizhan's brows furrowed. The Zhao family. Weren't they responsible for defending the east gate? Why are they here? Chen Mo said nothing, merely watching Zhao Tianfu's approaching figure, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. He recalled the plot of the original story. When the beast tide struck, Zhao Tianhao intentionally sent Zhao Tianfu with 200 men to the south gate to support the Tiger Mercenary Corps, weakening their strength. But these people were not here to help, they had ulterior motives. Their true aim was to attack the Tiger Mercenary Corps at a critical moment, ensuring they perished here to seize their territory. After all, the territory of Linjiang City was limited. If the Zhao family wanted to advance, they had to seize it from others, and among the 4 great powers, the Tiger Mercenary Corps was the weakest. Chen Taizhan spoke. Zhao Tianfu, what are you doing here? I came to help. Zhao Tianfu jumped off the iron-armored war rhino and hurried over, explaining. Commander Chen, the beast tide at the east gate has temporarily retreated. My elder brother heard that you were under great pressure here and sent me to support the south gate as an apology for previous matters. Chen Taizhan was naturally distrustful. After all, the 2 families had clashed just a few days prior. But they were indeed in dire need of manpower. All right, then, you guard that section of the city wall at the east and ensure the beasts don't breach from the side. Leave it to me. Zhao Tianfu patted his chest in assurance and waved. Brothers, follow me. More than 200 Zhao family beast tamers charged towards the eastern section of the city wall, releasing their beasts to join the fight. Chen Mo watched their departing figures, narrowing his eyes as he noticed a detail. After Zhao Tianfu brought his men onto the city wall, they did not place their main force at the forefront, instead keeping most of their beasts close to the Tiger Mercenary Corps. This did not appear to be a defensive posture, but rather ready to attack the Tiger Mercenary Corps at any moment. This further confirmed Chen Mo's previous memories. A cold smile crept across Chen Mo's lips. Zhao Tianhao, you truly made your move. Chen Mo. Lin Ruoxue ran down from the city wall, her expression grave. Just now the Black Eagle Society said the North Gate is under great pressure and needs support. The First Legion has already sent people over there. Chen Mo frowned. The North Gate is under pressure too. What a coincidence. He opened his communicator and dialed Chen Mo's number. Roashi, what's the situation at the East Gate? Everything is normal at the East. But not long ago Zhao Tianhao said the Lord's Mansion issued an order stating that both the North and South Gates were under heavy pressure and that we should send some people to support both areas. The First Legion went to the North Gate, and the Zhao family went to the South Gate. Hearing Chen Mo's answer, Chen Mo instantly understood Zhao Tianhao's true intentions. The support for the North Gate was a pretext. The real goal was to find an excuse for Zhao Tianfu to bring people to the South Gate. This was to push the Tiger Mercenary Corps into a desperate situation, seizing their territory and resources at the opportune moment. What a cunning Zhao Tianhao, what a vicious scheme. Chen Mo murmured, his eyes filled with murderous intent. What's wrong? Lin Ruoxue approached. The Zhao family is up to no good, Chen Mo said. Keep an eye on Zhao Tianfu for me. If he makes any unusual moves, let me know immediately. Lin Ruoxue nodded and turned to head back to the city wall. Chen Mo walked over to Chen Taizhan. Father, the Zhao family has issues. Chen Tieshan, who was directing the battle, paused at this. What issues, eh? They are here to eliminate us, not to help, Chen Mo whispered. When the Shadow Wolf Kings charge up, they will attack us from behind, leaving us defenseless on both fronts. Chen Taizhan's face turned ashen in an instant. How do you know? I observed the real main force of Zhao Tianfu is all positioned where we overlap. Once the battle starts, they will likely attack us at the first opportunity. Chen Taizhan turned to look at the eastern section of the city wall. Indeed, most of the more than 200 Zhao family beast tamers were close to the Tiger Mercenary Corps, with only a few weak ones on the city wall. Bastard. Chen Taizhan slammed his fist against the city wall, causing stones to shatter. Does Zhao Tianhao not understand the consequences of a breached city gate? Father, don't rush. Chen Mo pressed down on his shoulder. I have already thought of a plan. What plan, eh? Chen Mo leaned in and whispered a few words in his ear. Chen Taizhan's eyes lit up. Are you sure it will work? Absolutely. Good. Chen Taizhan patted him on the shoulder. You go arrange this, or leave this place to me. Chen Mo turned and walked down the city wall, disappearing into the smoke. A quarter of an hour later, the fourth wave of the beast tide reached the foot of the city wall. 3 110-level Shadow Wolf Kings charged at the forefront, followed by over 1,000 beasts ranging from levels 70 to 90. The earth trembled, the air quivered, and the roars of the beasts were deafening. Attack! Chen Taizhan commanded. The beast tamers on the city wall simultaneously directed their beasts: fireballs, ice blades, wind blades, lightning. Various types of ranged attacks poured down like a torrential rain, crashing into the beast tide and exploding into clouds of blood mist. However, there were too many beasts. Those that fell were trampled by those following behind. Soon the first batch of beasts reached the foot of the city wall. Close combat charge. The Silver Moon Magic Tiger was the first to leap down from the city wall, smashing the head of an 80-level Shadow Leopard with a claw. The Crimson Flame Wolf King and Iron Spine Battle Bear also charged down, with the 3 level 100 beasts rampaging at the front, effectively blocking the tide of beasts. The beast tamers of the Tiger Mercenary Corps followed closely behind, directing their beasts to engage in battle with the beasts. The fight entered its most brutal phase. Every second someone fell, every second beasts were dying. Blood stained the entire land, and the air was thick with the smell of blood. Chen Mo stood on the city wall, surveying the battlefield without intervening. He was waiting for Zhao Tianfu to make his move. Sure enough, in less than a quarter of an hour, Zhao Tianfu acted. Brothers, the Master has issued an order: kill a member of the Tiger Mercenary Corps and receive a reward of 100,000. Zhao Tianfu shouted, leading over 200 men straight towards the Tiger Mercenary Corps. Zhao Tianfu, you bastard. Chen Zhan cursed loudly, but he couldn't spare anyone to fend off the attackers. He watched as Zhao Tianfu and the others were about to reach them. At that moment, a team burst out from the city. Leading them was a woman in her 30s, dressed in a flowing red robe, her demeanor captivating. Behind her followed over 200 beast tamers, each with flame embroidered on their chests. They were none other than the Flame Fire Pavilion, one of the 4 great powers. The leader was Murong Shui, the Pavilion Master of Flame Fire Pavilion, a 3rd transition beast tamer, and although she was a woman, her combat ability was exceptionally fierce. Murong, Pavilion Master. What brings you here? Chen Zhan was both surprised and delighted. Chen Mo asked us to come. Murong Shui waved her hand, and the 200 people immediately positioned themselves between the Tiger Mercenary Corps and the Zhao family. Upon seeing Murong Shui's arrival, Zhao Tianfu quickly commanded his men to halt their attack, his expression fluctuating between rage and fear. Murong, Pavilion Master, what do you mean by this? Murong Shui scoffed. That's what I should be asking you. Haven't you been told by Zhao Tianhao? Causing harm to fellow countrymen in battle is a grave sin. If the Beast Tamer Association finds out, not just Zhao Tianhao, even the King of Heaven won't be able to protect you. Zhao Tianfu hurriedly defended himself. Murong, Pavilion Master, don't slander us. We are here to help the Tiger Mercenary Corps and never intended to harm them. Speaking requires evidence. Be careful, or I'll accuse you of defamation. Who gives you the confidence to speak to me like this? I have matters to attend to today, and no time to deal with you. I will count to 5, and if you don't disappear you will remain here forever. Hearing Murong Xue's words, Zhao Tianfu instantly deflated. As a newly advanced third transition beast tamer, he dared not confront her. Moreover, Murong Xue had a fierce temperament, and she would certainly follow through on her threats. If he didn't leave, he would likely be left behind. Aware that the situation was untenable, Zhao Tianfu turned and left without hesitation. However, as he was leaving, he shot a resentful glance at Chen Mo, knowing that the unexpected turn of events was all due to that young man's influence. If looks could kill, Chen Mo would have died at least 10,000 times at that moment. Zhao Tianfu ran 500 meters away with his 200 men before stopping to catch his breath. Elder, are we really giving up? A Zhao family beast tamer asked quietly. If we don't give up, do you have any other way? Zhao Tianfu sneered. Chun Taizhan is exhausted, but Murong Xue is still perfectly fine. Why don't you go deal with her? If you can, I'll promote you to second elder right now. But such a rare opportunity may not come again. It's fine, even with Murong Xue facing 3 110 level Shadow Wolf Kings will not be easy for them. Zhao Tianfu sneered. Once the beast tide retreats, we'll go back for another visit. Perhaps 2 happy events will occur at once. As soon as he finished speaking, a cold voice suddenly rang out from behind. 2 happy events. Do you think you have that fate? Zhao Tianfu turned around abruptly. Chen Mo stood 20 meters behind him, flanked by Murong Xue and Lin Ruoxue. Chen Mo, Murong Xue. Zhao Tianfu's face changed. I just left. What do you want now? What do we want? Of course we want to do what needs to be done. Chen Mo slowly walked forward, each step feeling like he was stepping on Zhao Tianfu's heart. He hadn't intended to kill Zhao Tianfu right now, but the latter's last gaze changed his mind. Zhao Tianfu harming fellow countrymen is punishable by the wartime laws of Linjiang City. What punishment do you think you deserve? Zhao Tianfu's face turned ashen. You little brat, don't try to scare me with wartime laws. Do you have any evidence that I harmed my fellow countrymen? Chen Mo laughed, tossing out a recording pearl. This is evidence. To be frank, everything you just said has been recorded. You don't need me to remind you, do you? Zhao Tianfu's expression darkened as he summoned the iron-armored war rhino. Chen Mo, I advise you to be sensible and give me the recording pearl. Go help your father quickly. I can swear I will not trouble you again. Otherwise your father may be in danger. Chen Mo's gaze turned icy in an instant. Rest assured, my father will be fine. As for you, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave today. With that, he turned to Murong Xue. Pavilion Master Murong, it's your turn. Kid, don't forget what you promised me earlier. If you dare to deceive me, I will make you understand why the flowers are so red. Murong Xue summoned a 105 level flame sky hawk, transforming into a red lightning bolt as she pounced towards Zhao Tianfu. Zhao Tianfu's face changed dramatically as he hurriedly directed the iron-armored war rhino to engage. The iron-armored war rhino was a 95 level A-class beast with strong defenses, but it was simply no match for the flame sky hawk. After just a few exchanges, it lost a significant portion of its health. Damn it! Zhao Tianfu gritted his teeth and charged forward, intending to seize Chen Mo as a hostage. But Chen Mo did not retreat. Instead, he surged forward. With a kick to Zhao Tianfu's knee, the latter cried out in pain and knelt on one knee. Chen Mo then landed a punch on his temple, causing Zhao Tianfu to see stars and almost lose consciousness. You? How is this possible? Zhao Tianfu was incredulous. He was at least a junior beast tamer of the 3rd transition. Although he wasn't skilled in close combat, he shouldn't be beaten like this by a 16-year-old boy. What he didn't know was that in the past few days, besides leveling up, Chen Mo had also undergone intensive close combat training under Lin Ruoxue's guidance. With a 75-level silver-winged windhawk as his sparring partner, Chen Mo had been thoroughly beaten up, but he had made rapid progress. Now his close combat ability was already on par with that of a 3rd transition beast tamer. I told you you're not leaving today. Chen Mo stepped on Zhao Tianfu's chest and drew a bronze-level dagger from his waist, pressing it against his throat. Zhao Tianfu's over 200 subordinates wanted to rush up to save him, but were blocked by Murong Xue's level 100 beasts. Zhao Tianfu lay on the ground, ashen-faced, cold sweat pouring from his forehead. Chen Mo, calm down. If you kill me, the Zhao family won't let you off. The Zhao family has long since ceased to let me off. It's not more with you, nor less without you. He lifted the dagger. No. A flash of cold light passed. Zhao Tianfu's throat was cut open, blood gushing out and staining the ground red. Chen Mo stood up, shaking the blood off the dagger, and looked at the more than 200 Zhao family beast tamers. Now you have 2 choices. One is to roll back, and the other is to stay and avenge Zhao Tianfu. The 200-plus men exchanged glances, and no one dared to move. Murong Xue's flame sky hawk stood beside him, emanating the pressure of a level 100 beast, causing all present to instinctively feel fear. No one dares to fight. Chen Mo sneered. Then get lost. The more than 200 men felt as if they had been granted amnesty, turning to flee, not even daring to collect Zhao Tianfu's corpse. Chen Mo watched their retreating figures, his expression impassive. Let's go back to the South Gate. At the South Gate, the battle had entered its final stages. With the help of the Flame Fire Pavilion, 2 of the 3 100-level Shadow Wolf Kings had been killed, and 1 was severely injured. However, the Tiger Mercenary Corps and the 2nd Legion of the Lord's Mansion still paid a heavy price. Among the more than 300 beast tamers of the Tiger Mercenary Corps, fewer than 200 could still stand. Of the 500 soldiers of the Lord's Mansion, fewer than 300 remained. Chen Taizhan was covered in injuries, but thankfully the beast tide had retreated. With the last beast falling at the foot of the city wall, we won. The soldiers collapsed on the ground, gasping for air, tears and blood mingling down their cheeks. We won. No one cheered. No one had the strength to cheer. Everyone lay on the ground or leaned against the wall, breathing heavily, filled with relief and fear after surviving the ordeal. When Chen Mo returned, this was the scene he encountered. His father was covered in blood, but still stood at the forefront like an unyielding green pine. Father, Chen Mo walked over. Are you alright? I'm fine. If this is a small matter for your father. But how did things go on your side? Zhao Tianfu is dead. I killed him. Chen Taizhan glanced at him, neither blaming nor surprised, simply, good kill of such a person is not worth mourning. But Zhao Tianhao won't let this go easily, Chen Mo added. I know, but that's a matter for the future. For now, let's clean up the battlefield first. Chen Mo nodded and turned to arrange matters. 2 hours later, all the materials from the demonic beasts were collected and stored in the storage ring. Chen Mo returned to the base and walked into his father's room. Chen Taizhan lay on the bed, his left arm wrapped in bandages, his face pale, but his spirit relatively good. Dad, how are you feeling? I'm fine. I just need to rest for a while. Remember to deal with the demonic beast corpses quickly. This is related to the compensation for the brothers, and we cannot delay it. Chen Mo nodded. Don't worry, Dad. I discussed it with my elder brother. This time the compensation for those who died in the line of duty will be doubled. For those injured and unable to fight, we will support them fully. Chen Taizhan smiled with relief. Good. If you can think this way, then the Tiger Mercenary Corps has a future. As someone who has been through it, Chen Taizhan understood that interests could only bind people temporarily. Only empathy could lead to lasting relationships. Dad, we need to be wary of the Zhao family next. Changing the topic, Chen Mo expressed his thoughts. I know. Chen Taizhan nodded. I understand Zhao Tianhao. He is vengeful. Since his brother Zhao Tianfu died, he will definitely seek revenge. Especially since he managed to restrain himself from coming to confront us directly this time, he must be plotting something big. What should we do then? Chen Taizhan was silent for a moment. I will contact a few old friends to see if I can invite them to come and keep watch for a few days. If that doesn't work, I will let the brothers stay in for these few days until my injury is healed. Chen Mo thought for a moment and shook his head. Dad, this will only provide temporary safety. It won't solve the problem. As the saying goes, it's not the thief you fear, it's the thief who remembers you. At this point, only one of the Tiger Mercenary Corps and the Zhao family can survive. If we want to survive, the Zhao family must die. Chen Taizhan looked into his son's eyes, and there was no impulsiveness in those eyes, only a heavy killing intent. But I am gravely injured now. It will be hard for me to act quickly. Dealing with the Zhao family might be a bit difficult. Don't worry, Dad. I've thought about all of this. Leave this matter to me. I will handle Zhao Tianhao. Chen Taizhan fell silent for a moment after hearing this. If it were anyone else, he would surely not believe it. But this was his son speaking. Remembering that Chen Mo had even managed to invite Murong Shui to help today, Chen Taizhan finally nodded. All right, Dad trusts you. Meanwhile, at the Zhao family's mansion, Zhao Tianhao sat in the main seat of the hall, his expression frighteningly dark, with Zhao Tianfu's corpse placed in front of him. Corps members of the Zhao family stood on either side, all with their heads bowed, not daring to breathe. Can anyone tell me? Zhao Tianhao spoke, his voice eerily calm. How did my brother die? No one answered. I ask you, how did my brother die? Zhao Tianhao slammed his palm down, shattering the tea table beside him, and standing up abruptly, his eyes bloodshot. Finally, a beast tamer from the Zhao family stood up, trembling. Master, it was Chen Taizhan's son Chen Mo who killed him. Chen Mo? A student who had just awakened. How could you tell me he could kill a third-tier beast master? Upon hearing this response, Zhao Tianhao was directly enraged to the point of laughter. Master, it's true. At that time, Murong Shui from the Beacon Fire Pavilion intervened and suppressed the elder's beast. Chen Mo took the opportunity to kill the elder. We all saw it very clearly. Since you saw it so clearly, then why didn't you avenge the second young master? Why are you still standing here? The one who just spoke was left speechless by Zhao Tianhao's questioning. Useless. Zhao Tianhao scolded angrily. If it weren't for the fact that he still needed these people, he would have wanted them to accompany his brother in death. At this moment, the hall was so quiet that a pin drop could be heard. After a full 5 minutes, Zhao Tianhao finally spoke again. Chen Tieshan, you and your son wait for me. He turned to someone beside him. How is the contact with the Black Hawk Association going? We've made contact. Wang Hai said he is willing to cooperate, but he wants 50% of the benefits afterwards. 50%? Zhao Tianhao sneered. He dares to be so greedy. Forget it, 50% it is. Tell him that I Zhao Tianhao agree. There was no choice. Zhao Tianhao was eager for revenge, so he had to set aside interests for now. Of course, the main reason was that the Black Hawk Association was worth that price. What about the Viper Mercenary Corps? Xie Kuan said that as long as he is given 10 million, he will bring people over. 10 million? Is he crazy? Master Xie Kuan only recognizes money. If the money isn't there, he won't come. Zhao Tianhao gritted his teeth. Fine, give it to him. Understood. And what about the Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps? The Black Scorpion doesn't want money, but wants Chen Mo to be handed over for him to deal with to take revenge for his brother. Zhao Tianhao's mouth curled into a cold smile. That little brat Chen Mo, many people want him. Fine, tell the Black Scorpion that I agree. Master, when do we strike? Zhao Tianhao rapped on the table and said coldly, time is of the essence, we act in 3 days. Understood. Zhao Tianhao stood by the window, his eyes filled with killing intent. Chen Tieshan, Chen Mo, your death is not far away. The next day, with the arrival of reinforcements from the provincial city, the aftermath of the beast tide gradually calmed down. The demonic beasts outside the city were cleaned up, and the threat of the dungeon collapse was lifted. The safety of Linjiang City was guaranteed. But the crisis for the Tiger Mercenary Corps had just begun. Chen Mo practiced his punches in the yard, while the shadow magic tiger squatted beside him, its dark, golden vertical pupils fixed on his every move. Today he did not go out to level up, but stayed at the base to recover from his injuries, train, and prepare. He knew that the Zhao family would not let things rest. He was waiting for news of the Zhao family's actions. At this moment, Lin Ruoxua walked out of the house, holding a document. This is what you wanted. The Zhao family has been in frequent contact with the Black Hawk Association, Viper Mercenary Corps, and Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps recently. It seems they are conspiring something. Chen Mo paused his actions and took the document to look at it. As expected, that old man couldn't hold back any longer. What do you plan to do? I can only look for help. Chen Mo continued. I need to go to the provincial city. Provincial city. To find someone, Chen Mo said, someone who can help me. Are you sure they will help you? After all, they were going to face several formidable beast masters. An ordinary person would probably not dare to take this job. Not certain, Chen Mo replied, but I have to try. He turned and walked into the house to begin packing his things. Lin Ruoxua stood in the yard watching his back, a surge of complicated emotions rising in her heart. This 16-year-old boy bore too much on his shoulders. The next morning before dawn, Chen Mo stepped. He did not tell his father, only saying a word to Lin Ruoxua. Riding on the sand beast, he left through the north gate, heading swiftly toward the provincial city. Behind him, the outline of Linjiang City gradually blurred in the morning light. On the road, Chen Mo squinted, recalling the plot of the original story. The target he was looking for this time was a powerful figure who had been persecuted by the Zhao family and was living in seclusion in the provincial city. His name is Xiaozhan. A 4th-tier beast master. His main beast is a level 125 class golden-eyed thunder eagle who was once the strongest beast master in Linjiang City, without exception. 10 years ago, Zhao Tianhao designed a scheme to lure beasts to attack the Xiao family in order to snatch the beast egg of Xiaozhan's golden-eyed thunder eagle, resulting in the destruction of his family and forcing him into seclusion in the provincial city. If he could persuade Xiaozhan to come out, the Zhao family would no longer be a threat. As for whether he could succeed, he could only leave it to fate. Chen Mo thought, touching the Yin Tiger talisman in his storage ring. I hope I didn't remember wrong, Chen Mo said, quietly urging the sand beast to speed up. The sand beast galloped through the desert, leaving a long trail of footprints behind. 3 hours later, the outline of the provincial city appeared on the horizon. The provincial city was much larger than Linjiang City, with towering city walls and a wide city gate that could accommodate 10 horse-drawn carriages side by side. Chen Mo had no time to appreciate it and directly arrived at a secluded old street in the south of the city, finally stopping in front of a blacksmith shop. The blacksmith shop was small, with a weathered door and the writing on the sign barely recognizable. He knocked on the door and, seeing no response, pushed the door open and walked in. Inside the room, the sound of hammering iron greeted him, with a muscular man in his 40s, bare-chested, swinging a hammer to forge a piece of red-hot iron. The man was robust, with a broad back and thick arms, his muscles bulging like a human-shaped tyrannosaurus. Chen Mo glanced at him, and information quickly appeared. Name: Xiaozhan, age 47, realm 4th tier, beast master, beast, golden-eyed thunder eagles class, level 125, Xianbing Jiao's class, level 122, Chilean snake a class, level 122. The muscular man did not lift his head, his voice low, like a rumbling thunder. Tiger Mercenary Corps, Chen Mo. The hammer paused for a moment. I don't know you, I don't serve unfamiliar customers here. Chen Mo didn't move. Senior Xiao, I came to tell you the truth about the beast tide 10 years ago. Hearing this, Xiaozhan slowly raised his head, his eyes filled with anger and killing intent as he looked at Chen Mo. A powerful aura emanated from him, almost suffocating Chen Mo. What did you say? That beast tide in Linjiang City was not a natural disaster. Chen Mo spoke slowly. It was man-made. Bang. The hammer fell to the ground, creating a deep pit. Xiao Zhan stood tall, his height of nearly 2 meters resembling an iron tower casting a shadow over Chen Mo. Say that again. The beast tide was deliberately led to the Xiao family. Chen Mo did not back down and stared directly into his eyes. The purpose was singular: to use a knife to kill and annihilate your Xiao family. Xiao Zhan's pupils constricted sharply, his chest heaving violently, as if he was desperately suppressing something. Who? The Zhao family, Zhao Tianhao. These two words struck Xiao Zhan's heart like two red-hot iron balls. Zhao Tianhao. Xiao Zhan's voice was filled with fury. I have no grievances or enmity with him. Indeed, but you have what he wants. Chen Mo continued, the egg of the golden-eyed thunder eagle. 10 years ago your golden-eyed thunder eagle laid an egg, and when Zhao Tianhao came to buy it you refused. Images flashed through Xiao Zhan's mind. 10 years ago his golden-eyed thunder eagle did lay an egg. After the news leaked, Zhao Tianhao personally came to offer 10 million to buy it, and he flatly refused. That was the first clutch of eggs from his golden-eyed thunder eagle. He wanted to keep his offspring to hatch. But not long after the beast tide came. Thousands of demonic beasts attacked the Xiao family. He fought desperately to kill them, but ultimately, he could not save the Xiao family. He could not even save his wife. Xiao Zhan's voice turned cold. So he did all of this just for an egg? Yes, Chen Mo said. To eliminate future threats, he also accused you of colluding with the demonic beasts and plotting against the city lord. Xiao Zhan trembled with rage. So he is my family's enemy. Xiao Zhan closed his eyes. Tears streamed down his scarred face from the tightly shut eyes. 10 years. All these years I've been dreaming. Xiao Zhan's voice was hoarse and almost inaudible. I fear that after I die, I will have no face to meet those deceased relatives. I truly didn't expect that the enemy was still alive. I am very grateful that you came to tell me the truth, but you wouldn't have come all this way just out of kindness, would you? Chen Mo nodded. Senior, you have keen insight. The Zhao family is my enemy. It is a matter of life and death. I discovered this truth while investigating the Zhao family. I came this time to ask you to come out and deal with the Zhao family together. I hope you agree. Chen Mo finished speaking, revealing an expectant look. I will kill Zhao Tianhao, but not now. My son is currently in critical treatment. I cannot leave. Xiao Zhan's son is called Xiao Yu. During the beast tide 10 years ago, although Xiao Zhan saved him, he was still severely injured and has been undergoing treatment in the hospital all these years. Chen Mo remained silent for a moment and said, I understand, so this time I brought this. He then took out the Yin Tiger talisman from the storage ring and laid it in his palm. Xiao Zhan opened his eyes and took a glance. What is this? Yin Tiger talisman, Chen Mo said, the key to open the royal tomb of Lulan. The royal tomb of Lulan. The real dungeon located deep in Jiangnan province. Correct. Chen Mo said, a level 125 real dungeon inside lies the ancient tomb of the Lulan Emperor, said to contain the Lulan Emperor and his immortal phoenix. The immortal phoenix. You mean? An S-class beast, the immortal phoenix. Chen Mo said, typically places where immortal phoenixes exist are home to a type of spiritual tree which bears a spiritual fruit known as the dragon blood jugua. Consuming it can bring the dead back to life and heal all injuries. Xiao Zhan's pupils dilated sharply. Are you telling the truth? Absolutely, Chen Mo said. As long as you take the Yin Tiger talisman into the royal tomb of Lulan, you will be able to find the dragon blood jugua and heal your son's injuries. Upon hearing this, Xiao Zhan took the Yin Tiger talisman into his hand, examining it closely. He could tell that this talisman was genuine. As for the story of the royal tomb of Lulan, he had heard of it, as well. The dragon blood jugua indeed existed. However, no one had ever entered that real dungeon, so he had only regarded it as a legend. So tell me, why do you want to help me? Because I need your help, Chen Mo explained. Zhao Tianhao is allied with several forces and is about to strike at my Tiger mercenary corps. I need you to take action and eliminate him. Xiao Zhan stared into his eyes for a long time. His gaze was like a knife seeking traces of lies on Chen Mo's face. But he found none. All right. Xiao Zhan released his grip, his voice returning to a calm tone, but beneath that calm lay a magma-like killing intent. Give me the talisman, and I will accompany you to take Zhao Tianhao's head. He turned and walked to the back room, pushing open a door. Inside was very dark, and on a bed lay a young man in his early 20s, his face as pale as paper, emaciated like a skeleton, breathing so weakly it was almost inaudible. Beside the bed hung a small bottle with a potion dripping slowly into the young man's arm through a tube. Xiao Zhan stood by the bed looking at his son, his eyes reddening once more. Xiao Yu, Dad has found a way to save you. When I return, I will go find the spiritual fruit that can treat you. He reached out to touch his son's face, then abruptly turned and strode out of the back room. Let's go. Where to? Linjiang City. Xiao Zhan took a suit of armor from the wall and put it on. It's been 10 years, it's time to settle the score. Immediately after, he summoned the golden-eyed thunder eagle. The giant golden eagle leapt out of the summoning space, its wingspan exceeding 10 meters, then landed steadily in front of the two. Xiao Zhan leapt up and landed directly on the back of the golden eagle. Come up, aren't you eager to return? Ride my golden eagle, and we can reach Linjiang City in an hour. Thank you, senior. Chen Mo did not stand on ceremony and jumped onto the golden eagle. He was indeed eager to return. Meanwhile, at the Tiger Mercenary Corps base in Linjiang City, the night was as dark as ink. Zhao Tianhao stood outside the base's main gate surrounded by a sea of people behind. The Zhao family Black Hawk Association, Viper Mercenary Corps, and Black Scorpion Mercenary Corps numbered over 1,000 surrounding the Tiger Mercenary Corps base tightly. Chen Taizhan. Zhao Tianhao's voice echoed in the night sky like the screech of an owl. Come out and die. The gate slowly opened. Chen Taizhan walked out followed by Chun Zhan and the members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. But unexpectedly, there were two women present, namely Murong Shui and Lin Ruoxue. Murong Shui was dressed in a white combat suit today with her long hair cascading down her shoulders and an icy expression. Logically, she should not have been present here. But she came, because Chen Mo owed her a promise. Lady Murong, Chen Taizhan said softly, thank you for coming to assist us. Don't thank me, Murong Shui said coldly. I came to find Chen Mo. That kid promised to find an S-class immortal phoenix egg for my daughter, and now there isn't even a shadow of him. If he dies, who will I ask for it? While saying this, she had already summoned her beasts, the fiery sky hawk, the holy Pegasus, and the crystal ice maiden. Lin Ruoxue stood on the other side with the silver-winged wind eagle perched on her shoulder, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings vigilantly. Miss Lin, you too. Uncle is being polite. Lin Ruoxue interrupted. I've been living off free meals at the mansion these days. Now that there's trouble, I should contribute a bit, right? Chen Taizhan smiled wryly and did not say anything further. Zhao Tianhao looked at the two people supporting them on the opposite side and sneered. Is this all? Chen Tieshan, do you think these two women can stop me? He waved his hand. Charge. Over 1,000 people launched an attack simultaneously, the roars of beasts, the brilliance of skills, and the thunderous sounds of footsteps blending into one, surging toward the Tiger Mercenary Corps base like a tidal wave. Hold the line. Chen Taizhan shouted. The Silver Moon Magic Tiger charged at the forefront, each claw taking a beast's life. But there were too many enemies. 200 against 1,000, a five-fold numerical disadvantage. The defense line of the Tiger Mercenary Corps was gradually retreating. Murong Shui's Skyhawk circled in the air, each fireball hitting an enemy accurately, but Wang Hai from the Black Hawk Association commanded the Shadow Eagle to entangle them. The 200-level glass beasts battled fiercely in the air, fireballs and shadows intermingling, producing deafening booms. Lin Ruoxue's Silver-winged Wind Eagle was entangled with the Viper's Poison Python. The level difference between the two was significant. The Silver-winged Wind Eagle could only barely hold off the Poison Python. But others were not so fortunate. Captain, we can't hold on any longer. A bloodied mercenary rushed over shouting. Chen Taizhan turned around and as expected saw the aftermath. In just a short while, more than 20 brothers from the Tiger Mercenary Group had already fallen with over 50 injured. If this continued, they would likely not last half an hour. Chen Taizhan muttered to himself, could it be that my Tiger Mercenary Group is destined to perish at the hands of this despicable Zhao Tianhao today? At the same time, Zhao Tianhao also descended to the battlefield. Chen Tieshan, come and die. Chen Taizhan looked up. He saw Zhao Tianhao commanding the Golden Armored Scorpion to charge straight at him. With no opponents in sight, the Golden Armored Scorpion resembled a god of death at this moment, its pincers sweeping across the battlefield, sending any mercenaries and beast tamers in its path flying like straw. Its tail stinger struck out, and a second-tier beast tamer didn't even have time to scream before turning into a puddle of goo. As a level 115 beast, it was akin to a meat grinder on the battlefield. Chen Tieshan, feeling helpless, had no choice but to summon the heavily injured Silver Moon Demon Tiger once again. The Demon Tiger let out a low growl and charged towards the Scorpion. Normally, the Demon Tiger would have been able to overpower the Scorpion, but this time it couldn't. Due to its serious injuries, the Demon Tiger only had half its fighting capacity and was no match for the Golden Armored Scorpion. It was soon caught off guard by the Golden Armored Scorpion, which slammed down on it with a pincer, sending it crashing into the wall. 18,190. The health bar of the Silver Moon Demon Tiger dropped by a third. Seeing this, Chen Taizhan's eyes turned red. Demon Tiger. The Silver Moon Demon Tiger crawled out from the rubble covered in blood, yet still stood protectively in front of Chen Tieshan, refusing to retreat even an inch. Chen Tieshan, will you not surrender? Zhao Tianhao, sitting atop the Golden Armored Scorpion, looked down at him with smug satisfaction. If you kneel to me today, perhaps I might show mercy and spare your life. Chen Taizhan spat out a mouthful of blood and coldly replied, don't dream. I, Chen Tieshan, would rather die here than beg for mercy from a despicable person like you. Is that so? Zhao Tianhao sneered, since you refuse to accept my kindness, don't blame me for not giving you a chance. He raised his hand, preparing to issue the final attack order. At that moment, a golden lightning bolt struck down from the sky. Boom. The lightning struck the ground in front of Zhao Tianhao, and the Golden Armored Scorpion, creating a 3-meter-deep crater with shattered stones flying everywhere, sending all bystanders flying. The golden armored scorpion was knocked back several steps, and Zhao Tianhao nearly fell to the ground. Everyone halted their actions, staring at the massive crater. As the smoke cleared, 2 figures stood at the edge of the pit. One was Chen Mo while the other was a muscular, bare-chested with a strong build and bulging muscles. His face bore a long scar running from forehead to chin, glinting like a centipede in the firelight. Behind him, a massive and majestic golden-eyed thunder eagle crouched, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings, the pressure of a level 125 beast taming radiating down like a collapsing sky. Everyone felt a suffocating sense of oppression. Xiao Zhan. Zhao Tianha's pupils constricted sharply, his face turning pale as he stammered, "And no. It can't be. How could you?" He instantly recognized the person. Xiao Zhan raised his head, his eyes like 2 freshly drawn blades cold enough to kill. "Zhao Tianhao, it's been 10 years. Do you still remember me?" His voice was not loud, but each word struck Zhao Tianha's heart like a hammer. Zhao Tianhao trembled all over. He was afraid of Xiao Zhan. He had been afraid 10 years ago. He was even more afraid 10 years later. "Xiao Zhan, didn't you swear to leave Linjiang City? How could you? How could I return?" Xiao Zhan took a step forward, and the golden-eyed thunder eagle suddenly took flight, circling in the sky. "Did you ever think about my return when you sent people to instigate the beast tide to destroy my Xiao family?" Zhao Tianha's face turned as white as paper. You're slandering me. The beast tide is a natural disaster. What does it have to do with me?" "Natural disaster." Chen Mo suddenly spoke. "Zhao family master, if you want to keep something from others, you mustn't do it yourself. You don't really think your actions are flawless, do you? Actually, it doesn't matter if you deny it." Xiao Zhan said coldly, "I'm not here to reason with you today." Thunder Eagle attacked with claws. Upon hearing the command, the Thunder Eagle flapped its wings and transformed into a golden light, instantly rushing towards the golden armored scorpion. Then its claws transformed into sharp weapons, breaking through sound barriers and fiercely attacking the golden armored scorpion. The golden armored scorpion instinctively raised its pincers to defend, but the power of the Thunder Eagle's claw was too great, striking the scorpion's pincers and sparking a shower of sparks. Immediately, a deep crack appeared on the pincers, green blood seeping from the wound. In just one strike, the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle severely injured its opponent. This was the terror of a 4th-tier beast tamer. Thunder Eagle continue. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle dove down again, its claws like hooks reaching for the golden armored scorpion's head. The golden armored scorpion sidestepped to evade, but the Thunder Eagle was too fast, landing a claw on its back. 27,123. The scorpion's shell was torn open, green blood gushing out. Xiao Zhan understood the principle of pursuing victory and directly ordered the Thunder Eagle to unleash the skill Thunder Strike. Ziz. With a roar from the Thunder Eagle, a purple lightning bolt fell from the sky, striking straight down on the scorpion. The latter didn't even have a chance to twitch before it died on the spot. In less than the time it takes for a stick of incense to burn, the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle had killed the golden armored scorpion as easy as slicing a watermelon. On the other side, seeing the golden armored scorpion slain, Zhao Tianha's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly released his 2 beasts, the black water poison snake and the 1,000-legged centipede. But Xiao Zhan didn't even glance at them. A summoning seal was cast, and the ice spirit Jiao and the crimson flame serpent charged out from behind. The ice spirit Jiao bit down on the black water poison snake, activating its frost power, causing the snake's body to freeze from head to tail, shattering into dozens of pieces with a crisp crack. The crimson flame serpent coiled around the 1,000-legged centipede, its venomous fangs piercing its head. After struggling a few times, the centipede lay still, for in the realm of poison, the crimson flame serpent was its ancestor. In less than 3 minutes, all 3 beasts were annihilated. Seeing the situation turn dire, Zhao Tianhao was so frightened that he collapsed to the ground, begging for mercy. "Xiao Zhan, spare me. Whatever you want, I'll give it to you. Money, territory, beasts. Anything." Xiao Zhan walked up to him, looking down from a height. "Spare you? 10 years ago, did you ever think of sparing my Xiao family?" Zhao Tianhao was left speechless. Xiao Zhan squatted down, gripping his collar and lifting him off the ground. "Do you know that back then I watched my loved ones die before my eyes, yet I could do nothing?" Xiao Zhan's voice trembled, his eyes reddening. He then threw Zhao Tianhao heavily onto the ground, stepping on his chin. "Zhao Tianhao, rest assured, I won't let you die too easily." He waved his hand. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle swooped down, severing Zhao Tianhao's right arm. "Ah!" Zhao Tianhao screamed, blood gushing out and splattering all over Xiao Zhan. "This claw is for my wife." The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle struck again, severing Zhao Tianhao's left arm. "Oh!" Zhao Tianhao's voice had turned pitchy, shrieking like a pig being slaughtered. "This claw is for my son." The third claw severed Zhao Tianhao's right leg. Zhao Tianhao's screams no longer resembled human cries, but sounded like a mouse whose tail was stepped on. "This claw is for the 18 members of my Xiao family." Zhao Tianhao lay on the ground, 3 limbs, severed blood pooling all around him, looking like a torn-up rag doll. He opened his mouth wanting to say something, but could no longer utter a word. Xiao Zhan approached him. Before you die, let me tell you one more thing. This time, I not only want your life, but I will not spare anyone from the Zhao family. Hearing this, Zhao Tianhao's eyes widened in horror, wanting to say something, but finding himself unable to. With a thunderous strike, Zhao Tianhao's entire body was blown to dust, leaving no trace behind. Seeing Zhao Tianhao dead, everyone on the battlefield was in shock. Wang Hai of the Black Hawk Society was the first to react. His face turned pale, and without a word, he turned to flee, his shadowy eagle transforming into a dark silhouette, carrying him upward into the sky. This person could kill Zhao Tianhao, and naturally he could kill him too. If he didn't run now, would he just wait to die? Other people, as if awakening from a dream, scattered like birds and beasts. Run! The family head is dead, run. I don't want to die, I don't want to die. In an instant, the coalition of over 1,000 people collapsed, scattering in all directions. Xiao Zhan stood still, raising his head to glance at Wang Hai fleeing into the sky, letting out a cold snort. I have matters to attend to today, so I'll spare you a dog's life. He did not pursue. The golden-eyed thunder eagle landed behind him, its golden eyes coldly scanning the fleeing enemies, and it did not launch another attack. Xiao Zhan turned and walked toward the Zhao family's mansion. His steps were steady, each footfall heavy. After 10 years, he could finally give an account to those relatives who died unjustly. On the other side, the members of the Tiger Mercenary Corps began to clean up the battlefield. Chen Taizhan stood among the corpses watching Xiao Zhan's departing figure and inquired, "Mo, where is that senior going?" "To the Zhao family," Chen Mo replied honestly. "To kill." Chen Taizhan gasped in surprise. "Is he going alone?" "One person is enough." Chen Mo turned to look at him. "Father, let's continue to clean up the battlefield and tend to the wounded. The Zhao family's matters have nothing to do with us." Chen Taizhan opened his mouth to say something, but in the end he nodded. "That makes sense." Chen Mo stood a short distance away, watching the direction Xiao Zhan had disappeared, remaining silent. Lin Ruoxue walked to his side. "Aren't you going to help?" "No need," Chen Mo said. "This is his own matter." Lin Ruoxue nodded thoughtfully. "So what do we do now?" Chen Mo turned to look at the devastated battlefield. "Let's go back and wait for Senior Xiao to return before discussing anything else." In front of the mansion, 2 stone lions were stained red with blood. Xiao Zhan stood at the entrance and kicked the door open. "Zhao family members, come out." His voice echoed through the night sky like thunder. The old and young of the Zhao family rushed out from the house, seeing Xiao Zhan's ferocious face and frightened to the point of losing their wits. Who are you?" Xiao Zhan. He stepped into the courtyard slowly. The courtyard erupted in chaos. "Do you know this is the Zhao family? Daring to cause a disturbance here, are you not afraid that our family head will come back to kill you?" "Are you referring to Zhao Tianhao? If so, there's no need to wait, he has just been killed by me." "What? The family head is dead." A piercing scream echoed through the night. Xiao Zhan's expression remained emotionless. No longer wasting words, with a command, the golden-eyed thunder eagles swooped down toward the crowd. In an instant, blood splattered. The sounds of screams, pleas for mercy, and cries intertwined in the night sky. Yet Xiao Zhan's eyes were always cold. After a joss stick's time, the Zhao family mansion fell silent. Xiao Zhan stood among the corpses covered in blood. He raised his head to gaze at the night sky. "When are the relatives of the Xiao family? I have avenged you." Xiao Zhan lingered for a long time before leaving the Zhao family. After he left, the Zhao family mansion suddenly ignited in a raging fire, illuminating half the sky. The next day, at the Tiger Mercenary Corps base, Chen Taizhan sat in the hall, and Chen Zhan walked in holding a stack of documents. "Father, the assets of the Zhao family have been counted." "Speak." The Zhao family has 3 commercial streets, 2 freight docks, 17 shops, and 2 mines in Linjiang City, with fixed assets totaling about 500 million dragon coins. Chen Zhan paused, a smile appearing on his face. Moreover, the Zhao family controls 1/3 of the beast materials trading market in Linjiang City. All of this combined can bring us at least 20 million gold coins in stable income each year. Chen Taizhan fell silent for a moment. "What about the Zhao family members?" "Senior Xiao killed them all, leaving none of the direct line, and most of the collateral branches have fled, the rest have scattered. The Zhao family's assets are now ownerless, and several major forces in the city are watching. If we don't take action quickly, they might be snatched away from us." Chen Taizhan stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the sky of Linjiang City was blue without a cloud in sight. "Don't worry, they won't dare. After all, Senior Xiao has not left yet. However, it is better to have the assets in our own hands, so go and bring those assets over." "Yes." Chen Zhan responded excitedly, turning to leave. "Wait." Chen Zhan stopped in his tracks. Chen Taizhan turned to look at him. "Have the compensation funds been distributed?" "Yes, it was paid out at double the compensation rate." Chen Taizhan nodded. "Add another double." Chen Zhan was taken aback. "Father, this. My people, Chen Taizhan's people, cannot die in vain." Chen Taizhan's voice was heavy. "Moreover, we now have money and can ensure their families have a better life." Chen Zhan fell silent for a moment and nodded vigorously. Understood, I will take care of it right away. In 3 days, the Tiger Mercenary Corps had taken over all of the Zhao family's territory and assets. If they can digest these resources, the Tiger Mercenary Corps can directly surpass the Black Hawk Society, becoming the largest force in Linjiang City. The morale of the brothers in the Corps was high, the healed returning to the ranks, and the uninjured working hard. Chen Taizhan sat in the hall staring at the strings of numbers in the account book, remaining silent for a long time. More. Chen Mo stood by the window. Moi. This time thanks to you. Chen Taizhan set down the account book and looked at him. If it weren't for you, our Tiger Mercenary Corps might no longer exist. Dad, why are you saying this? Chen Mo did not lift his head. I am your son. Oh, isn't this what I should do? Chen Taizhan smiled, a look of satisfaction on his face. Alright, I won't say more. He stood up, walked to Chen Mo's side, and patted his shoulder. Be careful when we go to the Lulan Imperial Tomb in 3 days. Rest assured, Dad. Chen Taizhan nodded and turned to leave the hall. 3 days later at the north gate of Linjiang, Xiaozhan was already waiting there. He had changed into clean clothes and the scars on his face stood out in the sunlight, while the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle crouched behind him, its golden eyes scanning the surroundings. Murong Shui also arrived. She wore a white outfit emanating an aura that warned others to stay away. Lin Ruoxue had arrived earlier than them, already waiting at the city gate, with a silver-winged wind eagle crouching beside her. Chen Mo was the last to arrive. Is everyone here? Xiaozhan glanced at him. Everyone is here, Chen Mo replied. Let's go. Xiaozhan nodded and summoned the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle. Get on, the Lulan Imperial Tomb is 500 miles north of the city. It will take 2 hours to fly, so you all need to ride my golden-eyed Thunder Eagle or you'll arrive after dark. The crowd did not refuse. After all, the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle was a level 125 beast, its speed far exceeding that of their own beasts. Whoosh! With a burst of golden light shooting into the sky, the people present vanished from the spot, as if they had never appeared. 2 hours later, the group arrived at the dungeon. What came into view was an ancient tomb, made of stone piles enormous like a small mountain. Chen Mo and the others jumped off the sculpture's back, and a gust of desert wind blew towards them, stinging their faces. Xiaozhan ignored it and walked straight to a stone pillar where some mysterious characters were inscribed. This is Lulan's script. Murong Shui leaned in to take a look, frowning as she read. It means, the tomb of the emperor, those who enter must leave their lives behind. Sounds ominous, Lin Ruoxue muttered from behind. Tomb inscriptions are always meant to scare people. Xiaozhan waved his hand dismissively. Let's go in quickly, the sooner we get in the sooner we can come out. My son is still waiting for the spirit fruit to save his life. After saying that, he took out the Een Tiger talisman from his pocket and aimed it at the tilted stone tablet in the ruins. Moments later, the talisman sensed the call and a beam of black light shot from it, striking the stone tablet. Buzz! The ground cracked open, revealing a dark hole. The entrance was about 10 meters wide with neatly aligned edges, and a gust of cold wind blew out from the hole. Xiaozhan walked to the edge of the hole and looked down. It's quite deep, at least 200 meters, but fortunately there are steps. They'll go first, Xiaozhan said. Chen Mo behind me, Lin Ruoxue third, and Murong Shui last. No one objected, as Xiaozhan was the strongest, leading the way, while Murong Shui, being second, could protect everyone from behind. Chen Mo and Lin Ruoxue were the weakest, so it was safest for them to be in the middle. The four of them climbed the steps and began to descend. However, their attention was drawn to the walls beside them, which were covered in carvings depicting battles, sacrifices, and funerary rites. The Lulan Emperor is really ruthless, Lin Ruoxue remarked. Killing so many people for burial, isn't he afraid of going to hell after death? Where is hell for the dead, oi? Only the living can go there, Xiaozhan said without looking back. After about 10 minutes, they finally reached the end of the steps. Below was an extremely vast space. In the center of the space, a stone slab road extended straight ahead, disappearing into the darkness. The road was about 5 meters wide, paved with large blue stone slabs with gaps so fine that a blade couldn't fit through. On either side of the road stood stone statues depicting soldiers, officials, and beasts, all life-sized. These statues, Lin Ruoxue said curiously, why do I feel like they're moving? Chen Mo immediately activated his probing eye at her words. Name: Stone Statue Guardian, Undead Puppet, level 110. Skills: Petrifying Gaze, A grade Heavy Strike, A grade Crushing Blow, A grade Self-Destruct, B grade. Chen Mo chuckled. You're quite perceptive. They are indeed alive, called Stone Statue Guardians. They are undead beasts at level 110. He had just finished speaking. Crack! The stone statue opened its eyes. 2 clusters of blood-red flames flickered in its eye sockets, instantly illuminating its entire body. Roar! Upon sensing an intrusion, it opened its mouth and let out a deafening roar, shaking the walls and causing stones to tumble. It then raised its sword and swung it down at Xiaozhan. The sword sliced through the air with a whistling sound, moving at a speed that seemed impossible for such a large figure. Xiaozhan did not dodge, nor did he raise his hand. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle flew out from behind him, one claw grasping the stone sword, while the other claw reached for the statue's head, leaving 5 deep gashes on its head with a sharp sound. 27,891. The stone statue's health bar dropped by a full fifth. However, the statue seemed unaffected, swinging its massive sword directly at the Thunder Eagle. The speed was astonishing, and Chen Mo had no doubt that if this sword struck the Black Dragon, it would be instantly killed. Thunder Eagle, dodge and use your claws. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle flapped its wings, easily dodging the attack, then transformed into a streak of golden light, diving towards the stone statue. Boom! A large pit exploded on the ground, and debris flew everywhere. I hate fighting these undead beasts, they're all so tough it's a pain to kill them, Xiao Zhan frowned. Senior Xiao, I have some bad news for you. There may be more than one of these statues. As soon as Chen Mo finished speaking, more stone statues suddenly awakened. The cracking sounds were as numerous as popping beans. 1, 2, 3. Densely packed, at least 30. 30 level 110 stone statue guardians. Morong Shui frowned tightly. I can only hold off 5 at most. She was only a 3rd-tier beast master, being able to hold off 5 was already quite challenging, and any more would be problematic. After saying that, she summoned 3 beasts. I can only hold off 1, Lin Ruoxua said softly. She wasn't even a 3rd-tier beast master. Holding off 1 was already her limit, especially since these statues were much higher in level than the silver-winged wind eagle. No worries, leave the rest to me, Xiao Zhan said firmly. These statues were just difficult to kill, not impossible. To save his son, he wouldn't hesitate to kill even an adult dragon if necessary. Perhaps there's a better way, Chen Mo suddenly suggested. The 3 of them looked at him. Chen Mo stared into the darkness at the end of the stone slab road, and said, let's rush through, these things aren't fast. As long as we make it inside, they might not chase us. Xiao Zhan's eyes flickered with doubt. Are you sure? Not sure, Chen Mo replied, but it's worth a try. Xiao Zhan nodded. Alright, let's give it a shot. If it doesn't work, we'll deal with them then. I'll lead the way, you all stay close. With that, the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle dove down, grabbing a stone statue's head with its claws and twisting it hard, causing the statue to collapse into a pile of rubble. Charge! Xiao Zhan was the first to rush out, with Morong Shui and Lin Ruoxua flanking the sides, and Chen Mo in the middle, the 4 of them quickly sprinting forward. After running about 200 meters, the stone statues diminished, replaced by rows of massive stone pillars, each wide enough for several people to embrace, engraved with runes that emitted a faint blue glow. Lin Ruoxua stared at the runes for a while, her expression changing. These are sealing runes. Sealing runes? Chen Mo asked. Before she could answer, several figures appeared ahead. 7 of them, all wearing black robes. The leader was a bald man in his 50s with a face full of flesh, wearing an eye patch over one eye and a necklace of bones hanging around his neck, looking quite repulsive. The most striking feature was the blood-red skull embroidered on his chest. Morong Shui recognized him at a glance. Isn't this the Blood Skull mercenary group? You know them? Chen Mo inquired. The largest tomb raiding gang around Linjiang City, specializing in robbing and murdering in ancient tombs. The leader is called Blood Butcher Ma Kuei, a mid-tier 3rd-turn beast master whose main beast is the Grade Blood-Eyed Demon Wolf at level 115. He has killed over 100 beast masters and has been on the Beast Master Association's wanted list for 3 years without being caught. Ma Kuei grinned, his fleshy face squishing together, revealing yellowed teeth, one of which was missing. Morong Guild Master, long time no see. His voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping against stone. The last time I saw you was at the provincial city auction 3 years ago. You wore a red dress and looked beautiful. Morong Shui said with disgust. What are you doing here? What else? Of course I'm doing my old business, Ma Kuei. He chuckled. I've researched this Lulan royal tomb for 3 whole years and finally managed to get in, only to run into you. His gaze fell on the Yin Tiger talisman in Xiao Zhan's hand. If I guess correctly, you should have a key to the dungeon, right? In consideration of Morong Guild Master's reputation, hand it over and I'll let you go. However, Chen Mo noticed that the 6 people behind him had already spread out, encircling them. They intended to surround and kill them. Xiao Zhan sneered. What if I refuse? A glint of murderous intent flashed in Ma Kuei's eyes. Refuse? Then don't blame me for being rude. With a wave of his hand, the 6 men simultaneously summoned their beasts. The weakest was an 85-level class Ironback Wolf, while the strongest was a 115-level A-class Shadow Leopard. Brother, I'll give you one last chance, Ma Kuei said. Hand it over, and I'll let you go. If not, you'll just remain here to accompany the Lulan Emperor in burial. Accompany in burial? I'm afraid it's you who will be accompanying us. Xiao Zhan's gaze was sharp. As a 4th-tier beast master, even in a city full of experts, he had a place, so dealing with these tomb raiders was naturally not a problem. He gave Morong Shui a glance, signaling her to protect Chen Mo and the others, then directly commanded the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle to launch an attack. Screech! The Thunder Eagle let out a cry, then transformed into a streak of golden lightning, charging towards the 7 men. Ma Kuei reacted, quickly retreating 3 steps while releasing the blood-eyed demon wolf to prepare for the Thunder Eagle's attack. Thunderstrike. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle launched its attack, and a bolt of purple lightning descended from the sky, striking the demon wolf. Awoo! The demon wolf howled in agony, smoke rising from its body, its fur standing on end. 15,789. Ma Kuei's expression changed drastically. He hadn't expected Xiao Zhan's beast to be so powerful, knocking off nearly 16,000 health points from his demon wolf, which indicated that the opponent's level was at least higher than his. Damn it, who are you guys? People who want your life? Xiao Zhan said, lazily commanding the Thunder Eagle to continue the assault. Ma Kuei's 6 subordinates also moved 6 beasts, charging at the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle, ready to gang up. However, the Thunder Eagle completely ignored them, dodging swiftly and appearing 100 meters away, causing the attacks of the 6 beasts to miss entirely. Thunder Eagle used Thunder Sea. With Xiao Zhan's command, the Thunder Eagle let out a long cry, then over 100 bolts of purple lightning fell, transforming into countless purple serpents that roared towards the 7 beasts. Boom. The scene instantly turned into a sea of purple lightning. As in SSS-grade skill, it was fully unleashed in the hands of the Thunder Eagle. When the lightning dissipated, the scene was horrendous. Of the 7 beasts, only Ma Kuei's blood-eyed demon wolf was still alive, while the other 6 beasts had died on the spot. Damn it, you're actually a 4th-tier beast master. What? A beast master? How is that possible? Damn it, how can he be a beast master? Not good, we've messed with the wrong person. Retreat quickly. As a group of tomb raiders, they prided themselves on knowing who to provoke and who not to. Among them was a beast master. Given such strength, the identity of the opponent was easy to guess. It could only be a 4th-tier beast master. Though there was only 1 level difference between 3rd and 4th tier, the gap in strength was immense. A beastmaster meant they could establish their own sect, and were true experts. A 4th tier against a 3rd tier was like an adult fighting a child. Realizing this, Ma Kuei's face turned green. He knew he had kicked a hard metal plate today. Retreat, he shouted, turning to run, not even bothering about the blood-eyed demon wolf. Wanna run? Xiao Zhan sneered, giving the order for the Thunder Eagle to dive. Ma Kuei felt the wind behind him, and turned sharply, only to be met by enormous claws that directly killed. The other 6, seeing this, immediately scattered, but without their beasts they were like toothless tigers, completely at the mercy of others. In just a moment they were all killed one by one. I didn't expect there to be an unexpected gain from this trip. Chen Mo remembered to collect all their bodies and deliver them to the city lord's mansion after we leave. Murong Shui reminded. Chen Mo refused. These were all killed by Senior Xiao. Oh, how can I accept? As a tomb raider who has been wanted for 3 years without capture, Ma Kuei's bounty is quite substantial, a full 5 million. Adding these few subordinates would probably make it even higher. Take it, you, I don't need the bounty, consider it a reward for coming with me. Hearing Xiao Zhan say this, Chen Mo no longer hesitated and waved to collect the bodies. After the small interlude, the 4 continued onward. After walking another 2 or 300 meters, a stone door appeared ahead. The stone door was half ajar, just wide enough for 1 person, and inside was pitch black. A line of Lulan characters was engraved on the door, which Murong Shui read aloud. Those who enter this door must let go of their obsessions or be trapped forever. What does that mean? Lin Ruoxue asked. No one could answer her, as none understood. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan had no choice but to push the door open and step inside. The others quickly followed him in, but as soon as Chen Mo entered, he felt something was off. It was too quiet, uncomfortably quiet, to the point where even the sound of footsteps was absent. He turned to see Murong Shui and Lin Ruoxue right behind him, but when he called out, no one responded. Turning back, the people had vanished. All around him was a white mist, thick as milk, obscuring his vision. Senior Xiao, Guildmaster Murong Ruoxue. No one answered. Chen Mo's heart sank. He tried to move forward, taking a few steps as the mist gradually cleared away. Before him appeared a room. It wasn't an ancient room, but rather one reminiscent of his past life, with white walls, wooden floors, and blue curtains hanging in the windows, sunlight streaming through, warm and inviting. On the desk lay an open book, its cover bearing the title, 5 years of high school entrance examination, 3 years of simulation. Chen Mo froze. Chen Mo. A voice came from behind him. He turned sharply. A woman stood in the doorway wearing an apron and holding a spatula, smiling warmly at him. Mom. Chen Mo's eyes turned red instantly. This woman he hadn't seen in many years. Before he crossed over, his mother had already passed away for several years. Dinner's ready, still studying. His mother smiled. Go wash your hands quickly. Chen Mo opened his mouth, unsure of what to say. He knew this was an illusion, but the sense of reality was too strong, so strong that he couldn't bear to shatter it. He followed his mother into the living room, where several dishes he loved were laid out on the table. Braised pork, sweet and sour ribs, scrambled eggs with tomatoes. What are you dazing about? Sit down and eat. His father walked out of the study wearing reading glasses and holding a newspaper. Tears streamed down Chen Mo's face. He knew it was fake, but he just wanted to stay a little longer. System, he called out in his heart. What's going on? The host has fallen into an illusion which is driven by the residual spiritual power in the tomb and reflects the deepest obsessions in the heart of the entrant. How do I get out? The host can consume authority points to leave at any time, but the host companions have not yet escaped the illusion. If they are forcibly awakened, it may cause mental damage. What about them? Xiaozhan Murong Shui and Lin Ruoxue have all fallen into a memory illusion of some past regret, with Xiaozhan being the most deeply trapped. Without help, he may remain in the illusion forever. Chen Mo took a deep breath. Can I help them? You can consume authority points to allow the Obsidian Dragon to learn the SS-grade skill Dragon Roar, which carries the effect of breaking illusions. Learning the skill requires 2,000 authority points. Chen Mo glanced at his points, deeming them sufficient, and then directly consumed them to first extricate himself from the illusion. Crack! With the sound of glass shattering the scene before Chen Mo dissipated entirely, his mother, father, and the dining table all fragmented into pieces, vanishing into the mist. In the blink of an eye, Chen Mo was back in that vast white fog. Yet now he could feel his feet firmly planted on the ground, confirming his return to reality. System, where are they? Mu Rongxue is 30 meters to the left front, Lin Ruoxue is 40 meters to the right front, and Xiaozhan is 20 meters directly ahead. Chen Mo decided to find Xiaozhan first. Pushing through several layers of mist, he spotted a burly man, nearly 2 meters tall, with a robust frame, crouched on the ground weeping. Chen Mo had never seen Xiaozhan in such a state. Xiaozhan sobbed heavily, his eyes bloodshot, muttering incessantly, I'm sorry. Xiaoyu. Wainer. I'm sorry. Chen Mo walked over and gently patted his shoulder. Xiaozhan did not react. Seeing this, Chen Mo immediately understood what the system meant. He alone could not awaken them. Without further hesitation, he summoned the Obsidian Dragon. System, learn the skill Dragon's Roar. Ding, consuming 2,000 authority points, the Obsidian Dragon has learned the S-grade skill Dragon's Roar. Xiaoyao, activate Dragon's Roar. Upon hearing the command, the Obsidian Dragon raised its massive head, let out a cry to the heavens, and unleashed a stirring dragon roar. Roar! The sound of the dragon roar reverberated instantly, spreading throughout the entire hall. Xiaozhan and the others, still trapped in their illusions, were jolted to a standstill, their expressions turning dazed. Then their eyes gradually cleared. What happened to us? Lin Ruoxue rubbed her small head, as if just awakening from sleep. Were we just trapped in an illusion? Xiaozhan was the quickest to react, immediately guessing the truth. In truth, as a fourth-turn beast taming grandmaster, he should not have fallen for an illusion, but he could not withstand the events of 10 years ago which had become his inner demon. A slight trigger would cause it to erupt. It was less about the illusion's potency and more about Xiaozhan being unable to overcome his own hurdle. That message at the entrance must have referred to this illusion, Chen Mo explained. Xiaozhan glanced at the Obsidian Dragon beside him, then recalled the dragon roar that had pulled him back to reality and inquired, Is this Obsidian Dragon yours? That's right. If I'm not mistaken, you must have pulled us out of the illusion. It was everyone's good fortune. I was just giving it a try. I never expected this dragon's roar to have the power to break illusions. Consider this a debt of gratitude from me, Xiaozhan. Xiaozhan didn't utter any sentimental thanks. He simply gave a direct promise. But Chen Mo understood that this promise was more precious than gold. After all, a fourth-turn beast taming grandmaster could be considered invincible in Linjiang City, as evidenced by the Zhao family's fate. What are you talking about? Did Chen Mo just save us? And is this Obsidian Dragon Chen Mo's? Compared to Lin Ruoxue and Xiaozhan's calmness, Mu Rongxue was now utterly astounded. She had never imagined that a small city like Linjiang could produce a beast tamer who had contracted a dragon. If this news got out, it would surely cause an uproar. I can vouch for that. This Obsidian Dragon is indeed Chen Mo's. He contracted it in the trial tower, Lin Ruoxue said, then made a funny face at Chen Mo. You sly boy. Hiding so deeply. Mu Rongxue's gaze towards Chen Mo grew increasingly appreciative. She understood that with this black dragon, within 20 years, Chen Mo's name would resonate throughout the entire Dragon Kingdom. Alright, let's get going quickly. Seeing that time was getting late, Chen Mo urged them. The three of them, without further ado, moved forward again. Soon a massive tomb chamber appeared before them. The tomb chamber was enormous, at least the size of 3 football fields. In the center stood a high platform, square and orderly, built from blue stone and surrounded by layers of steps. On the platform lay a stone coffin, very large, its surface densely carved with runes that shimmered with golden light, standing out starkly in the cold, gloomy tomb. Around the coffin were scattered a dozen or so bronze chests of various sizes, all seemingly guarding the central stone coffin. But the most eye-catching was the tree at the deepest part of the chamber. The tree was several stories tall, its trunk as thick as a water vat with dark brown bark that curled up in patches resembling an old pine. Yet its leaves were a vibrant, shining green. Hanging from the branches were several bright red fruits the size of fists, covered in golden veins like dragon scales. It's the dragon's blood, vermilion fruit. Xiaozhan's voice trembled slightly. Mu Rongxue added, And there are 4 of them. Xiao Zhan's eyes reddened instantly. For 10 years his son had lain in bed like a living corpse. He had searched for every possible cure, begged everyone he could, but all said it was incurable. Now he finally saw hope. But he didn't rush forward recklessly because a bird was lying at the base of the tree. It was a bird the size of a small mountain covered in cyan feathers. Its tail feathers in particular trailed on the ground like a cyan river. Its eyes were closed as if dozing, but everyone could feel its oppressive aura. Chen Mo secretly activated his appraisal eye. Name Immortal Luan Bird S-grade, level 120. Skills Prairie Fire S-grade, Death Fire S-grade Cyan, Luan Wings S-grade, Lives Blessing S-grade, Azure Sorrow S-grade, level 124 S-grade skills. Chen Mo's heart sank. Although Xiao Zhan's golden-eyed Thunder Eagle was level 125, facing a Luan bird with 4 SS skills, this battle would not be easy. It's awake, Lin Ruoxue said, her voice very low. Indeed, the immortal Luan bird opened its eyes. They were cyan with no pupils, only 2 cyan flames dancing in their sockets. Xiao Zhan took a step forward and directly summoned his golden-eyed Thunder Eagle, facing the immortal Luan bird from a distance. He didn't know the Luan bird's strength, but even if he did, he wouldn't retreat a single step. For his son, he had to win today. The immortal Luan bird stared at the Thunder Eagle for a few seconds, then opened its beak. Li. Immediately after, the immortal Luan bird took flight. The moment its wings spread, Chen Mo truly realized how massive it was. Its wingspan was at least 20 meters, casting a shadow that darkened the sky. Cyan flames erupted from its body. This was the death fire said to be capable of burning even souls to ash. Fall back, Xiao Zhan roared. Leave this beast to me. He'll handle it. Upon hearing this, the 3 quickly scattered backwards. They were too weak and would only be a burden if they stayed. Interestingly, the immortal Luan bird didn't even glance at them. It flapped its wings and charged directly at the Thunder Eagle. It could sense that the Thunder Eagle posed the greatest threat. With a flash of cyan light, the Luan bird appeared before the Thunder Eagle. It raised its right claw high, its 5 talons like 5 curved blades, aiming for the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle's head. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle tried to dodge sideways, but it was too late. It only managed to tilt its head, and the claws grazed its neck. Rip! Golden feathers flew everywhere, ignited by the death fire in midair, and instantly turned to ash. 11,123. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle's health bar visibly dropped a chunk. Enraged, it opened its beak and unleashed a bolt of purple heavenly lightning. Boom! The thunderclap exploded within the sealed tomb chamber. A thick bullseyed bolt of purple lightning appeared and struck the Luan bird heavily on the back. 11,576. The Luan bird's body stiffened for a moment as electricity crackled over it. But it merely shook its feathers as if it had only been caught in a light rain, seemingly unharmed. Then it opened its beak. Cyan flames gushed out like floodwaters from a burst dam, surging toward the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle. The temperature of the flames was terrifyingly high. Even from dozens of meters away, Chen Mo felt his face burning. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle tried to evade, but the flames came too fast. Its tail feathers were caught. SSS. The feathers caught fire, and a scorched smell filled the air. The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle let out a pained cry. 12,345. Xiao Zhan's expression turned serious. Thunder Eagle used rage. In an instant, the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle's eyes turned bloodshot. Its aura surged, and even its feathers stood on end. It lunged at the Luan bird with reckless abandon, its talons hooked like grappling irons, aiming for its head. The Luan bird tilted its head to dodge, but the Thunder Eagle's strike was too fierce. Its claws still caught it on the neck. Rip! 5 bloody gashes appeared. A large patch of cyan feathers was torn away, revealing the dark bluish-black skin beneath. 11,987. The Luan bird, stung by the pain, turned and swiped its claw, landing a solid blow on the Thunder Eagle's chest. Bang! The golden-eyed Thunder Eagle was sent flying, crashing into the tomb chamber's wall like a cannonball with a thunderous boom. Seeing this, Xiao Zhan's expression soured. He hadn't expected a level 120 Luan bird to be so troublesome. It was truly worthy of being an S-grade beast tamer pet. Thunder Eagle circle left. With his rich combat experience, Xiao Zhan quickly devised a plan, deciding no longer to confront the Luan bird heathen. Guided by Xiao Zhan's commands, the golden-eyed Thunder Eagle tilted its wings and easily dodged several of the Luan bird's attacks. Nice! Lin Ruoxue couldn't help but exclaim. Chen Mo also noticed that Xiao Zhan's command was completely different now. Every dodge was perfectly timed, and every counterattack struck the Luan bird where it hurt most. The Luan bird's attacks were effortlessly neutralized one by one. Soon the Luan bird grew anxious. It flapped its wings violently, its speed skyrocketing as it chased the Thunder Eagle around the entire tomb chamber. The Thunder Eagle flew ahead with the Luan bird in hot pursuit, 2 golden and cyan shadows tracing circles in the air. A slight smile curled at the corner of Xiao Zhan's mouth. Thunder Eagle, emergency stop. The golden-eyed thunder eagle abruptly folded its wings, its entire body dropping like a stone. The lawn bird chasing too fast couldn't break, and shot right over the thunder eagle's head. Thunder eagle used lightning strike. The thunder eagle steadied itself, opened its beak, and unleashed a bolt of purple heavenly lightning. The bolt, as thick as a bowl, struck the lawn bird solidly on the back. Boom. 24,567. The lawn bird let out a pained shriek. The feathers on its back were blasted off, and its body swayed, nearly falling from the sky before finally stabilizing. The lawn bird, hurt and enraged, suddenly stopped chasing. It hovered in midair, spread its wings wide, and the cyan flames over its body erupted violently like a fireball exploding. Xiao Zhan's pupils contracted. He knew the lawn bird was about to unleash its ultimate move, but he didn't panic. Thunder eagle, ascend. As high as you can. The golden-eyed thunder eagle beat its wings and shot straight up. The lawn bird's flames burst forth in a ring of fire. Wherever the ring passed, the air was scorched and distorted. The stone slabs on the ground were lifted and melted. The thunder eagle was at its peak, and the ring of fire spread out dozens of meters below it, failing to hit it. Xiao Zhan had guessed correctly. The death fire's area of attack was horizontal, unable to reach very high. The lawn bird's ring of fire lasted for 3 or 4 seconds before finally stopping. At the same time, its aura weakened noticeably, and the flames on its body were not as intense. Now, Xiao Zhan shouted. Thunder eagle, dive. The golden-eyed thunder eagle folded its wings and plummeted from the sky like a golden meteor. Its speed was so immense that the air friction sparked, leaving a long trail of light behind it. The lawn bird looked up and saw it wanting to dodge, but the thunder eagle's speed was too great, it couldn't react in time. Thunderclaw. 2 clusters of purple lightning coalesced on the thunder eagle's talons, crackling with electricity, like hooks forged from lightning. One claw sank into the lawn bird's neck, while the other grasped the base of its wing. ZZZT. 18,765. The lawn bird let out a piercing, agonized cry, struggling violently to shake the thunder eagle off its body. But it was futile. Seeing this, the lawn bird stopped struggling. Hovering in midair, its entire body suddenly emitted a layer of cyan mist. The mist was thick and dense, more like smoke than fire. It spread rapidly, enveloping the entire tomb chamber within a few breaths. It was the SS skill Azure Sorrow. At the same time, the scene before Chen Mo's eyes blurred again. He rubbed his eyes, but it was useless. As the mist grew thicker, he couldn't see anything clearly. Then he heard his mother's voice again. Xiao Mo time. Chen Mo's heart sank heavily. Another illusion. This lawn bird could also use illusions. Xiao Yao. Dragon's roar. Quickly. In the outside world, the Obsidian dragon sensed its master's call. It raised its head, took a deep breath, and then opened its mouth to let out a long roar. Roar. The sound was immense and penetrating, sweeping through the entire tomb chamber in an instant. The cyan mist struck by the sonic wave dissipated rapidly, like smoke blown away by the wind. Chen Mo was back in that cold tomb chamber, gasping for air. Mu Rongxue and Lin Ruoxue were also jolted awake, both shivering slightly as they looked around in confusion. But the dragon's roar's most direct effect was on the lawn bird. Struck by the roar, its mind felt as if hit by a hammer, and its illusion instantly collapsed. Xiao Zhan had also fallen into the illusion, but with Chen Mo's help he quickly regained his senses. Seeing the lawn bird's state, he immediately understood what had happened. Thunder Eagle, use your ultimate move. The golden-eyed thunder eagle flew to the highest point of the tomb chamber, lightning wildly surging over its entire body. Heavenly punishment. Divine judgment. This was the golden-eyed thunder eagle's strongest skill, grade with immense power, but a long charge time. In a normal battle, it would be difficult to unleash, but the Obsidian dragon's roar had just given it a great opportunity. Moments later, a giant sword formed from purple lightning carrying a world-ending aura plummeted straight towards the lawn bird. The sword was so fast that the lawn bird couldn't react. Boom. After a moment, the purple giant sword pierced through the lawn bird's body. The lawn bird convulsed violently within the lightning, trying to cry out, but unable to make a sound. The lightning lasted for 3 seconds before finally fading. The lawn bird fell from the sky like a stone cut from its rope, crashing to the ground and lying still. It died on the spot. Seeing the lawn bird dead, Xiao Zhan stood there panting heavily. His clothes were soaked through with sweat clinging to his body. The golden-eyed thunder eagle slowly descended from the sky, landing beside Xiao Zhan. It was also wounded, having lost many feathers. Xiao Zhan reached out and patted its head. Well done. Chen Mo walked out from behind a stone pillar with Mu Rongxue and Lin Ruoxue following. The three of them looked at the pile of slowly dissipating cyan light on the ground, falling silent for a few seconds. Senior Xiao, Chen Mo began. You were truly formidable, taking it down alone. Xiao Zhan turned to look at him and smiled. You played your part. If not for your Black Dragon's roar, I would still be trapped in the illusion. Chen Mo explained, I was just providing support. Xiao Zhan said no more. This Obsidian dragon was too valuable. Saying more would only cause trouble for Chen Mo. Mu Rongxue walked to where the lawn bird had dissipated, crouched down, and felt around in the cyan light. She found an egg. The egg was the size of a basketball, entirely cyan, its surface covered in golden veins that shimmered under the light. Immortal lawn bird S-grade beast egg. Take it, Chen Mo said. It's what I promised you. Mu Rongxue bit her lip, said no polite words of refusal, and put the egg into her storage ring. The four of them approached the dragon's blood vermilion fruit tree. The four fruits on the tree were bright red, each exuding a dense spiritual energy. Standing under the tree, one could feel a warm current pouring in from above, washing away all fatigue and pain, leaving a comfort that made one want to sigh. Xiaozhan stood beneath the tree looking at the four fruits and took a deep breath. He reached out and picked two, carefully placing them into a jade box, then stored it in his ring. That's enough. One to save my son, one as a spare. What about the rest? Lin Ruoxue asked. Chen Mo looked at the remaining two fruits. Take them. These are priceless treasures. Keep them for later use. He picked the two fruits, giving one to Lin Ruoxue and keeping one for himself. Upon exiting the Lulan dungeon, Xiaozhan couldn't wait to return to the provincial city, his heart filled with urgency to save his son. Chen Mo also wanted to witness the effects of the dragon blood Zhu fruit firsthand, so he followed Xiaozhan back to the provincial city. As for Mu Rongxue and her companion, they returned to Linjiang City first. They made their way without delay, reaching the provincial city in just 3 hours. Returning home, Xiaozhan walked straight to the inner room, which was quite small, only about 10 square meters, containing a wooden bed, a table, and 2 chairs. On the bed lay a young man. It was none other than Xiaozhan's son Xiaoyu. Xiaozhan approached the bedside, placed a jade box on the table, and reached out to touch his son's face, which was icy cold. Xiaoyu, Xiaozhan whispered, "Father has found something to save you." Xiaoyu did not respond. Xiaozhan had long since gotten used to this and directly opened the jade box, revealing the dragon blood Zhu fruit quietly lying inside, the size of a fist and as red as blood. He lifted Xiaoyu's chin gently, pried open his mouth, placed the Zhu fruit inside, and then closed his mouth. Moments later, Xiaoyu's throat moved slightly. Immediately, a burst of golden light erupted from within him. The radiance flowed like tiny golden rivers, washing over Xiaoyu's veins that had been dried up for 10 years. Soon Xiaoyu's skin transformed from a ghastly white to pale, then to a healthy hue, his waxy face finally gaining the color of a living person. Xiaozhan held his breath in excitement. Moments later, Xiaoyu's eyes opened, initially filled with confusion, before slowly turning towards Xiaozhan. "Father." Xiaoyu's voice was very soft, as if he had exhausted all his strength, yet Xiaozhan heard him clearly. Just a single word, "Father." This made the tall man standing at nearly 2 meters crumble like a mountain. He knelt beside the bed, burying his face in his son's palm, his shoulders shaking violently. Over the past 10 years, he had heard this voice countless times in his dreams, but upon waking, his son's eyes would always be closed. Now he finally heard it. He truly heard it. "Father!" Xiaoyu called out again, his voice slightly stronger than before, but still weak, as if it came from a great distance. "Don't cry." Xiaozhan lifted his head, his eyes red, yet he smiled. "Father isn't crying," he said. "Father is happy." At that moment, Chen Mo walked in from the doorway. Although his steps were light, Xiaoyu still heard him. His gaze drifted past Xiaozhan and landed on Chen Mo, the confusion in his eyes gradually turning into curiosity. "Who is this?" "He is the one who saved you." Xiaozhan stood up, turned to Chen Mo. "His name is Chen Mo. He came from Linjiang City. Without him, Father wouldn't have obtained the dragon blood Zhu fruit." Xiaoyu's expression changed. He looked at Chen Mo, his lips moving. "Thank you," he said, his voice still very soft but sincere. He then struggled to sit up. Xiaozhan hurriedly supported him. "Don't move, you just woke up and your body hasn't recovered." Xiaoyu ignored him, gritting his teeth as he pushed himself up with his arms moving slowly and laboriously, the veins on his forehead bulging, but he did not stop. Chen Mo walked over and pressed down on his shoulder. "Don't get up." Xiaoyu looked up at him, his dark eyes filled with a stubborn light. "I Xiao family's descendant, am not ungrateful." He still managed to sit up. Leaning against the headboard, he breathed heavily, his face turning pale from the exertion, yet his back remained straight. He slowly bent forward, resting his forehead against the edge of the bed. "Brother Chen Mo, I will remember the life-saving grace you have bestowed on me," Xiaoyu said. Chen Mo stared at the back of his head, silent for a few seconds. "Your father has already thanked me. Taking care of your injuries is the best way to express your gratitude," he added. Xiaoyu straightened up, looking at Chen Mo, saying nothing more, but that gaze spoke volumes, conveying a debt of life owed. Xiaozhan stood by, watching this scene, his lips moved, as if he were contemplating something. Then he took a deep breath, his voice heavy like a hammer striking an anvil. "Chen Mo," he said. Chen Mo turned to look at him. "From today on, your matters are my Xiaozhan's matters." Xiaozhan enunciated each word as if carving it in stone. "No matter when or what, as long as you speak, I Xiaozhan will never refuse." This was not mere politeness. It was a vow. A vow from a four-turn beastmaster. Chen Mo looked at him. "Senior Xiao, we are family, no need for formalities." Meanwhile, in Linjiang City, at the Beacon Fire Pavilion, Mu Rongshui stood at the highest point of the pavilion staring at the S-grade beast egg of the immortal phoenix on the redwood table before her. She had been gazing at the egg for a long time. After all, this was the only S-grade beast egg in Linjiang City. It was a birthday gift she prepared for her daughter. Her daughter, named Mu Rongqing, was 20 years old and had awakened and grade beast the azure feather sparrow. Her aptitude was not considered poor, but not exceptional either. In this survival of the fittest world, she knew very well how far a grade beast could go. But if she had this immortal phoenix egg, Mu Rongshui's fingers gently glided over the eggshell, feeling its warmth as if caressing a piece of warm jade. The S-grade immortal phoenix is fire attribute and possesses the ability of rebirth through nirvana. If a successful contract is made, Mu Rongqing's future would be limitless. Mistress, at that moment a voice from outside interrupted her thoughts. Mu Rongshui turned her head and saw a young maid standing at the door, a hint of unease on her face. What is it? Wang Hai from the Black Hawk Gang is here again. Mu Rongshui's eyes narrowed. Wang Hai, the leader of the Black Hawk Gang, a third-turn beastmaster, one of the 4 major powers in Linjiang City. He had already come once not long ago. At that time she had just returned from the Lulan Imperial Tomb, and somehow the news leaked. Wang Hai came personally to offer 100 million for that immortal phoenix egg. 100 million. That figure left Mu Rongshui stunned. She had seen money before, but 100 million in Linjiang City could buy half the city. However, she refused. Wang Hai's expression at that time was not pleasant, but he said nothing more and left. She thought this matter would just pass. Now it seemed she was too naive. What did he say? Mu Rongshui asked. The maid bit her lip. He said he isn't here to buy today, but to talk about cooperation. Mu Rongshui snorted coldly. Make him wait. She stored the immortal phoenix egg into her storage ring, adjusted her clothing, and walked downstairs. In the hall, Wang Hai sat in the guest seat, leisurely sipping tea. He was in his 50s with graying hair, but a rosy complexion, and his triangular eyes shone brightly. He wore a black brocade robe embroidered with a vividly depicted black hawk, and 2 young men sat in front of him. 2 young men. The one on the left, in his early 20s, was dressed in a white suit, his hair slicked back with a smile that made one uncomfortable. The one on the right was of similar age, but his aura was completely different. He wore black, tight-fitting clothing, had a buzz cut, and wore a blank expression like a stone, yet his eyes were bright like 2 knives hidden in their sheaths. Mu Rongshui's steps faltered not because of Wang Hai, but due to the aura exuded by the 2 young men before. This aura she had only seen in the core disciples of the prominent families in the provincial city. Mistress Mu Rong, it's good to see you again. Wang Hai set down his teacup, smiling as he stood up. Let me introduce you. This is the eldest young master of the Ma family from the provincial city Ma Wenyuan. The Ma family engages in beast material business, holding 30% of the beast material market in the entire Jiangnan province. The young man in white nodded slightly, acknowledging the introduction. Mu Rongshui remained expressionless and silent. Wang Hai then pointed to the young man with the buzz cut. This is the second young master of the Shui family from the provincial city Shui Wu. The Shui family specializes in beast cultivation, supplying 20% of the beasts in Jiangnan province. Shui Wu nodded but did not speak, even his expression unchanged. The Ma and Shui families in the provincial city. Mu Rongshui's voice was icy. Wang Gang leader, what do you mean by this? Wang Hai chuckled. It's nothing much, just hoping that Mistress Mu Rong would reconsider the matter of the egg. I have already said no sale. No sale is fine too. Ma Wenyuan suddenly spoke, his tone languid. Let's cooperate in another way. Mu Rongshui's tone was firm. I want cooperate. Just hear me out. You give me the egg, and it'll help you expand the Beacon Fire Pavilion. Ma Wenyuan spread his hands. Resources, channels, connections, whatever you want I can provide. How about it? No way, you 2 are figures of renown in the provincial city. Why waste time on this? Not a waste, Ma Wenyuan smiled. I just feel that an S-grade egg being in a small place like Linjiang City is too wasteful. A small place? Linjiang City is indeed not large. Ma Wenyuan stated as if it were a fact. A small city with only a few 100,000 people, the strongest beastmaster, is merely third turn. What future can such a place have? Young Master Ma is correct, Wang Hai chimed in. Mistress Mu Rong, you must understand that the strength of the Ma and Shui families is not something we in Linjiang City can compare to. Their willingness to cooperate with you is your good fortune. Mu Rongshui looked at the 2 of them, and suddenly smiled. Her smile was very cold. Wang Gang leader, you brought 2 people from the provincial city to my Beacon Fire Pavilion. Are you trying to threaten me? Not at all. Wang Hai quickly waved his hands. I'm just playing matchmaker. The cooperation is up to you both to discuss. I have nothing to discuss. Mu Rongshui's smile faded. The egg is not for sale, nor will there be any cooperation. You 2 can leave now. The air in the hall instantly froze. Ma Wenyuan's smile did not change, but his eyes did. The light in those eyes shifted from lazy to cold, like 2 venomous snakes peering out from the grass. Mistress Mu Rong, are you certain about this? He said, his voice still light and airy. There is nothing I, Ma Wenyuan, have set my eyes upon that I cannot obtain. Mu Rongshui looked at him, Are you threatening me? Not a threat. Ma Wenyuan stood up, straightening his suit collar, stepping in front of Mu Rongshui, looking down at her. It's a friendly reminder. Mu Rongshui remained silent, simply making a gesture to send them off, and the atmosphere turned quiet. All right, Ma Wenyuan smiled. Let this be the end of today. Mistress Mu Rong, please reconsider. I will come back in a few days. He turned to leave with Wang Hai following closely behind. Shui Wu walked last, stopping at the door without turning his head, uttering a phrase. Just a reminder for Mistress Mu Rong, the water in the provincial city runs very deep. The three vanished out. Mu Rongshui stood still, her face ashen. Her fists clenched tightly, nails digging into her palms. She wanted to teach these two young men a lesson right now, but she couldn't. The Ma family, the Shui family, and the Fenghua Pavilion were not forces she could provoke. In terms of strength, any one of them could crush the entire Fenghua Pavilion. But she would not back down. That egg belonged to her daughter. No one could take it away. Pavilion Master. In a short while, a maid rushed in from outside. What is it now? Wang Hai said that if the Pavilion Master does not agree, he will have the Black Eagle Society block all of Fenghua Pavilion's businesses, and also said. What else did he say? He also said that Fenghua Pavilion's trading teams will never be able to leave Linjiang City again. Mu Rongshui's face completely darkened. Blocking businesses and cutting off trade routes would sever the lifeline of Fenghua Pavilion. Though Fenghua Pavilion was one of the four major forces, it was different from the other three. The Tiger Mercenary Corps relied on mercenary tasks, the Black Eagle Society relied on mineral resources, the Batian Society relied on gambling houses, while Fenghua Pavilion depended on trading teams. If the trade routes were cut off, Fenghua Pavilion would not last 6 months. Wang Hai, you are so bold. Mu Rongshui gritted her teeth, a murderous intent flashing in her eyes. But she knew that Wang Hai dared to do this certainly had the Ma family and the Shui family backing him. No, we can't just sit and wait. Mu Rongshui took a deep breath, forcing herself to calm down. She walked to the desk, picked up a pen, and wrote a few words on paper. Then she folded the paper and handed it to the maid. Take this to the Tiger Mercenary Corps, to Captain Chen personally. Captain Chen Taizhan. Yes, that's him. Mu Rongshui's eyes were complicated. In all of Linjiang City, he may be the only one who can save Fenghua Pavilion. The first hospital of the provincial city. Xiao Yu fell asleep after the examination. After administering the Zhu fruit, Xiao Zhan quickly took Xiao Yu for a checkup, and the results showed his body was well. It was said he would be able to get out of bed and walk in half a month. Xiao Zhan sat by the bed looking at his son's peaceful sleeping face, a happy smile on his face. Xiao Senior. At that moment, Chen Mo walked in. I should return to Linjiang City. Xiao Zhan stood up. I'll see you off. No need, you stay with brother Xiao Yu. Xiao Zhan thought for a moment and did not insist. He took out a dark golden token from his pocket and handed it to Chen Mo. The token was palm-sized, engraved with the character Xiao on one side and a soaring golden eagle on the other side. This is my token. Xiao Zhan said, keep it. If you encounter trouble in the provincial city in the future, take this token to the Xiao family business, and someone will help you. Chen Mo accepted the token, feeling its weight, unsure of what material it was made from. Xiao family business. It's a small enterprise of mine in the provincial city, Xiao Zhan said. Not big, but it has some standing in the provincial city. Chen Mo nodded and tucked the token away. Xiao Senior, I'm leaving now. Wait. Xiao Zhan called him back and took out another jade bottle from his pocket. Take this too. Chen Mo took the jade bottle, opened the cork, and a rich medicinal aroma wafted out. Inside the bottle were 3 pills, each smooth and round with a faint glow. Dragon Blood Pill Rare permanently increases the attributes of beast control by 5. Each beast can consume only 1. Chen Mo's pupils constricted. A 5 permanent increase in all attributes. If this were at an auction, each would be worth at least 5 million. Xiao Senior, this is too precious. Take it. Xiao Zhan waved his hand. I owe you a life. A few pills are nothing. Chen Mo did not refuse again. Thank you, Xiao Senior. Don't thank me. If you have any issues in the future, come to the provincial city to find me directly. Xiao Zhan patted his shoulder. Remember, your matters are my matters. Chen Mo walked out of the hospital gate, and the sky was almost dark. The streets of the provincial city were brightly lit, bustling, with traffic much livelier than Linjiang City. He stood by the roadside when suddenly the communicator at his waist beeped. It was a message from his father. Mu Rongshui said Wang Hai brought people from the Ma family and the Shui family to force her to sell the egg. Hurry back. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. The Ma family. The Shui family. He had seen these two names in the original book. The Ma family was a giant in the beast material market of Jiangnan province, appearing to be legitimate businessmen while secretly engaging in all kinds of shady dealings. Ma Wenyuan was the eldest son of the Ma family, a minor antagonist in the original book who relied on his family's power to bully others. Later, he was publicly humiliated by Lu Chen, holding a grudge and teaming up with the Shui family to deal with Lu Chen, ultimately being killed by Lu Chen. The Shui family was the dominant force in the beast cultivation market of Jiangnan province, appearing to do legitimate business, while actually controlling the entire beast black market in Jiangnan province. Shui Wu was the second son of the Shui family, a ruthless character in the original book, not one for many words, but cold-blooded and ruthless, killing without blinking. These two characters appeared relatively late in the original book, only formally showing up after Lu Chen entered the provincial city. However, now, due to the emergence of the undying phoenix egg, they had arrived in Linjiang City ahead of schedule. Interesting, a slight smile appeared on Chen Mo's lips. He happened to need an opportunity to make a breakthrough in the provincial city. The Ma family and the Shui family were his stepping stones. In Linjiang City at the Tiger Mercenary Corps base. When Chen Mo returned to the base, it was already late at night. The courtyard was lit, and Chen Taizhan had not yet gone to sleep, sitting by the stone table and drinking tea. "You're back." Chen Taizhan glanced at him. How's it going in the provincial city?" "Xiao Yu has woken up and is recovering well." Chen Taizhan nodded, falling silent for a moment. "What do you think about Morong Shui's situation?" "We must help." Chen Mo sat across from him. "After all, Pavilion Master Morong has helped our tiger gang several times. Helping is certain, but how do we help?" Chen Taizhan's fingers tapped on the table. "These two families are not simple." "I know. What do you plan to do?" Chen Mo looked at his father, his gaze very calm. "Leave this matter to me, father, please rest assured." Chen Taizhan stared at him for a few seconds, then smiled. "All right, my son has a sense of responsibility." He stood up and patted Chen Mo's shoulder. "If you need anything, just tell Dad." "I know." Chen Mo returned to his room, closed the door, and sat on the bed. He accessed the system panel. Name Chen Mo, age 16 years, spirit 35 realm, first rank, Beastmaster. Permission points 4,500 for 1,500 points. Chen Mo murmured, "It's time to use them." He thought for a moment, and did not rush to strengthen himself. The Obsidian Dragon still lacked a defensive skill. Dragon Shield and SS-grade defensive skill requires 5,000 permission points. Still 500 points short. "I'll go level up tomorrow. First, I need to learn Dragon Shield." Chen Mo calculated in his mind. He then glanced at the skill panel of the Shadow Demon Tiger. Tiger King Bite, Crade, Demon Flame, Bullet, Crade Shadow Assassination, Scrade Shadow Combo, a Great Heavy Strike, Crade Tiger Roar, Crade Shadow Escape, Scrade. 7 skills, most of which are C and A grades, with only 2 being S grades. It's time to level up the Shadow Demon Tiger's skills, Chen Mo thought. However, he currently lacked enough permission points, so he could only focus on the Obsidian Dragon for now. "Let's sleep first, I'll deal with tomorrow's matters tomorrow." Chen Mo turned off the light and lay on the bed. Moonlight poured through the curtains, casting a silvery glow on the ceiling. He closed his eyes and quickly fell. The next morning before dawn, Chen Mo stepped out. He did not go to Fenghua Pavilion, but headed to a low-level dungeon outside the city. He needed 500 permission points. The West Mountain Cemetery was a level 40 dungeon. Chen Mo took a deep breath and directly entered the dungeon. He did not summon the Shadow Demon Tiger, but directly released the Obsidian Dragon. The Obsidian Dragon leaped out of the beast control space, landing beside him, its dark golden vertical pupils scanning the surroundings with a low growl. At level 35, the Obsidian Dragon was nearly 5 meters long, covered in pitch-black scales, with its horns having grown a bit longer, already resembling an adult dragon. Little Yao, today's goal is to grind out 500 points. Chen Mo patted its head. "Kill quickly." The Obsidian Dragon roared low, as if saying, "Leave it to me." The man and dragon walked along the small path in the graveyard. After walking less than 50 meters, the ground ahead churned, and a dozen skeletal soldiers crawled out from underground. Skeletal soldier, level 35. The Obsidian Dragon didn't even bother to show its dragon might, it simply pounced. 1 claw per skeleton. In less than 10 seconds, all 15 skeletal soldiers were reduced to shattered bones. Kill skeletal soldier 15, gain permission points 15. Current points 4,530, too slow, Chen Mo frowned. These low-level monsters awarded too few points, only 1 point each. At this rate, he would have to kill over 500 to accumulate 500 points. Let's go deeper and find higher-level ones. Chen Mo led the Obsidian Dragon further into the graveyard. Along the way, they encountered several waves of skeletal soldiers and zombie guards, all of which were easily dealt with by the Obsidian Dragon. The points rose to 4,650. After about 10 more minutes, an open area appeared ahead. In the clearing stood a massive skeleton. It was a skeleton commander towering at 3 meters tall, wielding a gigantic bone sword. Skeleton Commander, level 38, Elite Monster. Chen Mo's eyes lit up. Elite monsters should provide a decent amount of points. Little Yao, go. The Obsidian Dragon lunged. The Skeleton Commander raised its bone sword and slashed down at the Obsidian Dragon. The Obsidian Dragon sidestepped, clawing at the Skeleton Commander's chest. 1,323. The Skeleton Commander's iron armor cracked, losing nearly a third of its health. It became enraged, swinging its bone sword and creating a gust of wind. The Obsidian Dragon did not dodge, taking the hit heated. 234. The Obsidian Dragon lost over 200 points of health, which was nothing compared to its nearly 10,000 health. Little Yao, Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of black flames that struck the Skeleton Commander. 1567. The skeleton commander's health dropped below half. It turned to flee, but the Obsidian Dragon chased after it with another claw. 1089. The skeleton commander's health was reduced to 0, its massive body crashing to the ground, bones scattering everywhere. Kill skeleton commander, level 38, elite monster, gain permission points 50. Current points, 4,700. Still 300 points short. Chen Mo continued deeper with the Obsidian Dragon. They killed a few more skeleton commanders and death knights, raising the points to 4,850. Still 150 points short. Chen Mo looked around. That should be enough. Just then, a heavy thudding sound. The ground trembled, as if some colossal creature was approaching. Chen Mo halted, looking ahead. Through the mist, a giant figure gradually emerged. It was a bone giant ape, standing 5 meters tall, constructed from countless bones, each hand wielding a bone club with blood-red ghost flames flickering in its eye sockets. Bone giant ape, level 40 silver boss. Chen Mo's lips curled up. A silver boss would yield at least 200 points. Little Yao, go. The Obsidian Dragon did not hesitate, charging towards the bone giant ape. The bone giant ape raised its bone club and smashed down at the Obsidian Dragon. The Obsidian Dragon sidestepped, and the bone club smashed into the ground, creating a large pit. Little Yao, dragon might. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth and emitted a deep dragon roar, releasing its might. The bone giant ape's movements noticeably slowed down. Go around and hit it on the back of the head. The Obsidian Dragon circled to the back of the bone giant ape and struck it on the back of its head. 1324. The bone giant ape's health bar dropped slightly. It turned to retaliate against the Obsidian Dragon, but under the pressure of the dragon, its speed was too slow. The Obsidian Dragon easily dodged and circled behind it again. 1 claw, 2 claws, 3 claws. The bone giant ape's health rapidly declined. 9,000, 7,500, 6,000, 4,500. When it hit 4,000, the bone giant ape let out a roar, the ground cracking open, and skeletal soldiers crawled out from the crevices. Little Yao, clear the small monsters first. The Obsidian Dragon turned to the skeletal soldiers, killing them swiftly with 1 claw each. Kill skeletal soldier, 20, gain permission points 40. Current points 4,890. With the small monsters cleared, the bone giant ape's health was left with less than 3,000. Little Yao, black flame dragon breath release continuously. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth and unleashed 3 successive torrents of black flames. 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 1, 8, 9. 1, 2, 5, 6. The bone giant ape's health bar hit 0, its massive body crashing to the ground. Kill bone giant ape, level 40 silver boss, gain permission points 200. Current points 5,090. Chen Mo let out a long breath. That's enough. He recalled the Obsidian Dragon and turned to leave the West Mountain Cemetery. Returning home, Chen Mo closed the door behind him and summoned the system. System, replicate the Dragon Clan shield for Obsidian Dragon. 5000 authority points consumed. Dragon Clan shield S-Rank successfully replicated. As a warm current surged into Obsidian Dragon's body, it mastered the skill. Dragon Clan shield S-Rank grants a Dragon Force barrier to Dragon-affiliated spirit beasts, doubling defense for 30 seconds, cooldown 1 hour. Chen Mo nodded in quiet satisfaction. With this skill, Obsidian Dragon had truly become invincible, capable of striking, enduring, controlling, and fleeing. It possessed virtually no weakness. Next, I must go to the Beacon Tower. Chen Mo changed clothes and stepped. The Beacon Tower stood in the eastern district of Linjiang City, a 3-story wooden pavilion with upturned eaves and exquisitely carved beams, its grandeur unmistakable amid surrounding structures. When Chen Mo arrived, 2 soldiers stood guard at the entrance. Recognizing him, they stepped aside without hesitation. Meanwhile, inside the main hall, Murong Shui sat upon the central seat, her expression stern and unyielding. Wang Hai, Ma Wenyuan, and Shui Wu. Those 3 had returned again. Today, Wang Hai wore a deep blue brocade robe, his hair meticulously combed, his face twisted into a cold serpentine smile, as if a venomous snake flicked its tongue. Ma Wenyuan remained clad in his white suit, legs crossed, sipping tea with languid grace. Shui Wu sat at the farthest edge, impassive and silent. Director Murong, these past few days haven't been easy for you, have they, eh? Ma Wenyuan set down his teacup with a gentle smile. Indeed, the Beacon Tower's caravans had suffered repeated ambushes beyond the city walls. Losses were staggering. The mastermind behind such attacks required no explanation. Murong Shui fixed him with an icy gaze. Director Wang proves remarkably faithful, keeping his word to the letter. One mustn't speak so harshly, Wang Hai replied, smiling faintly. I act only for the Beacon Tower's benefit. Consider, the chance to ally with dignitaries from the provincial capital is unseen a lifetime. Soon enough, Director Murong may even thank me. Leave? The Beacon Tower welcomes none of you, Murong Shui retorted, offering no courtesy. If Director Murong refuses, then I shall not depart, Ma Wenyuan declared, voice resolute. He had lingered in Linjiang City too long. This matter demanded swift resolution. Young Master Ma, since the host has already declared you unwelcome, yet you remain. Does that not border on shamelessness? A voice rang out from the doorway. All eyes turned toward the entrance. There stood Chen Mo dressed in black martial attire, calm and composed, with Shadow Demon Tiger pacing silently behind him. Ma Wenyuan pivoted slowly, narrowing his eyes at Chen Mo. Who are you? Chen Mo, he replied, stepping into the hall and taking position beside Murong Shui of the Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps. Ma Wenyuan scanned him up and down, then scoffed. Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps? Never heard of it. Then your ignorance runs deeper than I imagined, Chen Mo replied. Wang Hai's expression darkened. Chen Mo, how dare you speak so rudely? Young Master Ma hails from the Ma clan of the provincial capital. The Ma clan of the provincial capital. Chen Mo glanced at Ma Wenyuan. The same clan that amassed wealth through monopolizing spirit beast materials. Ma Wenyuan's smile stiffened. What do you mean by that? Nothing in particular, Chen Mo said coolly. Only that scions of the Ma clan ought not bully a woman in Linjiang City. Ma Wenyuan's gaze turned glacial. So you're defending her at? Call it what you will. Chen Mo met his stare unflinchingly. The egg belongs to Director Murong, and her word is final. You arrive with 2 men to coerce her. What kind of strength is that? Ma Wenyuan laughed, a frigid hollow sound. Boy, do you know whom you're addressing? I do, Chen Mo replied. Ma Wenyuan, eldest son of the Ma clan, 21 years old, second stage spirit beast tamer, primary spirit beast, rank golden, feather eagle, level 65. Ma Wenyuan's pupils contracted sharply. How do you know that? That's merely the beginning, Chen Mo said. I also know you came to Linjiang City not solely for that egg. Ma Wenyuan's face paled. What do you mean? I mean, Chen Mo locked eyes with him, enunciating each word with deliberate weight. The Ma and Shui clans recently discovered a new vein of spirit beast materials within the Beacon Tower's territory in Linjiang City. You intend to seize the Beacon Tower under the pretense of purchasing the egg, thereby securing unfettered access to mine that vein. Silence fell over the hall. Wang Hai's expression turned ashen. Ma Wenyuan's smile vanished entirely. How did you learn this? His voice was winter wind, sharp and lifeless. Chen Mo, of course, would never reveal this knowledge stemmed from the original narrative. Linjiang City belongs to its people, not to outsiders treating it as their private playground, Chen Mo declared. Ma Wenyuan stared at him for a long, unnerving moment. His gaze cut like a blade seeking to carve a wound across Chen Mo's face. But Chen Mo's expression remained still, placid as stagnant water unruffled by storm or threat. Fine, Ma Wenyuan suddenly smiled, but warmth was absent. Excellent. Realizing his scheme had been exposed, remaining served no purpose. He turned and strode toward the exit. Pausing at the threshold without glancing back, he said, Chen Mo, I remember you. Shui Wu followed close behind. Passing Chen Mo, he halted, turned his head slightly, and fixed him with a glance icy and lethal. Wang Hai departed last. He stopped before Chen Mo, eyes shadowed with venom. Impressive. You prove the tiger's cub bears no fangs. But beware, don't force Chen Taizhan to bury his own son. Chen Mo sneered. The Zhao clan uttered those very words, and now lies extinguished. Wang Hai opened his mouth, then closed it, turned, and walked away in silence. Only Chen Mo and Murong Shui remained in the hall. She sat motionless in her chair, studying him with complex, unreadable eyes. How did you learn of the vein? A guess, eh? Murong Shui frowned skeptical. The Ma and Shui clans deal exclusively in spirit beast commerce, Chen Mo explained. Would they journey thousands of miles to Linjiang City for a single egg? It defies reason. So another motive must exist. Murong Shui paused, then sighed softly. You guessed correctly. My scouts confirmed a newly uncovered vein beyond the city walls, vast in scale, valued at no less than 1 billion coins. Hence Wang Hai's urgency. Precisely. Murong Shui arose and approached the window. He covets the vein, the egg, and the entire beacon tower. He will not succeed. She turned back, meeting his gaze. You speak with such certainty. Not certainty, Chen Mo replied. Necessity. To lose is to surrender all of Linjiang City to them. Murong Shui held his stare for a long while, then smiled. In that smile lay quiet relief. Chen Mo, do you recall? When first we met, I thought you merely a luck-favored youth. And now I believe. Murong Shui paused, then continued. Linjiang City's fortune lies in having you among us. Chen Mo flushed faintly, rubbing his nose self-consciously. Director Murong, please, praise me no further lest I float away. She laughed, genuinely this time. Very well. No more praise. She returned to her desk, opened a drawer, and withdrew a jade casket, handing it to Chen Mo. This is... Chen Mo lifted the lid. Inside rested an azure sphere, no larger than a thumb, its surface etched with intricate luminous patterns emitting a soft, serene glow. Azure Phoenix Pearl, rare artifact, contains the life essence of an immortal azure phoenix. May heal grievous wounds or permanently enhance a spirit beast's vitality. What is this? Found beside the immortal azure phoenix egg, Murong Shui said. I paid it little mind. until learning it benefits your Obsidian Dragon. Chen Mo read the description, and his eyes gleamed. Vitality enhancement. Obsidian Dragon's offense and defense were formidable, but its health pool could still expand. Thank you, Director Moro. No thanks needed, she waved dismissively. You shielded the beacon tower from the Ma and Shui clans. A single pearl is trifling. Chen Mo secured the Azure Phoenix pearl, choosing not to use it immediately. Director Moro, the Ma and Shui clans will not relent. I know, but rest assured, I will resolve this. Moro and Shui gazed at him, then gave a slow, firm nod. Good. Chen Mo exited the beacon tower as dusk bled across the sky. The setting sun stained Linjiang City's streets blood red. Distant clock tower bells told 6. Deep resonant chimes echoing across the city. Walking home, his thoughts circled the vein. In the original chronicle, this vein marked a pivotal turning point. Its reserves were immense, rich in multiple rare spirit beast materials, valued at no less than 1 billion coins. In that tale, Lu Chen discovered it, leveraging it to forge alliances with provincial magnates, cementing his. But this time fate had shifted. The vein emerged earlier, and so had the Ma and Shui clans. Chen Mo weighed the matter silently. Yet neither the Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps nor the Beacon Tower alone can withstand them. He required a stronger ally, preferably one rooted in the provincial capital. His fingers brushed the token given by Xiao Zhan, Xiao Family Trading House. Perhaps a journey to the provincial capital was overdue. Meanwhile, at Linjiang City's most renowned establishment, the Drunken Immortal Pavilion, on the third-floor private chamber, Ma Wenyuan sat by the window, a lavish spread before him, yet untouched. His expression was thunderous. Wang Hai sat opposite, hesitantly lifting a piece of braised pork, chewing twice, unable to swallow. Shui Wu occupied the corner, eyes closed as though sleeping, but his fingertips tapped rhythmically against his knee. That Chen Mo, Ma Wenyuan finally spoke, voice laced with chill. Have you verified his background? Wang Hai hastily set down his chopsticks. Confirmed. Chen Mo, 16 years old, second son of Chun Tieshan, commander of the Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps. His awakened spirit beast's rank, Shadow Demon Tiger. Rank. Ma Wenyuan's brow furrowed. Can such a rank emerge in a backwater place like Linjiang City? Moreover, Wang Hai swallowed hard. Rumor claims he commands a dragon. Ma Wenyuan's eyes narrowed. A dragon? Yes, Obsidian Dragon. He fell silent. The revelation unsettled him. He'd assumed Linjiang City's strongest spirit beast ranked no higher than S, never imagining a dragon might stir there. Fascinating, Ma Wenyuan murmured, lips curving faintly upward. What else? He is connected to Xiao Zhan. Ma Wenyuan's smile froze. Xiao Zhan, the fourth stage spirit beast grandmaster. Correct. After Xiao Zhan eradicated the Zhao clan, witnesses saw Chen Mo depart Linjiang City alongside him, bound for the provincial capital. Ma Wenyuan tapped his fingers upon the table, each dull thud reverberating like a hammer blow against Wang Hai's chest. Xiao Zhan. He whispered the name, then looked up as Shui Wu's eyes snapped open. Xiao Zhan is not to be trifled with, Shui Wu stated, voice level, yet heavy with gravity. Though low profile in the provincial capital, his status as fourth stage grandmaster remains unassailable. The Shui clan refuses direct confrontation. Ma Wenyuan studied him. Then what do you propose? Patience, Shui Wu replied. First ascertain the depth of Chen Mo's ties to Xiao Zhan. Only then decide our next move. And the egg? That too demands patience. Shui Wu rose and moved to the window. Murong Shui refuses sale. Forced seizure would draw excessive attention. Resolve the vein first, then return for the egg. Ma Wenyuan pondered, then nodded. Agreed. He straightened his suit collar and joined Shui Wu at the window. Linjiang City will fall to us, sooner or later. At Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps' compound, Chen Mo lay upon his bed, turning the Azure Phoenix Pearl over and over in his palm. System, how is this used? Azure Phoenix Pearl may be ingested directly. Confers permanent 10 vitality boost to Spirit Beast. 10. Chen Mo's eyes lit with fierce brilliance. Obsidian Dragon's current health stood at 9500. If increased by 10, it would reach 10450. Over 10,000 health points, at level 30, was monstrous. Xiao Yao, come forth. Obsidian Dragon leapt from its spirit space, landing before the bed. Chen Mo extended the Azure Phoenix Pearl to its muzzle. It sniffed, then swallowed it whole. A gentle azure radiance erupted from within its body, enveloping it like spring breeze. Warm, tender, profound. The light endured 5 seconds, then receded. Obsidian Dragon's form showed no outward change, but Chen Mo sensed its aura deepen, strengthen. Obsidian Dragon's vitality permanently increased by 10. Current health 10450. Chen Mo nodded in quiet satisfaction. Next, I'll upgrade Shadow Demon Tiger's skills. He summoned the system interface and reviewed its skill list. Tiger King's Rend Crank could ascend to Brank for 300 points. Demon Flame Shot Crank could ascend to Brank for 300 points. Heavy Strike Crank could ascend to Brank for 300 points. Tiger Roar Crank could ascend to Brank for 300 points. 4 Crank skills, all upgraded to Brank, required 1 user 0 points. His current authority points totaled 90. Tomorrow, I'll grind levels first then upgrade the skills. He extinguished the lamp and settled onto the bed. Moonlight spilled through the window, serene silver liquid. Linjiang City slept in profound stillness, the hush before the tempest. Chen Mo closed his eyes and drifted into slumber. 3 days later, provincial capital, Xiao Family Trading House. A 3-story edifice anchored on the city's most opulent commercial avenue its signboard, carved with bold, vigorous calligraphy reading Xiao Family Trading House, was reputedly penned by Xiao Zhan himself. Chen Mo stood before it gazing up at the plaque, then stepped inside. The trading house bustled. Patrons flowed in and out bartering goods. Counters overflowed with spirit beast materials, from crude monster hides and bones to exalted dragon-scale armor. A clerk approached smiling warmly. Sir, how may I assist you? Chen Mo withdrew Xiao Zhan's token and handed it over. The clerk's grin instantly transformed into reverent deference. Please wait, I'll summon the manager. He hurried upstairs, and within a minute a gray-haired man in his 50s, clad in a muted gray robe, his face bore kindness, but his eyes gleamed sharp and perceptive. Young master, I am Sun, manager of Xiao Family Trading House. He bowed respectfully. Master Zhao's token, may I ask who you are? Chen Mo, he replied. A friend of Senior Xiao. Sun's eyes brightened instantly. Ah, young Master Chen, long have we heard of you. Senior Xiao instructed us your arrival makes you our most honored guest. Please ascend. Chen Mo followed Sun upstairs into an elegant private chamber. Compact yet refined, the chamber featured a majestic landscape scroll, mountains soaring above rushing rivers, and a blooming orchid on the windowsill, its delicate fragrance perfuming the air. Sun personally poured Chen Mo a cup of tea, then seated himself across from him. Young Master Chen, any assistance the Xiao Family Trading House may render, you need only ask. Chen Mo raised the cup, its aroma rich and pure, finest Longjing. Manager Sun, I seek information on one matter. Pray continue. The newly discovered vein near Linjiang City. You've heard of it. Sun's smile remained unchanged, but his eyes narrowed almost imperceptibly. We've heard whispers. The Ma and Shui clans also pursue it. That too reaches our ears. Sun set down his cup. Young Master Chen, you imply? I request Xiao Family Trading House intervene to safeguard the vein. Sun paused, silent for several. Young Master Chen, ours is a mercantile enterprise. The Ma and Shui clans wield great influence in the provincial capital. Direct confrontation serves no interest of ours. What if I offer Xiao Family Trading House 30% of the vein's yield? Sun's eyes flared with sudden intensity. 30%. Precisely, Chen Mo affirmed. Tiger Fong Mercenary Corps and Beacon Tower jointly developed the vein, with Xiao Family Trading House supplying resources and connections. Each party receives 30%, and the remaining 10%. For Linjiang City, Sun studied Chen Mo intently. Young Master Chen, do you possess full authority to represent both Tiger Fong and Beacon Tower? I do. Sun considered briefly, then rose. I must consult Senior Xiao. By all means. Sun departed. Chen Mo reclined sipping tea at leisure. After roughly 15 minutes, Sun returned. Senior Xiao consents. A subtle smile touched Chen Mo's lips. Yet he imposes one condition. What condition? The trading house will mediate with the Ma and Shui clans, but all extracted materials shall be prioritized for our procurement. Chen Mo reflected, then nodded. Agreed. Sun smiled, extending his hand. A prosperous partnership. Chen Mo clasped it firmly. A prosperous partnership. Chen Mo stepped out of Xiao Family Trading House as twilight deepened. He paused at the threshold, breathing deeply as crowds surged past beneath the fading light. The vein issue was temporarily stabilized. Even the Ma and Shui clans dared not openly defy Xiao Family Trading House. Yet this truce was fragile. Ma Wenyuan and Shui Wu were no fools. They would not retreat so easily. Next, prepare for the proclamation tournament, Chen Mo murmured. He hailed a carriage bound for Linjiang City. It raced through nightfall, wheels clattering rhythmically over cobblestones. Grumble, grumble. A steady pulse beneath the stars. Leaning back in the carriage, Chen Mo closed his eyes. In his mind, the original chronicle unfolded like cinema. Proclamation tournament, provincial finals, adversaries converging from every quarter. Lu Chen would shine brilliantly in the finals. But this time Chen Mo would ensure he never escaped again. He would end Lu Chen himself, this time irrevocably. The next day, Chen Mo stood in the courtyard, holding a notification in his hand. The content of the notification was simple. It was about the ranking conference jointly organized by the military of Jiangnan Province and the Beastmaster Association. In the preliminary rounds of each city, the final contest in the provincial capital, the top 10 would be awarded the title of Jiangnan's 10 talents along with substantial rewards. Chen Taizhan walked out of the hall with a serious expression. This ranking conference is not simple. I heard that several major families from the provincial capital will send people to watch, and there are definitely hidden agendas. I know, Chen Mo replied, his tone as calm as water. But I am determined to secure the first place in the conference. Chen Taizhan looked at his son's chiseled face and suddenly smiled. The look in his eyes resembled his own from years ago. Go ahead, Chen Taizhan patted his shoulder. I believe you can do it. Chen Mo nodded and turned to leave the room. Behind him, the shadow demon tiger leaped out of the Beastmaster space, the black giant tiger following closely at his side, its eerie green vertical pupils shimmering with a strange light in the morning sun. One person and one tiger walked through the thin morning mist towards the city lord's mansion. In front of the mansion, there was a sea of people. Registration for the ranking conference began today, and almost all Beastmasters in Lingjiang City, aged 16 to 20, had come. The line stretched from the city lord's mansion to the end of the street, a dense crowd buzzing like a tide. Make way, young Master Zhou is here. A stir arose among the crowd as Zhou Ziheng swaggered over with three Zhou Ziheng is here. I heard he recently broke through to the first transition, and his Frostwolf has reached level 32, greatly increasing his power. No wonder he is a key training target of the Batian Society. What's so great about that? Last time he was beaten like a dog by Lu Chen, and it took him half a month to recover. Now he's out here pretending. Shoo. Keep it down, do you want to die? Zhou Ziheng clearly heard the comments behind him. His expression darkened as he turned to glare at them, causing the gossipers to immediately fall silent, their faces paling. Zhou Ziheng satisfiedly withdrew his gaze, chin slightly raised, and continued walking forward. Just then his steps suddenly halted. Ahead, a black figure was walking towards him from the end of the street. The figure moved at a leisurely pace, its expression calm as water, accompanied by a pitch-black giant tiger. It was Chen Mo. Zhou Ziheng's eyes narrowed and a cold smile crept onto his lips. Oh, isn't this the second young master of the Tiger Mercenary Corps? He deliberately raised his voice so that those around could hear. What's this? You here to register too? I thought someone like you, a genius, would be directly recommended. The lackeys immediately chimed in. Exactly, he has an SSS-Rank Shadow Demon Tiger, quite impressive indeed. SSS-Rank. Ha ha ha. Zhou guess Frostwolf is also SSS-Rank. Who's afraid of whom? I heard Chen Mo has been hiding in the residence. Is he scared? Chen Mo continued walking past Zhou Ziheng without even glancing at him. That disregard was akin to treating a stray dog. Zhou Ziheng's smile froze on his face, turning red with anger. Chen Mo, stop right there. Chen Mo halted slowly, turned his head, and fixed his gaze upon him. Those calm eyes were as tranquil as a still pond, yet beneath that stillness lay an unfathomable chill. Is there something you need? Zhou Ziheng felt a jolt in his heart at the stare, but he couldn't show weakness in front of so many people. I just wanted to remind you that the ranking conference is not your family's backyard. Don't cry when you lose. Chen Mo looked at him, a slight grin tugging at his lips. That smile was akin to watching a clown perform. Are you done talking? Chen Mo turned and continued walking. If you're done, get lost, don't block the way. Zhou Ziheng's face turned completely dark. He clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms, and the Frost Wolf sensed its master's emotions baring its teeth and growling at Chen Mo. The Shadow Demon Tiger turned its head, its eerie green vertical pupils fixating on the Frost Wolf. Just one glance. The Frost Wolf's growl abruptly ceased, its forelegs seemingly pinned to the ground, as it trembled, not daring to lift its head. The bloodline suppression of an SSS-Rank against an SSS-Rank was truly unreasonable. Zhou Ziheng's complexion shifted from dark to pale, then from pale to green. The crowd murmured amongst themselves, some stifling laughter, others relishing the misfortune, while some shook their heads and sighed. Zhou Ziheng is truly unfortunate. He gets slapped in the face every time he encounters Chen Mo. What's there to fear? We have Chen Mo. His Shadow Demon Tiger can match up against SSS-Rank beasts. So what? I heard there are SSS-Rank beasts from the provincial capital competing. SSS-Rank? No way. What do you mean, no way? The backing of those major families in the provincial capital is beyond our imagination. Chen Mo stood amidst the crowd, his expression calm as he absorbed every word of their discussions. SSS-Rank. A slight smile crept onto his lips. His Black Dragon was an epic-level beast. Please, contestant number 1 and number 2, step onto the stage. 2 young men jumped onto the stage and released their respective beasts. One was a crank ironback wolf, the other a drank flame fox. The 2 beasts clashed on the stage, creating a commotion, but in the eyes of experts, it was merely a battle of amateurs. Chen Mo lost interest after a moment and closed his eyes to rest. The matches continued one after another, with some rejoicing and others lamenting. The winners were arrogant, while the losers hung their heads in despair. Soon it was Zhou Ziheng's turn to take the stage. His opponent was a contestant who had awakened a brank beast, and though strong, he couldn't last even 10 seconds against Zhou Ziheng's SSS-Rank Frost Wolf. The Frost Wolf shattered the opponent's beast shield with a single claw, biting down on its neck, resulting in an immediate KO. The crowd erupted in cheers. Zhou Ziheng stood on the stage, scanning the audience before his gaze finally landed on Chen Mo, a provocative smile curling his lips. Chen Mo didn't even lift his eyelids. Zhou Ziheng's smile froze again. Contestant number 17 Chen Mo against contestant number 18 Zhao Gang. Wang Dihei's voice rang out, and the entire venue fell silent. Chen Mo opened his eyes and walked onto the stage. Opposite him stood a burly young man dressed in gray attire, a face full of roughness. It was Zhao Gang. This individual was the son of a minor leader of the Black Hawk Gang, and had awakened a brank armored rhinoceros, making him somewhat well known among the younger generation in Linjiang City. Zhao Gang sized up Chen Mo, his eyes flashing with disdain. You're Chen Mo, the second young master of the Tiger Mercenary Corps. He spat on the ground. I expected a formidable opponent, but it turns out you're just a pretty boy. I heard you awakened in SSS-Rank Shadow Demon Tiger. Quite lucky, huh? Chen Mo remained silent, expressionless as he stared at him. Zhao Gang felt a chill from that gaze, but he didn't want to lose face in front of so many people, and bravely continued, what good is luck? Winning depends on strength, not family background. I'm Zhao Gang, and although I'm just a brank beastmaster, my armored rhinoceros is already at level 28, unmatched in defense among the same rank. Today I'll show you what true strength is. With a grand gesture, he released his armored rhinoceros. A massive rhinoceros covered in iron-gray scales appeared on the stage, its hooves like pillars, and its head resembling a cauldron, with two horns gleaming coldly. It let out a low roar, shaking the ground. Ha ha ha, Chen Mo, are you scared? Zhao Gang laughed triumphantly. What level is your Shadow Demon Tiger? Is it level 15? My armored rhinoceros is several levels higher. Today I'll beat you into a dog in front of everyone. A chorus of boos erupted from the crowd. Is Zhao Gang out of his mind? A brank against SSS-Rank. Does he think that's fair? It's hard to say. A level suppression is crucial, and a level 28 armored rhinoceros is indeed formidable. Zhou Ziheng stood at the edge of the stage, a cold smile on his face. Chen Mo, if you can't even beat this guy, you'll... Wang Hai sat on the platform grinning at the scene. Zhao Gang was his man, and he naturally hoped for his victory. Chen Mo raised his head and looked at Zhao Gang. His eyes showed no anger, no disdain, not even a ripple of emotion. Only one thing flowed within them. Indifference. A cold indifference that looked down on all living beings as if they were mere ants. Are you done talking? Chen Mo spoke softly, yet each word was crystal clear. If you're done, let's begin. Zhao Gang was enraged by his attitude. His face flushed as he shouted, armored rhinoceros charge. The armored rhinoceros lowered its head, exerting force in its legs, charging at Chen Mo like a heavy tank. The ground trembled, and the bluestone slabs of the stage cracked underfoot. The speed was fast, the power immense, the momentum astonishing. Many spectators gasped. Such impact was unbearable for typical beasts. Chen Mo remained still. He didn't even raise a hand. Just as the armored rhinoceros was less than 3 meters away, Chen Mo finally spoke at a leisurely pace. Demon Tiger. A surge of black light poured from his body as the Shadow Demon Tiger leaped out of the Beastmaster space, landing with a deep tiger roar. Roar. The tiger's roar was not loud, yet it struck everyone's heart like an invisible hammer. The pressure from an SSS-Rank beast descended like a mountain. The armored rhinoceros's body suddenly froze. Its forelegs felt as heavy as lead, unable to move an inch. Its eyes widened, pupils violently constricting, trembling all over. A brank against an SSS-Rank level 28 against level 35, it could be said to be a complete crushing defeat. How? How is this possible? Zhao Gang's face turned pale. Move. You have to move. The armored rhinoceros refused to move. It couldn't. The Shadow Demon Tiger didn't even cast it a glance, merely standing there, its eerie green vertical pupils coldly fixated ahead. That kind of disregard was more despairing than any attack. Chen Mo glanced at Zhao Gang. Your beast doesn't even have the courage to stand in front of me. With such worthless trash, how dare you boast? Zhao Gang's lips trembled. He wanted to speak, but couldn't find. Demon Tiger, send it down. The Shadow Demon Tiger raised its right paw and casually swatted the armored rhinoceros. Smack. It was like swatting a fly. 2,578. The armored rhinoceros' health bar dwindled to a sliver, and its massive body flew off like a kite, with a broken string crashing down beyond the edge of the stage, kicking up a cloud of dust. One strike. Instant kill. The venue fell into dead silence. You could hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened, mouths agape, but no sound came out. They had anticipated Chen Mo would win, but they never imagined he would do so easily, so decisively, so overwhelmingly. That was a level 28 brank armored rhinoceros renowned for its unmatched defense among its peers. Yet in front of the Shadow Demon Tiger, it couldn't withstand a single claw. Hiss. It was unclear who inhaled sharply first, but the crowd erupted into a thunderous uproar. He killed it. One hit killed it. My goodness, the Shadow Demon Tiger's attack power is terrifying. Is the gap between SSS-Rank and brank really this vast? It's not just about talent. Chen Mo's Shadow Demon Tiger's level must be exceptionally high. Zhou Ziheng stood at the edge of the stage, his face ashen. His Frost Wolf was also SSS-Rank, but the difference between it and the Shadow Demon Tiger was evident. That single strike's power his Frost Wolf could never endure. Damn it. He grit his teeth, nails digging into his palms. Wang Hai's smile froze on his face, his expression darkening, as if it could drip water. He had wanted to see Chen Mo embarrass himself, but instead it was his own man who lost face on stage. On the platform, Sun Boyan's eyes lit up. He whispered, "This shadow demon tiger has excellent qualifications and training. This kid named Chen Mo is Sun Lao, this has just begun." Shen Wanshan chuckled. Shen Taizhan sat nearby, a slight smile on his lips, pride nearly spilling from his eyes, yet he did not laugh, because he knew the real battle lay ahead. On the stage, Chen Mo recalled the shadow demon tiger, turning to step down. Zhao Gang slumped to the ground, trembling all over his face, as pale as paper. His armored rhinoceros lay beneath the stage, gasping for breath, foam spilling from its mouth. Chen Mo walked past him, his pace unbroken, not even sparing him a glance. That disregard was more hurtful than any humiliation. Chen Mo. Zhao Gang struggled to squeeze out a few words. "You." Chen Mo paused, glancing at him. That gaze was calm, as if looking at a corpse. "Want revenge?" Chen Mo said, "You're not worthy." He turned and left, leaving Zhao Gang alone on the ground like a squashed bug. Given the varying skill levels of the contestants, the earlier matches proceeded swiftly, and within just 2 days, only 32 competitors remained. In this round, Chen Mo's opponent was a contestant who had awakened a rank beast named Lin Fei, a contracted beast tamer for the Black Eagle Society. When Lin Fei saw the draw results, his expression turned extremely grim. "Damn it, why did I have to run into this?" His companion tried to comfort him. "Don't be afraid. Chen Mo may be strong, but your beast is wind attributed, fast enough to possibly stall him." Lin Fei gave a bitter smile, but said nothing. He stepped onto the arena, looked at the impassive Chen Mo across from him, took a deep breath, and summoned his beast, the Windwing Eagle. The Windwing Eagle had a wingspan of over 3 meters, its body covered in azure feathers. With a flap of its wings, it stirred up a fierce gale. "Chen Mo, don't get cocky," Lin Fei said through gritted teeth. "The outcome is far from decided." Chen Mo remained calm, merely glancing at the referee, completely dismissing the man's words as background noise. "Let's begin." At the referee's command, Lin Fei roared, "Windwing Eagle dive," at full speed. The eagle transformed into a streak of azure lightning, swooping down from the sky, its talons hooked like blades, aimed straight at Chen Mo's face. The speed was indeed astonishing, so fast that many in the audience couldn't even see it. But Chen Mo didn't even blink. Shadow Tiger Shadow Strike. The Shadow Tiger's body vanished instantly into the shadows. The next second it appeared behind the Windwing Eagle, its fangs sinking into the eagle's neck. 2892. The Windwing Eagle, struck by a fatal blow, plummeted from the sky like a kite, with a broken string crashing onto the arena floor and kicking up a cloud of dust. Instant kill. Lin Fei stood frozen, mouth agape, unable to speak. He had thought he could at least last a few exchanges, but he hadn't even survived one. Chen Mo didn't spare him a glance. Turning, he stepped down from the arena. Next, from start to finish, Chen Mo had been utterly dominant. No matter if the opponent was rank or a rank, whether their beast was defensive, offensive, or speed-oriented, before the Shadow Tiger, it was all just a single claw strike. The crowd shifted from initial shock to numbness and finally to fervor. Chen Mo. Chen Mo. In the stands, the audience chanted his name in unison, the sound waves shaking the heavens, even causing the beast tablet to tremble slightly. Wang Hai sat on the main platform, his face dark and ominous. The stronger Chen Mo performed, the deeper Wang Hai's fear grew. If this youth wasn't eliminated, he would surely become a major threat in the future. He turned his gaze to 2 young men sitting not far away. Shui Ren and Shui Yi. Both were young masters sent by the Shui family ostensibly to compete, but in reality to accidentally kill Chen Mo during the matches. Shui Ren sat expressionless in his chair like a cold, hard stone. Shui Yi wore a perpetual smile, idly playing with a copper coin in his hand, his eyes fixed on Chen Mo in the arena. "Brother Shui Yi," Wang Hai lowered his voice, "what do you think of Chen Mo's strength?" Shui Yi tossed the coin into the air, caught it, and said nonchalantly, "Not bad, I guess. And Rank Shadow Tiger at level 35. But that's about it. In our Shui family, we have plenty of young disciples at this level." Wang Hai gave a dry laugh. Of course, the Shui family's foundation is beyond compare to Linjiang City. But Chen Mo is indeed troublesome. Do you two have confidence? Shui Yi flicked his finger, sending the coin spinning high into the air. As it descended, he snatched at the coin, landing firmly in his palm. "Guild leader Wang, just set your mind at ease," he said with a smile, but there was no warmth in his eyes. "The Shui family has never failed in its tasks." Shui Ren said nothing but tapped his knee lightly once. One tap was enough. After this round, only 16 contestants remained. Tomorrow's finals would determine the final top 10. Chen Mo left the arena as dusk fell. The sunset painted the sky a dark crimson, and the distant bell tower chimed 6 times, its somber sound echoing across the city. He walked back to his lodging, the Shadow Tiger padding beside him. Their shadows cast by the setting sun stretched long and far. The base of the fierce Tiger Mercenary Corps. Chen Mo entered his room, closed the door, and sat on the bed. He reviewed the intelligence sent by Lin Ruoxue. It said that the Ma and Shui families seeking revenge had brought in 2 experts from the provincial capital suspected to be second-tier beast tamers. With the Shadow Tiger's current strength, winning would be difficult, unless he revealed the Obsidian Dragon. A cold glint flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. Let it be revealed then. After all, this secret was bound to come out sooner or later. He stood up, walked to the window, and gazed at the moon outside. The revelation tournament, he murmured. Those who obstruct me will be killed without mercy. Outside, the moon was shrouded by dark clouds. The night was as black as ink. The next day, Linjiang City No. 1 High School. It was finals day, 16 contestants vying for 10 spots. Before the matches began, the stands were already packed. Chen Mo stood in the contestants' area, his expression calm. His gaze swept the crowd, locating Shui Ren. One was expressionless, the other wore a perpetual smile. Both of their gazes lingered on Chen Mo as if by chance. That look was like two venomous snakes eyeing their prey. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze, a faint smile curling at the corner of his mouth. Venomous snakes. In his eyes, these two were merely walking experience points. Contestants number 1 and 16, please come to the stage. The first match began with two contestants battling fiercely, but Chen Mo didn't watch. He was pondering whether if he drew Shui Ren or Shui Yi, he should reveal the Obsidian Dragon from the start. Contestants number 8 and 9, please come to the stage. Chen Mo looked up. Number 8 was Qin Ruashi, and number 9 was a contestant from the Black Eagle gang. Qin Ruaxi's Moonlight Butterfly was SSS-Rank, while her opponent's beast was Brank, a vast disparity in strength. In under a minute, Qin Ruashi emerged victorious. Contestants number 5 and 12, please come to the stage. Number 5 was Lu Chen, and number 12 was a contestant from the Overlord Society. Lu Chen stepped onto the arena, the golden-haired ape perched on his shoulder. Seeing him, the opponent immediately summoned his beast. But Lu Chen's strength had long since surpassed its former self. The golden-haired ape didn't even leave his shoulder, it simply threw a punch from afar. A golden fist shadow roared forth, blasting the opponent's beast out of the arena. One punch, instant kill. The entire venue erupted. Lu Chen is this strong. Is that golden-haired ape at level 40? This is terrifying. How many monsters has Linjiang City produced this year? On the main platform, Wang Hai's face grew even darker. One Chen Mo was already a headache, and now a Lu Chen had emerged. Was Linjiang City about to turn upside down? Contestants number 4 and 13, please come to the stage. Chen Mo heard his number and walked onto the arena. His opponent was a contestant named Zhang Wu who had awakened and a rank Ironback Wolf. No pushover. But the moment Zhang Wu saw Chen Mo, his face changed. I concede. Zhang Wu raised his hand immediately. The crowd buzzed with astonishment. Concede? Before even fighting? Nonsense. Chen Mo has been one-shotting everyone from the start. Why bother? Better to save his energy for the remaining spots. That's a wise move to avoid getting hurt. Wang Dihai announced Chen Mo's advancement. Chen Mo turned and stepped down from the arena, his expression calm. Opponents of this caliber weren't even worthy of making him try. The matches continued, and the round of 16 soon concluded with the top 10. Chen Mo, Lu Chen, Qin Ruashi, Zhou Zihang, Wang Biao, and others successfully advanced set to represent Linjiang City in the provincial finals. But the competition wasn't over. According to the rules, the preliminary tournament still had one segment, the ranking matches. The top 10 would be paired through a draw to determine final rankings. The higher the rank, the better the initial seeding in the provincial finals. Next up are the ranking matches. Wang Dihai announced, please the 10 contestants come up to draw lots. The 10 stepped onto the arena and drew their lots one by one. Chen Mo opened his slip. Written on it was the number 3. His opponent was Shui Yi. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Shui Yi. Of the Shui family from the provincial capital. Shui Yi also saw his lot, and his smile deepened. Oh, what a coincidence. He looked at Chen Mo with a grin. Chen Mo, right. I've heard so much about you. Shui Yi of the Shui family from the provincial capital. Pleasure to make your acquaintance. His tone seemed polite, but his gaze was like a cat eyeing a mouse. Chen Mo looked at him and said flatly, the pleasure is mine. Please. The two walked to the center of the arena and stood 10 meters apart. In the stands, Wang Hai's eyes lit up. Shui Yi had made his move. He had been waiting for this moment. On the main platform, Sun Boyan's gaze also fell on the arena. He could tell at a glance that Shui Yi was no ordinary opponent. A second-tier beast tamer, his main beast at least level 60 and carrying a bloody aura. He had truly killed before. This young man named Shui Yi is very strong, Sun Boyan murmured. Chen Taizhan's expression shifted slightly. He knew well that Shui Yi was sent by the Shui family to kill his son. Morong Shui sat nearby, her face solemn. On the arena, Shui Yi tilted his head, looking at Chen Mo with a smile. Chen Mo, I've heard you're quite formidable in Linjiang City, sweeping through the prelims with one-shot kills. Honestly, I'm impressed, he said. But his smile suddenly vanished, replaced by a cold, condescending, murderous intent. But those one-shot kills in a backwater like Linjiang City mean less than nothing in the provincial capital. He waved his hand and summoned his beast. A massive pitch-black wolf leaped out of the summoning space, landing with a deafening howl that shook the heavens. The giant wolf stood 3 meters tall, its body covered in dark red patterns like magma flowing beneath its skin. Its eyes were blood red, its vertical pupils like 2 blazing blades. A scorching aura emanated from it, and the temperature on the arena platform instantly rose by over a Name Darkflame Demon Wolf S-Rank Level 62. Skills Darkflame Claw B-Rank Wolf King's Roar B-Rank Shadow Strike S-Rank Demon Flame Shield S-Rank Bloodthirsty Rage S-Rank. A dead silence fell over the entire venue. Then a thunderous uproar erupted. A Level 62 S-Rank Spirit Beast. Is this someone from the Shui family of the provincial capital? How terrifying. Chen Mo's Shadow Demon Tiger is only level 35. How can he fight this? It's over for Chen Mo this time. Zhou Zihang stood below the stage, his lips curling into a smug grin. Chen Mo, look at you now, he murmured, his eyes brimming with schadenfreude. Wang Biao crossed his arms, his face expressionless, but a flicker of vindictive glee flashed in his eyes. On the arena platform, Shui looked at Chen Mo, a cruel smile curving at the corner of his mouth. Chen Mo, where is your Shadow Demon Tiger? Summon it. Let me see if your Shrank Shadow Demon Tiger can withstand a single claw from my Darkflame Demon Wolf, he said. Chen Mo gazed back at him, his expression as calm as still water. That calmness stirred a flicker of unease in Shui's heart, but he quickly suppressed it. What hidden cards could a 16-year-old first-tier beast tamer possibly have? It was merely feigned composure. What? Scared? Shui laughed loudly. If you're scared, just admit defeat. Kneel down and shout Grandpa spare me 3 times, and he'll let you off. Peals of laughter echoed from below the stage. Shuiren stood beneath the platform, watching the scene impassively. His fingers tapped lightly on his thigh, once, twice, thrice. Chen Mo finally spoke. Are you done? Shui's smile froze. You're done, Chen Mo said. Then he raised his right hand, his slender fingers tracing an arc through the air. Come forth. He did not summon the Shadow Demon Tiger. A black radiance surged from within his body, denser, darker, and more profound than the Shadow Demon Tiger's light. Like ink diffusing into water, the light spread rapidly, enveloping the entire arena. The temperature in the air plummeted. An ancient, desolate pressure that made one's very soul tremble rose slowly from within the light. The Obsidian Dragon leaped out from the spirit beast space. Its 5-meter-long body was covered in pitch-black scales, each one gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. It opened its maw and let out a low, rumbling dragon's roar. Roar! The sound was not loud, but it carried an irresistible pressure from the depths of its bloodline. Dragon's Might. The S-Rank skill Dragon's Might. The Darkflame Demon Wolf's body abruptly stiffened. The entire venue fell into dead silence. An absolute deathly stillness. Everyone's eyes were wide, mouths agape, unable to utter a sound. Even breathing seemed to stop. Then, dragon. That's a dragon. A real dragon. An Obsidian Dragon. It's an Obsidian Dragon. Heavens. Chen Mo actually has a dragon. The stands erupted into chaos. On the main stage, Sun Boyan shot to his feet. His eyes were wide as saucers, his pupils constricted violently. An Obsidian Dragon. An Obsidian Dragon. His voice trembled. How could something like this exist in Linjiang City? Chen Taizhan was also stunned. He knew his son had an Obsidian Dragon, but he never imagined it had grown to such an extent. That dragon's might exerted a pressure even on him, a third-tier beast tamer. Wang Hai's expression stiffened. Chen Mo actually had a dragon. This man must not be allowed to grow further, or else the Wang family and the Black Eagle gang would have no way out. Zhou Zihang stood below the stage, his smile completely frozen. A dragon. Chen Mo had a dragon. His pride, the Shrank Frost Wolf, was nothing, less than nothing, in front of this dragon. Lu Chen stood at the edge of the arena, hands in his pockets, expressionless. But his eyes were fixed intently on the Obsidian Dragon. On the arena platform, Shui's face turned an ugly, ghastly white. He stared at the 5-meter-long black dragon before him, at its dark, golden vertical pupils, at the terrifying pressure radiating from its entire being, and the smile completely vanished from his lips. How can you have a dragon? His voice became shrill and distorted. Impossible. How could someone from a small place like Linjiang City contract a dragon-type spirit beast? Chen Mo looked at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. That smile was cold as the winter wind. A small place. Chen Mo said. People from small places can still kill you. A flicker of madness flashed in Shui's eyes. Kill me. With this measly level 30-something wormling of yours. He gritted his teeth and roared, Darkflame Demon Wolf attack. Bloodthirsty Rage. Bloodthirsty Rage and Shrank skills sacrifice defense for a massive boost in attack and speed. The Darkflame Demon Wolf transformed into a black streak of lightning lunging at the Obsidian Dragon. Its speed was astonishing. The audience below only saw a black blur flash by. Chen Mo did not move. Xiao Yao Dragon Clan Shield. The Obsidian Dragon let out a low growl, and a dark golden barrier materialized on the surface of its body. Dragon Clan Shield and SS-Rank defensive skill increased defense by 100 for 30 seconds. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf's claws struck the barrier with tremendous force. Clang. The sound of metal clashing was deafening, sparks flying everywhere. 434. Although the Dark Flame Demon Wolf's attack was powerful, it couldn't even breach the defense of the Dragon Clan Shield. Shui Yi's expression shifted completely. "This is impossible," he roared. Dark Flame Demon Wolf Shadow Strike. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf's body vanished instantly into the shadows, reappearing behind the Obsidian Dragon the next second, its claws stabbing viciously at the back of the dragon's neck. This was the A-rank skill Shadow Strike, which ignored most defenses to strike a vital point. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Xiaoyao Dragon's Might Suppression. The Obsidian Dragon raised its head and roared to the sky, unleashing its dragon's might at full power. An invisible force spread outward from the Obsidian Dragon, freezing the Dark Flame Demon Wolf in midair for an instant, interrupting Shadow Strike. Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its maw and a black light glowed deep within its throat. The next second, a jet of black flame erupted from its mouth, like a black torrent sweeping toward the Dark Flame Demon Wolf. The temperature of the flame was terrifyingly high, distorting the air and turning the arena floor red-hot. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf tried to dodge, but under the suppression of Dragon's might, its speed was severely hampered. The Black Flame Dragon Breath struck it solidly. 2,876. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf let out a pained screech as its body was engulfed by the black flames, its health bar dropping by a huge chunk. It rolled on the ground, unable to extinguish the flames on its body. Shui Yi's eyes turned red. Dark Flame Demon Wolf, get up. Get up. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf struggled to its feet, covered in burns, its fur charred black, but it still stood. The effect of bloodthirsty rage was still active, its eyes were bloodshot, fixed on the Obsidian Dragon. Demon Flame Shield. Shui Yi roared. A layer of black flame appeared on the surface of the Dark Flame Demon Wolf's body. This was the SSS-Rank defensive skill Demon Flame Shield, which not only boosted defense, but also inflicted counter damage on close-range attackers. The Obsidian Dragon pounced, striking the Dark Flame Demon Wolf with its claw. 1,423. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf's health bar dropped again, but the Obsidian Dragon's claw was also scorched by the Demon Flame, losing over 200 health points. Chen Mo frowned slightly. Xiaoyao ranged attacks don't get close. Black Flame Dragon Breath, continuous release. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth and fired 3 consecutive blasts of Black Flame Dragon Breath. 2456, 2389, 2512. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf's health plummeted, dropping from 12,000 to 3,000, and then to 500. Shui Yi's face contorted. No. Impossible. My Dark Flame Demon Wolf is a level 62 strength spirit beast. How can it lose to a level 38 wormling? Chen Mo looked at him, his gaze icy. Because it's a dragon. The Obsidian Dragon lunged again, its claw smashing down on the Dark Flame Demon Wolf's head. 876. The Dark Flame Demon Wolf's health bar hit 0, and its massive body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust on the arena platform. The venue was silent for a moment. Then a thunderous cheer erupted. He won. Chen Mo won. A dragon. Chen Mo has a dragon. Number 1 in Linjiang City, no number 1 in Jiangnan Province. In the stands, the audience went wild. They waved their banners, shouting Chen Mo's name, wave after wave of sound rising. Shui Yi collapsed to the ground, his face ashen. His Dark Flame Demon Wolf lay before him, barely alive. He had lost. Lost to a 16-year-old youth, lost to a level 38 wormling. Chen Mo walked up to him, looking down at him from a height. The Shui family. Chen Mo's voice was very soft, but every word pierced Shui Yi's heart like a knife. Is this all you've got? A flash of venomous spite crossed Shui Yi's eyes. Chen Mo? Don't get cocky. Our Shui family won't let you off. Chen Mo looked at him, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. That smile was cold as the winter wind. Won't let me off. Chen Mo crouched down, leaning close to his ear, his voice audible only to the two of them. Do you believe I could make you die right here on this arena? Shui Yi's pupils contracted sharply. If Chen Mo's Obsidian Dragon lost control and spat a single blast of Black Flame Dragon Breath, there wouldn't even be ashes left of Shui Yi. You wouldn't dare. Shui Yi's voice trembled. Chen Mo chuckled, stood up, turned, and walked down from the arena. Trash. That single word, spoken lightly, stung more than any insult. Shui Yi lay sprawled on the ground, his face flushed bright red, his fists clenched so tight his knuckles cracked. But he dared not move, because he knew Chen Mo was telling the truth. If Chen Mo had wanted to kill him, he would already be dead from that last attack. Chen Mo walked off the arena, and the Obsidian Dragon was recalled to its spirit beast space. The people around him automatically parted to make way, their eyes filled with awe, fear, and adoration. Chen Mo paid no attention to these people. He walked straight to the contestant rest area, sat down, and closed his eyes. The ranking matches continued. Next up for the match are Shui Ren and Lu Chen. On the arena, Shui Ren stands in the center, his expression devoid of emotion. This is the second-to-last match of the rankings with the winner set to compete against Chen Mo for the final championship. As an expert sent by the Shui family, he may be weaker than Shui, but he still has confidence in defeating the others because he hails from the provincial capital's Shui family. He must win this match, for only by winning can he face Chen Mo and wash away the shame of the Shui family. You are Lu Chen. Shui sized up his opponent and said, "Release your beast, let's finish this quickly." Lu Chen remained silent and summoned the golden-haired ape. As soon as the golden-haired ape landed, it unleashed its ultimate skill, its body swelling from 1 meter to 3 meters, its golden fur gleaming with a metallic luster under the sunlight. An ancient pressure emanated from it. Shui Ren's pupils constricted slightly. Is this a divine beast's possession? His voice carried a hint of surprise. No wonder you have made it this far. But he felt no fear, instead he became excited. Shadow Leopard, show him what true speed is. The shadow leopard leaped from the beast's face, its body pitch black, resembling a bull covered in dark red patterns emanating the overwhelming aura of its glass beast. Attack! The shadow leopard transformed into a bolt of black lightning, instantly dashing to the front of the golden-haired ape, sweeping with its claws. Its speed was astonishing. The audience below only saw a black shadow. But the golden-haired ape was even faster. It sidestepped the shadow leopard's claws, grazed its fur, and the golden-haired ape retaliated with a punch that struck the shadow leopard's side. 876. The shadow leopard was sent flying, flipping in the air twice before stabilizing its form. Shui Ren's impossible. Your monkey is only in the 30s. How could it deal such high damage? Lu Chen did not respond. Golden-haired ape, shake the ground. The golden-haired ape raised its right foot and stomped down hard. The entire arena trembled. A golden shockwave spread outward, causing the shadow leopard to stagger back, losing more health. Shui Ren gritted his teeth. Shadow leopard, shadow clone. The shadow leopard's body split into three identical shadows, pounced from different directions toward the golden-haired ape. The golden-haired ape closed its eyes. Then it threw a punch into the air to the left. Boom. The punch struck the air, but revealed the true form of the shadow leopard. The shadow leopard was sent flying, spewing blood. Shui Ren was stunned. How? How did you see through it? Lu Chen mocked. Why should I tell you? Shui Ren's face turned ashen, his eyes filled with rage, yet he could not utter a word. Even his proud ultimate move had been countered. This match held no suspense anymore. I concede. Shui Ren recalled the shadow leopard and turned to leave the arena. Meanwhile, as the finalists were determined, the atmosphere in the arena reached a peak. Everyone wanted to know who would claim the championship. The final showdown of the rankings was scheduled for 3 o'clock in the afternoon. As soon as the news broke, it spread throughout the city like wings. Before it even reached 2 o'clock, the stands at the Awakening Plaza were already filled to capacity, with people packed in the aisles, and on the steps a sea of black, the crowd buzzing. Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Chen Mo, Lu Chen, Lu Chen, Lu Chen. The cheers from the two factions rose and fell crashing together like two massive waves above the square. On the podium, the lord of Linjiang City, Shen Wanshan, sat in the center with the leaders of the 4 major powers on either side. The envoy from the provincial capital, Sun Boyan, sat to Shen Wanshan's left, his triangular eyes shining with brilliance, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest. Lord Shen, these 2 young men are quite impressive. Sun Boyan's voice was low. Shen Wanshan smiled slightly. Elder son, you have a keen eye. Chen Mo and Lu Chen are indeed rare talents in Linjiang City in a century. Then let's wait and see. Wang Hai lifted his teacup, taking a leisurely sip, a trace of coldness flashing in his eyes. No matter who wins between them, it would not be good news for him. In the contestants' resting area, Chen Mo sat on a bench, eyes closed in meditation. The shadow magic tiger lay at his feet, its ghostly green vertical pupils half open, its tail occasionally brushing against the ground. Suddenly a sound of footsteps approached. Chen Mo opened his eyes to see Lu Chen standing in front of him. Chen Mo, Lu Chen spoke, his voice low as if squeezed out from his chest. What's the matter? I've been waiting for this day for a long time. Today I will reclaim everything with interest. Chen Mo looked at him, his expression calm as water. Then come at me. The 2 locked eyes, sparks flying in the air. The time reached 3 o'clock in the afternoon. The old principal Wang Dihai stood at the center of the podium, his white hair fluttering in the wind, his hand holding the microphone, trembling slightly. Everyone. His voice resonated across the whole square through the amplification array. The final battle of the preliminary selection in Linjiang City. Chen Mo versus Lu Chen now begins. Please have the 2 contestants come to the stage. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Chen Mo walked out from the contestant area, his pace neither hurried nor slow, his expression calm, as usual. The shadow magic tiger followed closely at his feet, its black fur gleaming coldly in the sunlight, its ghostly green vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, causing the audience's clamor to quiet down wherever it went. Lu Chen stepped out from the other side, his pace faster, carrying an uncontrollable fighting spirit. The golden-haired ape followed behind, its dark golden eyes fixed on the shadow magic tiger across from it, issuing a low growl. The two stood firmly at the center of the arena, 20 meters apart. The arena was specially made with stone pillars inscribed with runes at each corner capable of withstanding attacks from beasts below the 3rd rank without collapsing. Chen Mo, I will not lose today. Lu Chen's voice was grave. You say that every time. Chen Mo's lips curled up slightly. Lu Chen's eyes turned cold, no longer wasting words. Golden-haired ape, go. The golden-haired ape roared and charged swiftly towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not rush to summon the black obsidian dragon. Magic tiger, go. The shadow magic tiger emerged from the summoning space, letting out a low growl. Its fur was as deep as the night sky, with ghostly green vertical pupils staring at the golden-haired ape, the pressure of an S-class beast descending like a mountain. Level 35. Talent SS. Health 4,200. Attack 580. Defense 350. Speed 520. Skills Tiger King's Bite Class Magic Flame Bulb Class Shadow Assassinations Class Shadow Combo A Class Heavy Strike Class Tiger Roar Class Shadow Escapes Class Shadow Magic Tiger against Golden-Haired Ape. The commentator's voice echoed across the square. Chen Mo did not directly use the dragon, but chose the Shadow Magic Tiger. Does he think Lu Chen is unworthy of using a dragon? In the tense atmosphere, Lu Chen struck first. Golden-Haired Ape Golden Light Fist. The golden-haired ape transformed into a golden afterimage, instantly charging in front of the Shadow Magic Tiger, its right fist condensing a dazzling ball of golden light, smashing down towards the Shadow Magic Tiger's head. The fist wind howled, tearing through the air. Chen Mo did not move. Magic Tiger sidestep. The Shadow Magic Tiger's body glided past. As if it had no bones, the golden fist brushed past its fur and smashed into the ground behind it. Boom. The bluestone slab was smashed into a half-meter deep pit, debris flying everywhere. Missed. Counterattack Tiger King's Bite. In the moment the Shadow Magic Tiger sidestepped, it opened its massive mouth, its fangs glowing dark red, biting fiercely at the golden-haired ape's right arm. Class Skill Tiger King's Bite. Damage increased by 150. The golden-haired ape was caught off guard and was bitten squarely. 897. The golden-haired ape's health dropped by nearly 1/5. For deep fang marks were left on its right arm, dark golden blood flowing out. Lu Chen's expression changed slightly. Golden-haired ape, shake the ground. The golden-haired ape raised its left foot and stomped down hard. Boom. The entire arena shook, a golden shockwave spreading outward from the golden-haired ape. The Shadow Magic Tiger was forced back 7 or 8 steps by the shockwave, losing over 200 health points. But its reaction was extremely quick, stabilizing its form the moment it retreated. Magic Flame Ball. The Shadow Magic Tiger opened its mouth, conjuring a dark red fireball, then shot it towards the golden-haired ape with a whoosh. The fireball was the size of a basketball, black flames flickering on its surface, the temperature frighteningly high. The golden-haired ape crossed its arms to shield itself. Boom. The fireball exploded upon hitting it, black flames scattering everywhere. 678. The golden-haired ape was blown back 3 steps, a patch of its arm hair scorched. Lu Chen's brows furrowed tighter. Although the Shadow Magic Tiger's level was lower than the golden-haired ape's, its attack power was higher. Moreover, Chen Mo's commands were too seasoned, each attack hitting the golden-haired ape in the most painful spots. This won't do. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Golden-haired ape diamond body. The golden-haired ape let out a low growl, a dark golden light shield enveloping its body, the class defense skill diamond body, increasing its defense by 30. Charge and suppress it up close. The golden-haired ape no longer engaged in a ranged exchange, but charged directly at the Shadow Magic Tiger, intending to use its strength and size to overpower it. The Shadow Magic Tiger did not retreat. Magic Tiger Shadow Combo. Chen Mo commanded. The Shadow Magic Tiger's body transformed into 3 black afterimages, simultaneously pouncing towards the golden-haired ape from 3 directions. A class skill Shadow Combo, delivering 3 consecutive attacks in a short time, causing an additional 110 damage. The golden-haired ape punched towards the first afterimage, but unexpectedly it hit nothing. The second afterimage pounced from the side, clawing at its flank. 534. The third afterimage struck from behind, another claw. 512. The golden-haired ape's health dropped below 3,000. Lu Chen's expression turned grim. Golden-haired ape, ignore the afterimages, hit the real body. The golden-haired ape closed its eyes, relying on its senses instead of sight. It soon felt the location of the Shadow Magic Tiger's true body. Golden Light Fist. The golden-haired ape's right fist coalesced into an even larger golden orb than before, striking out. A golden beam shot from its fist straight towards the Shadow Magic Tiger's true form. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes. Magic Tiger Shadow Escape. The class skill Shadow Escape allowed instant disappearance into shadows, ignoring physical attacks, lasting for 3 seconds. The Shadow Magic Tiger suddenly vanished into the air as if swallowed by darkness. The golden beam passed through the spot where it had just stood, crashing against the stone pillar at the edge of the arena. Boom. The pillar was blasted into a large hole, debris flying everywhere, yet the pillar did not fall. The shadow magic tiger emerged from the shadows behind the golden-haired ape. Tiger King's bite. It bit fiercely into the back of the golden-haired ape's neck. 876. Critical hit. The golden-haired ape's health dropped to 2,100. Lu Chen's eyelid twitched. In less than 3 minutes, the golden-haired ape's health had already dropped by more than half, while the shadow magic tiger still had 3,500 health, almost at full health. Damn it. Lu Chen cursed softly. He had not expected that Chen Mo could suppress him with just the shadow magic tiger. Golden-haired ape awakened the bloodline of the ancient divine beast. It could no longer be hidden. The golden-haired ape howled at the sky. A golden beam shot up from its body, piercing the clouds. The light was blinding, causing the spectators in the stands to close their eyes. As the light faded, the golden-haired ape's size expanded to 3 meters, the golden flames in its eyes turning blood golden, and an even more powerful pressure emanated from it. Ancient divine beast bloodline, first awakening. Gasps erupted from the stands. Lu Chen's golden-haired ape has awakened. Chen Mo is in danger. Chen Tieshan, sitting on the podium, tightened his grip on the armrest. Murong Shue's brows also furrowed. Only Chen Mo remained calm. Magic Tiger's shadow assassination. The shadow magic tiger's body instantly vanished into the shadows. The next second it appeared at the side of the golden-haired ape, its fangs lunging fiercely at its throat. However, the awakened golden-haired ape's speed surged, tilting its head slightly, causing the shadow magic tiger's fangs to bite into its shoulder. 645. The damage was lower than before. The golden-haired ape's health dropped by over 600, leaving 2,400. It retaliated with a punch, striking the shadow magic tiger's back. 789. The shadow magic tiger was sent flying, rolling twice on the ground before stabilizing. Its health dropped by nearly 800 from 3,500 to 2,700. It was evenly matched now. Lu Chen's mouth curved up. Golden-haired ape continued to suppress. The golden-haired ape charged at the shadow magic tiger, raining down punches like a storm. 1 punch, 2 punches, 3 punches, 4 punches, 5 punches. Each punch glowed with golden light, tearing through the air. The shadow magic tiger dodged left and right, but the awakened golden-haired ape was too fast. It could not evade all the attacks. 6786546896667. The shadow magic tiger's health plummeted rapidly, 2,700, 2,000, 1,300. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. Magic tiger, tiger roar. The shadow magic tiger howled to the sky. Roar. The sound of the roar was deafening, a visible sound wave spreading from its mouth. Class skill tiger roar with a 30 chance to stun the enemy. The golden-haired ape's movements suddenly froze. The stun triggered. Though only for a brief second, that second was enough. Heavy strike. Full power. Dark energy gathered on the shadow magic tiger's right paw. Up class skill heavy strike, causing an additional 70 damage with a 5 chance to trigger a stun. A paw slapped down on the golden-haired ape's chest. 1,245. Critical hit. The golden-haired ape's health dropped from 2,400 to 1,150. The golden-haired ape's stun wore off, and it roared angrily, delivering a punch to the shadow magic tiger. 723. The shadow magic tiger's health fell to 580. Both beasts were now critically injured. The entire audience held their breath. A hint of madness flickered in Lu Chen's eyes. He knew that if they continued fighting like this, the golden-haired ape would definitely lose, for the awakening had a time limit. But he still had a trump card. Chen Mo, you are forcing my hand. Lu Chen gritted his teeth, waving his right hand. A scarlet light surged from within him. The scarlet flame demon leopard leaped out from the beast's space. Its body was pitch black, covered in dark red patterns, as if magma flowed beneath its skin. Its eyes were scarlet with vertical pupils like 2 burning blades, exuding a scorching, brutal aura. Level 45. Talent SS. Health 6,000. Attack 700. Defense 400. Speed 680. Skills Flame Claw Class Fiery Charge Class Magic Flame Shield S-Class Inferno Fury S-Class. The audience erupted in an uproar. Lu Chen has a second beast. S-Class Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. When did he contract it? 2 beasts against 1. This is so unfair. The stands were in chaos. A tinge of jealousy flashed in Wang Biao's eyes. Zhou Zihang's face darkened. Sun Boyan's eyes lit up. Second transformation. No, he hasn't transformed yet, but he has a way to contract a second beast early. This kid named Lu Chen has quite a few secrets up his sleeve. On the arena, Lu Chen stood behind 2 beasts, his eyes filled with madness. Chen Mo, summon your Black Dragon. This time I will definitely make it wish it had never been born. Chen Mo looked at the 2 beasts opposite him, his expression calm. He could see that Lu Chen's beasts had significantly enhanced their strength, almost to an absurd level. But it mattered not, for he too had made great progress. Lu Chen, do you think you are the only one with fortunate encounters? A slight smirk appeared on Chen Mo's lips. Hearing this, Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. He vaguely sensed a hint of unease. Chen Mo raised his right hand. Since you want to witness the Black Dragon, I shall give you that chance. Open your eyes wide and look carefully. As soon as he finished speaking, a black light surged from within him. An ancient soul-shaking pressure slowly rose from the light. Then the Black Dragon leaped out from the beast's space. Its 5-meter-long body was covered in pitch-black scales, each gleaming with a cold metallic luster. Its dark, golden vertical pupils scanned the surroundings, and it opened its mouth, letting out a low dragon roar. Roar. The sound was not loud, but it carried an irresistible pressure that resonated from the depths of one's bloodline. Dragon's Might. An S-level skill. The arena fell silent, then erupted with thunderous gasps. A dragon. Finally we see that dragon again. A dragon, a real dragon. Chen Mo is so handsome I want to marry him. With the Black Dragon out but Lu Chen's expression turned grim. He had long witnessed Chen Mo's dragon, but did not expect it to have grown to such an extent. The dragon's might made even his red flame demon leopard tremble slightly. Red flame demon leopard, steady yourself. Lu Chen shouted. Golden-haired ape, you too hold your ground, do not be frightened by the dragon's might. The golden-haired ape let out a low growl, golden flames surging from its body to resist the pressure. The red flame demon leopard steadied itself, as well its crimson flames enveloping its body, countering some of the dragon's might. Chen Mo, do you think having a dragon makes you impressive? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Golden-haired ape, red flame demon leopard attacked together. The two beasts charged towards the Black Dragon simultaneously. The golden-haired ape to the left, the red flame demon leopard to the right, two shadows, one golden and one red, sliced through the air at an astonishing speed. Chen Mo remained calm. Shadow Tiger returned. The shadow demon tiger retreated beside Chen Mo, its health bar barely holding on, unable to fight any longer. Xiaoyao Dragon Shield. The surface of the Black Dragon shimmered with a dark golden shield, an S-level defensive skill. Dragon's Shield, increasing defense by 100 for 30 seconds. The golden-haired ape rushed in first. Golden Light Fist. It struck the Black Dragon's flank. 567. The dragon's shield blocked most of the damage, and the Black Dragon's health bar only dropped by over 500. The red flame demon leopard followed closely. Flame Claw. One claw slashed across the Black Dragon's back. 534. The attack was fierce, but the Black Dragon remained unmoved. It's my turn, Chen Mo said coldly. Xiaoyao released Dragon's Might with full force. The Black Dragon let out a roar, unleashing its full Dragon's Might. An invisible force spread out from the Black Dragon, causing the movements of the golden-haired ape and red flame demon leopard to slow simultaneously. Black Flame Dragon Breath Sweep. The Black Dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a fan-shaped jet of black flames that covered a 180-degree area ahead. The black flames were terrifyingly hot, warping the air and reddening the bluestone slabs on the ground. The golden-haired ape and red flame demon leopard retreated simultaneously, but the area of the black flames was too vast for them to evade. 12871476. Both beasts were hit by the black flames, their health bars dropping simultaneously. Seeing the Black Dragon's attack power so high, Lu Chen's expression changed. Spread out, do not cluster together. Upon hearing the command, the golden-haired ape jumped left, and the red flame demon leopard charged right, the two beasts flanking the Black Dragon from different sides. Golden-haired ape, Golden Light Fist. Red flame demon leopard flame charge. The golden-haired ape's right fist condensed a golden sphere, launching it with the golden beam shooting straight for the Black Dragon's head. The red flame demon leopard transformed into a streak of crimson flame, moving as fast as lightning, striking the Black Dragon from the side. Both attacks came at once, one from the left and one from the right. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Xiaoyao used Gale Wings. The Black Dragon's wings unfolded from its back, spanning over 10 meters, and with a flap it soared into the sky, reaching 30 meters in height in the blink of an eye. At the same time, the golden beam passed beneath it, crashing into the arena and creating a large crater. The flame charge missed its target, and the red flame demon leopard crashed into a stone pillar on the arena, shaking it violently. Lu Chen looked up at the Black Dragon in the sky, his face pale. Damn it, it can fly. Xiaoyao Black Flame Dragon Breath Vertical Strike. The Black Dragon circled in the air, opened its mouth, and a jet of black flame poured down from the sky, directly aimed at the golden-haired ape. The golden-haired ape rolled to the side, but the black flame grazed its body and slammed into the ground. Boom. The ground was blasted into a 2-meter-deep pit, with rubble flying everywhere. The golden-haired ape was staggered by the shockwave, its health bar dropping yet again, leaving only a sliver. Lu Chen panicked. Red flame demon leopard, protect the golden-haired ape. The red flame demon leopard rushed to the golden-haired ape's side, opened its mouth, and unleashed a stream of crimson flame, colliding with the descending black flame. The two flames clashed in midair, producing a deafening roar. The Black Dragon's Black Flame Dragon Breath was an SS level skill, while the Red Flame Demon Leopard's flames were only a level, a significant difference in quality. Though the Red Flame Demon Leopard's level was slightly higher than the Black Dragon's, it could only barely hold its ground. After 5 seconds of stalemate, it ultimately fell short against the Black Dragon, being struck by the dragon's breath and crashing heavily to the ground. Seeing this, Lu Chen broke into a cold sweat. He never expected Chen Mo's Black Dragon to be so powerful 1 against 2, yet still maintaining the upper hand. No, I must find a way to force it down. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Golden-haired ape, red flame, demon, leopard attack simultaneously. Upon hearing the command, the golden-haired ape unleashed a flurry of punches, sending beams of golden light shooting into the sky. The red flame demon leopard stood up and opened its mouth, spewing flames directly at the Black Dragon. The Black Dragon skillfully dodged in the air, but with so many attacks it could not evade them all. One golden beam grazed its wing, causing over 300 points of damage. Chen Mo's gaze turned cold. Xiaoyao dive attack. The Black Dragon folded its wings and dove down from 30 meters, moving as fast as a black meteor. The air crackled with sparks as it left a long trail of light behind. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. This is good. Golden-haired ape, red flame demon, leopard, prepare yourselves. The golden-haired ape's right fist condensed into a massive golden sphere the size of a wheel, while the red flame demon leopard was engulfed in crimson flames, readying its strongest strike. Just as the Black Dragon was about to dive within 10 meters of the ground. Xiaoyao, emergency stop. Chen Mo suddenly ordered. The Black Dragon abruptly spread its wings and came to a halt 5 meters above the ground. A massive shockwave spread outwards, blowing debris from the arena. The attacks from the golden-haired ape and red flame demon leopard missed. Black flame dragon breath, point-blank output. The Black Dragon opened its mouth, unleashing a jet of black flame towards the golden-haired ape and red flame demon leopard at close range. The distance was too close. The two beasts had no time to evade. 156-71432. The golden-haired ape was sent flying, crashing heavily to the ground, motionless. The red flame demon leopard was charred black, but it still stood. Lu Chen's eyes widened in panic. Little sure. He looked at the curled-up golden-haired ape, his heart feeling as if it were being cut by a knife. Then he raised his head, looking at Chen Mo with eyes full of killing intent. Chen Mo, you. A fair duel, life and death are left to fate. Chen Mo interrupted him. So do you still want to fight? Lu Chen glanced at the red flame demon leopard. At this moment, the red flame demon leopard was heavily injured, but Lu Chen did not want to admit defeat. Fight! He gritted his teeth. Red flame demon leopard, flame of heaven's fury. An S-level skill, flame of heaven's fury. The red flame demon leopard burned its own life force, significantly increasing its attack power for a short time, but with great side effects. It let out a howl towards the sky, and the flames engulfing its body shifted from crimson to platinum. Its momentum increased tremendously. But Lu Chen knew this was a final desperate strike. Charge! The red flame demon leopard transformed into a streak of platinum lightning, instantly reaching the Black Dragon's front. So fast it was unbelievable, even Chen Mo could not catch it clearly. One claw struck the Black Dragon's chest. 1,190. The dragon's shield trembled violently. The second claw of the red flame demon leopard followed closely. 1,365. The Black Dragon's health bar dropped to 7,345. Chen Mo frowned. Xiaoyao unleashed dragon's might at full power. The Black Dragon roared, releasing its full might. But in the state of flame of heaven's fury, the red flame demon leopard no longer cared for its own defense, its eyes solely focused on attack. With a third claw, 1232. Seeing this, Chen Mo's gaze turned completely cold. He decided to stop holding back. Xiaoyao, dragon god descends. The Black Dragon let out a roar. A black beam of light shot up from within it. Dragon god descends, an epic skill. A black phantom of an ancient dragon emerged behind the Black Dragon. It was a phantom of an ancient giant dragon, its size like a mountain overshadowing the sky. Its eyes were dark golden, like two burning stars, exuding a pressure that could destroy the heavens. The red flame demon leopard's body froze. It lifted its head to look at the phantom of the ancient dragon, its platinum flames dancing wildly in its eyes. This was not fear. It was despair. A despair faced with absolute power. The Black Dragon opened its mouth. A black beam shot out, not fire but pure energy. The beam was as thick as a barrel, moving at an unbelievable speed. The red flame demon leopard tried to dodge, but its body was pinned in place by the pressure from the ancient dragon. Boom. The black beam pierced through the red flame demon leopard's body. 6589. The red flame demon leopard's health bar hit 0, its massive body crashing to the ground, raising a storm of dust. The flames on its body extinguished and the dark red patterns faded away. The arena fell silent. A deathly silence. Everyone was frozen in place, mouths agape, unable to make a sound. On the arena, Lu Chen stood, his face pale. He glanced at the golden-haired ape, then at the red flame demon leopard. Both beasts had been defeated. Lu Chen collapsed to the ground. What? His voice trembled. Why is it like this again? I have given it my all. Why can't I still win? He raised his head to look at Chen Mo. His eyes were filled with bloodshots, filled with unwillingness. Chen Mo, tell me. What? Chen Mo stood before him looking down at him. The Black Dragon had already been returned to the beast space. Because I am stronger than you. Chen Mo's voice was calm, but every word pierced into Lu Chen's heart like a knife. If you are weak, practice more, even a child understands. Lu Chen's pupils contracted slightly. That's right, you are lucky you do not need to practice to rely on luck to enhance your strength, but how can you win against me like that? Lu Chen opened his mouth to refute, but no words came out. Because what Chen Mo said was the truth. He had always relied on his luck on the strength of the red flame demon leopard. He had never thought about what he needed to improve as a beastmaster. You. What right do you have to teach me? Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Do you think you are that much stronger than me? I have never relied on my beasts. It is I who makes them stronger, not they who make me. He turned around, descended from the arena. The crowd parted automatically, their eyes filled with awe, fear, and admiration. Champion Chen Mo is the champion. So strong. The Black Dragon is so strong. As expected of a dragon, truly not an ordinary being. The cheers from the stands were deafening. Yet Chen Mo's expression remained calm, as if nothing had happened. He walked to the contestant resting area, sat down, and closed his eyes. At that moment Qin Ruoshi approached, handing him a bottle of water. Are you okay? I'm fine. That's good. That Lu Chen is truly bizarre, even able to defeat experts from the provincial city, especially with you here. Rest assured, with me here, he will always live in my shadow. On the other side at the podium, Sun Boyan stood up, looking at Chen Mo's back with admiration in his eyes. Lord Chen, I want this kid named Chen Mo. His voice was not loud, but everyone around heard it. Shen Wanshan frowned slightly. Elder son Chen Mo is from Linjiang City. His fate must depend on his own will. Of course. Sun Boyan smiled. I just mean after the provincial finals I want to take him as my disciple. The crowd erupted in an uproar. Sun Boyan, a 4-turn Beastmaster and envoy of the Beastmaster Association, held significant status in Jiangnan province. He wants to take Chen Mo as his disciple. This was an opportunity that countless people dreamed of. Wang Hai's expression darkened. If Chen Mo became Sun Boyan's disciple, he would have to think twice before trying to act against him. Moreover, with 2 Beastmasters backing him, other families in the provincial city would have to seriously weigh the consequences of moving against Chen Mo. After all, the influence of 2 Beastmasters was not to be underestimated. No family could afford to ignore this. Chen Taizan heard this and couldn't help but smile, his pride almost overflowing from his eyes. His son was simply outstanding. 3 days later, at the Ma family villa in the provincial capital, Lu Chen sat by the window of the guest room holding a dark gold token engraved with the character Ma. An hour earlier, Ma Tianyuan, the head of the Ma family, had personally visited. Lu Chen, I've heard about your conflict with Chen Mo, Ma Tianyuan said. In his 50s with graying hair, his eyes were as cold as a viper's. Chen Mo is indeed strong, but so are you. What you lack are merely resources. Ma Tianyuan took a jade box from his storage ring and opened it, revealing 2 blood-red pills inside. Dragon blood pills. 2 of them. Each can permanently increase all attributes of a tamed beast by 5. Your golden fur ape and crimson flame panther can each take 1. Lu Chen's pupils constricted. 2 dragon blood pills were worth at least 2 million. Ma Tianyuan then produced a dark gold short blade, its edge covered in runes. A gold-grade weapon, the armor-piercing blade. It has a 30 armor-piercing effect against tamed beast defenses. Equipping it might yield unexpected results against the Black Dragon. Then came a skill book. An S-grade skill book, Shadow Assassination. Suitable for your Crimson Flame Panther to learn. Once mastered, its explosive power will reach a new level. Then 10 bottles of high-grade healing potions. The total value exceeded 10 million. Instead of showing joy, Lu Chen's expression grew darker. He wasn't foolish, he knew these things wouldn't be given to him for nothing. Lu Chen's voice was hoarse. Why are you giving me these? Ma Tianyuan sneered. Because I want you to kill Chen Mo. Chen Mo is blocking the Ma family's path. For certain reasons, the Ma family and I cannot act directly, so we must turn to you. Your enmity with him is well known. If you kill him, no one will suspect. Just help me kill him, and I will make you the #1 prodigy of Jiangnan province. Lu Chen fell silent. He knew Ma Tianyuan was using him. But these treasures and the title of the province's best were temptations he couldn't refuse. All right, Lu Chen said. I accept. Ma Tianyuan nodded with satisfaction, leaving the jade box, short blade, and skill book on the table before turning to leave. At the door he paused and spoke without looking back. Lu Chen, remember, the Ma family's gifts are not easily taken. Fail to kill Chen Mo, and you will face the Ma. With that he closed the door. Lu Chen sat in the chair staring at the treasures on the table, his gaze gradually hardening. Chen Mo, you forced my hand. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. Just you wait. This time I will kill you with my own hands. He picked up a dragon blood pill and fed it to the golden fur ape. The golden fur ape swallowed it, and its body began to glow. The golden light grew brighter, lasting about 10 seconds before fading. The ape's aura had clearly strengthened. He then took the second dragon blood pill and fed it to the crimson flame panther. The panther swallowed it, and its aura also intensified. All attributes of the golden fur ape increased by 5. All attributes of the Crimson Flame Panther increased by 5. Lu Chen immediately tossed the skill book to the Crimson Flame Panther. The panther growled lowly as the skill book dissolved into motes of light that merged into its body. Ding! The Crimson Flame Panther has learned the S-grade skill Shadow Assassination. After this flurry of activity, his overall strength had increased by at least 30%. But Lu Chen did not smile. He sat by the window gazing at the moon outside, his eyes icy. Chen Mo, just wait, he whispered. When the competition comes, I'll show you what true power is. The golden fur ape chirped twice and nodded vigorously. The next morning, at the provincial capital's Beast Tamer Center training grounds, Chen Mo was training the Shadow Demon Tiger. The Shadow Demon Tiger was already level 43A and the Obsidian Dragon was level 45. He had barely rested during this recent training period. Tiger-Shadow combo. The Shadow Demon Tiger split into 3 afterimages, striking the training posts in succession, leaving 3 deep claw marks. Good. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Your speed is 0.3 seconds faster than before. Just then the training ground door burst open and a crowd of people swarmed in. Good. Chen Mo nodded with satisfaction. Your speed is 0.3 seconds faster than before. Just then the training ground door burst open and a crowd of people. Behind him followed a dozen or so young people in colorful luxurious attire, all wearing arrogant expressions. Are you Chen Mo? The silver-robed youth asked, walking up to Chen Mo and scrutinizing him with undisguised disdain. The one from Linjiang City. Chen Mo glanced at him. Who are you? The silver-robed youth smiled, a smile laced with condescending arrogance. My name is Bai Jingshuan, the eldest young master of the Bai family in the provincial capital. You might not have heard of the Bai family, but that's fine. Just know that the Bai family's status in Jiangnan province surpasses all 4 major powers of Linjiang City combined. The people behind him chimed in. Young Master Bai was a top 10 finalist in last year's provincial youth tournament. His main tame beast is a level 53 S-grade frost giant bear. Chen Mo, Young Master Bai personally came to give you some pointers. Count yourself lucky. Don't be ungrateful. Chen Mo looked at Bai Jingshuan, his expression calm. Pointers? I don't need them. Bai Jingshuan's smile froze. What did you say? I said I don't need your pointers. Chen Mo recalled the Shadow Demon Tiger and turned to leave. Bai Jingshuan's face darkened. Stop right there. Chen Mo didn't stop. One of Bai Jingshuan's lackeys rushed forward and blocked Chen Mo's path. Young Master Bai told you to stop, didn't you hear? Chen Mo paused and turned to look at the lackey. That gaze was incredibly calm as if he were looking at a dead man. The lackey's legs went weak and he instinctively took a step back. What do you think you're doing? Chen Mo averted his gaze and looked at Bai Jingshuan. Bai Jingshuan, are you here to challenge me? Bai Jingshuan's mouth twitched. So what if I am? Then let's fight. Chen Mo walked back to the center of the training ground. Save the chatter. Bai Jingshuan's face turned completely dark. He had come to intimidate Chen Mo, but Chen Mo showed him no respect. Fine. Since you're asking for death, I'll grant your wish. Bai Jingshuan waved his hand. Clear the area. The lackeys quickly cleared the training ground, creating an open space 30 meters in diameter. Bai Jingshuan stood 20 meters opposite Chen Mo and released his tamed beast. A silver-white light surged from his body and a massive, entirely silver-white bear materialized on the training ground. The frost giant bear level 53 AS grade. It was slightly smaller than Chen Mo's Obsidian Dragon, its body covered in silver-white scales that radiated bone-chilling cold. Bai Jingshuan lifted his chin slightly. Chen Mo, where's your Obsidian Dragon? Bring it out and let me see it. Chen Mo did not release the Obsidian Dragon. Tiger, go. The Shadow Demon Tiger leaped out of the taming space, letting out a low growl, its emerald green vertical pupils fixed on the frost giant bear. Bai Jingshuan's expression changed. You're using your Shadow Demon Tiger against my frost giant bear. Are you insulting me? Dealing with you, the Shadow Demon Tiger, is enough. Bai Jingshuan's face flushed crimson. Frost giant bear, frost roar. The frost giant bear opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of silver-white frost. The temperature plummeted, instantly freezing the water vapor in the air into ice crystals. Tiger Shadow dodge. The Shadow Demon Tiger's body instantly vanished into the shadows. The frost attack struck the ground, coating it with a thick layer of ice. The Shadow Demon Tiger emerged from behind the frost giant bear. Shadow strike. Its fangs sank deep into the frost giant bear's neck. 876. The frost giant bear's health bar barely budged. The defense of a level 53 giant bear was not something the Shadow Demon Tiger could easily penetrate. Bai Jingshuan laughed. Is that all? Your Shadow Demon Tiger can't even break through my bear's defense. Chen Mo remained unfazed. Tiger return. The Shadow Demon Tiger retreated to Chen Mo's side. Bai Jingshuan grew even more smug. What? Surrendering? Surrendering? A faint smile played on Chen Mo's lips. I just think using the Shadow Demon Tiger against you is indeed an insult. He raised his right hand. A black light surged from his body. The Obsidian Dragon leaped from the taming space, its 5-meter-long body landing on the training ground, shaking the earth. Its dark golden vertical pupils locked onto the frost giant bear, emitting a low rumbling dragon roar. It released its draconic pressure. The frost giant bear was suppressed by the Obsidian dragon's aura. An S-grade against an epic grade, the gap in bloodline was not something level could bridge. Bai Jingshuan's face changed. Thighs is impossible. Your Obsidian dragon is only in its 40s. How can it suppress my frost giant bear? Because it's an Obsidian dragon, Chen Mo said. And your tame beast is just a bear. Xiao Yao go. The Obsidian dragon transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly appearing before the frost giant bear and striking its head with a claw. 1456. The frost giant bear was knocked back 3 steps, its health bar dropping by nearly a tenth. Bai Jingshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. Impossible. Your dragon is only level 45. How can its attack power be this high? Xiao Yao black flame breath. The Obsidian dragon opened its maw, unleashing a torrent of black flames that struck the frost giant bear. 1876. The frost giant bear's health dropped another chunk, its silver-white scales scorched black. Bai Jingxian was completely panicked. Frost giant bear frost shield. A layer of silver-white ice armor materialized on the frost giant bear's surface, boosting its defense. But the Obsidian dragon's attacks were too ferocious. Each claw strike dealt over 1,000 damage, and each burst of black flame dealt nearly 2,000. In less than a minute, the frost giant bear's health was halved. Bai Jingshuan's face was ashen. He never imagined that his level 53 S-grade frost giant bear would lose to Chen Mo's level 45 Obsidian dragon. Stop! Bai Jingxian shouted. I surrender. Chen Mo recalled the Obsidian dragon. Bai Jingxian collapsed to the ground, gasping for breath, his eyes filled with fear and resentment. Chen Mo walked over to him and looked down at him. The eldest young master of the Bai family. Is this all you've got? Bai Jingshuan's face flushed crimson, his fists clenched until his knuckles cracked, but he dared not move. Because he knew he couldn't defeat his opponent. Chen Mo turned and walked out of the training ground. Behind him, Bai Jingshuan's lackeys exchanged bewildered glances, none daring to stop him. The news of Chen Mo's victory over Bai Jingxian spread through the provincial capital like wildfire. Chen Mo from Linjiang City defeated Bai Jingshuan's level 53 frost giant bear with his level 45 Obsidian dragon. That's impossible. There's an 8-level gap. How could it happen? It's true. I saw it with my own eyes. Bai Jingxian was utterly helpless. What kind of monster is this Chen Mo? When the news reached the Ma family, Ma Tianyuan's face darkened. Chen Mo is even stronger than I anticipated. He turned to Lu Chen, who was sitting nearby. Do you think you can handle him? Lu Chen's expression was calm. Yes, Ma Tianyuan nodded. But relying on you alone isn't enough. I've already arranged for others. Who? The young experts from other major families in the provincial capital all want to test Chen Mo. Lu Chen said nothing. He knew Ma Tianyuan was using him, and he knew Ma Tianyuan was using others. But as long as he could defeat Chen Mo, he was willing to do anything. That afternoon, another challenger came for Chen Mo. This time, it was Li Haoran from the Li family, the 9th-place finisher in last year's provincial youth tournament. His main tame beast was a level 54 S-grade Thunderclap lion. In the battle against Li Haoran, Chen Mo didn't even use the Obsidian dragon. He only used the Shadow Demon Tiger, which thoroughly thrashed the Thunderclap lion. Impossible. My Thunderclap lion is a level 54 S-grade tame beast. How could it lose to your Shadow Demon Tiger? Chen Mo recalled the Shadow Demon Tiger and turned away. Because your tame beast was raised in a greenhouse. Mine was tempered through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Li Haoran collapsed to the ground, his face pale. He knew Chen Mo was right. Although his Thunderclap lion had a high level and good aptitude, it had never experienced a true life-or-death battle. But Chen Mo's Shadow Demon Tiger had fought for its life in every single battle. That was the difference. On the 3rd day, another challenger arrived. This time, it was Wang Tong from the Wang family, the 7th-place finisher in last year's provincial youth tournament. His main tame beast was a level 55 S-grade Flame Giant Eagle. Chen Mo still only used the Shadow Demon Tiger. The battle lasted 3 minutes, and the Flame Giant Eagle was defeated. You. How can you? Wang Tong's face was filled with shock. Your Flame Giant Eagle is fire type. My Shadow Demon Tiger is shadow type, Chen Mo said. Shadow beats fire. Didn't you know? Wang Tong opened his mouth, but found no words. He knew shadow beat fire, but he hadn't expected the advantage to be so overwhelming. On the 4th day, the 5th day, every day someone came to challenge Chen Mo, and every day someone was defeated by him. Chen Mo had practically fought his way through all the young experts of the provincial capital. No one could beat him. No one even lasted 10 minutes. The name Chen Mo became a nightmare for the younger generation of the provincial capital. During the days Chen Mo was sweeping through the capital's prodigies, Lu Chen was not idle either. He locked himself in the Ma family's training ground, training day and night without rest. After consuming the dragon blood pill, the golden fur ape's strength surged. The Crimson Flame Panther had mastered shadow assassination, elevating its explosive power to a new level. But Lu Chen knew this wasn't enough. He needed to improve himself. He no longer relied solely on instinct to command. Instead, he began studying the effects, cooldowns, and combinations of each skill. He even hired a second-tier beast tamer as a sparring partner, fighting 10 matches a day, each one harder than the last. On the first day, he lost all 10. On the second day, he won his first match. On the third day, he won 3 matches. By the 5th day, he could fight the second-tier beast tamer to a draw. Ma Tianyuan looked at Lu Chen's training reports and nodded with satisfaction. This Lu Chen is indeed talented. Pity his ambition is too great, he can't be tamed. He smiled a cold smile. But it doesn't matter. As long as he helps me eliminate Chen Mo, I'll discard him after he's served his purpose. On the 7th day, Lu Chen walked out of the training ground drenched in sweat, but his eyes were bright. The golden fur ape crouched on his shoulder, and the crimson flame panther followed at his feet. All 3 pairs of eyes burned with fighting spirit. Chen Mo, he murmured. I'm ready. On the 8th day, the provincial finals first round. The contestants drew lots for their opponents. Chen Mo drew Zhao Tianxi from the Zhao family. His main tamed beast was a level 57 S-grade Shadow Lion King. Lu Chen drew Qian Wushuang from the Chen family. His main tamed beast was a level 56 S-grade Golden Winged Eagle. The two stood in the contestants' area and locked eyes. Chen Mo's expression was calm. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Chen Mo. Lu Chen spoke, his voice deep. HM, you must win, because I want to be the one to finish you off. Chen Mo looked at him, the corner of his mouth lifting slightly. He'll be waiting. The first match began. Chen Mo stepped onto the arena. Across from him stood Zhao Tianxi. Zhao Tianxi was a young man in his early 20s, dressed in a black form-fitting outfit with a stern expression. He was far stronger than the previous challengers, at least not underestimating his opponent. Chen Mo, I know you're very strong, Zhao Tianxi said, but I won't make the same mistake as them. Good, Chen Mo replied. Give it your all. Don't disappoint me. Zhao Tianxi wasted no more words and released his tamed beast. The Shadow Lion King, level 57 ES-grade. It was pitch black, the size of an ox, its body covered in dark red patterns. Its eyes were blood red, its vertical pupils like 2 burning blades exuding a ferocious aura. Chen Mo did not release the Obsidian dragon. Tiger, go. The Shadow Demon Tiger leaped from the taming space with a low growl. A level 43 S-grade Shadow Demon Tiger against a level 57 S-grade Shadow Lion King. A 14-level gap. The spectators in the stands buzzed with discussion. Is Chen Mo still only using the Shadow Demon Tiger? It's only level 43. How can it fight a level 57 Shadow Lion King? Isn't he being too arrogant? The ones he fought before were all hothouse flowers, but Zhao Tianxi is different. Exactly. Zhao Tianxi's Shadow Lion King has actually killed before. Chen Mo might finally lose this time. A flicker of anger crossed Zhao Tianxi's eyes. Chen Mo, are you insulting me by using your level 43 Shadow Demon Tiger against my level 57 Shadow Lion King? Chen Mo said nothing. Shadow Lion King attack. The Shadow Lion King transformed into a black lightning bolt, instantly appearing before the Shadow Demon Tiger, its claws sweeping horizontally. Its speed was astonishing, more than twice as fast as the previous tamed beasts. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Tiger sidestep. The Shadow Demon Tiger's body slid past the Shadow Lion King's claws, but the Lion King's speed was too great. The claw wind still grazed the Shadow Demon Tiger's flank. 345. The Shadow Demon Tiger's health dropped by over 300. Zhao Tianxi's eyes lit up. It's working. Keep going. The Shadow Lion King turned and struck again with its claws. 356. The Shadow Demon Tiger's health dropped another chunk. Gasps rose from the audience. Chen Mo's Shadow Demon Tiger is hurt. As expected, the level gap is too great. Is Chen Mo going to lose? Chen Mo's expression remained calm. Tiger Shadow Dodge. The Shadow Demon Tiger's body vanished into the shadows. The Shadow Lion King's attack hit nothing. Shadow Strike. The Shadow Demon Tiger emerged from behind the Shadow Lion King, its fangs aiming for the back of its neck. But the Shadow Lion King reacted swiftly, twisting its head, and the fangs sank into its shoulder instead. 567. The damage was higher than before, but the Shadow Lion King's health had only dropped by less than 1/20th. Seeing this, Zhao Tianxi smiled. Your Shadow Demon Tiger has decent attack power, but the level gap is too great to break through the defense of my Shadow Lion King. Oomph. Chen Mo remained silent. Demon Tiger return. The Shadow Demon Tiger retreated to Chen Mo's side. Zhao Tianxi's smile grew wider. What's wrong? Are you preparing to admit defeat? Admit defeat? Chen Mo's lips curled slightly upward. The word defeat does not exist in my dictionary. Watch closely. He raised his right hand. A stream of black light surged from within him. Then the Black Dragon leaped out of the beast's space. Roar. As soon as it appeared, the Black Dragon unleashed its dragon might. The Shadow Lion King was struck, its body freezing in place. The level 57 S-class Shadow Lion King dared not move in the presence of the Black Dragon's might. This is the suppression of bloodline. Zhao Tianxi's expression changed drastically. Damn. How is this possible? Xiao Yao Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Black Dragon opened its mouth and a jet of black flame surged forth, striking the Shadow Lion King. 2156. The health of the Shadow Lion King dropped by nearly 1/5. Black Flame Dragon Breath released continuously. The Black Dragon unleashed 3 consecutive Black Flame Dragon Breaths. 2345, 2398, 2456. A series of attacks brought the Shadow Lion King's health to 0, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Instant kill. The arena fell silent. Those who had just said Chen Mo was going to fail all shut their mouths. Zhao Tianxi wore an incredulous expression. His Shadow Lion King, a level 57 S-class beast, didn't last even a cup of tea against the Black Dragon. Chen Mo recalled the Black Dragon and turned to leave the stage. As he reached Zhao Tianxi's side, he paused and glanced at him. Your Shadow Lion King is indeed stronger than those before, but that's all there is to it. Zhao Tianxi's face turned red, but he dared not speak. He knew that Chen Mo was speaking the truth. The second match. It was Lu Chen against Qian Wushuang. Qian Wushuang was a beautiful woman in her early 20s, but her gaze was very cold. She was a genius from the Qian family in the provincial city, and her strength was not to be underestimated. Are you Lu Chen? Qian Wushuang looked him up and down. I've heard you're quite impressive. Let me see your strength. Lu Chen said nothing and summoned the golden-haired monkey. The golden-haired monkey landed on the ground and began to expand. 1 meter, 2 meters, 3 meters, 4 meters. Having consumed a large number of pills, the golden-haired monkey was stronger than ever. The 4-meter-tall golden-haired monkey was covered in dark golden fur, with golden flames flickering wildly in its eyes. A hint of surprise flashed in Qian Wushuang's eyes. Indeed, it possesses the bloodline of an ancient divine beast. But don't think you are the only one who has it. Saying this, she directly released her beast, the golden-winged lawn bird. The golden-winged lawn bird level 58 ES-class qualification. It also possessed divine beast bloodline. With a cry, a bird with a wingspan of over 10 meters covered in golden feathers appeared on the competition field. Golden-winged lawn bird ascend. The golden-winged lawn bird flapped its wings and soared into the sky, flying up to 50 meters high. Qian Wushuang's lips curled into a smile. Your golden-haired monkey can't fly. How will it attack my golden-winged lawn bird? Lu Chen looked calmly at the golden-winged lawn bird in the sky. Golden-haired monkey, golden light fist. The golden-haired monkey's right fist condensed a massive golden light sphere and struck out. A golden beam shot up into the sky. The golden-winged lawn bird dodged in midair, but the speed of the golden beam was too fast, grazing its wings. 678. The golden-winged lawn bird's health dropped by nearly 1/10. Qian Wushuang's expression changed. How is this possible? Your monkey is only level 52. How can it have such a long attack range? Lu Chen did not answer. Golden-haired monkey, consecutive golden light fists. The golden-haired monkey's fist struck one after another, sending golden beams toward the sky. The golden-winged lawn bird frantically dodged in the air, but there were too many beams, and it couldn't avoid them all. 654,667,678,689. With a series of attacks, the golden-winged lawn bird's health rapidly declined, dropping from 10,000 to 8,000, then to 6,000. Qian Wushuang panicked. Golden-winged lawn bird dive attack. The golden-winged lawn bird folded its wings and dived down from 50 meters above, moving as fast as a golden lightning bolt. Its claws like hooks aimed directly for the golden-haired monkey's head. Lu Chen's eyes lit up. Good timing. Golden-haired monkey tremor the ground. The golden-haired monkey raised its right foot and stomped down hard. Boom. The entire arena shook, sending a golden shockwave spreading outwards. The golden-winged lawn bird was thrown off balance by the shockwave, its diving trajectory skewed. Golden light fist full power. The golden-haired monkey's right fist condensed a golden light sphere the size of a wheel and struck out. The golden beam hit the golden-winged lawn bird squarely in the chest. 2,345. Critical hit. The golden-winged lawn bird's health dropped below 2,000. It screamed and fell from the sky. Qian Wushuang's face turned pale. No, it's impossible. Lu Chen recalled the golden-haired monkey and turned to leave the stage. As he passed by Qian Wushuang, he paused and said without looking back, what does it matter to have divine beast bloodline? In front of my golden-haired monkey, you're still worthless. Qian Wushuang bit her lip, her eyes reddening, but she couldn't retort. After several rounds of elimination, Chen Mo and Lu Chen both advanced to the top 16. At the post-match press conference, a reporter asked Chen Mo, what are your thoughts on the upcoming matches? Chen Mo looked at the camera, his expression calm. No matter who the opponent is, it doesn't matter. Whoever comes, I will fight. The reporter asked again, aren't you afraid of encountering strong enemies? Chen Mo's lips curled slightly upward. Strong enemies. Are there any strong enemies in the provincial city? The audience erupted in an uproar. This statement was too arrogant. The geniuses of the provincial city turned pale, but dared not refute. Because Chen Mo was speaking the truth. From the preliminary rounds until now he had not lost a single match, not even a tough battle. All opponents were crushed. The reporter then asked Lu Chen, "You might encounter Chen Mo in the finals. Are you confident?" Lu Chen looked at the camera, his tone fierce. "I'm confident. I will defeat him in the finals." The audience erupted once more. Chen Mo and Lu Chen, two boys from Linjiang City, did not hide their ambitions in front of the geniuses of the provincial city. The championship belongs to Linjiang City. Whoever comes I will fight. Time reached the fourth day. With the top 16 and top 8 competitions concluded, Chen Mo and Lu Chen pressed on crushing their opponents. Both advanced to the top 4. The other 2 spots were taken by Bai Jing Tian from the Bai family and Si Kong Jun from the Si Kong family in the provincial city. These 2 were long-standing geniuses of the provincial city, said to have already undergone their second evolution and contracted a second beast, their strength not to be underestimated. Soon the matchups for the semifinals were announced. First match, Chen Mo versus Bai Jing Tian. Second match, Lu Chen versus Si Kong Jun. As soon as the news broke, it spread throughout the provincial city. Chen Mo versus Bai Jing Tian, the revenge battle of the Bai family. Lu Chen faces Si Kong Jun. This match will be exciting. I think the champion will be Si Kong Jun. He is the #1 genius in the provincial city. I believe Chen Mo will win. His Black Dragon is unmatched and will definitely secure the championship. At the competition venue, the stands were packed and the cheers were deafening. The first semifinal, Chen Mo versus Bai Jing Tian, begins. The referee's voice echoed across the square. Chen Mo and Bai Jing Tian stepped onto the stage. Bai Jing Tian did not underestimate his opponent. He immediately summoned his beast, a frost giant bear. It seemed the Bai family had mastered a certain dungeon, allowing family members to contract frost giant bears as their beasts. Giant Bear Frost Domain. Bai Jing Tian used a powerful move right from the start. The frost giant bear let out a roar, and a silvery white light ring spread from its body, enveloping the entire arena. This was the S-class skill of the frost giant bear, Frost Domain. Within this domain, the frost giant bear's attack power increased by 30, while enemies' speed decreased by 30. Bai Jing Tian smirked. Chen Mo, within my frost domain, your Black Dragon's speed will be greatly reduced. What can you use to fight against me? Chen Mo looked at the ice surface beneath his feet, his expression calm. Do you think you are the only one with a domain? He raised his right hand. Black light surged from within him. The Black Dragon leaped out of the beast's space and landed on the ice surface. Its dark, golden vertical pupils locked onto the frost giant bear, letting out a low, rumbling dragon roar. Dragon Might was released. But this time the Dragon Might did not completely suppress the frost giant bear. The frost domain offset some of the Dragon Might's effects. Bai Jing Tian laughed. Chen Mo, we have studied your Dragon Might thoroughly. It won't work. Xiao Yao Dragon. Hearing this, Chen Mo's expression remained unchanged as he continued to command. Soon a dark golden light shield appeared around the Black Dragon's body. Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Black Dragon opened its mouth and a jet of black flame surged forth, charging straight at the frost giant bear. Frost Breath. The frost giant bear simultaneously exhaled a silvery white, cold air. Black flames and icy air collided in midair. Boom. The entire arena shook, the ice surface shattering and debris flying everywhere. The two forces stalemated for 5 seconds before dissipating simultaneously. They were evenly matched. Excitement flashed in Bai Jing Tian's eyes. Effective. Frost Giant Bear continue. The Frost Giant Bear unleashed 3 consecutive frost breaths. The Black Dragon also unleashed 3 consecutive Black Flame Dragon breaths. Boom, boom, boom. After 3 collisions, the arena was left in ruins. The Black Dragon's health dropped by 1/10. The Frost Giant Bear's health dropped by 1/3. Damn it. Bai Jing Tian's expression shifted slightly. How could your Black Dragon's health be so high? Chen Mo did not answer. Xiao Yao ascend. The Black Dragon spread its wings and soared into the sky. Wings of Gale dive at full speed. The Black Dragon folded its wings and dove from a high altitude, moving as fast as a black meteor. Frost Giant Bear Frost Shield. A thick layer of ice armor appeared on the surface of the Frost Giant Bear. The Black Dragon's claw struck down on the Frost Giant Bear's head. 1890. The Frost Shield shattered, and the Frost Giant Bear was pushed back 5 or 6 steps, its health dropping by nearly 1/4. Bai Jing Tian's face turned completely pale. No. It's impossible. Xiao Yao Black Flame Dragon Breath, close range attack. The Black Dragon unleashed a Black Flame Dragon Breath up close, striking directly at the Frost Giant Bear. 2,345. The Frost Giant Bear's health dropped below 3,000. Final strike. The Black Dragon dove again, a black glow condensing on its right claw. 2,789. With a lethal strike, the Frost Giant Bear's massive body crashed to the ground. The audience erupted in cheers. Chen Mo wins. So powerful, crushing even at a higher level. What kind of monster is this Chen Mo? Bai Jing Tian collapsed to the ground, having taken his cousin's experience, thinking he could win, but ended up losing even more miserably than last time. Chen Mo recalled the Black Dragon and turned to leave the stage. The second semifinal was Lu Chen against Si Kongjun. As soon as the match began, Si Kongjun released his beast, a level 59 Golden Feather Eagle King with S-class qualification. Lu Chen released the Golden-Haired Monkey and the Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. The two beasts flanked the Golden Feather Eagle King from left and right. Si Kongjun furrowed his brow. 2 against 1. There are no rules against using two beasts in the match, Lu Chen replied. If you have a second beast, you can release it too. Si Kongjun gritted his teeth. He had a second beast, but it was only level 50, releasing it would be like sending it to its death. Golden Feather Eagle King ascend. The Golden Feather Eagle King flapped its wings and soared into the sky. But Lu Chen was already prepared. Golden-Haired Monkey Golden Light Fist seal the sky. The Golden-Haired Monkey's fist struck in succession, shooting golden beams into the sky, blocking the Golden Feather Eagle King's flight path. Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard Flame Charge. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard transformed into a red flame and charged at the Golden Feather Eagle King. The Golden Feather Eagle King dodged left and right in midair, but there were too many golden beams to evade. One golden beam struck its wing, causing it to lose over 800 health. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard reached it and clawed its chest. 1,234. The Golden Feather Eagle King's health dropped by nearly 1/5. Si Kongjun's expression darkened. Golden Feather Eagle King Golden Storm. The Golden Feather Eagle King flapped its wings violently, releasing countless golden wind blades that rained down on the Golden-Haired Monkey and Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard. Golden-Haired Monkey Diamond Shield. The surface of the Golden-Haired Monkey glowed with a dark golden light shield. Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard Demon Flame Shield. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard was engulfed in flames. The golden wind blade struck the two beasts, creating a flurry of sparks. 345, 356. The damage wasn't high, but the sheer number was overwhelming. The Golden-Haired Monkey's health dropped by 1,500, leaving 3,500. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard's health dropped by 1,600, leaving 4,400. Lu Chen's eyes narrowed. Golden-Haired Monkey tremor the ground. The Golden-Haired Monkey raised its right foot and stomped down hard. Boom. The entire arena shook, sending a golden shockwave spreading outwards. The Golden Feather Eagle King was thrown off balance by the shockwave in the air. Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard Shadow Assassination. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard disappeared into the shadows. The next second it appeared behind the Golden Feather Eagle King, gathering dark red light on its claws, and struck fiercely at the back of the Golden Feather Eagle King's neck. 3,456. Critical hit. The Golden Feather Eagle King's health dropped by nearly half. Si Kongjun's face, Golden Feather Eagle King quickly dodged. The Golden Feather Eagle King attempted to fly away, but another golden light fist from the Golden-Haired Monkey blocked its escape route. The Scarlet Flame Demon Leopard attacked again with a claw. 2,345. The Golden Feather Eagle King's health dropped below 2,000. Final strike, Golden-Haired Monkey Golden Light Fist full power. The Golden-Haired Monkey's right fist condensed a massive golden light sphere and struck out. The golden beam pierced through the Golden Feather Eagle King's body. 2,890. The Golden Feather Eagle King's health dropped to 0, and it fell from the sky. Lu Chen recalled both of his beasts and turned to leave the stage. Si Kongjun stood there, his face ashen. He had lost. With the semifinals concluded, the finals would take place tomorrow. Chen Mo and Lu Chen, two boys from Linjiang City, would face off once more. As soon as the news broke, it spread throughout the provincial city. Everyone was looking forward to tomorrow's match. However, no one knew that a greater storm was brewing. That night, in the northern suburbs of the provincial city, an abandoned temple. Moonlight streamed through the broken roof, illuminating the 7 figures standing in the center of the temple. The 7 were all dressed in dark red robes with a gigantic eye embroidered on their robes, reflecting countless shadows of demon beasts. This is the symbol of the Beast God Cult. The Beast God Cult is a cult organization that reveres beast tamers and sees humans as servants to the beasts. They do not worship deities, but rather the beast god. They believe that humans are inferior beings and should submit to beast tamers. Beast tamers are not masters of the beasts, but rather their servants. 300 years ago, when the beast taming contract system was established, the Beast God Cult was classified as a cult by various countries and explicitly banned. However, 300 years have passed, and the Beast God Cult has not only survived, but has secretly grown stronger. At the forefront was a burly man in his 40s with a face full of flesh and a scar running from his forehead to his chin over his left eye. His dark red robe was more splendid than the others, with an eye pattern embroidered on his chest that was larger and more lifelike, as if it were truly watching something. "Is everyone here?" His voice was deep, like thunder rumbling. "The 7 guardians are all present," said a slender man beside him respectfully. The scarred man nodded. "Tomorrow in the provincial city finals, Chen Mo against Lu Chen, the entire city will be watching. That is our best opportunity. Our goal is to capture young geniuses, use their blood and flesh as sacrifices, and summon the beast god to descend. Excitement flashed in the eyes of the slender man. 7 guardians, both Chen Mo and Lu Chen, are exceptional. Chen Mo has an epic-level Black Dragon, and Lu Chen possesses the bloodline of an ancient divine beast with his golden-haired monkey. If we can sacrifice them to the beast god. The scarred man smirked. Therefore Chen Mo and Lu Chen must be captured alive. Other geniuses can be captured if possible, and if not, they should be killed. The 7 men bowed simultaneously. Understood. The next morning, at the Beastmaster Center in the provincial capital. At this moment the stands were filled with people. Representatives from various forces in the provincial capital, senior members of the Beastmaster Association, and military representatives were all present. Zhou Tianxing, the representative of the Jiangnan Province Beastmaster Association, sat in the center. He was in his 60s, but looked quite spirited. Notably, he was a 4th transition Beastmaster, with his main beast being a level 135 SS-grade Golden Winged Rock, making him one of the strongest Beastmasters in Jiangnan Province. On the left sat Han Tieshan, the military representative, also a 4th transition Beastmaster, with his main beast being a level 132 SS-grade Ironclad War Dragon. On the right was Sun Boyan, an elder of the Beastmaster Association, a 4th transition Beastmaster. Further out were heads or elders of the prominent families in the provincial capital, all 3rd transition peak or 4th transition Beastmasters. The referee stood in the center of the arena, holding a microphone, his voice echoing across the square. Ladies and gentlemen, the first ranking competition is about to begin, with Chen Mo from Linjiang City facing Lu Chen from Linjiang City. Please welcome the 2 contestants to the stage. A thunderous cheer erupted from the stands. Chen Mo walked out from the contestant area, his pace steady and his expression calm, unaffected by the cheers. Lu Chen emerged from the opposite side, his steps quicker, with a burning desire for victory in his eyes. The 2 stood in the center of the arena, 20 meters apart. Chen Mo, Lu Chen spoke, his voice heavy. I won't lose today. You say that every time. Chen Mo replied, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. A flicker of killing intent flashed in Lu Chen's eyes. Today is different. He was about to unleash his golden-haired monkey when suddenly a deafening roar echoed from the sky. Boom. Everyone looked up. A massive black vortex appeared in the sky. The diameter of the vortex exceeded 100 meters, resembling a giant eye gazing down upon the entire square. In the center of the vortex something writhed, as if a terrifying entity were about to emerge. What is that? Someone in the stands exclaimed. Why is the sky darkened? This is bad, something's wrong. Zhou Tianxing suddenly stood up, his face changing dramatically. This is spatial tearing. Someone is forcibly opening a spatial passage. Han Taishan's expression also changed. What? Opening a spatial passage in the center of the provincial capital? Who dares to do this? Sun Boyan's eyes narrowed as he saw a dark red light flickering at the edge of the vortex. That is the symbol of the beast god cult. The beast god cult. Zhou Tianxing's pupils constricted sharply. How dare they come to the provincial capital? Before he finished speaking, 7 dark red lights burst forth from the black vortex. 7 figures emerged from the light, hovering in midair. They all wore dark red robes with a strange eye embroidered on their garments. At the forefront stood a scar-faced man looking down at the thousands of people in the square, his lips curling into a sinister smile. Beastmasters of Jiangnan Province, long time no see. Zhou Tianxing's face turned ashen. 7 guardians of the beast god cult. What are you doing in my provincial capital? The scar-faced man laughed. What are we doing? Of course we're here to collect people. He waved his hand. The 7 of them simultaneously released their beasts. 7 beasts appeared, the lowest being level 125 and the highest level 148. The 148 level beast belonged to the scar-faced man, a sub-dragon known as the corrupted bone sub-dragon. From its size it resembled a gigantic lizard with wings. Han Taishan's voice carried a hint of shock. A 148 level SS-grade corrupted bone sub-dragon. How is that possible? Sun Boyan frowned. The beast god cult actually has beasts of this caliber. The scar-faced man looked down at them, his eyes filled with disdain. Is this the level of the beastmasters in Jiangnan Province? He waved his hand. The corrupted bone sub-dragon opened its mouth, and a black beam shot forth, aimed directly at the podium. Not good. Zhou Tianxing shouted, quick dodge. He released the Golden Winged Rock, a 135 level SS-grade beast with a wingspan of 20 meters, standing in front of the podium. The Golden Winged Rock emitted a golden beam that collided with the black beam from the corrupted bone sub-dragon. Boom. The clash of energies unleashed a devastating shockwave. Chairs and tables on the podium were sent flying, and spectators in the stands were blown about. Zhou Tianxing staggered back, 3 steps, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. Although his Golden Winged Rock was also SS-grade, it was 13 levels lower, unable to match the strength of the corrupted bone sub-dragon. Han Taishan and Sun Boyan acted simultaneously. The ironclad war dragon and silver-winged wind eagle joined the fight. With 3 level 100 beasts working together, they barely managed to block the corrupted bone sub-dragon's attack. The scar-faced man sneered. 3 against 1. No wonder they are the trash of Jiangnan province. He waved his hand, and the other 6 guardians attacked simultaneously. 6 fourth transition beasts charged towards the podium, engaging in fierce combat with the beast masters of the provincial capital. The battle escalated instantly. Although the beast masters of the provincial capital were numerous, the 7 from the beast god cult were all 4th transition masters, with their beasts being level 125 at the lowest and level 148 at the highest. Ordinary 3rd transition beast masters couldn't withstand even a single attack from them. One head of a prominent family in the provincial capital at 3rd transition peak had his main beast, a level 118-grade beast, killed with a single claw by a guardian of the beast god cult. Another head of a prominent family in the late 3rd transition was paralyzed by the pressure of the corrupted bone sub-dragon's dragon might, and was then turned to ashes by a blast of black flames. In just a minute, 5 3rd transition beast masters from the provincial capital were killed, and more than a dozen were injured. The audience in the stands screamed and scattered, causing chaos in the square. Chen Mo stood atop the arena watching the battle in the sky, his expression grave. He knew about the beast god cult. In the original text, this was a villain organization that ran throughout the narrative. They worshipped the beast god, viewing humans as mere servants of beasts, specializing in plundering talented beast masters, sacrificing their flesh and blood to summon the beast god. In the original story, the beast god cult first appeared after the provincial capital finals, but this time, they had come early. Chen Mo. Qin Ruashi rushed to his side, her face pale. We need to leave. Chen Mo shook his head. We can't. The beast god cult had set up a barrier to seal off this area as soon as they appeared. With his current strength, escaping was impossible. Chen Mo looked up at the black vortex in the sky, where something was crawling outward. It was a massive eye, dark red in color with vertical pupils resembling a snake. The eye loomed over the entire square, and wherever its gaze fell, everyone felt a suffocating fear. Qin Ruaxi's voice trembled. It's the beast god's apparition, Chen Mo said. They plan to sacrifice living humans to summon the beast god. Qin Ruaxi's face grew even paler. What should we do? Chen Mo was silent for a moment. Wait. At this point, they could only pray that the experts in the provincial capital were not unprepared. On the podium, Zhou Tianxing, Han Tieshan, and Sun Boyan worked together to barely block the corrupted bone sub-dragon from the scar-faced man. But they knew they couldn't continue like this. The level of the corrupted bone sub-dragon was too high. They could only defend, unable to counterattack. Meanwhile, the other 6 guardians were slaughtering the beast masters of the provincial capital. Every second someone was dying. Old Han, old son, we can no longer hide. Zhou Tianxing gritted his teeth. Use that move. Han Taizhan and Sun Boyan exchanged glances and nodded simultaneously. The 3 of them bit their fingers simultaneously, drawing a blood-colored rune in the air. The rune glowed as their beasts howled toward the sky. The golden-winged rock ironclad war dragon and silver-winged wind eagle began to shine. Golden light, silver light, and azure light shot into the sky, merging into a gigantic beam directed at the corrupted bone sub-dragon. This was the formation of the Beastmaster Association, 3 talents Beastmaster formation. It required 3 4th transition or higher beastmasters to work together, using their blood as a catalyst, temporarily merging the power of 3 beasts to unleash an attack beyond their levels. The corrupted bone sub-dragon was hit by the beam and let out a mournful cry. 58,678. Nearly a quarter of its health bar was depleted. The scar-faced man's expression changed. The 3 talents Beastmaster formation. You actually know this formation. Zhou Tianxing's mouth bled, but his eyes remained bright. Beast God cult scum, today is your death day. The 3 talents Beastmaster formation lasted for 10 seconds, and the 3 beams once again merged, slamming into the corrupted bone sub-dragon. 44,567. A quarter of the corrupted bone sub-dragon's health was lost again. The scar-faced man's expression darkened completely. Damn, I didn't expect Jiangnan province to have such strong experts. He turned to the other 6 guardians. Stop them. The 6 guardians charged toward the podium, surrounding Zhou Tianxing and the other 2 with their 4 4th transition beasts. The 3 talents Beastmaster formation was interrupted. Zhou Tianxing and the others turned pale, blood spilling from their mouths. They were at their limits. The scar-faced man's lips curled upward. The 3 talents Beastmaster formation is indeed powerful, but how long can you hold on? He was about to issue the final attack command to the corrupted bone sub-dragon. Stop! A hoarse but authoritative voice echoed from the sky. Everyone looked up. In the sky, an elderly man with white hair hovered. He wore a white robe with the golden emblem of the Beastmaster Association embroidered on his chest. This man was a 5th transition Holy Beastmaster and the president of the Beastmaster Association, Zhou Tianxing. Behind him followed a giant dragon entirely red. The Crimson Flame Lin Dragon, level 155, an epic-grade beast. There were hardly a few epic-grade beasts found throughout the Dragon Kingdom. The scar-faced man's pupils constricted sharply. Chu Tianqing, how could you be here? Chu Tianqing looked down at him, his eyes full of coldness. Beast God Cult 7 Guardians, you wreak havoc in Jiangnan Province. Do you think I wouldn't know? He waved his hand. The Crimson Flame Lin Dragon opened its mouth, releasing a red beam aimed at the Corrupted Bone Subdragon. The Corrupted Bone Subdragon attempted to evade, but the speed of the red beam was too fast. Boom. 65,678. The Corrupted Bone Subdragon fainted on the spot, its massive body plummeting from the sky. A single strike was enough to kill it. The scar-faced man's face turned pale. Impossible. My Corrupted Bone Subdragon is a 148 level SS-grade beast. But what does 148 level matter? Chu Tianqing replied coldly. My Crimson Flame Lin Dragon is a 155 level epic grade beast. Before it, your Corrupted Bone Subdragon is but an ant. The scar-faced man gritted his teeth, madness flashing in his eyes. Chu Tianqing, do you think you've won? He bit his finger, drawing a blood-colored rune in the air. Beast God descend. In the black vortex, the dark red eye suddenly widened. A dark red beam shot from the eye, enveloping the scar-faced man and the remaining 6 guardians. Their bodies began to swell, dark red scales appearing on their skin, their eyes transforming into vertical pupils. Their auras surged, skyrocketing from 4th transition to 5th transition. The scar-faced man's voice became hoarse like a beast growling. Chu Tianqing, today, I will show you the power of the Beast God. Chu Tianqing frowned. Beast God possession. You all have gone mad. This will cost at least 20 years of your life. The scar-faced man laughed, his smile grotesque. What is 20 years of life? As long as we can kill you and sacrifice these talents, the Beast God will grant us eternal life. He transformed into a dark red lightning bolt, charging towards Chu Tianqing. The other 6 guardians also charged towards the Beast Masters of the provincial capital. The battle erupted once more, but this time the situation had reversed. The 7 possessed by the Beast God surged in strength, overwhelming the Beast Masters of the provincial capital. Han Taizhan was sent flying by a guardian's palm, spitting blood. Sun Boyan was punched in the chest by another guardian, breaking several ribs. Zhou Tianqing exerted all his strength, but could barely fend off one guardian. Chu Tianqing was entangled by the scar-faced man, unable to break free. Damn! Chu Tianqing gritted his teeth, these madmen. The scar-faced man laughed heartily. Chu Tianqing, you can't save them. He looked down at the talented contestants in the square, greed flashing in his eyes. The flesh and blood of talented beast masters are the best offerings. He reached out, and a dark red beam shot from his palm, enveloping dozens of talented contestants in the square. Someone screamed, "Help! I don't want to die." The talented contestants were swept up by the dark red beam, flying towards the sky. Lu Chen was among them. His body was bound by the light, unable to move, while his golden-haired monkey and crimson-flamed demon leopard struggled desperately, but could not break free. Lu Chen shouted, "Save me." Chen Mo stood on the arena watching Lu Chen in the sky, his gaze icy. He did not move. Firstly, he did not want to save him. Secondly, he could not save him. That dark red beam was the power of the Beast God, something his current strength could not contend with. Qin Ruoshi stood beside him, her voice trembling. Chen Mo, Lu Chen. I know. Chen Mo's voice was calm, but beneath the calmness lay a bottom. On the other side, the scar-faced man looked pleased with the harvest. He did not continue, for using the power of the Beast God came with a cost. If he didn't leave soon, he would be stuck once the Beast God's power was exhausted. You boy are lucky I'll let you go this time, but next time I will come personally to take your life. The scar-faced man glanced at Chen Mo, a hint of unwillingness flashing in his eyes, before waving his hand. The dark red light enveloped the dozens of talented contestants, flying into the black vortex. At the last moment, Lu Chen looked back at Chen Mo. In that gaze there was hatred, unwillingness, and despair. Then he vanished. The vortex slowly closed. In the sky, the scar-faced man and the 6 guardians also transformed into dark red light, soaring into the vortex. Chu Tianqing wanted to give chase, but the vortex had already closed. He hovered in the air, his face ashen. Damn! They got away. The battle was over. The square was in ruins, with blood and corpses everywhere. On the side of the provincial capital, 12 third transition beastmasters had died, over 30 were injured, and the talented contestants taken, including Lu Chen, totaled 17. Zhou Tianqing slumped on the podium, his face pale, blood still flowing from his mouth. Han Taizhan lay on the ground, his chest caved and his breath weak. Sun Boyan leaned against a broken pillar, barely standing, but his legs trembled. Chu Tianqing descended from the air, walking towards Zhou Tianqing. Old Zhou, are you alright? Zhou Tianqing shook his head, his voice hoarse. Old Chu, why are you here? I received news that the Beast God cult was going to make a move in the provincial capital, so I rushed over. Chu Tianxing's expression was grim, but I still arrived too late. Zhou Tianxing's eyes reddened. 17 children. 17. Chu Tianxing was silent for a moment. I will investigate the whereabouts of the beast god cult and bring them back. Can they be brought back? Zhou Tianxing's voice trembled. Those taken by the beast god cult, can they return alive? Chu Tianxing didn't reply, because he knew that most of the talents taken by the beast god cult would be sacrificed to the beast god. Less than 10% would survive. But he couldn't say that. There will be a way, Chu Tianxing said. I promise you. Zhou Tianxing closed his eyes, tears streaming from the corners. 3 days later at the north gate of Linjiang City, Chen Mo stood by the city gate with Chen Taizhan personally seeing him off. The father and son faced each other in silence, neither speaking first. Go. Chen Taizhan finally broke the silence, clapping his son on the shoulder. Military training isn't something just anyone can attend. Don't disgrace Linjiang City. It turned out that the final match had ended prematurely due to the unexpected intrusion of the beast god cult. Chen Mo secured first place, naturally earning the opportunity to train at the Jiangnan Provincial Military District. Chen Mo nodded. Father, rest assured. You're almost stronger than your old man. Oh, what's there to worry about? Chen Taizhan grinned, though his eyes reddened slightly. He turned and waved. Go on, don't dawdle. Chen Mo waved back, leading the shadow demon tiger, as they quickly vanished from sight, eventually disappearing entirely. The Jiangnan Provincial Military District was located at the foot of Qingfeng Mountain 30 li north of the provincial capital. This was not the steel and concrete fortress Chen Mo had imagined, but an ancient military camp built against the mountain. The walls, constructed from bluestone, stood about 3 zhang high and were covered in vines appearing to be at least a century old. There were no guards at the gate, only 2 stone lions and a stone tablet engraved with 4 characters, Tiger Guard Barracks. Chen Mo waited at the entrance for less than 15 minutes before a young officer in uniform emerged. The man appeared to be around 27 or 28, lean and wiry with eyes that shone with startling brightness. Chen Mo. He scrutinized Chen Mo from head to toe. Yes. Follow me. Director, Zhao has been waiting for you. Chen Mo followed him into the barracks. The interior was far larger than he had imagined. After passing through 3 corridors, a massive training ground appeared before him, the size of 3 football fields. On the training ground, dozens of young people were training, some commanding their spirit beasts in combat, others practicing close-quarters combat, their battle cries shaking the heavens. The young officer led Chen Mo to a 2-story building at the end of the training ground and knocked on the door. Come in, a deep voice called from within. Pushing open the door, Zhao Taijun sat behind his desk, a pile of documents spread before him. He looked up, saw Chen Mo, and a faint smile touched his lips. You're here? Sit. Chen Mo sat down across from him. Zhao Taijun poured him a cup of tea, then leaned back in his chair, studying him with an appraising gaze. Chen Mo, I watched your performance in the provincial capital finals. It was good. But you must understand, military training and provincial competitions are 2 different things. I know, Chen Mo said. Losing a match is just a loss of face. Failing military training costs you your life. Zhao Taijun's voice was low, but every word carried weight. The training intensity at Tiger Guard Barracks is 10 times that of outside. Every year, fewer than 1/10 of the applicants who enroll actually graduate. Are you sure you want to come? Chen Mo picked up the teacup and took a sip. I'm sure. Zhao Taijun stared at him for 3 seconds, then smiled. Good. From today onward, you are a cadet of Tiger Guard Barracks. Your instructor is Long Zhantian, a 4th-turn beast-taming grandmaster. He has a temper, so it's best not to provoke him. It had to be said, the military's resources were abundant. For Chen Mo, a beast tamer below the 2nd turn, to have a beast-taming grandmaster as an instructor was almost extravagant. Soon Chen Mo met Long Zhantian. Long Zhantian was younger than Chen Mo had imagined. He appeared to be under 40 with a square face, thick eyebrows, and large eyes, his back ramrod straight. At first sight of Chen Mo, he said nothing, merely sizing him up from head to toe before snorting through his nose. So you're Chen Mo? The provincial champion? Yes. Release your spirit beast. Chen Mo summoned the shadow demon tiger. The massive black tiger landed on the training ground, its emerald green vertical pupils fixed on Long Zhantian as it let out a low growl. Long Zhantian glanced at it and shook his head. Level 43, SSS-grade aptitude. Passable. Chen Mo remained silent. But Long Zhantian shifted his tone. I've watched your combat recordings. Your command skills are decent, spirit beasts can be trained, but combat instinct is innate. He walked up to Chen Mo, looking down at him. He'll give you a chance. In 3 months, if you earn my recognition, I'll recommend you for the Dragon's Fong reserve team. If you can't, then get the hell back to Linjiang City. Deal, Chen Mo said. Training at Tiger Guard Barracks began at 4 o'clock every morning. The first exercise was Beast Tamer physical conditioning. The requirement was for Beast Tamers to run 30 laps around the training ground, each lap 400 meters, totaling 12 kilometers. After the run came 500 push-ups, 500 sit-ups, and 500 squats. The first time Chen Mo completed these, his legs refused to obey him, but he didn't stop. Because Long Zhantian had said that a beast tamer's physical strength determined the upper limit of their mental energy. One who couldn't even control their own body was unworthy of being a high-level beast tamer. After physical training came mental energy training. This was the part Chen Mo valued most. For 2 hours each day, he sat cross-legged on the cold bluestone ground, tempering his mental energy according to the military's unique meditation method. For the first 3 days, Chen Mo's mental energy remained unchanged. On the 4th day, he sensed a shift. A thread as fine as a strand of hair extending from between his brows, connecting more deeply with his spirit beast. On the 10th day, his mental energy increased to 40 points. On the 20th day, it reached 45 points. When Long Zhantian saw his mental energy data, a flicker of surprise crossed his eyes, but he said nothing. That day the focus was on spirit beast skill training. Long Zhantian stood in the center of the training ground. Chen Mo, what skills does your shadow demon tiger have? Chen Mo listed them. Long Zhantian listened, and then shook his head. Too many great skills, too few great. Like this, when you face a true enemy, you won't even have a chance to fight back. What should I do? Practice, Long Zhantian said. Skills aren't about talent, they're about repetition. Practicing a skill 1,000 times versus 10,000 times yields entirely different results. From that day on, Chen Mo increased his daily skill practice from 2 hours to 6 hours. Tiger King's bite 1,000 times each day. Shadow Strike combo 1,000 times each day. As a result, Chen Mo had only 1 hour of rest at noon. That day, Chen Mo leaned against a corner of the training ground, dozing with his eyes closed. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Chen Mo didn't open his eyes. He knew only one person in the entire Tiger Guard barracks had such light footsteps. Chen Mo. Lin Xiao's voice came from above. Aren't you going to eat? Chen Mo opened his eyes. Lin Xiao stood before him holding 2 lunchboxes. She was the prodigious girl of the Lin family in the capital, and a senior cadet at Tiger Guard barracks, having arrived a month before him. Not hungry, Chen Mo said. Not hungry, or not, you still have to eat. Lin Xiao shoved the lunchbox into his hands. Do you know how much mental energy you've consumed this morning? If you don't eat, you won't even be able to stand this afternoon. Chen Mo glanced at her, then took the lunchbox. The rice was still warm with 2 meat dishes and 1 vegetable. A generous portion. Thanks. Lin Xiao sat down beside him, opened her own lunchbox, and ate while talking. Instructor Long is hard with his words, but he's a good instructor. Stick with him, and in 3 months you'll definitely make it into the Dragon's Fong reserve team. What about you? How long have you been here? A month. Lin Xiao said, my Ice Phoenix was level 62 when I arrived, now it's level 64. Instructor Long said if it can reach level 70 in 3 months, he'll recommend me for Dragon's Fong. Chen Mo nodded and said nothing more. In the afternoon, it was time for combat training. Tiger Guard barracks combat training was unlike anywhere else. Not 2 people squaring off to exchange blows, but simulations of real battlefields. The instructor would release simulated spirit beasts, and cadets had to command their own to eliminate them in the shortest time. Chen Mo's first real battle was against a level 50 simulated ironhide rhinoceros. Begin. Long Zhantian commanded. Chen Mo released the Shadow Demon Tiger. Shadow Assassination. The Shadow Demon Tiger vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the ironhide rhinoceros, its fangs sinking into the beast's nape. 1,267. The ironhide rhinoceros health bar dropped by less than a tenth, its defense was too high. Tiger King's bite. The Shadow Demon Tiger lunged again. 1,432. Still not enough. Chen Mo frowned. Shadow Strike combo. The Shadow Demon Tiger transformed into 3 afterimages, attacking in succession. 745,656,567. The ironhide rhinoceros health fell by a little less than half, but it grew in rage, charging at the Shadow Demon Tiger with all 4 limbs. It was incredibly fast and powerful. Shadow Escape. The Shadow Demon Tiger vanished into the shadows. The ironhide rhinoceros missed its target, crashing headfirst into a training post, the immense impact stunning it. Tiger King's bite, full power. The Shadow Demon Tiger emerged from the shadows, sinking its fangs into the ironhide rhinoceros neck. 2,123. Critical hit. The ironhide rhinoceros health bar emptied. Long Zhantian pressed the stopwatch. 1 minute 42 seconds. Passing. Chen Mo knew that passing was the minimum standard. According to Tiger Guard barracks rules, there were also good and excellent ratings above passing, and he was still far from excellent. Again, he said. That day he fought 10 consecutive battles. From 1 minute 42 seconds, he improved to 1 minute 15 seconds, and in the final match, he finished in just 58 seconds. Long Zhantian looked at the stopwatch and said nothing, but the corner of his mouth twitched upward slightly. Evening was free training time. Other cadets chose to rest or grab food at the mess hall, but Chen Mo didn't. He went to the Tiger Guard barracks library. The library was small, only 2 rooms, but the collection within surprised Chen Mo. The military had amassed a vast number of spirit beast encyclopedias, skill analyses, and tactical case studies. Things that couldn't be bought outside for any amount of money. Chen Mo spent 2 hours each evening in the library studying beast weaknesses and skill combinations. On the 15th day, he discovered a pattern. Shadow-type skills shared a common trait within a shadow domain. Their damage was greatly amplified. But the Shadow Demon Tiger currently had no domain skill, so his shadow-type abilities never reached their full potential. System: is there any way for the Shadow Demon Tiger to acquire a domain skill? It is recommended that the host upgrade the Shadow Demon Tiger's aptitude to SS-grade. An SS-grade Shadow-type Spirit Beast has a certain chance of learning a domain skill on its own. Alternatively, the host can directly purchase a domain skill book using privilege points costing 2,000 points. 20,000 points. Chen Mo currently had fewer than 3,000. Understood. He closed the book and walked out of the library. On the 20th day, Chen Mo's Shadow Demon Tiger reached level 49. His privilege points had also accumulated to 8,000. Not enough, still short by 12,000. He went to find Long Zhantian. Instructor Long, are there any dungeons at Tiger Guard Barracks to farm? Long Zhantian glanced at him. There is one. A special dungeon in the training ground. But it's meant for beast tamers above the second turn. With your current strength, the risk is high. I want to try. Long Zhantian was silent for a moment, then pulled a token from his drawer and tossed it to him. Underground, 3rd level. Don't die in there. Chen Mo took the key and entered the dungeon only to discover that this dungeon was truly unique. The first level featured a level 60 Shadow Dragon. Chen Mo took a deep breath and released the Shadow Demon Tiger. Shadow Assassination. The Shadow Demon Tiger vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the Shadow Dragon. 234. The damage was pitifully low. The Shadow Dragon raised its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on the Shadow Demon Tiger, and opened its mouth, unleashing a black beam of light. Shadow Escape. The Shadow Demon Tiger disappeared into the shadows. The black beam struck the ground, blasting a large crater. Shadow Strike Combo. The Shadow Demon Tiger emerged from the side, attacking in succession. 167,172,178. The Shadow Dragon's health bar barely moved. Chen Mo knew that at this rate the Shadow Demon Tiger wouldn't last long. The level gap was too great, 49 against 60, an 11 level difference. Especially since there was a second turn threshold in between. But he didn't give up. Tiger King's Bite. Heavy Strike. Skill after skill rained down on the Shadow Dragon like a storm. The Shadow Dragon's health bar dropped slowly. 1, 2, 3. The Shadow Demon Tiger's health was also falling. Suppressed by the Shadow Dragon's draconic aura, its speed was greatly reduced, and each dodge consumed massive mental energy. By the 10th minute, the Shadow Dragon's health had dropped by 30. The Shadow Demon Tiger's health had fallen by 60. Chen Mo gritted his teeth, but didn't call a halt. By the 15th minute, the Shadow Dragon's health had dropped by 50. The Shadow Demon Tiger had only 15 health left. Chen Mo finally spoke. Tiger King returned. The Shadow Demon Tiger retreated to his side, panting heavily, covered in wounds. Chen Mo reached out and stroked its head. You've worked hard. He turned to look at the Shadow Dragon, which was also injured but still glared at him ferociously. Chen Mo released the Obsidian Dragon. Black light surged from within him as the Obsidian Dragon landed on the training ground. The level 52 Obsidian Dragon was slightly smaller than the Shadow Dragon, but its presence was no less imposing. It opened its mouth and let out a low dragon's roar. It released its draconic aura, but it had no effect on the Shadow Dragon. Xiaoyao Dragon's Shield. A dark golden barrier appeared on the Obsidian Dragon's body. Black Flame Dragon's Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth, spewing black flames. The Shadow Dragon countered with its own black flames. The two streams of fire collided in midair, unleashing a massive shockwave. After 10 seconds of stalemate, the Shadow Dragon's flames were overpowered. The Obsidian Dragon's black flames broke through its defenses and struck its body. 2,456. The Shadow Dragon's health bar dropped by a small chunk. Enraged, the Shadow Dragon roared and charged at the Obsidian Dragon, its claws sweeping forward. Dodge! The Obsidian Dragon sidestepped the Shadow Dragon's claws, scraping past its scales. Black Flame Dragon's Breath, continuous release. The Obsidian Dragon unleashed 3 consecutive streams of black flames. 2345, 2389, 2456. The Shadow Dragon's health fell below 20. It turned to flee. Dragon God's Descent. The Obsidian Dragon raised its head and let out a long roar as a pillar of black light shot up from within its body. The phantom of an ancient dragon materialized behind it, freezing the Shadow Dragon in place. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth. A black beam erupted. Boom. 3,900. The Shadow Dragon's health bar emptied, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Chen Mo collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. The Obsidian Dragon landed beside him, nuzzling its head against his hand. Well done, Chen Mo said, stroking its head as he turned his gaze to the system panel. Ding killed the Dark Dragon, level 60, gained 450 authority points. 450 points. Chen Mo frowned. Not even enough to fill the gaps between my teeth. But he knew this was just the beginning. Long Zhantian had said there were 5 floors in this dungeon. The first floor was a level 60 dungeon, the second floor level 65, the third floor level 70, the fourth floor level 75, and the fifth floor level 80. With each descending floor the beast's levels increased by 5, and the difficulty of clearing the floor multiplied exponentially. Chen Mo walked to a corner of the training ground and sat down cross-legged. System check the Shadow Demon Tiger's level. Shadow Demon Tiger level 49, experience 78, 22 remaining to level 50. And the Obsidian Dragon. Obsidian Dragon level 53, experience 45, 55 remaining to level 54. Chen Mo calculated the time. There were still half a month until the monthly assessment. He had to raise the Shadow Demon Tiger to at least level 55 and the Obsidian Dragon to at least level 58 before the exam. Starting tomorrow we go down to the second floor, he said softly. The Shadow Demon Tiger raised its head and rubbed against his hand. The Obsidian Dragon also opened its eyes, a glint of battle intent flashing in its dark golden vertical pupils. The next morning Chen Mo pushed open the iron door to the second floor. The space inside was smaller than the first floor, but the runes were denser and the light on the walls was brighter. Chen Mo released the Shadow Demon Tiger, letting it walk ahead. The Obsidian Dragon remained in the taming space on standby, ready to support at any moment. The beasts on the second floor were level 65 Crimson Flame Leopards. This type of beast was smaller than the Dark Dragon, but faster and more agile. When the first Crimson Flame Leopard pounced from the shadows, Chen Mo couldn't even see its movements clearly. A black shadow flashed by, and 3 bloody gashes appeared on the Shadow Demon Tiger's flank. 456. The Shadow Demon Tiger's health bar dropped by nearly 5%. Chen Mo didn't panic. Demon Tiger's roar. The Shadow Demon Tiger roared to the heavens. The sound waves spread, and the Crimson Flame Leopard's body stiffened. It was stricken with fear, panic flashing in its eyes as it turned and fled. Chase. The Shadow Demon Tiger pursued its king's bite, landing on the Crimson Flame Leopard's hind leg. 1,345. The Crimson Flame Leopard's health bar dropped by 1/10. It recovered from the fear and lashed back with a claw. 534. The Shadow Demon Tiger didn't dodge, taking the blow Hedon while simultaneously sinking its fangs into the Crimson Flame Leopard's neck. 1,456. The Crimson Flame Leopard's health bar fell below 1/3. It tried to flee, but the Shadow Demon Tiger was faster. Shadow Assassination. The Shadow Demon Tiger's body vanished into the shadows. The next second it appeared behind the Crimson Flame Leopard, its fangs sinking deep into the back of its neck. 6,548. Critical hit. The Crimson Flame Leopard's health bar was instantly depleted, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Killed Crimson Flame Leopard level 65 gained 475 authority points. 475 points. Chen Mo frowned. Still too few. He stayed on the second floor the entire day, killing 8 Crimson Flame Leopards. His authority points rose to 4800. But Chen Mo was dissatisfied that this pace was too slow. At this rate, half a month wouldn't be enough to raise both the Shadow Demon Tiger and the Obsidian Dragon to their target levels. I need to speed things up, he murmured. On the third day, Chen Mo decided to descend to the third floor. The third floor was filled with a herd of iron-armored golden rhinos. There seemed to be several dozen of them, each covered in dark red scales radiating a scorching heat. Chen Mo, Demon Tiger go. Shadow Assassination. The Shadow Demon Tiger vanished into the shadows, appearing the next second behind an iron-armored golden rhino, its fangs striking viciously at the back of its neck. 234. The damage was pitifully low. The level 70 iron-armored golden rhino's defense was far superior to that of the level 65 Crimson Flame Leopard. Though the attack hadn't caused much damage, it successfully enraged the iron-armored golden rhino. It let out a furious bellow and charged at the Shadow Demon Tiger like an armored vehicle, incredibly fast. The Shadow Demon Tiger couldn't dodge in time and was struck Hedon, its body flying like a kite with a broken string before crashing into the training grounds wall. 1,234. The Shadow Demon Tiger's health bar dropped by nearly 1/8. Chen Mo's brow furrowed deeply. Obsidian Dragon come out. The Obsidian Dragon leaped out from the taming space, landing on the training ground. It opened its mouth and let out a low dragon roar. Dragon's might was released. But against the iron-armored golden rhino, which was nearly 20 levels higher, its effect was limited. Seeing this, Chen Mo had no choice but to first cast a defense on the Obsidian Dragon. Obsidian Dragon Dragon Clan Shield. A dark golden barrier materialized on the Obsidian Dragon's body surface. Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth and black flames surged forth straight at the iron-armored golden rhino. The iron-armored golden rhino simultaneously spat out a golden beam of light. The two attacks collided in midair. Boom. The entire training ground shook. After 5 seconds of stalemate, the iron-armored golden rhino's attack overpowered the Obsidian Dragon's black flames, then struck the Obsidian Dragon heavily. 2,345. The Dragon Clan Shield's barrier trembled violently, and the Obsidian Dragon was blasted back several steps. Chen Mo's face darkened. The level 70 iron-armored golden rhino was nearly 20 levels above the Obsidian Dragon. The level gap was too vast. Even though the Obsidian Dragon was of epic quality, it couldn't compensate for such a disparity. Chen Mo gritted his teeth knowing this battle was unwinnable. Demon Tiger Shadow Escape. The Shadow Demon Tiger melted into the shadows. The Obsidian Dragon spread its wings and ascended into the air. Retreat. The Shadow Demon Tiger emerged from the shadows, grabbed Chen Mo by the collar, and dragged him out through the iron door just before the blazing flame magic dragon's attack could land. The iron door slammed shut behind them. Chen Mo collapsed in the corridor, panting heavily. No good, he said. The level gap is too big. He leaned against the wall, closed his eyes, and thought quickly. The level 70 iron-armored golden rhino was not something he could handle now. Forcing a challenge would only waste time and risk injuring his tamed beasts. Back to the second floor, he decided. Well, raise our levels first, then come back. In the following days, Chen Mo didn't attempt the third floor again. He stayed put on the second floor, killing Crimson Flame leopards nonstop for 12 hours each day. On the second day, he killed 10 Crimson Flame leopards. His authority points rose to 8500. On the third day, he killed 12. His points reached 12000. On the ninth day, Chen Mo didn't go to the training ground. He sat in his dormitory and opened the system panel. Shadow Demon Tiger S-grade level 57. Authority points 30000. Enough. System upgrade the Shadow Demon Tiger's quality. Shadow Demon Tiger's current quality S-grade. Strengthening to SS-grade requires 5000 authority points. Proceed. Proceed. A black light surged from within the Shadow Demon Tiger. The radiance was as thick as ink, spreading rapidly, enveloping the entire dormitory. The Shadow Demon Tiger's body began to expand, growing from 2 meters in length to 3. Its fur became denser, each strand like a steel needle. The most striking change was on its forehead. A king character emitting a dark golden glow appeared. SS-grade Shadow Tiger King. Shadow Tiger King SS-grade level 57 HP 100 attack 1480 defense 950 speed 150. Chen Mo looked at the panel and nodded with satisfaction. But this was only the beginning. System purchased the SS-grade Domain Skill Book. SS-grade Domain Skill Book Shadow Sovereign costs 200 points. Purchase. Purchase. A dark gold skill book appeared in Chen Mo's hand. The cover depicted a massive Shadow Tiger King so lifelike that its jade green eyes seemed to be staring at Chen Mo. Shadow Sovereign SS-grade summoned the Shadow Domain. Within the domain, all attributes of Shadow-type tamed beasts are increased by 50, and all attributes of enemies are reduced by 30. Duration 60 seconds. Cooldown 24 hours. Tiger King learn. The Shadow Tiger King let out a low growl, and the skill book dissolved into dark golden particles that merged into its body. Shadow Tiger King has learned the SS-grade skill Shadow Sovereign. 5,000 authority points remained. Chen Mo didn't stop. Upgrade Tiger King's Bite. Tiger King's Bite Grade Void Rend SS-grade costs 6500 points. Insufficient authority points. Short by 1500. Chen Mo stood up and walked out of the dormitory. He'll kill a few more. On the 10th day, Chen Mo returned to the second floor. This time he brought the newly evolved Shadow Tiger King. The level 57 Shadow Tiger King's stats were nearly 50 stronger than before its evolution. The Shadow Tiger King charged into the training ground facing 3 Crimson Flame leopards without a hint of fear. Shadow Sovereign. A dark black halo radiated from the Shadow Tiger King's body. Within the domain, the Shadow Tiger King's all stats were boosted by another 50, while the Crimson Flame leopard stats were reduced by 30. With this shift in power, the Crimson Flame leopards were like paper before the Shadow Tiger King. Shadow/combo. 5 afterimages attacked simultaneously. 3456, 3489, 3523, 3498, 5234. The fifth was a critical hit. All 3 Crimson Flame leopards fell simultaneously. Killed Crimson Flame Leopard X3, gained 1425 authority points. Chen Mo stayed on the second floor for 6 hours, killing 30 Crimson Flame leopards. His authority points rose to 19000. Upgrade Tiger King's Bite. Tiger King's Bite Grade Void Rend SS-grade costs 6500 points. Void Rend SS-grade damage increased by 300. 30 chance to trigger a bleed effect, causing the target to lose HP over 10 seconds. Upgrade Magic Flame Bullet. Magic Flame Bullet Grade Shadow Fireball SS-grade costs 650. Shadow Fireball SS-grade condenses high-density shadow flames. Damage increased by 300. 20 chance to trigger an explosion, dealing 50 splash damage to surrounding enemies. 6,000 authority points remained. Upgrade Shadow/combo. Shadow/combo. A Grade Blade Shadow Barrage SS-grade costs 4800 points. Blade Shadow Barrage SS-grade unleashes 5 attacks in quick succession. Each attack's damage is increased by 150. The 5th attack is guaranteed to be a critical hit. 1200 authority points remained. Upgrade Heavy Strike. Heavy Strike Grade Thunderous Strike SSS-grade costs 6500 points. Insufficient authority points. Short by 5300. Chen Mo glanced at the time. 3 days remained until the monthly assessment. It's enough, he said. On the 11th day, Chen Mo returned to the 3rd floor. The iron door creaked open, and the wave of scorching heat hit him again. The level 70 iron-armored golden rhino was dozing in the center of the space. But this time Chen Mo wasn't nervous. Tiger King Shadow Sovereign. The Shadow Tiger King roared to the heavens. A dark black halo radiated from its body, instantly shrouding the entire training ground. The iron-armored golden rhino was startled awake. It raised its head, its blood-red eyes fixed on the Shadow Tiger King, and opened its mouth to let out a sky-shaking bellow. But this time the Shadow Tiger King didn't retreat. Obsidian Dragon come out. The Obsidian Dragon leaped from the taming space. The level 59 Obsidian Dragon was larger than before, its scales darker and more lustrous, its dark golden vertical pupils brimming with battle spirit. Dragon's Might. The Obsidian Dragon roared to the heavens, unleashing its full SS-grade Dragon's Might. The iron-armored golden rhino's all stats dropped by another 20. Now its total stats were reduced to about 50 of their original value. Obsidian Dragon Dragon Clan Shield. A dark golden barrier materialized on the Obsidian Dragon's body surface. Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth and black flames surged forth. The iron-armored golden rhino simultaneously spat out a golden beam of light. The two attacks collided in midair. Boom. The entire training ground shook. This time, after 10 seconds of stalemate, the Obsidian Dragon's black flames slowly overpowered the iron-armored golden rhino's light beam. The black flames broke through the defense and struck the iron-armored golden rhino. 3,456. The iron-armored golden rhino's health bar dropped by nearly 1/8. It flew into a rage. It charged recklessly at the Obsidian Dragon. Tiger King Void Assault. The Shadow Tiger King vanished into the shadows, reappearing the next second behind the iron-armored golden rhino, sinking its fangs into the back of its neck. 4,567. Critical hit. The iron-armored golden rhino's health bar plummeted. Its body stiffened. The bleed effect had triggered, causing it to lose HP continuously. 500,500,500. The iron-armored golden rhino turned to attack the Shadow Tiger King, but the Obsidian Dragon's Black Flame Dragon Breath arrived once more. 3,345. The iron-armored golden rhino's health bar dropped below 50. It went completely berserk. Its entire body radiated a golden light as it charged at the Obsidian Dragon at more than double its previous speed. Tiger King Sky-Shaking Roar. The Shadow Tiger King roared to the heavens. The sound wave spread and the iron-armored golden rhino's body stiffened. It was stricken with fear, the blood red fading from its eyes replaced by panic. Obsidian Dragon Dragon God descends. The Obsidian Dragon roared to the heavens. A pillar of black light shot up from within its body. The phantom of an ancient dragon emerged behind it, its form as vast as a mountain blotting out the sky. Those dark golden eyes looked down upon the iron-armored golden rhino, carrying an irresistible pressure from the depths of its bloodline. The iron-armored golden rhino's body froze. It looked up at the phantom of the ancient dragon, its blood-red eyes filled with terror. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth. A black beam of light shot forth. Boom. 6,900. The iron-armored golden rhino's health bar was depleted, and its massive body crashed to the ground. Killed National Golden Rhino, level 70, gained 100 authority points. Chen Mo let out a long breath. He had finally killed it. He turned to look at the Shadow Tiger King and the Obsidian Dragon. Both tamed beasts were injured, but their condition was far better than during their first challenge. Continue, he said. Let's kill a few more. That day he killed 6 iron-armored golden rhinos on the 3rd floor. His authority points rose from 1200 to 8200. The Shadow Tiger King leveled up to 58 and the Obsidian Dragon to 60. The next day, Chen Mo upgraded the Shadow Tiger King's Thunderous Strike to SS-grade. Thunderous Strike SS-grade gathers the power of thunder to unleash a powerful blow, dealing an additional 300 damage. 15 chance to stun the target for 2 seconds. 3700 authority points remained. He then upgraded Tiger's Roar to SS-grade. Sky-Shaking Roar SS-grade unleashes a deafening tiger roar. 70 chance to stun surrounding enemies for 5 seconds. 30 chance to inflict a fear state, causing them to turn and flee. 200 authority points remained. Chen Mo glanced at the Shadow Tiger King's skill bar. A full 7 SS-grade skills and 2 S-grade skills. Shadow Tiger King's level 58. Obsidian Dragon's level 60. Chen Mo closed the panel, stood up, and walked to the window. Tomorrow was the monthly assessment. Assessment day. 20 people stood at the entrance of the SS-grade simulated training ground. Long Zhantian stood at the front of the group, his expression stern. Today's assessment is different from usual. His gaze swept across everyone. You will enter the real instance, the blood-colored wasteland. This is an 80-level instance, and your task is simple: survive and exit the instance. Only the first 5 to exit will pass the assessment. Everyone understood the meaning of no rules, which meant they would all become enemies of one another. Do you all understand? Everyone understood the meaning of no rules, which meant they would all become enemies of one another. Do you all understood? 20 voices shouted in unison. Long Zhantian pressed the token in his hand, and the ground in the center of the training ground split open, revealing a deep stone door. Behind the stone door was a dark red glow, like a giant mouth waiting to swallow those who entered. Begin entering. The 20 people entered the stone door in single file. Chen Mo walked in a position slightly towards the back. The moment he stepped into the stone door, the world before him changed instantly. Blood-colored wasteland instance. Inside the ground was a reddish-brown barren with cracked ravines and jagged rocks everywhere. Chen Mo stood in an empty wasteland with no one around. The stone door transported them randomly, and each person would be sent to different locations within the instance. He summoned the Shadow Tiger King. The black giant tiger landed beside him, its eerie green vertical pupils scanning the surroundings, its nostrils flaring as it sniffed the air. System, can you detect the instance map? The instance map must be explored independently. It is recommended that the host remain vigilant. Friendly reminder, there are at least 30 level 70 or above demonic beasts within a 10-mile radius. 30. Chen Mo frowned slightly. He looked around and chose the southeast direction, where the terrain was higher and the view was wide, suitable for observing the layout of the entire instance. Let's go. Man and tiger quickly advanced towards the southeast. After walking for less than a quarter of an hour, sounds of battle came from ahead. Chen Mo slowed his pace and crept closer against the rocks. Ahead was an open area where 2 people were engaged in a fierce battle with 3 stone scorpions. The stone scorpions were level 75 demonic beasts, the size of cattle, covered in dark gray shells, their tails raised high, shimmering with purple poison. The 2 individuals each controlled an iron-armored wolf and a windwing eagle. Their levels were between 60 and 70, and they were struggling against the 3 level 75 stone scorpions. The leader among the 2 was a young man named Wang Tung, a disciple of the Wang family from the provincial capital, an experienced trainee, and a second transformation beastmaster. Hold on, don't panic, Wang Tung shouted. Windwing eagle attacked its eyes from above. But as soon as he finished speaking, one of the stone scorpion's tails pierced through the abdomen of an iron-armored wolf. The iron-armored wolf let out a terrible howl, its health bar instantly dropping to 0, collapsing to the ground and twitching twice before going still. No. The owner of the iron-armored wolf was a tall, thin person, and his eyes turned red in an instant. With the loss of one beast, their defense collapsed completely, and the other 2 stone scorpions took the opportunity to rush forward, sweeping their tails and forcing the windwing eagle back. Wang Tung noticed Chen Mo hiding behind the rocks. Chen Mo, help, he shouted. Kill these 3 stone scorpions, and I'll owe you a favor once we get out. Chen Mo did not move. He was observing. The stone scorpions had high defensive shells, but their eyes were weak points. Their tails had strong attack power, but there was a 1-second delay after each attack. Tiger King, Shadow Monarch. The Shadow Tiger King howled to the sky, and a dark halo spread from within it, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. Within the domain, the Shadow Tiger King's attributes increased by 50, while the attributes of the 3 stone scorpions decreased by 30. The movements of the stone scorpions clearly slowed down. Void Strike. The Shadow Tiger King vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind one of the stone scorpions, its fangs sinking deeply into its neck. 5,678. Critical hit. The health bar of the stone scorpion dropped by nearly half. At the same time, the tearing effect triggered, causing it to lose health continuously. 800,800,800. Shadow Blade Slash. 5 afterimages simultaneously attacked the same stone scorpion. 2890, 2912, 2934. 290-143-56. The 5th hit was a critical hit, and the health bar of the stone scorpion dropped to 0, its massive body crashing to the ground. From the moment the Shadow Tiger King attacked until the first stone scorpion was killed, it took less than 5 seconds. Wang Tung and the others were dumbfounded. The remaining 2 stone scorpions reacted and lunged at the Shadow Tiger King. Tiger roar shakes the sky. The Shadow Tiger King howled to the sky. The sound waves spread, causing both stone scorpions to freeze in place. Obsidian Dragon. Chen Mo summoned the Obsidian Dragon. The black giant dragon leaped out from the Beastmaster space, opened its mouth, and spewed forth a torrent of black flames. 4,567. One of the stone scorpion's health bars dropped below 30. Black flame dragon breath released continuously. The Obsidian Dragon unleashed 3 streams of black flame in succession. 4,456, 4,523, 4,612. The health bar of that stone scorpion dropped to 0. The last stone scorpion regained its composure from its fear, but it no longer dared to attack. It turned and burrowed into a crack in the rocks, fleeing. From the moment Chen Mo attacked until the battle ended, it was less than half a minute. 3 level 75 stone scorpions, 2 killed, 1 escaped. Wang Teng and the others stood their mouths agape, unable to make a sound. Chen Mo retracted the Shadow Tiger King and Obsidian Dragon, glancing at Wang Teng. "You owe me a favor." He turned and walked away without looking back. Wang Teng stood in place, watching Chen Mo's retreating figure, silent for a long time. "This person," he muttered, "should not be provoked." Chen Mo continued heading southeast. After walking for about half an hour, a small hill appeared ahead with a stone pillar standing at the top, inscribed with runes that emitted a faint red glow. Chen Mo recognized this as a teleportation array within the instance. Once activated, it could directly teleport someone out of the instance. However, the number displayed on the pillar was 01. This meant that only one person could activate the teleportation array to leave. Anyone else finding it would be This trial is a bit too easy, Chen Mo muttered to himself. Just as he was about to teleport out, he heard a rush of wind behind him. Chen Mo sidestepped, and an ice spear grazed his shoulder, embedding itself in a rock ahead, instantly free. Sikong Lai stood 50 meters away, followed by a completely silver frost giant wolf. The frost giant wolf was still exhaling cold air. The ice spear, just now, had been spat out by it. "Chen Mo." Sikong Lai's mouth curled up slightly. "We meet again." Chen Mo looked at him, his expression calm. "Is there something you need?" "Nothing major." Sikong Lai slowly walked over the frost giant wolf, following closely beside him, leaving behind a trail of frost with each step. "I just wanted to tell you this teleportation array is mine. I found it first." Chen Mo replied, "If you want to leave, go find another one. The problem is there are only 5 teleportation arrays in this instance." Sikong Lai stopped 20 meters away from Chen Mo. "No one can guarantee they will find the next one." So, Sikong Lai's expression turned cold. "I must ensure I can leave. This teleportation array is mine." He clapped his hands. 5 people emerged from behind the hill, all students from the Dragon Tooth Reserve team, dressed in the same white attire as Sikong Lai, serving as his followers. 5 people, 5 beasts, the lowest level being 65 and the highest 70. Together with Sikong Lai and his frost giant wolf, there were 6 people and 6 beasts. Chen Mo was alone. Sikong Lai smiled. "Chen Mo, I won't make things difficult for you. You can leave now, and I'll act like I didn't see you. This teleportation array is mine. You go find another." "What if I don't leave?" Sikong Lai's smile vanished. "Not leaving." His voice turned cold. "Then don't blame me for being rude." He waved his hand. 5 beasts charged towards Chen Mo. The frost giant wolf, however, did not move. Chen Mo did not retreat. Tiger King, Shadow Monarch. A dark halo spread from the Shadow Tiger King, instantly enveloping a radius of 100 meters. The 5 attacking beasts were simultaneously suppressed by the domain, their attributes reduced by 30, their speed greatly diminished. Tiger roar shakes the sky. The Shadow Tiger King howled to the sky. The sound waves spread, causing the bodies of the 5 beasts to freeze in place. Obsidian Dragon, come out. The Obsidian Dragon leaped out from the Beastmaster space, opened its mouth, and a stream of black flames shot towards the nearest iron-armored battle wolf. 5,678. Critical hit. The health bar of the iron-armored battle wolf dropped by a third. Black flame dragon breath sweeping in a fan shape. The Obsidian Dragon unleashed a fan-shaped black flame covering the area where the 5 beasts were located. 3456, 3489, 3523, 3498, 3545. The health bars of the 5 beasts dropped significantly at the same time. They recovered from their fear and dizziness, but were already severely injured. Sikong Lai's expression darkened. Frost Giant Wolf, ice breath. The Frost Giant Wolf opened its mouth, unleashing a torrent of silvery cold air, frighteningly low in temperature, instantly condensing the water vapor in the air into ice crystals. Dragon Shield. A dark golden light shield appeared on the surface of the Obsidian Dragon's body. The cold air hit the shield, causing a thick layer of ice to form on its surface, but it remained unmoved. Black Flame Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon breathed out black flames, pushing back the cold air. Sikong Lai's brow furrowed even tighter. Chen Mo, do you really want to oppose me? You were the one who attacked first. Chen Mo replied. Sikong Lai fell silent for a moment, then smiled. All right, today I'll give you this face. He retracted the Frost Giant Wolf and turned to walk down the hill. This teleportation array is yours. The 5 followers exchanged glances, hurriedly recalling their injured beasts and following Sikong Lai. Chen Mo stood in place, watching Sikong Lai's retreating figure, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. The Shadow Tiger King crouched beside him, its eerie green vertical pupils fixated on the group, letting out a low roar. Chen Mo did not rush to activate the teleportation array. One reason was that his beasts needed to rest. The other was that he felt this matter was not as simple as it seemed. He sat at the top of the hill, leaning against the stone pillar, taking out food and water, eating slowly. The Shadow Tiger King lay at his feet, while the Obsidian Dragon emerged from the Beastmaster space, curling up beside the stone pillar. The sky of the instance was eternally dark red, with no distinction between day and night. But Chen Mo's biological clock told him he had been in the instance for nearly 4 hours. Suddenly a piercing scream came from afar. Chen Mo stood up and looked in the direction of the sound. It was a low-lying area about 2 kilometers away. He could not see exactly what was happening, but he could see the flashes of beast skills as if someone was desperately fighting. They started fighting. Chen Mo said softly. 20 people, 5 teleportation arrays, which meant at least 15 people would be eliminated. Chen Mo did not want to think further. He sat down and continued eating. The Shadow Tiger King raised its head, glanced at him, then lowered its head again, continuing to rest. Another hour passed. Chen Mo's communicator suddenly rang. This was a temporary communication channel within the instance that all examinees could hear. A hoarse voice came from the communicator. I am Zhao Wujia at the Northern Teleportation Array. I occupy this teleportation array. Anyone who wants to come and take it, feel free to try. But I'll say this up front, if you come, don't expect to leave alive. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. Zhao Wujia. He had heard this name. He ranked second in the Dragon Tooth Reserve team, second only to Xikong Lai. A mid-second transformation beast master. His main beast was a level 75 SS level Thunder Serpent. This person was harder to deal with than Xikong Lai. Xikong Lai was proud, but proud people have weaknesses. Zhao Wujia was different. He was cold, cruel, and ruthless, a true hard character. Another voice came from the communicator. I am Xikong Lai. I occupy the Eastern Teleportation Array. The remaining people can go fight for the rest. Both of them have occupied teleportation arrays, which means 2 slots have already been filled. The remaining people must compete for the last 2 slots. Chen Mo stood up, wanting to activate the teleportation array to leave, but found he could not activate it. It turned out that to leave, all 5 teleportation arrays needed to be activated simultaneously, and since 2 were still unoccupied, Chen Mo could only wait. About an hour later, an unexpected event occurred. 3 beasts rushed down from the side, all around level 75. At the same time, 2 people rushed out from both in front and behind Chen Mo, blocking his retreat and advance. 6 people, 6 beasts. The leader was a bald young man. Chen Mo recognized him. His name was Ma Yuan, a disciple of the Ma family from the provincial capital, ranked 7th in the Dragon Tooth Reserve team, a second transformation beastmaster. Chen Mo. Ma Yuan stood at the exit of the canyon, arms crossed, a cold smile on his lips. I finally found you. Chen Mo looked at him. Looking for me? I heard you occupied a teleportation array. Ma Yuan said, isn't that a waste? Be sensible and hand it over. What if I don't? Ma Yuan's smile grew colder. Then I'll have to eliminate you. He waved his hand. 6 beasts charged towards Chen Mo. Chen Mo did not retreat. Tiger King, Shadow Monarch. The dark halo spread from the Shadow Tiger King, instantly enveloping the entire area. The attributes of the 6 beasts were reduced by 30. Tiger roar shakes the sky. The Shadow Tiger King howled to the sky. The sound waves echoed in the air, their power several times greater than usual. The bodies of the 6 beasts froze in place. Obsidian Dragon, Black Flame, Dragon Breath, Fan-Shaped Sweep. The Obsidian Dragon unleashed a fan-shaped black flame covering all the beasts in front. 3456, 3489, 3523, 3498, 3545, 3567. The health bars of the 6 beasts dropped significantly at the same time. Ma Yuan's expression changed. Impossible. Your Obsidian Dragon is only level 60, how could it deal such high damage? He forgot that the effects of the Shadow Monarch's domain were still active. The attributes of the 6 beasts were reduced by 30, and their defenses were significantly weakened. Meanwhile, the Obsidian Dragon's Black Flame, Dragon Breath was an SS-level skill, inherently dealing high damage. In this exchange, those level 75 beasts faced a level 60 Obsidian Dragon, as if made of paper. Shadow Blade Slash. The Shadow Tiger King lunged at the nearest Shadow Leopard, 5 afterimages simultaneously attacking. 2890, 2912, 2934, 29014356. The 5th strike was a critical hit. The health bar of the Shadow Leopard dropped to 0. Void Strike. The Shadow Tiger King vanished into the shadows, reappearing behind the golden feather eagle, biting into its neck. 5678. Critical hit. The health bar of the golden feather eagle dropped to 0. In less than 10 seconds, 2 beasts were killed. The remaining 4 beasts recovered from their fear and dizziness, but no longer dared to attack. Their eyes were filled with fear as they shrank back. Ma Yuan's face turned pale. You. Chen Mo walked up to him, looking down at him. The Shadow Tiger King followed behind him, its eerie green vertical pupils fixated on Ma Yuan, as if looking at prey. Did you just want this teleportation array? Ma Yuan's lips trembled. I don't want it anymore. Too late. Chen Mo waved his hand. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth, shooting a stream of black flames at Ma Yuan. Gazing at the roaring black flames before him, Ma Yuan's pupils widened in shock as he instinctively summoned his second beast. A level 65 iron-armored turtle suddenly appeared, blocking in front of him. Boom. The black flame struck the iron-armored turtle's shell, erupting into a shower of sparks. A deep crack appeared on the turtle's shell, green blood oozing from the fissure. It let out a mournful cry, its health dropping by nearly a third. Seizing the opportunity, Ma Yuan rolled to the side, narrowly avoiding the direct impact of the black flames, though a large portion of his clothing was scorched and several blisters formed on his face. Chen Mo, do you dare kill me? Ma Yuan's voice was sharp. I am a member of the Ma family. If you kill me, the Ma family will not let you go. The Ma family. Chen Mo's lips curled into a slight smile. Do you think I fear the Ma family? He waved his hand. The dark jade dragon unleashed another attack of black flames. This time the iron-armored turtle could not withstand it. Its shell shattered completely, and its massive body was engulfed by the black flames, turning to ash. Kill iron-armored turtle, level 65, gain 380 authority points. Ma Yuan's face turned as pale as paper. With both of his beasts defeated, one dead and one gravely injured, he had lost all fighting capability. Please spare me. Ma Yuan knelt on the ground, his voice trembling. I no longer want the teleportation. If I spare you, will you be grateful? No. Chen Mo's voice was calm, yet each word pierced into Ma Yuan's heart like an ice pick. You will only seek more people to take revenge on me. Bubbling tiger growl. If I spare you, will you be grateful? No. Chen Mo's voice was calm, yet each word pierced into Ma Yuan's heart like an ice pick. You will only seek more people to take revenge on me. No. I won't. I swear. Your oath is worthless. Chen Mo turned and walked toward the teleportation array. Ma Yuan collapsed on the ground, thinking that Chen Mo had spared him, a flicker of relief crossing his eyes. Then his pupils suddenly constricted. The Shadow Tiger King turned its head back, opened its mouth, and several shadow fireballs shot out. Boom. Ma Yuan and the others were instantly blown away, turning to ashes on the spot. Chen Mo then walked up to the teleportation array and sat cross-legged. The Shadow Tiger King and the Dark Jade Dragon flanked him, guarding his sides. Chen Mo closed his eyes and began to rest. Meanwhile, on the north side of the dungeon, Zhao Wuji stood next to the teleportation array, stepping on a person's chest. That person was a student of the Dragon Tooth Reserve Team, ranked 9th, a second transformation Beastmaster, with a primary beast being a level 70 Golden Feather Eagle. But now the Golden Feather Eagle lay on the ground, injured, all over, barely alive. Its master was under Zhao Wuji's foot, covered in blood and filled with fear. Zhao Wuji, spare me. They'll give you the teleportation array. Give it to me. Zhao Wuji looked down at him, a cruel smile creeping onto his lips. This teleportation array was originally mine. You came to snatch it, lost to me, and then say give it to me. He kicked the person in the face. Crack. The sound of bones breaking was clear. The person let out a scream and fainted immediately. Zhao Wuji retracted his foot and glanced at the Thunder Serpent beside him. The Thunder Serpent was entirely purple, covered in fine scales with golden eyes and vertical pupils like sharp blades. It coiled into a ball, its body as thick as a bowl, exceeding 10 meters in length. A level 75 SS-grade Thunder Serpent, one of the strongest beasts in the Dragon Tooth Reserve Team. Thunder Serpent, kill him, Zhao Wuji commanded. Also, anyone who dares to approach will be killed on sight. The Thunder Serpent flicked its tongue and a bolt of lightning struck, killing the man instantly. Then it coldly scanned the surroundings with its golden eyes. Zhao Wuji walked to the teleportation array and sat down, taking out a piece of jerky from his storage ring and chewing slowly. He had been waiting for almost 2 hours. Of the 5 teleportation arrays he occupied one, Sikon Lai occupied another, and it was said that Chen Mo also occupied one. 2 remained. Chen Mo? Zhao Wuji muttered this name softly, a hint of coldness flashing in his eyes. On the east side of the dungeon, Sikon Lai stood by the teleportation array, an ice frost giant wolf crouching at his feet, emanating a bone-chilling aura. His 5 lackeys formed a circle, vigilantly watching the surroundings. Lai go. One of the lackeys leaned closer, lowering his voice. Zhao Wuji has occupied the northern teleportation array, and Chen Mo has taken the southeast one. Only the western and southwest arrays remain. Who is fighting over the west? It seems there are 7 or 8 people fighting over there, but no winner has been determined yet. Sikon Lai snorted coldly. Let them fight. When it comes down to the last, whoever wins will occupy the teleportation array, and I will be able to leave as well. Lai go, what about Chen Mo? The lackey hesitated. Let's discuss Chen Mo's matter after we leave. Sikon Lai's eyes turned cold. Fighting him here, even if we win, we would suffer greatly. How would they still compete for the positions of official Dragon Tooth members then? The lackey nodded repeatedly. Lai Gu is wise. Sikon Lai fell silent, closing his eyes to start resting. But his mind kept turning. Chen Mo, if this person became an enemy, it would be a very tricky existence. On the southwest side of the dungeon. This was the most chaotic place in the entire blood-red wilderness. 7 or 8 people along with over a dozen beasts were fighting in a wide-open area. The flashes of skills illuminated the area, the roars of beasts, the explosions of skills, and the screams of people merged into one. Everyone wanted to seize this teleportation array, but no one wanted to yield. Get lost. I discovered this first. You discovered it first. I got here first. Stop arguing, this teleportation array is mine. Just based on you, what are you even worth? The chaotic battle lasted nearly an hour before a winner was found. The winner was Zhao, who a side-branch descendant of the Zhao family, ranked 5th in the Dragon Tooth reserve team amid second transformation Beastmaster, with his primary beast being a level 73 SS-grade iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. He was injured all over and his iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was also heavily wounded, but he had won. He stood beside the teleportation array panting heavily, his eyes filled with excitement. This teleportation array is mine now. No one dared to refute him. Others were either injured or exhausted. No one had the strength left to contest with him. Zhao, who sat on the teleportation array taking out potions to heal his iron-armored Tyrannosaurus. Just one more to go, he murmured. Once the last one is occupied, we can leave. On the west side of the dungeon. The last teleportation array. The situation here was even more chaotic than on the southwest side. 9 people and over a dozen beasts were engaged in battle on a small hill. The flashes of skills lit up half the sky. If Chen Mo were here, he would recognize a familiar figure. Lin Xiao? She was injured all over with several holes in the wings of her ice phoenix, but she was still holding on. Standing back to back with her was Wang Tung. The two were fending off the attacks from the other 7 people. Lin Xiao, I can't hold on much longer. Wang Tung shouted, his iron-armored wolf surrounded by 3 beasts, its health bar down to half. Even if I can't hold on, I must endure. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth. I must seize this teleportation array. Lin Xiao, give it up. A voice came from the opposite side. The speaker was Zhou Hai, a descendant of the Zhou family from the provincial city, ranked 6th in the Dragon Tooth reserve team amid second transformation Beastmaster, with a primary beast being a level 72 SS-grade Shadow Tiger Leopard. You two can't defeat us, 7. Zhou Hai's voice was filled with pride. If you're sensible, just roll away and stop being an eyesore. Lin Xiao remained silent. She glanced at the teleportation array, which was at the top of the small hill, less than 50 meters away. 50 meters, if it were just her, she would have rushed over by now. But she couldn't abandon Wang Tung. Lin Xiao, go. Wang Tung suddenly said. If you occupy the teleportation array, you can leave. No way. Listen to me. Wang Tung's voice was firm. My iron-armored wolf still has half its health kit, can hold for a while. As long as you leave, the trial will end. Lin Xiao bit her lip. Go. Wang Tung shouted. Lin Xiao no longer hesitated, charging toward the teleportation array with the ice phoenix. Stop her. Zhou Hai yelled. 3 beasts lunged at Lin Xiao simultaneously. Ice Phoenix freeze 1,000 miles. Lin Xiao's ice phoenix let out a long cry, and a wave of silvery cold air spread from its body, instantly freezing the 3 beasts. 2345, 2289, 2312. The health bars of the 3 beasts dropped simultaneously, their bodies frozen and unable to move. Zhou Hai's face changed. Damn it. Lin Xiao took the opportunity to rush to the teleportation array, pressing her hand against the stone pillar. Buzz. The runes on the stone pillar lit up, emitting a faint red glow. Teleportation array activated. 55. The dungeon is about to close, and all surviving candidates will be teleported out in 30 seconds. A mechanical voice echoed in everyone's minds. Zhou Hai's face turned completely dark. No. Outside the dungeon, Long Zhantian stood at the center of the training ground, facing a massive light screen. The screen displayed real-time footage from within the blood-red wilderness dungeon. All 5 teleportation arrays lit up. 5 people stood beside the teleportation arrays. Southeast Chen Mo. North Zhao Wuji. East Xikong Lai. Southwest Zhao Hu. West Lin Xiao. 5 people. Long Zhanshan's lips curled slightly. Just as I thought. He pressed the token in his hand. Buzz. The ground in the center of the training ground cracked open and 5 beams of light shot up from the stone door. Chen Mo, Zhao Wuji, Xikong Lai, Zhao Hu and Lin Xiao appeared simultaneously on the training ground. Chen Mo was almost unscathed. The Shadow Tiger King followed closely at his feet, while the Dark Jade Dragon had already been recalled to the beast space. But the others were not so fortunate. Zhao Hu and Lin Xiao were the most injured. Zhao Hu was wounded all over and his iron-armored Tyrannosaurus was also battered. Lin Xiao was the worst off with a large gash on her left arm, blood dripping to the ground. Very good. Long Zhantian scanned the 5 of them. From today on, you 5 will join Dragon Tooth. Hearing this, Lin Xiao sighed in relief, her body swaying as she nearly fell. Chen Mo reached out to support her. Are you okay? Chen Mo asked. I'm fine. Lin Xiao shook her head, her face pale. Just external injuries. Chen Mo took out a bottle of healing potion from his storage ring and handed it to her. Drink this. Lin Xiao took it and drank it in one go. As the potion went down her throat, a hint of color returned to her pale face. Thank you. You're welcome. Long Zhantian walked up to the 5 and paused for a few seconds on each of them. Dragon Tooth is an elite military unit. Although you 5 have entered Dragon Tooth, you are merely reserve team members. In 3 months, there will be a selection competition within Dragon Tooth, and only the top 10 will become a... Remember, you are only at the starting line. The real competition has yet to begin. The five nodded simultaneously. Dismissed, Long Zhantian waved his hand. Go back and rest. Tomorrow at 6 o'clock gather at the Dragon Tooth headquarters. Chen Mo walked out of the training ground as darkness fell. The streets of the provincial city were brightly lit, bustling with traffic. He walked on the way back to his residence, the Shadow Tiger King following at his feet. After walking for less than 10 minutes, the communicator rang. It was Lin Ruoxue calling. Chen Mo, congratulations on entering Dragon Tooth. Word spreads fast. The military district is that small, any wind or grass movement gets noticed, Lin Ruoxue said with a hint of amusement. However, I didn't call to congratulate you. What for then? I found out some news about Lu Chen. Chen Mo's footsteps paused for a moment. Go on. The Beast God cult has taken him to the south reportedly to use him as a sacrifice to summon the Beast God, with the time set for 3 months later on the day of the Dragon Tooth selection competition. Chen Mo's eyes narrowed. 3 months later. On the day of the Dragon Tooth selection competition. The timing is indeed precise. Is the news reliable? The military's intel should be reliable. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment. Understood. Are you going to rescue him? Lin Ruoxue asked. Lu Chen is your enemy. The military's intel should be reliable. Chen Mo fell silent for a moment. Understood. Are you going to rescue him? Lin Ruoxue asked. Lu Chen is the destined child in the original book. If he is truly sacrificed, they might indeed summon the Beast God. By then it would be too late to regret. Lin Ruoxue was silent for a moment. You are right. She hung up the communicator. Chen Mo put away the communicator and looked up at the moon in the sky. The moon was full and bright, like a silver-white plate hanging in the sky. 3 months, he said softly, there's enough time. The Shadow Tiger King raised its head and nudged his hand with its head. Chen Mo looked down at it, a slight smile on his lips. Let's go back. We have things to do tomorrow. The man and the tiger walked under the moonlight, disappearing at the end of the street. The next morning at the Dragon Tooth headquarters. The Dragon Tooth headquarters was located in the eastern suburbs of the provincial city, a vast military base. With high walls, electric fences, and watchtowers, the base was heavily guarded. By the time Chen Mo arrived, Zhao Wuji, Sikong Lai, Zhao Hu, and Lin Xiao were already there. The five stood at the entrance of the base, each silent. Is everyone here? Long Zhantian walked out from the base, dressed in military uniform, standing tall. Here, the five replied in unison. Follow me. Long Zhantian led the five into the base. Passing through 3 guard posts, and walking through 2 long corridors, they arrived at a massive conference room. Inside the conference room sat a dozen people. At the front sat a man in his 50s, dressed in a full military uniform adorned with numerous medals. His name was Han Tianxiao, the commander of the Dragon Tooth unit. Behind him sat 12 official Dragon Tooth members, 3 men and 9 women, all aged between 20 and 30 each, wearing a Dragon Tooth badge on their chests. Han Tianxiao's gaze swept over the 5, ultimately resting on Chen Mo. You are Chen Mo? Yes. Provincial city champion with a dark jade dragon. Yes. Han Tianxiao nodded. Not bad. He stood up and walked in front of the 5. From today onward, you 5 will be reserve members of Dragon Tooth. In the selection competition 3 months from now, only the top 10 can become official members. In these 3 months, you will undergo the strictest training. Beast mastery levels, combat techniques, tactical command, wilderness, survival, intelligence analysis. Each one must be learned, each one must be mastered. The instructor will be Long Zhantian, who has led 7 reserve teams before. Long Zhantian stepped forward, standing beside Han Tianxiao. Han Tianxiao patted his shoulder. Instructor Long, these 5 kids are in your hands now. Yes. Han Tianxiao turned and left the conference room. Long Zhantian looked at the 5, his expression serious. Training starts today. The first training session is a physical fitness test. Follow me. The 5 followed Long Zhantian out of the conference room, through the corridor, and into a massive indoor training ground. The training ground was as large as half a football field, filled with various training equipment. Zhao Wuji, you go first. Zhao Wuji walked to the center of the training ground. Run 10 kilometers, complete it within 20 minutes. If you fail, lunch will be cancelled today. Without further ado, Zhao Wuji started running. He ran quickly, his steps steady, and his breathing even. He completed the 10 kilometers in 18 minutes. Pass, Long Zhantian said expressionlessly. Next, Sikong Lai. Sikong Lai finished, as well, taking 18.5 minutes. Pass. Zhao Hu took 19 minutes. Pass. Lin Xiao took 19.5 minutes. Pass. The last was Chen Mo. He stood at the starting line, took a deep breath. Start. Chen Mo dashed out. His speed surpassed all 4 before him, his steps as light as a breeze. 5 kilometers in 10 minutes. 10 kilometers in 17 minutes. A minute faster than Zhao Wuji. Long Zhantian's eyes lit up, but he said nothing. Pass. All 5 passed. But Long Zhantian's next words made their faces change. This is just the real training starts now. For the next 3 months, Chen Mo only slept 4 hours each day. Aside from his regular training, he spent all his remaining time among the level 80 beasts on the 5th underground floor. Every day was a fight for survival, pushing his mental strength to its limits. The results were evident. Shadow Tiger King SSS level 68. Obsidian Dragon Epic level 70. In addition to his soaring levels, Chen Mo had accumulated a total of 100,000 authority points over these 3 months. He didn't save them. Ding consumed 300 authority points. Black Flame Dragon Breath SSS level evolved into Destruction Dragon Breath Epic level. Destruction Dragon Breath Epic level emits extreme black flames, ignoring 50 of the target's defenses, and inflicts an unpurifiable soul-burning effect, causing continuous damage until death. Ding consumed 300 authority points. Dragon Shield SSS level evolved into Absolute Defense Epic level. With 100,000 authority points spent, the skill panels of the Obsidian Dragon and Shadow Tiger King were entirely refreshed, all starting at SSS level, with even a few epic level skills. On the other side, news of the formal selection competition arrived, scheduled for 2 days later at the training arena of the Dragon Tooth headquarters. On the day of selection, the wind was strong, stirring up dust from the ground. Han Tianxiao sat on the high platform, scanning the area below. 12 formal Dragon Tooth members stood on the left, dressed in black combat uniforms. 50 reserve members stood on the right, including Chen Mo, Lin Xiao, and Zhao Wuji. Long Zhantian walked to the center of the arena, his voice overpowering the sound of the wind. The rules are simple: guard the arena. 50 reserve members will challenge 12 formal members, and as long as they can last for 10 minutes against the formal members, or defeat them, they can be promoted. There are only 10 spots available. Begin. The entire arena fell silent. The reserve members exchanged glances. Each of the formal members was at least a third-rank beastmaster with their main beasts all over level 90. Lasting 10 minutes. That was risking their lives. However, at this point, everyone had no choice but to accept. Lin Xiao was the first to step forward. She chose Zhang Meng, ranked 12th among the formal members. Zhang Meng released a level 90 SS-grade Blazing Lion, while Lin Xiao summoned an Ice Phoenix. After 3 months of training, Lin Xiao's Ice Phoenix had reached level 71, but the 9-level gap, combined with the chasm between 2nd and 3rd ranks, made this battle one-sided from the start. The flames of the Blazing Lion nearly melted half the arena. Lin Xiao gritted her teeth, commanding the Ice Phoenix to maintain distance, using an ice wall to block the fiery onslaught. 9 minutes. The wings of the Ice Phoenix were burned through, and it fell from the sky. Lin Xiao was caught in the aftermath of the lion's attack, breaking 2 ribs and spitting out a mouthful of blood. Surrender now. Zhang Meng stood on the arena. You won't last the final 10 seconds. Lin Xiao wiped the blood from her mouth and straightened her body. Ice Phoenix Absolute Zero. The Ice Phoenix emitted a mournful cry, unleashing a bone-chilling aura that briefly froze the Blazing Lion for 3 seconds. 3 seconds later, the lion broke free from the ice, swiping down with its claw. Time's up. Long Zhantian pressed the stopwatch. The lion's claw hovered half a meter above Lin Xiao's head. Lin Xiao collapsed to the ground. She had lasted for 10 minutes. A tragic victory. She secured the first formal promotion spot. Next was Zhao Wuji, who challenged the formal member ranked 11th, enduring severe injuries, to barely last 10 minutes. Xikong Lai challenged the 10th member, also barely making it through with heavy injuries. The reserve members understood that the only way to be promoted was to take hits, and buy time with their lives. Next, Long Zhantian called out. Chen Mo stepped out of the line and onto the arena. As soon as he steadied himself, a burly man from the formal member team approached. It was Li Yin, ranked 3rd among the Dragon Tooth formal members. Let me test this year's provincial champion. Li Yin took off his jacket and tossed it on the ground, moving to a position 20 meters opposite Chen Mo. I heard you were quite arrogant in the blood-red wasteland. This is Dragon Tooth, where veterans teach newcomers the rules. It's a tradition. The reserve members below gasped. If Li Yin made his move, Chen Mo might not last even a minute. Chen Mo looked at him, his expression calm. Release your Obsidian Dragon. Li Yin sneered. Let me see if it can withstand my Earth Dragon. For you. Chen Mo raised his right hand. I don't need the Obsidian Dragon. With that, the Shadow Tiger King leaped from the beast's space and landed on the arena. Its 3-meter-long body, with a dark gold king character flashing on its forehead, stared at Li Yin, with its eerie green vertical pupils emitting a deep rumble from its throat. Li Yin's expression darkened. He felt insulted by Chen Mo. You're courting death. Li Yin waved his hand. A 6-meter-long iron-armored Earth Dragon appeared on the arena, level 92, with SS-level qualifications. Its entire body was covered in thick black scales, shaking the arena with every step it took. Earth Dragon shredded. Li Yin roared. The iron-armored Earth Dragon charged at the Shadow Tiger King with a deafening roar, moving with overwhelming momentum. Chen Mo did not retreat. Tiger King Shadow Dominate. A circle of dark light erupted from the Shadow Tiger King, enveloping the entire arena. The domain expanded. The moment the iron-armored Earth Dragon entered the domain, its body suddenly felt heavy, and its speed plummeted. Its overall attributes were forcibly reduced by 30. Domain skill. Li Yan's face changed. Chen Mo didn't give him time to think. Void Assault. The Shadow Tiger King left a shadowy afterimage and placed its true body disappearing into the shadows. The iron-armored Earth Dragon lunged at nothing. The next second the Shadow Tiger King appeared directly above the iron-armored Earth Dragon. Thunderstrike. The Shadow Tiger King's right claw lit up with blinding lightning striking down heavily on the iron-armored Earth Dragon's skull. Boom. A loud noise. The massive body of the iron-armored Earth Dragon was slammed to the ground, its hard skull and scales cracking widely, blood gushing out. 8,500. Critical damage. The iron-armored Earth Dragon fell into a 2-second state of dizziness. Shadow Blade Slash. Chen Mo's voice was icy. The Shadow Tiger King transformed into 5 afterimages encircling the iron-armored Earth Dragon and slashing wildly. 4800, 4100, 4950, 5200, 3800. The fifth slash cut directly into the unguarded neck artery of the Earth Dragon. Blood sprayed out, staining the arena red. The iron-armored Earth Dragon let out a wretched scream, its health bar instantly depleting to 0, its massive body twitching twice before falling silent. 3 seconds. From the start to the end of the battle, only 3 seconds had passed. The entire arena fell into silence. The wind ceased. Everyone's gaze was frozen on the Shadow Tiger King, which was licking the blood off its claws. Li Yin stood dumbfounded, his brain blank. His level 92 main beast had been killed in 3 seconds by a level 68 Shadow Tiger King. Chen Mo recalled the Shadow Tiger King and walked up to Li Yin. Li Yin instinctively tried to summon his second beast. Chen Mo raised his leg and kicked Li Yin in the abdomen. Bang! Li Yin flew backwards, crashing to the ground 5 meters away, clutching his stomach and retching, unable to stand. I understand the rules now. Chen Mo looked down at him. Now I am promoted. Below, Zhao Wuji and Sikong Lai swallowed hard. They finally realized that Chen Mo hadn't even shown his full strength during the blood-red wasteland. On the high platform, Han Tianxiao stood up and led the applause. Applause echoed throughout the training arena. Good. Han Tianxiao laughed heartily. Clean and neat. Chen Mo, you passed the assessment. The promotion ceremony ended quickly. The 10 spots were filled, and the remaining individuals were sent back to their original units. Chen Mo changed into the black combat uniform of the formal Dragon Tooth members, wearing a silver Dragon Tooth badge on his chest. Just as he stepped out of the changing room, Long Zhantian stopped him. The commander wants to see you. Go to the top floor office. Chen Mo nodded and headed to the top floor. Pushing open the office door, Han Tianxiao stood before the large floor-to-ceiling window, looking out at the train. Hearing footsteps, Han Tianxiao turned around, walked to the desk, picked up a brown envelope marked Top Secret, and tossed it on the table. Sit. Chen Mo pulled out a chair and sat down. Take a look. Han Tianxiao pointed at the envelope. Chen Mo opened it, revealing several aerial reconnaissance photos and a summary of intelligence. The photos were blurry, but it was clear that the location was a primitive forest with a massive stone altar in the center, surrounded by a throng of individuals clad in dark red robes. The last photo showed a stone pillar at the center of the altar. A person was chained to the pillar, head bowed, covered in blood. It was Lu Chen. In the south borders 10,000 mountains in the Poison Fog Valley. Han Tianxiao lit a cigarette, took a puff, and said, the headquarters of the Beast God cult has been located. They are preparing for a sacrificial ceremony that has been in the works for 3 months, set for midnight tomorrow. Chen Mo looked at the photo of Lu Chen. Has the intelligence been confirmed? It has been confirmed. Han Tianxiao exhaled a smoke ring. Of the 17 geniuses who were captured, only Lu Chen is still alive. The others have already had their blood drained and turned into the runes on the altar. Chen Mo placed the photo back on the table. What is the military plan to do? We are closing in. Han Tianxiao's gaze sharpened. The South Border Military District has mobilized 3 divisions to seal off the perimeter. But the terrain inside the Poison Fog Valley is complex. Large equipment cannot enter, and high-ranked beastmasters can easily alarm the enemy. Han Tianxiao leaned forward, fixing his gaze on Chen Mo. We need an elite team to drive a wedge into the heart of the altar and interrupt the sacrifice. Chen Mo remained silent, waiting for the continuation. You are now a formal Dragon Tooth member. Han Tianxiao extinguished the cigarette. But you will lead this team. Chen Mo lifted his eyelids. Why me? First, your Obsidian Dragon is immune to most toxins, and the Shadow Tiger King thrives in dense forests. Second, you are ruthless. Han Tianxiao said, I watched your footage from the blood-red wasteland. You leave no survivors against your enemies. This time, going to the south border, I do not need captives. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. What if we can't bring anyone back? Then bring back the corpses. Han Tianxiao's voice lacked any warmth. We absolutely cannot allow the Beast God cult to complete the summoning. Chen Mo stood up and picked up the top secret document from the table. I will decide the team list. Sure. Everyone in Dragon Tooth, including veteran members, is up to you to choose. No need. Chen Mo turned towards the door. I only want Lin Xiao. Han Tianxiao was taken aback. Just the two of you. Too many people are a hindrance. Chen Mo opened the door and stepped out. Outside the corridor, night had already fallen. Chen Mo clutched the photo in his hand. Lu Chen's bloodied face appeared particularly glaring under the corridor's lights. It had been 3 months. The beast god cult, the south border altar, and that so-called chosen one. The corners of Chen Mo's mouth curled into a cold arc. Lu Chen, I hope your life is tough enough. That night the darkness deepened. A military transport plane tore through the clouds, speeding towards the 10,000 mountains of the south border. The cabin was dimly lit. Chen Mo sat by the window holding a tactical tablet, displaying a 3D terrain map of the Poison Fog Valley. Lin Xiao sat opposite him, feeding the Ice Phoenix high-grade ice crystals. The poison gas around the Poison Fog Valley is deadly for any beastmaster below the 3rd rank, who inhales even a breath. Lin Xiao wiped her hands and looked at Chen Mo. The military provided 2 sets of gas masks, but they won't last long. Chen Mo turned off the tablet. We won't need masks. Half an hour later the transport plane hovered on the edge of the 10,000 mountains. Below was a rolling sea of dark green fog. This was the Poison Fog Valley. The cabin door opened, and a wild wind rushed in. Jump! Without hesitation, Chen Mo leaped down. Lin Xiao followed closely. In midair, Chen Mo summoned the Obsidian Dragon. The massive black dragon spread its wings wide and caught both of them securely. The moment they entered the poisonous layer, the dark green gas began to wrap around them. Obsidian Dragon Destruction, Dragon Breath, clear the area. Chen Mo commanded. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth wide, releasing a surge of pitch-black flames. The epic-level Destruction Dragon Breath not only ignored defenses, but could even ignite the poison gas. Boom. The poison fog ahead was forcibly burned away, creating a vacuum passage. The Obsidian Dragon carried the two, diving down the passage, silently landing at the valley's bottom. The valley floor was devoid of light, filled with a pungent smell of blood and rotten earth. Chen Mo recalled the Obsidian Dragon. The target was too big and could easily attract attention. Tiger King. The Shadow Tiger King emerged from the shadows. In the absence of light, it was the absolute ruler. There are scouts ahead. Chen Mo pointed to the 3 o'clock direction. Lin Xiao closed her eyes, extending her mental strength, then opened them, saying, 2 peak 2nd rank accompanied by 2 level 70 poison swamp crocs. Kill them without making a sound, Chen Mo instructed. The Shadow Tiger King swayed its body and melted into the darkness. 30 meters away, 2 individuals wearing dark red robes from the Beast God cult were leaning against a tree smoking. The Protector said the midnight ceremony can be completed tonight, and we will also get some divine blood. Hey, the blood of 17 geniuses is enough for us to reach the 3rd rank. Before the words fell, one of their heads suddenly dropped off the cut as smooth as a mirror. The other person didn't even have time to widen his eyes before a claw glowing with lightning crushed his throat. The 2 poison swamp crocs were about to roar, but the Shadow Tiger King's tail, like a steel whip, instantly crushed their skulls. The entire process took less than 2 seconds without a sound. The Shadow Tiger King dragged the 2 corpses and tossed them into the nearby poisonous swamp, then returned to Lin Xiao watched this scene, her eyelids twitching. She knew Chen Mo was strong, but this level of proficiency in killing was clearly not something that could be honed in a training camp. Let's go. Chen Mo stepped over the bloodstains on the ground and continued deeper. Along the way they cleared 6 waves of scouts, all with a single strike. 20 minutes later the 2 stopped at the edge of a cliff. Below was a massive basin. In the center of the basin stood a huge altar built from bones and black stones. Surrounding the altar stood hundreds of dark red-robed cult members. 7 protectors stood at the 7 positions of the altar, with the one in front being the scar-faced man. Chen Mo crouched behind a rock, his gaze locked on the center of the altar. There stood a thick obsidian pillar to which a man was chained. He was completely naked, his skin covered in strange dark red runes. Blood dripped down the runes, pooling into the grooves of the formation below. It was Lu Chen, the so-called chosen one, who once awakened the golden hair ape and boasted about trampling Chen Mo underfoot. At this moment his eyes rolled back, breath weak like a piece of wind-dried rotten meat. Around the altar lay 16 withered corpses, the other captured geniuses. Lu Chen is still alive, Lin Xiao whispered. But not for long. Chen Mo's gaze was cold. The formation had already activated and Lu Chen's vitality was being rapidly drained. The scar-faced man raised his hands before the altar. Great Beast God, your loyal servant offers you the purest blood of geniuses. Tear apart the space and descend upon this world. Boom. The poison fog in the sky churned violently, and a black vortex began to form, an oppressive aura seeping out from deep within the vortex. Lin Xiao clenched his fist. Chen Mo, if you don't make a move soon it will be too late. Chen Mo remained still, calculating the distance and damage. The 7 guardians were all above the 3rd transition. The scarred-faced man was even at the 4th transition level. Engaging them, he'd meant certain death for him and Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, Chen Mo turned his head and asked, can the Ice Phoenix freeze a large area? Yes, but it can only freeze the ordinary disciples, not those above the third transition. Enough! A glint of ruthlessness flashed in Chen Mo's eyes. You handle the minions, or leave the guardians to me. Lin Xiao was taken aback. You alone will face 7. I won't face all 7. Chen Mo fixed his gaze on the black obsidian pillar at the center of the altar. As long as the formation eye is destroyed, the ritual will backfire, and the rest will be dealt with by others. He stood up and brushed off the dust from his clothes. Prepare to take action. Chen Mo formed hand seals. Obsidian Dragon, come forth. Black light shot up into the sky, and the colossal form of the epic Obsidian Dragon appeared above the cliff. Shadow Tiger King, Shadow Dominator. A circle of dark rings instantly enveloped the entire basin. The disciples on the altar felt their bodies weighed down, with all attributes plummeting by 30. The scarred-faced man suddenly looked up, his eyes bloodshot. Who? What answered him was a jet-black pillar of fire. Destruction Dragon Breath. The Obsidian Dragon opened its mouth midair, and epic black flames poured down like a waterfall, heading straight for the black obsidian pillar at the center of the altar. Enough! The scarred-faced man shouted angrily, summoning the corrupted bone subdragon. The corrupted bone subdragon flapped its wings and shot out a black beam, trying to intercept the black flames. But it underestimated the power of an epic skill. The Destruction Dragon Breath ignored 50 of the defense, piercing through the corrupted bone subdragon's attack and smashing hard against its wing. Roar! The corrupted bone subdragon let out a mournful cry. The soul burn effect triggered, and its health began to drop. Meanwhile, Lin Xiao leaped off the cliff. Ice Phoenix Absolute Zero. The frigid air swept across the field, turning over 100 ordinary disciples into ice sculptures. The 7 guardians were thrown into disarray by this sudden attack. Kill him, protect the altar. The scarred-faced man roared, pointing at the Obsidian Dragon in midair. At the moment when everyone's attention was drawn to the Obsidian Dragon and Lin Xiao, a dark shadow silently glided into the center of the altar. It was Chen Mo. He utilized the Shadow Tiger King's Void Assault to pass through the outer defenses and appeared before Lu Chen. Lu Chen struggled to lift his head, his bloodshot eyes fixed on Chen Mo. Chen Mo. His voice was like a broken wind box. You, the child of destiny, have it really tough, Chen Mo said flatly. Help me. Lu Chen's eyes erupted with a strong desire to survive. Chen Mo ignored him. His gaze fell on the formation core beneath Lu Chen's feet. There was a blood-colored crystal the size of a fist continuously siphoning Lu Chen's blood. This is it. Chen Mo raised his right hand. Tiger King Thunderstrike. The Shadow Tiger King appeared behind Chen Mo, its right claw crackling, with lightning striking down hard on the blood-colored crystal. Stop! The scarred-faced man screamed, rushing over recklessly. Unfortunately, it was too late. With a snap, the crystal shattered. The formation, which had been operating smoothly, suddenly came to a halt, followed by a violent surge of energy erupting from the ground. The formation backfired. Boom! The blood-colored shockwave overturned the altar. The 2 guardians closest to it were directly knocked back and spat out blood. Chen Mo was quick to react, grabbing Lu Chen's iron chain and using the force of the shockwave to retreat. The black vortex in the sky twisted violently, letting out a reluctant roar before collapsing. The ritual was interrupted. The scarred-faced man stabilized himself, staring at the shattered crystal and collapsing vortex, descending into madness. 3 years we prepared for 3 years. He suddenly turned, glaring intently at Chen Mo, his eyes transforming into eerie vertical pupils. I will skin you alive and use your soul as a lantern. With a wave of his hand, the remaining 5 guardians simultaneously summoned their beasts, surrounding Chen Mo and Lin Xiao. 6 experts above the 3rd transition, 6 level 100 beasts. Even though the formation backfire had injured them, this was still a force capable of overwhelming Chen Mo. Lin Xiao retreated to Chen Mo's side, his face pale. The Ice Phoenix had consumed too much spiritual energy in the previous explosion and was now on the verge of collapse. Chen Mo, we are surrounded. He tossed the nearly unconscious Lu Chen to the ground. He looked at the deranged, scarred-faced man with a cold smile. Do you think I interrupted the formation just to save this useless person? I am a soldier. He took out a silver signal flare from his storage space. The soldier's way is firepower cup. He pulled the pin and the signal flare shot into the sky, exploding into a blinding red lotus above the poison miasma valley. The scarred-faced man's expression changed drastically. 10 seconds later, a deafening roar echoed through the sky. It was not one beast, but hundreds or thousands of flying beasts. The Southern Border Military District, 3 flying squads had arrived. Countless high-level skill lights tore through the poison miasma, raining down upon the basin like a meteor shower. Retreat, quickly retreat. The scarred-faced man shouted, leaping onto the corrupted bone subdragon. Thinking of escaping, Chen Mo's eyes were icy. Obsidian Dragon Absolute Defense. A layer of dark golden light shield enveloped Chen Mo, Lin Xiao, and Lu Chen. The surrounding artillery fire began to rain down. Boom, boom, boom. The entire basin turned into a sea of fire. The beast god cult's disciples were annihilated under the dense firepower. Several guardians fought desperately, but lasted only a few seconds before being focused down and killed by the military's high-level beastmasters. The scarred-faced man's corrupted bone subdragon was pierced through its wings by 3 attacks and slammed heavily to the ground. Covered in blood, he crawled up looking at the hellish scene around him, letting out a desperate laugh. The military's main force began to land. Han Tianxiao rode a lightning giant eagle and landed in front of Chen Mo. Well done. Han Tianxiao looked at the unscathed Chen Mo and then at Lu Chen, who was barely hanging on. Mission accomplished. Chen Mo retracted the Obsidian dragon and removed the defensive shield. He walked up to the scarred-faced man. The scarred-faced man knelt on the ground staring intently at Chen Mo. Do you think you won? The beast god cult will not let you go. Chen Mo did not waste words. Tiger King bite off his neck. Snap. The scarred-faced man's head rolled on the ground. Chen Mo turned and looked at Han Tianxiao. Sir, both the corpses and the living are here. The rest is up to you. Han Tianxiao nodded, waving his hand as several military doctors rushed over to lift Lu Chen onto a stretcher. At that moment, an unexpected change occurred. Lu Chen, lying on the stretcher, suddenly began to convulse violently. The dark red runes on his body did not vanish with the destruction of the formation. Instead, they crazily burrowed into his flesh. Ah! Lu Chen let out a piercing scream. His eyes turned pure black and an extremely cold, evil aura erupted from his body. 2 nearby military doctors were directly blown away by this aura, fainting on the spot. Han Tianxiao's expression changed drastically. What's happening? Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. He watched as Lu Chen's body began to distort, the bones creaking painful. Although the formation was broken, the fragments of the blood-colored crystal inside his body awakened something else. Chen Mo's voice was deep. Lu Chen stopped screaming. He slowly stood up, his pure black eyes sweeping over everyone present. Finally, his gaze fixed on Chen Mo, and his mouth cracked into an exaggerated arc. Chen Mo, we meet again. It was not Lu Chen's voice. It was an ancient hoarse voice, as if it came from the abyss. Chen Mo lightly tapped his thigh. It seems I didn't kill thoroughly enough. The poison miasma in the sky began to churn again. This time it was even more violent than before. Lu Chen's body bizarrely floated up, and the blood on the ground surged upward, forming a scarlet blood barrier around him. Han Tianxiao's face fell drastically as he shouted, "Focus fire!" Dozens of high-level flying beasts simultaneously unleashed their skills, frost flames, and thunder crashing down on Lu Chen like a torrential rain. However, the moment all the attacks touched the blood barrier, it was as if a cow had sunk into the sea, creating not even a ripple. Lu Chen let out an unpleasant laugh, the struggles of ants. Chen Mo, the resentment of this body is deep. It wants to eat your flesh and drink your blood. Chen Mo remained expressionless. What are you? He raised his right hand, pointing at Lu Chen in midair. Obsidian Dragon Destruction, Dragon Breath, Maximum Output. The Obsidian Dragon arched its long neck, a blinding black light igniting within its chest. The next second, epic black flames erupted, transforming into a pitch-black fire column over 10 meters in diameter. Destruction Dragon Breath ignored 50% of the defense. The moment the black flames collided with the blood barrier, a piercing, corrosive sound erupted, and the surface of the barrier quickly cracked, spreading like a spider web. Lu Chen's expression finally changed. Having just taken over this broken body, he had barely any strength left, and could not withstand the full force of the epic Beastmaster's attack. Damn it! Lu Chen bit his tongue, spitting out a mouthful of black blood, quickly drawing a strange rune in the air. The space was forcibly torn apart, revealing a pitch-black crack. Chen Mo, I remember you. Once I fully integrate with this body, I will personally crush your bones. In a flash of blood light, Lu Chen dove into the spatial crack and disappeared, while the black flames slammed into the empty space, melting the cliff behind into a bottomless pit. Han Tianxiao's expression darkened. Spatial teleportation. This is the beast god cult's top secret escape technique. He ran away. Chen Mo retracted the Obsidian Dragon and brushed off the dust from his hands. It doesn't matter, I'll just kill him again next time. Han Tianxiao glanced at Chen Mo, a hint of complexity flashing in his eyes. This kid, unflinching in the face of danger, was born to be a killer. 3 days later, in the provincial city at the headquarters of Longya. In the conference room, Han Tianxiao personally presented Chen Mo with a dark golden Longya badge and the rank of captain. You made the primary contribution in the southern border battle. Han Tianxiao patted Chen Mo on the shoulder. The 3-month rookie period is over. According to the rules, you get a half-month leave to visit home. Are you going back to Linjiang City? Lin Xiao asked. Yes, going back to see the old man, Chen Mo replied. Safe travels. Lin Xiao handed over a black metal box. This is a small token of appreciation from the Lin family in the capital. It contains 3 epic beast restoration potions which you might find useful. Chen Mo accepted it without hesitation, placing it in his storage ring. Thanks. He did not ride the Obsidian Dragon, but chose to rent a heavy off-road vehicle, driving himself back to Linjiang City. The journey from the provincial city to Linjiang City took 4 hours, passing through a wilderness area known as the Sunset Gorge. At 3 in the afternoon, the off-road vehicle entered the Sunset Gorge. The steep cliffs flanked both sides, and the road was deserted. Chen Mo held the steering wheel with one hand, while the other rested on the window. In the passenger seat, the Shadow Tiger King had shrunk to the size of an ordinary tiger and was dozing. Suddenly, a loud rumble sounded ahead. A boulder weighing several tons rolled down from the cliff, landing in the middle of the road and blocking the way. Chen Mo slammed on the brakes. The off-road vehicle stopped 10 meters away from the boulder, the tires leaving long black marks on the asphalt. A murderous aura filled the air. Chen Mo did not get out of the car. He lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Come out. On both sides of the cliff, a dozen figures jumped down in succession. They wore matching black combat uniforms, wielded weapons, and were accompanied by various beasts. The lowest among them was at the late second transition, and the highest had 2 at the early third transition. The crowd parted, and a young man in branded casual wear stepped forward. Zhou Ziheng, one of the former geniuses of Linjiang City. Chen Mo, long time no see. Zhou Ziheng played with a military knife in his hand, a cruel smile on his lips. I heard you won the championship in the provincial city and joined the military. What a grand display of power. Chen Mo exhaled a puff of smoke, looking at him. You brought so many people to block me just to say a few words of nonsense. Zhou Ziheng's expression darkened. He despised Chen Mo's ever-so-superior and seemingly indifferent. You're still stubborn at the brink of death. Zhou Ziheng sneered. Do you think entering the military means safety? This is the wilderness area where at least 80 beast masters die every day. Today I'll send you on your way. He waved his hand fiercely. Go. Waste him, kill all the beasts, and throw the corpses into the gorge to feed the wild dogs. Dozens of people simultaneously released their beasts. Dozens of level 60 to 70 beasts roared as they charged towards the off-road vehicle, shaking the ground. Chen Mo sighed, flicking the cigarette, but out the window. Tiger King, clean up the trash. The Shadow Tiger King in the passenger seat opened its eyes, a hint of brutality flashing in its emerald vertical pupils as it transformed into a shadow penetrating the windshield. In the instant it landed, its 3-meter-long massive form revealed itself. The dark Golden King character on its forehead burst forth with dazzling light. Shadow Dominator. The dark domain instantly expanded, enveloping everyone within. The 2 level 70 iron-armored rhinos at the forefront suddenly sank, their speed dropping, as if trapped in a swamp. What is this? A second transition. Beastmaster turned pale. Before he could react, the Shadow Tiger King had already vanished from sight. Void Assault. A shadow flashed. Crack. The heads of the 2 iron-armored rhinos flew off, simultaneously, blood spraying like a fountain onto the road. Instant kill. This is impossible. Zhou Ziheng's eyes widened. Those were level 70 defensive beasts. Shadow Blade Slash. Chen Mo leaned against the seat, his voice unwavering. The Shadow Tiger King transformed into 5 residual shadows, darting through the crowd at high speed. Each stop was accompanied by the sound of bones cracking and the wails of the dying. In less than 10 seconds, dozens of henchmen along with their beasts lay dead in a pool of blood, non-dead or severely injured. The Shadow Tiger King shook the blood off its claws, elegantly walking up to Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Ziheng's legs went soft, and the military knife fell to the ground with a crisp sound. His proud ambush was nothing more than a warm-up in front of Chen Mo. Chen Mo opened the car door and stepped out. His boots splashed in the blood, making a pattering sound. He walked up to Zhou Ziheng, looking down at him. You? Don't come any closer. Zhou Ziheng sat down on the ground, his face pale, scrambling backward with hands and feet. I am from the Batian Society. If you dare touch me, our leader won't let you go. Chen Mo smiled. He raised his foot and stepped on Zhou Ziheng's right hand, applying pressure. Ah! Zhou Ziheng let out a blood-curdling scream as the bones in his fingers shattered. Even the mighty Batian must call me Officer Chen respectfully. When they see me, what are you? Chen Mo's voice was icy. He did not kill Zhou Ziheng. Killing a useless person would dirty his hands. He would keep him alive to see what waves the Batian Society could still raise. Go back and tell Xiong Batian. Chen Mo moved his foot away. Clean your neck. The water in Linjiang City needs changing. He turned and got back in the car. The off-road vehicle roared, crushing past the gap beside the boulder, and sped away. Zhou Ziheng was left clutching his severed hand, wailing in a pool of blood, his eyes filled with malice and fear. 2 hours later, Chen Mo returned to Linjiang City. The moment he stepped through the threshold of his home, he saw his father Chen Tieshan practicing martial forms in the courtyard. Father him back. Seeing his son in uniform, shoulder epaulets bearing the rank of captain, Chen Tieshan stood frozen for a long while, tears welling in his eyes. Fine lad. You've brought no shame upon the Chen family. Chen Tieshan strode forward and clapped Chen Mo hard on the shoulder. That night, he summoned his eldest son Chen Zhan from afar, and the 3 men drank deep into the hours. At dawn the next day, as Chen Mo still slept, his communicator chimed sharply. He lifted it. Qin roared. Her voice sounded weary, laced with an unmasked urgency. Chen Mo, are you back in Linjiang City? Just arrived yesterday. What's wrong? The Qin family is in crisis. Qin Ruashi drew a slow, steadying breath. The Black Eagle Guild and the Batian Guild have joined forces to sabotage the Qin group's assets. My father has fallen gravely ill, and factions within the clan seek to seize power amid the chaos. I need your help. Chen Mo sat upright, his gaze sharpening into crystalline clarity. The Black Eagle Guild and Batian Guild, the two largest mercenary syndicates in Linjiang City. He had been searching for reasons to confront them. Now they had delivered themselves straight to his door. Where are you? Chen Mo asked. Qin Group Tower. Wait for me. I'll be there shortly. He ended the call and slipped on his black trench coat. Half an hour later, Chen Mo stood before the conference room door on the top floor of Qin Group Tower. Inside, voices clashed like storm-racked waves. Ruashi, it's not that your uncle speaks harshly, but how can a young woman shoulder such weight alone? A middle-aged man's voice rang out, the second uncle of the Qin family. The Black Eagle Guild has issued an ultimatum: surrender the southern city mining district and they'll cease their assault. We cannot withstand them. Uncle, the southern mining district is the lifeblood of the Qin family. If we yield it, the clan collapses utterly. Qin Ruashi clenched her teeth. Then tell us, what do you propose? Shall we wait to die? A thunderous crash shattered the silence. The heavy wooden door burst inward, slamming against the wall with splintering force. Instantly the room fell deathly still, every head turned toward the entrance. Chen Mo entered, hands tucked casually into his coat pockets. At his heels glided a miniature shadow tiger sovereign, its cold vertical pupils scanning the assembly, followed by a low resonant growl. Who said the Qin family must fall? Chen Mo pulled out a chair and seated himself with commanding ease, his gaze locking onto the middle-aged man. The man paled under the shadow tiger sovereign's killing intent. You, who are you? Security. Where is security? Qin Ruashi, catching sight of Chen Mo, flashed a look of startled relief. Uncle, he is the ally I summoned, and deputy captain of my newly founded Dawnlight Guild. Dawnlight Guild? The man sneered. Ruashi, have you lost your senses? Appointing some green youth as deputy captain, do you truly believe that will deter the Black Eagle and Batian guilds? Chen Mo withdrew a dark gold identification card from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. It slid smoothly across the polished surface until it halted before the man. Emblazoned upon it was a lifelike Black Dragon, and 4 bold characters: Dragon Fong Special Reg. Dragon Fong, the military's most elite special operations unit. Black Eagle Guild and Batian Guild, correct? Chen Mo leaned back in his chair. His voice, though quiet, sent a bone-deep chill rippling through the entire chamber. This afternoon I shall pay them a personal visit. Rising, he adjusted his collar with deliberate calm. Let us see whose spine proves sturdier in Linjiang City. You're from Dragon Fong. Qin's second uncle's voice trembled. His eyes remained riveted on the dark gold card, sweat dripping steadily from his brow onto the conference table. In Longhua, crossing the mayor might land you in prison for years, but defying Dragon Fong would scatter your ashes to the wind. Chen Mo plucked the card between 2 fingers and slid it back into his pocket. Let's go. He glanced sideways at Qin Ruashi. Where? She murmured, still dazed. To teach them proper. At 2 p.m. Batian Guild Headquarters Tower. Xiong Batian stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, face livid. On a stretcher beside him lay Zhou Ziheng, his right hand grotesquely swollen, bones pulverized beyond repair. Guildmaster, shred that Chen Mo to pieces. Zhou Ziheng roared from the stretcher. Xiong Batian whirled and struck him across the face with a thunderous slap. Fool! If he disabled your dozen elite guards in a single move, what weapons do you expect me to wield against him? Xiong Batian gritted his teeth. Find out, what level of power does this youth command? No need to search. I've come in person. With a deafening explosion, the reinforced glass of the penthouse shattered outward. Gales howled inward. Suspended outside the window hung a 10-meter-long black dragon, massive, ancient, terrifying. Its colossal head thrust into the office, golden black vertical pupils fixing unblinkingly upon Xiong Batian. The overwhelming aura of this legendary tier beast tamer pressed down like tangible force, shattering every ornament, every fixture in the room. Several bodyguards collapsed to their knees. Their own beasts cowered within their spirit realms, too terrified even to manifest. Chen Mo leapt down from the Obsidian dragon's back. His combat boots ground sharply against broken glass. Chen Mo, what do you intend? Xiong Batian demanded. Chen Mo dragged over an intact chair, sat, and tossed the Dragon Fong ID onto the desk. I'm sure the Southern Mining District and the 3 shopping complexes along East Street, currently held by Batian Guild, are now transferred to the Dawnlight Guild. Xiong Batian stared at the dark gold card. His mind reeled. Dragon Fong. After decades immersed in the underworld, he knew precisely what those 2 characters meant: military authority, absolute jurisdiction, summary execution. I'll sign. Without hesitation, Xiong Batian scrambled for the transfer agreement, scrawled his name, and stamped it with the guild's official seal. Chen Mo pocketed the document and cast a glance toward Zhou Ziheng on the stretcher. This wretch offended me. How do you intend to deal with him? Xiong Batian closed his eyes, inhaling deeply. Effective immediately, Zhou Ziheng is expelled from Batian Guild. Guildmaster, you're mad. I'm a prodigy they recruited at exorbitant cost. Zhou Ziheng's eyes bulged wide, gasping like a dying fish. Chen Mo ignored his shrieks, rose, and vaulted back onto the dragon's back. Next, Black Eagle Guild. Within half a day, Linjiang City's two greatest underground powers bowed in submission. The Dawnlight Guild absorbed vast swaths of territory, overnight ascending to become Linjiang City's foremost guild. No voice within the Qin family dared utter dissent. Deep into the night at the Dawnlight Guild compound, Chen Mo sat on the second-floor balcony, idly turning a shadow core in his palm. The yard's motion sensor lights flickered and died. 3 silhouettes scaled the high wall, landing soundlessly upon the lawn. At their head stood Zhou Ziheng, stripped of everything, driven by despair to contact cultists from the Beast God sect he'd once met in the black markets. The 2 figures behind him wore crimson robes, dark adepts who had not only restored his shattered body with forbidden arts, but also sworn vengeance upon Chen Mo. Chen Mo lives on the second floor, Zhou Ziheng whispered. Kill him, and I join your sect. The 2 robed figures exchanged a glance. Beneath their hoods, eerie vertical pupils gleamed. The great Beast God grants him death, one intoned softly. Beast God. A calm voice descended. Zhou Ziheng jerked his head upward. Chen Mo stood poised at the balcony's edge, looking down upon them. I wondered what manner of allies you'd summon. Turns out just sewer rats. The 2 robed figures recoiled instantly, weaving hand seals. Blood-devouring ghost vines. The lawn split open. Thick crimson tendrils erupted like serpents, coiling violently toward Chen Mo on the balcony. Tiger Sovereign. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. Shadows beneath the grass roiled violently, then erupted into form. The Shadow Tiger Sovereign materialized, 3 meters long, crackling with raw lightning energy. Thunderous impact. Its massive paw slammed down, spreading a web of searing lightning across the lawn. The ghost vines blackened and crumbled to ash in an instant. The 2 cultists staggered backward, blood erupting from their mouths. Recoil from their own corrupted technique. Target too dangerous. Retreat. They spun to flee, leaving so soon. Too late. Tiger Sovereign, Shadow Dominion. Chen Mo's voice turned glacial. A pitch-black domain enveloped the entire courtyard, slowing the cultists' movements as if they waded through tar. The Shadow Tiger Sovereign blurred, then struck twice. Their legs snapped with sickening crunches, bones pulverized in the stillness of night. Zhou Ziheng stood rooted, his combat knife clattering to the earth. Chen Mo dropped from the balcony and approached Zhou Ziheng. Zhou Ziheng, collusion with the Beast God sect. That charge alone ensures you'll rot in prison for life. He retrieved his communicator and dialed the military garrison. Killing him would only soil his hands. 10 minutes later, armored vehicles crashed through the gate. Soldiers in full gear hauled all 3 away. Zhou Ziheng offered no resistance. He had gone utterly mad, laughing hysterically while drooling uncontrollably. 3 days later, Qin Ruashi placed a thick stack of financial reports before Chen Mo. The guild has absorbed both syndicates' assets. Funds are abundant. Yet we face a critical shortage of high-tier resources. Qin Ruashi massaged her temples. Linjiang City's trading bazaar cannot meet our demands. We require high-level skill manuals, legendary grade materials, and custom beast-taming gear. Chen Mo flipped through the reports. I'll go to the provincial capital. Closing the file, he added, it hosts Jiangnan province's largest underground trading arena. I'll establish supply lines and offload our surplus low-tier materials. Qin Ruashi nodded. Exercise caution. The provincial capital runs deep, its great families interwoven like ancient roots. Chen Mo smiled faintly. The deeper the water, the larger the fish. 2 days later, in the provincial capital at Guyun Tower, a sprawling subterranean complex nestled at the city's heart. No signage marked its entrance. Only trusted referrals granted access. Here lineage mattered little. Only long coins and strength were recognized. Chen Mo wore a black tactical jacket and a baseball cap, passing swiftly through the bustling public hall to ascend directly to the 3rd floor VIP sector. Perched on his shoulder, the Shadow Tiger Sovereign, now the size of an ordinary cat, dozed peacefully. The 3rd floor exuded serene quietude, scented faintly with sandalwood. Chen Mo approached a rosewood counter where a platinum-grade artifact, level 90, rested beneath glass. I'll take this. He tapped the glass. Before the shopkeeper could speak, a low voice sounded from beside him. Young man, you possess quite the appetite. Chen Mo turned. An elderly man in gray tang attire stood 3 paces away, twirling 2 jade orbs in his palms. His face was lean, his hair silvered with age. No trace of energy emanated from him. Just an ordinary elder. Yet the Shadow Tiger Sovereign on Chen Mo's shoulders snapped awake, fur bristling, throat rumbling with warning growls. If a level 60 Shadow Tiger Sovereign sensed danger, this man was no mere mortal. I am Chen Shan. The elder introduced himself, his gaze lingering a second on the tiger, surprise flickering in his eyes. I'd ask a favor of you, young sir, with generous compensation. Chen Mo studied him. I lack for nothing. Chen Shan smiled, stepping closer, his jade orbs pausing mid-turn. Indeed, Dragon Fong personnel seldom lack coin. His voice dropped to a whisper audible only to Chen Mo. But what if I trade you intelligence on Lu Chen, the fugitive who escaped from southern Jiang? Chen Mo's pupils contracted sharply. He'd entered Guiyun Tower without presenting any credentials. How did this man know he belonged to Dragon Fong? Moreover, the southern Jiang operation was classified military intelligence. Lu Chen's escape had been sealed tight by General Han Tianxiao. How had this elder acquired such knowledge? Chen Mo turned fully to face him. Who precisely are you? Chen Shan resumed, spinning his jade orbs, and gestured toward a private chamber at the corridor's end. This is no place for conversation, Director Chen. Would you honor me with a cup of tea? Inside the chamber, Chen Shan pushed open the door and moved to the tea table. Chen Mo followed, leaving the door ajar, leaning against the frame. Chen Shan lifted a purple clay teapot, when suddenly, crack! It exploded, scalding water spraying everywhere. Chen Shan's expression twisted. He threw himself sideways. Glass shattered. 3 figures clad in form-fitting black suits swung into the chamber through the broken window. Without words, their tamed beasts lunged straight for Chen Shan's vital points. Chen Shan wove hand seals, summoning a tunderlong azure serpent to intercept the blades. Yet the serpent's aura dimmed. It lasted barely a second before collapsing. Chen Shan spat a mouthful of black blood, his complexion turning ashen. Poisoned. Chen Mo remained by the doorway, unmoving. The assassins ignored him entirely. Their target was clear. Again their beasts surged toward Chen Shan. Gritting his teeth, Chen Shan smashed through another wooden window and plunged into the rain-licked alley below. The 3 killers leapt after him. Chen Mo caught sight of the insignias on their belts. A tiny stylized, the intelligence on Lu Chen remained with the elder. He could not be allowed to die. Chen Mo vaulted out the window. Rain drummed upon the cobblestones. Chen Shan slumped against the deadened wall, his right leg gashed, blood mingling with rainwater. The 3 assassins advanced in a semicircle. Old helmsman, Master Liao instructed us to borrow your head. The lead assassin's voice rasped like dry reeds. Chen Shan wheezed, eyes locked fiercely upon him. That monster Liao Yuan, betraying outsiders, desecrating Qingjiao society's century-old code. The assassin raised his short blade. Then a black shape descended from above. Crunch. The lead assassin's skull was crushed into the cobblestones by a massive tiger paw. The Shadow Tiger Sovereign shook crimson matter from its claws. The remaining 2 assassins recoiled in shock, retreating rapidly as they summoned their beasts. 2 level 60 shadow wolves emerging tentatively from their summoning arrays. Shadow blade chain strike. Chen Mo landed atop the alley wall, hands in his pockets. The Shadow Tiger Sovereign dissolved into 5 streaks of darkness. The wet, tearing sound of flesh parting echoed through the rain-soaked night. Both assassins, and their beasts, were cleaved into fragments in an instant. Annihilation. Only the drumming rain remained. Chen Mo leapt down and approached Chen Shan. The intelligence. Chen Shan clutched his wound, offering a bitter smile. Dragon Fong operatives, always so direct. He coughed up more blood. I am Chen Shan, former helmsman of the Qingjiao Society. 3 days ago the current helmsman Liao Yuan poisoned my tea with bone-eroding powder. He believed me dead, yet I fled here to Guiyun Tower. Chen Mo held no interest in gang feuds. Where is Lu Chen? I am dying. Chen Shan pointed to his blackened lips. The bone-eroding powder has reached my heart meridians. Even soul-searching now would yield fragmented intelligence. Chen Mo's gaze turned frigid. Take me to Hongyuan Medical Hall. Chen Shan gasped raggedly. Only there can my poison be reversed. Heal me, and I'll deliver Lu Chen's whereabouts plus the key to the Qingjiao Society's vault. Chen Mo held his stare for 2 seconds. Let's go. He seized Chen Shan by the collar and hoisted him onto the Shadow Tiger Sovereign's back. South City Yinzi Alley's end, Hongyuan Medical Hall. Red paint peeled from its signboard. The wooden door stood slightly ajar. Chen Mo pushed it open. Overpowering herbal scents mingled with the metallic tang of old blood. The main hall lay in shadow. A teenage boy knelt before a mortar pounding herbs with focused intensity. Behind the counter a woman in a dark red cheongsam reclined in a wrought tan chair, holding a brass pipe, smoke curling lazily around her. We're closed. She didn't raise her eyes. Chen Mo dropped the near-lifeless Chen Shan onto the floor. He claims to be a regular patron. The boy, Xiaojiu, looked up startled by the figure on the floor. Sister Hong, it's old Chen. Hong Senyang rose, exhaling a perfect smoke ring. Her high heels clicked rhythmically across the wooden floor as she approached. She knelt, lifted Chen Shan's eyelids, then felt his pulse. Bone-eroding powder, Liao Yuan's signature. Rising, she fixed her gaze on Chen Mo. You saved him? Yes. This old man crossed the Qingjiao Society's new leader. Saving him invites trouble. Hong Senyang took a slow drag. I won't treat him. Chen Mo withdrew a pouch of gold coins and slapped it onto the counter. Is this enough? Hong Senyang glanced briefly at the coins. Not nearly. The antidote requires a 70-year-old blood-cleansing lotus, unavailable on the open market. And this, Chen Mo produced the dark gold dragon Fong special regulation ID, placing it beside the pouch. Hong Senyang's eyes settled on the card. She picked it up, flipped it open, then tossed it back onto the counter. Military personnel, no wonder you swagger so boldly. A sly smile curved her lips, mischief dancing in her eyes. Very well, I'll grant Dragon Fong that courtesy. She turned to the boy. Xiaojiu, carry the old man inside. Fetch medicine box number 3. Xiaojiu nodded and dragged Qin Shan toward the inner rooms. Only Chen Mo and Hong Senyang remained in the hall. She leaned against the counter, appraising him from head to toe. Jiangnan Province's Dragon Fong Special Regulation, the youngest captain in its history. Chen Mo, she named him precisely. Chen Mo remained impassive. Your intelligence network is remarkably efficient. Running a clinic means encountering all walks of life. Ears naturally grow longer. Hong Senyang tapped her pipe against the counter. Liao Yuan is a rabid dog. Save Qin Shan, and he'll hunt you relentlessly. If he comes, I'll kill him. Chen Mo's tone stayed flat. Hong Senyang chuckled softly. Brash youth. Liao Yuan ousted Qin Shan not merely through poison, but with backing from Wang family, one of the provincial capitals for great clans. Chen Mo retrieved the ID and slid it back into his pocket. Should the Wang family interfere, I'll eradicate them alongside him. Hong Senyang paused mid-motion, meeting his gaze. His eyes held pure, unyielding indifference. How intriguing. She turned toward the medicine cabinet. Detoxifying Qin Shan's poison will take 3 hours. Will you wait here, or return tomorrow? I'll wait. Chen Mo pulled up a chair and seated himself with relaxed authority. The shadow tiger sovereign curled at his feet, closing its eyes. Hong Senyang said nothing more, selecting several vials before disappearing into the inner chamber. Outside the clinic, rain intensified. Half an hour later, footsteps drummed heavily through the downpour. A dense wave of murderous intent cut through the rain. Bang! The wooden door exploded inward. Dozens in black raincoats stormed the hall, each gripping regulation issue-long swords. Their leader was bald, a brutal scar slashing across his nose and cheekbones. Hong Senyang, hand over Qin Shan, he bellowed. Chen Mo sat motionless in his chair, not even lifting his eyelids. Speak softer, he remarked. You're disturbing my weight for intelligence. The bald man whirled, locking eyes with Chen Mo. Who the hell are you? Kill him. Dozens of black-clad figures charged forward, blades raised. Chen Mo snapped. The shadow tiger sovereign sprang upright, emerald vertical pupils locking onto the attackers, then vanished into a blur, surging among them. Moments later, only one man remained standing. The sole survivor Chen Mo had deliberately spared. Return to Liao Yuan, Chen Mo commanded coldly. This clinic, tonight, is under my protection. The bald man glared, then glanced at the poised, waiting shadow tiger sovereign, before retreating, unwilling but defeated. 2 hours later, the door to the inner room of the Red Moon Medical Clinic opened. Qin Shan leaned against the door frame as he stepped out. His complexion remained pale, but the layer of black energy on his lips had completely dissipated, making him appear as if he had returned from the gates of hell. Hong Senyang sat behind the counter, legs crossed, lightly tapping her pipe against the corner of the table, remaining silent. Amidst the swirling smoke, no expression could be discerned on her alluring face. Thank you, Officer Chen, for saving my life. Qin Shan approached Chen Mo, his voice slightly hoarse, but earnest, bowing respectfully. Chen Mo leaned against the bench in the clinic, his fingers rhythmically tapping the table, neither hurried nor slow. Where is Lu Chen? Qin Shan pulled out the chair opposite Chen Mo and sat down, his movements slower than usual, indicating he had yet to fully recover. He fell silent for a few seconds, as if organizing his thoughts, and then lowered his voice to speak. In the underground fighting arena under the Wang family. Chen Mo's finger paused momentarily. His current identity is that of a death fighter, Qin Shan continued. The Wang family is using the blood of death fighters to nourish something, but the situation is not right. Lu Chen is absorbing the lives of those death fighters instead. There is something strange about him. In all my years, I have never seen a situation like this. Chen Mo retracted his finger, leaning back against the chair. The blood-colored crystal fragments of the beast god cult are still within Lu Chen. That thing can devour life, force an insatiable abyss. The host will either be drained by it, or be controlled by it. Now Lu Chen is turning the tables and absorbing the lives of others, which indicates that the situation has already deviated. The Wang family's fighting arena is guarded by a 5th-tier Saint Beastmaster. Qin Shan raised 5 fingers. You cannot force your way in. Even if you do, you won't be able to come out. You have a way. Chen Mo looked at him. Qin Shan smirked slightly, revealing a set of smoke-stained yellow teeth. There is a level 100 dungeon on the outskirts of the city called the Abyss of the Underworld. Back in the day I took people to explore it and many of my brothers perished, but I also hid half of the Qingjiao Association's assets inside. He lowered his voice. There is a black diamond pass for the Wang family's fighting arena inside. There are no more than 10 of these in the entire Longyuan city. With that pass you can bring anyone in without being searched, and even a 5th-tier master cannot stop you. Chen Mo remained silent waiting for him to continue. Accompany me on a trip. Qin Shan looked into his eyes. The pass is yours, and I will give you half of the treasures in the vault. After we come out, help me kill Liao Yuan. Chen Mo stood up. Deal. At 3 in the morning. On the outskirts of the provincial city at the entrance to the abyss of the underworld, a spatial rift hung in the air like a wound that had been torn open. The edges shimmered with a dark purple light alternating between bright and dim, each flicker accompanied by a low-frequency hum that made one's teeth ache. Inside there are high-level undead beasts. Qin Shan summoned a level 95 green rock turtle to guard him. The green patterns on the turtle shell emitted a faint glow in the darkness, serving as the only source of light within a few meters. My main battle beast has been struck by Liao Yuan's bone erosion powder, and its meridians are still recovering. I can only rely on you now. Chen Mo did not waste words, taking a step inside. Qin Shan gritted his teeth and followed. The sensation of weightlessness vanished in an instant, as if someone had pushed him from a great height, and then suddenly caught him. The two landed on a black wasteland with cracked, scorched earth beneath their feet, and a blood moon, hanging overhead, casting a moonlight that bore no warmth. Roar! As soon as they landed, 3 colossal beasts charged out from the black mist ahead. The skeletal wolves, each 4 meters long, were devoid of flesh, possessing only their stark, white skeletons adorned with black patterns. Level 80, the Underworld Bone Wolf. The 3 wolves encircled them in a triangular formation, coordinating seamlessly, as if they had rehearsed countless times. These undead beasts feel no pain, no fear. As long as their soul fire remains, they can be shattered and reassembled. Tiger King. Chen Mo snapped his fingers. The Shadow Tiger King quietly leaped out from the shadows beneath his feet. Its 3-meter-long body shimmered with a metallic sheen under the blood moon, with dark golden stripes flowing like molten lava. The soul fires in the eye sockets of the 3 bone wolves flickered simultaneously, sensing the bloodline suppression of a superior being. Thunderstrike. Chen Mo's voice was devoid of any emotion. The Shadow Tiger King's right paw glowed with blinding lightning arcs of electricity, dancing at its fingertips, emitting crackling sounds. It pushed off with its hind legs, transforming into a bolt of black lightning enveloped in thunder and fierce winds, directly crashing into the wolf pack. Boom. The first bone wolf didn't even have time to open its mouth before the tiger paw struck its skull. The power of thunder surged into every crack of its bones, tearing the soul fire into shreds. Boom. Boom. 2 more dull thuds rang out, nearly overlapping. All 3 level 80 underworld bone wolf skulls exploded within 2 seconds. The soul fire was rendered to pieces by the thunder, leaving no chance for reassembly. The corpses disintegrated into white powder, scattering across the black scorched earth. Instant kill. From beginning to end, the Shadow Tiger King barely shifted its position. The overwhelming power required no technique, nor was any needed. Qin Shan's eyelids twitched. He knew the Shadow Tiger King was strong. He had witnessed it during the battle at the Red Moon Medical Clinic. But to instantaneously kill undead beasts of the same level, and in a 1 against 3, this explosive power exceeded his conventional understanding of beast tamers. An over-level instant kill, such feats should only belong to those top-tier beast tamers. Lead the way. Chen Mo bent down to pick up the crystal cord dropped by the bone wolf, casually tossing it into his storage ring, his tone as indifferent as if he had picked up a stone on the road. Qin Shan suppressed the shock in his heart, pointing towards the depths of the wasteland. Under the blood moon's illumination, a black mountain outline could be faintly seen in the distance, shaped like a skeletal frame lying prostrate on the ground. Inside that bone mountain, Qin Shan said, I once opened a secret chamber within the mountain body, setting up 72 prohibitions. Without my blood as a guide, no one can find the entrance. Let's go. The two advanced deeper, the Shadow Tiger King leading the way leisurely, as if on a stroll. Any undead beast that approached was crushed by a single paw, cleanly and without hesitation. Qin Shan followed behind, watching as those high-level undead beasts, which could annihilate ordinary beast tamer squads, were torn apart like paper, his mouth twitching, but he ultimately couldn't hold back. Officer Chen, what bloodline does your Tiger King possess? Chen Mo did not turn back. Mutated Shadow Tiger. Qin Shan opened his mouth, but then shut it again. A mutated beast is indeed stronger than an ordinary one of the same tier, but to be strong to this degree, he felt as if he had wasted decades of his life. Half an hour later, the two arrived at the foot of the Bone Mountain. Qin Shan took out a crystal pendant engraved with runes from his pocket, bit his tongue, and sprayed his blood onto it. The crystal pendant glowed with a bloody light, casting a beam onto the mountain wall, causing the white bones to slowly shift, as if alive, revealing a narrow passage that could only accommodate one person. Follow me and don't step in the wrong place. Chen Shan whispered, being the first to enter. Chen Mo commanded the Shadow Tiger King to shrink its size and follow behind, placing himself in the middle. The passage twisted and turned, the bones on either side engraved with runes, some still faintly glowing. Those were the prohibitions set by Chen Shan back in the day, still operational. After walking for about 10 minutes, a stone door covered in runes appeared at the end of the passage. The door stood 3 meters tall, 2 meters wide, forged from a black metal embedded, with 7 fist-sized crystal cores, each in red, orange, yellow, green, cyan blue, and purple. Chen Shan bit his finger and pressed his blood onto the 7 crystal cores in order. Each press caused a segment of the runes on the stone door to illuminate. When all 7 lit up, the door emitted a muffled rumble and slowly opened. Inside was a stone room of about 100 square meters with luminous stones embedded in the walls, illuminating the space brightly. 3 massive iron chests, each 2 meters tall, were placed against the wall, their surfaces also covered in sealing runes. Chen Shan stood in the center of the stone chamber, taking a deep breath. This place concealed the fruits of his labor for most of his life, a contingency he had reserved for himself during his most glorious days. He never expected that upon returning here the Qing Jiao Association would have changed hands, and he himself had nearly died at the hands of a traitor. He approached the central iron chest, took a small key from around his neck, inserted it into the keyhole, and turned it 7 full circles. Click! The lid of the chest popped open. Inside were neatly arranged various treasures, including high-level crystal cores, rare minerals, several glowing pieces of equipment, and on top a palm-sized black metal plate. Chen Shan picked up the black metal plate and handed it to Chen Mo. The Black Diamond Pass for the Wang family's fighting arena. There are only 10 left in the entire provincial city. The Wang family has kept 4 for themselves, while the remaining 6 are in the hands of several top-tier forces and individuals. With this, you can bring anyone inside without being searched, directly entering the VIP area to watch the highest level of death matches. Chen Mo accepted it. The metal plate felt cold to the touch, with a faint wave of spiritual energy inside. It was a means of anti-counterfeiting, as each pass was bound to the specific mental imprint of its holder. This one is bound to the identity imprint of one of my death fighters from back in the day, Chen Shan said. That person is already dead, but the imprint still exists in the Wang family's database and has not been cancelled. You can activate it with a drop of your blood, and the Wang family's detection system will automatically identify you as a VIP client named Shadow. Chen Mo stored the pass in his storage ring. Chen Shan turned and walked to the largest iron chest on the left, using another key to unlock it. The moment the lid was lifted, a rich energy wave surged forth, overpowering the light from the luminous stones. The chest was filled with various treasures and equipment. Choose what you like, Chen Shan gestured invitingly. Chen Mo did not rush. He stood in front of the iron chest, scanning the glittering items one by one. Chen Shan assumed he would pick the highest grade equipment or the strongest epic materials, but Chen Mo's gaze finally settled on 2 items. One was a silver-white breastplate lying quietly at the bottom of the chest, its scale-like plates arranged closely together resembling dragon scales. The other was a worn-out sheepskin scroll, its corners yellowed, with a few words inscribed in an ancient script on the cover alongside a blurry tiger-shaped pattern. Underworld Dragon Scale Armor, Platinum level, greatly enhances physical defense, immune to low-level toxins, and reduces damage from undead attacks by 30%. Tiger Fury Technique, a rank incomplete skill book, activates the Berserk bloodline within the beast, temporarily increasing attack power by 20% for 3 minutes. Requires the beast to possess a tiger bloodline to learn. Just these 2 items. Chen Mo stored them in his storage ring. Chen Shan was taken aback. There were still 3 epic materials in the iron chest, yet Chen Mo specifically chose an incomplete A-rank skill book. But Chen Shan was a smart man, he never asked questions that he shouldn't. Let's go back to the city. Chen Shan swiftly collected all the remaining resources into his spatial equipment, moving with a dexterity that belied someone who had just recovered from poison. He clapped his hands, the weariness in his eyes replaced by a murderous intent. It's time to settle accounts. On the way out of the secret realm, Chen Mo lagged a few steps behind Chen Shan, summoning the system panel. He had been accumulating authority points in recent days, combined with the rewards from system tasks, and the high-level undead beasts killed in the abyss of the underworld. He had just crossed the 100,000 mark. 100,000 authority points was exactly the threshold for an evolution function opened by the system. System upgrade Tiger Fury Technique. Ding detected hosts authority point balance 103,472 points, consuming 10,000 authority points, beginning evolution of Tiger Fury Technique A rank. Evolution successful. Tiger Fury Technique A rank evolved into Tiger God's Power SSS-Rank. Tiger God's Power SSS-Rank, passive increase of 100 basic strength for beasts. When activated, all attributes double attacks, carry the soul tier effect, ignoring the target's shield, lasting for 10 minutes. Cooldown time, 24 hours. At the moment the skill panel updated, the Shadow Tiger King, walking in front, suddenly stopped in its tracks. It raised its head, emitting a roar that shook the entire abyss. The sound waves transformed into visible ripples spreading in all directions, the blackened ground cracked, and the air rippled. Immediately after, Chen Mo felt a sharp pain in his head followed by an indescribable clarity. The barrier of the beast's space shattered. Dinghost's spiritual power significantly increased. Chen Mo clenched his fists. Now even if he faced a third-tier beast tamer Hedon, he could directly crush them. Meanwhile, in the center of Lonyuan City at the Qingjiao Association headquarters building. This 38th Street building is located in the heart of Lonyuan City's most prosperous commercial area. On the surface it appeared to be just an ordinary office building, but those who truly understood the situation knew that this was the 7-inch spot of the Qingjiao Association, a local power. 3 floors underground housed the core hub of the entire Qingjiao Association. In the top floor conference room, Liao Yuan held a glass of red wine, chatting and drinking with several hall leaders. The conference table was filled with delicacies from mountains and seized the atmosphere lively, as if celebrating a festival. That old bastard Qin Shan has been hit by my bone erosion powder. His body is already cold. Liao Yuan took a sip of red wine, the crimson liquid leaving beautiful streaks on the cup wall. A satisfied smile adorned his face. From today onwards, the Qingjiao Association is under my control. The Wang family has already agreed with me. As long as we continue to provide death fighters, all the territory in the south of the city will belong to us, and we can also share in the dock business in the north. Several hall leaders echoed enthusiastically, clinking their glasses together. Liao Yi is brilliant. That old bastard Qin Shan should have retired long ago. Exactly, the Qingjiao Association will be 10 times stronger under your leadership than under his. Liao Yuan laughed heartily, downing his drink in one gulp. Boom. Before the laughter faded, the conference room's blast-proof doors suddenly emitted a thunderous sound. Then it exploded open. 2 figures walked in leisurely. Chen Mo led the way with Qin Shan half a step behind him. The smile on Liao Yuan's face froze completely. The high-foot cup in his hand fell to the ground, and shattered red wine splashing onto his trousers, but he showed no reaction. Qin Shan, you're not dead. Liao Yuan suddenly stood up, his chair falling backward with a piercing clatter. His pupils constricted, disbelief written all over his face. Qin Shan wore a brand new black tang suit. His complexion was still somewhat pale, but he stood straight, his gaze cold, as if looking at a corpse. Liao Yuan, breaking the rules means paying with your life. Old bastard, you sure are tough. Liao Yuan quickly regained his composure, the terror on his face replaced by ferocity. He glanced at Chen Mo beside Qin Shan, a disdainful curve forming at the corner of his mouth. Do you think bringing a rookie can turn the tables? This is my territory. The entire building is filled with my people. He suddenly clapped his hands. The hurried footsteps from the corridor outside turned into screams and the sounds of heavy objects hitting the ground. Its massive body filled most of the conference room. The dark purple scales were coated with a sticky poison, and with each breath, black-purple toxic mist spewed from its nostrils. A dark purple poisonous serpent over 15 meters long appeared in the conference room. Level 95, a third-tier beast, the purple-winged poison serpent. Its massive body filled most of the conference room. The dark purple scales were coated with a sticky poison, and with each breath, black-purple toxic mist spewed from its nostrils. Liao Yuan stood behind the poisonous serpent, a cold smirk returning to his lips. Qin Shan's main battle beast has been poisoned. No matter how strong this young man is, how strong can he really be? The gap between a third-tier and a second-tier beast is not something that can be crossed by mere talent. Kill him. Liao Yuan pointed at Qin Shan, his voice hoarse. The purple-winged poison serpent opened its massive mouth, a purple-black glow igniting deep within its throat. A toxic liquid column as thick as a barrel erupted, enveloped in potent corrosive poison, heading straight for Qin Shan. Wherever the toxic liquid passed, the air burned with a charred smell, leaving a deep gully in the floor. Qin Shan did not move. He didn't even blink. Chen Mo stepped forward, standing in front of Qin Shan. Tiger King. The Shadow Tiger King appeared out of thin air. This time the Shadow Tiger King's state was completely different from before. Its body seemed to be covered with a layer of light-woven armor. Its length surged from 3 meters to 5 meters, standing over 2 meters tall in the conference room, resembling a mobile mountain. The dark golden character, King, on its forehead burned with radiant light, resembling a small sun. Tiger God's power activate. Chen Mo's voice was as cold as the winter wind. Boom. The surface of the Shadow Tiger King erupted with blinding blood-red light. The intensity was so strong that the entire conference room turned crimson. Its form expanded once more, muscles bulging, every hair emanating a suffocating pressure. Its tiger eyes turned into blazing gold, as if lightning flickered deep within its pupils. Facing the surging toxic liquid column, the Shadow Tiger King did not dodge at all. It pushed off with its hind legs, causing the hard marble floor to instantly collapse into a 2-meter-wide pit, cracks spreading out like a spiderweb. The shadow tore through the air. The Shadow Tiger King directly charged through the toxic liquid column. The poison strong enough to corrode steel splashed onto its body, sliding off, as if it had hit an insulator, not a single hair harmed. A flicker of fear flashed through the purple-winged poison serpent's eyes. It had lived for so many years devouring countless opponents, and had never seen a prey that could charge through its poison unscathed. Instinctively, it wanted to raise its massive foreclaw to defend, but the Shadow Tiger King's speed was too fast, so fast that even the dynamic vision of a third-tier beast was unable to capture it. The Shadow Tiger King appeared above the purple-winged poison serpent, its right paw raised high. Thunderstrike. The tiger claw infused with the soul tier effect wrapped in an aura of annihilation struck down with the might of thunder, landing squarely on the center of the serpent's skull. Crack. The crisp sound of bones cracking echoed throughout the entire floor. This was not an ordinary sound of bones breaking, but a sound that made one's teeth ache and heart stop. The head of the purple-winged poison serpent, larger than a truck head, was directly smashed into its chest cavity. Dark purple blood mixed with white brain matter gushed from the severed neck, splattering onto the ceiling, and then raining down. It didn't even have time to scream. This level 95 third-tier beast, once the signature battle beast of the Qing Jiao Association, crashed to the ground. Its massive body hit the ground, shaking the entire building 3 times. Its health bar dropped directly from full to 0, clean and neat, with no room for struggle. The entire room fell into silence. It was so quiet that one could hear the sound of dust landing. Several hall leaders' legs went weak, and they directly knelt on the ground. One person was so frightened that they wet their pants, cowering in a corner, trembling and not daring to look at Chen Mo even once. Liao Yuan's ferocity had completely frozen, like a picture paused in time. He stared blankly at the headless serpent corpse on the ground, his mind blank, his lips quivering, unable to utter a single word. One strike. An over-level instant kill of a third-tier beast. What kind of monster is this kid? However, before he could react from his shock, Qin Shan walked directly in front of him and struck down with his blade, severing his head, with Liao Yuan's headless corpse collapsing into a pool of blood. The scene was deathly silent as several hall masters fell to their knees begging for mercy. They did not wish to die, but their fate was no longer in their hands. Qin Shan looked at the corpse on the ground and let out a long breath. He turned to Chen Mo and clasped his fists in respect. Chen Mo ignored the remaining hall masters and turned towards the elevator. I have taken the pass. You handle the rest yourself. Qin Shan called out from behind. Director, Chen, the Wang family has a 5th-tier holy beast master station there. Be cautious in everything. Chen Mo waved his hand and entered the elevator. 2 hours later, in the eastern district of the provincial city, at an abandoned heavy industrial processing plant. On the surface, this place was overgrown with wild grass, but 300 meters underground was the Wang family's underground fighting arena where money flowed like water. Chen Mo arrived at a rusty iron gate according to the intelligence. 2 guards hidden in the shadows stepped forward coldly, saying, "Please show your pass." Chen Mo pinched the black diamond pass between 2 fingers and tossed it over. The guard caught the pass and scanned it with a handheld device. A green light illuminated, and the device's screen displayed the words, "VIP Shadow." The 2 guards' expressions changed, and they immediately stood at attention, opening the iron gate. Chen Mo walked into the factory area and approached a massive elevator disguised as a shipping container. He then stepped into the elevator. The sensation of weightlessness lasted a full minute. At the moment the elevator doors opened, the world changed dramatically, with deafening roars and a strong smell of blood hitting him. The massive circular stands were filled with masked gamblers, while below, in the octagonal cage made of steel, 2 high-level beast masters were frantically tearing each other apart, blood splattering against the transparent protective shield. Chen Mo did not watch the match. He closed his eyes and extended his spiritual sense outward. Seconds later, he opened his eyes, fixing his gaze on a passageway deep within the fighting arena. There was an extremely evil and nauseating energy fluctuation emanating from there. That fluctuation was expanding at a terrifying speed. It was unmistakably the scent of a beast god. Chen Mo lowered his duck-billed hat, weaving through the crowded masses and heading straight for the passageway. 4 burly men in black suits stood at the entrance of the passage, all of them early-stage 3rd-tier beast masters. "Stop!" The lead burly man raised his hand to block Chen Mo, saying, "Ahead is the restricted area of the Wang family. Entry is prohibited." Chen Mo displayed the black diamond pass. The burly man glanced at the pass, his tone softening somewhat, but he remained unyielding. "Sorry, sir, the 3rd master has given strict orders that no one is allowed into the core area tonight." Chen Mo put away the pass and said coldly, "Step aside." The burly man's expression darkened, and he gestured to the person beside him, preparing to summon a beast. "Sir, don't make things difficult. This is the Wang family's territory." Chen Mo did not waste words. "Tiger King, make your move." As soon as the command was given, a shadow leaped out from beneath Chen Mo's feet. The Shadow Tiger King swept its front paw. Bang! 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 The three men simultaneously spewed blood and collapsed to the ground, their chests caving in. Chen Mo stepped over their bodies and entered the passage. At the end of the passage stood a heavy alloy door. A blinding red light shone above the door. Just as Chen Mo approached within 10 meters, the alloy door slid open to the sides. A group of people emerged from within the door. The leader was a middle-aged man dressed in a tailored suit. It was Wang Hai, the third master of the Wang family, a third-tier beast master. He held a data report. His brow furrowed, his expression a mix of zeal and unease. Upon seeing Chen Mo, Wang Hai halted. He scanned the bodies of several subordinates lying at the entrance to the passage, and his expression instantly darkened. "You look unfamiliar." Wang Hai fixed his gaze on Chen Mo, a glint of murderous intent flashing in his eyes. "Whose past did you take to dare act wildly in the Wang family?" Chen Mo stood his ground, his gaze passing over Wang Hai to the door behind him. The malevolent aura had intensified to an extreme degree, even condensing into a tangible dark red mist in the air. "The person inside is absorbing the lives of your Wang family members," Chen Mo said flatly. "If you don't step aside, prepare for the Wang family's disappearance after today." Wang Hai's pupils constricted sharply. The person within was the Wang family's greatest secret. They used the ancient relic fragment inside Lu Chen's body, continuously pouring the blood of death warriors to attempt to purify a super beast with divine bloodlines. This matter was highly confidential, and outsiders could never know. "Who on earth are you?" Wang Hai shouted fiercely, his murderous intent no longer concealed. Chen Mo pulled out the dark golden Longya special authorization document from his pocket and casually tossed it on the ground. "Longya is on the case." Chen Mo looked at Wang Hai. "Step aside." Wang Hai's eyes twitched violently upon recognizing the document on the ground. The Longya people had come knocking. If the military discovered that the Wang family was conducting cult sacrificial experiments, the entire Wang family would be uprooted. A hint of madness flashed in Wang Hai's eyes. "So what if it's Longya? We're 300 meters underground. If a few people die, no one will know." Wang Hai waved his hand. "Seize him, regardless of life or death." As soon as his words fell, 6 guards immediately sprang into action, and in an instant the summoning array burst into light. 6 level 90 raging magic bears charged towards Chen Mo with roars. Chen Mo sighed. Arrogance and greed are always the deadly poison. Tiger King. The Shadow Tiger King let out a deafening roar, the power of the Tiger God activating instantly. The Shadow Tiger King's size swelled to 5 meters, its body enveloped in dazzling blood-colored light. It charged directly into the mass of magic bears. One claw struck down. The first raging magic bear's head exploded on the spot, brain matter and blood splattering against the wall. The Shadow Tiger King did not stop, its tail whipping like a steel whip against another magic bear's waist, the sound of its spine breaking audible. In less than 3 seconds, all 6 level 90 beast masters lay dead. The 6 guards suffered a fatal backlash, collapsing to the ground in convulsions, blood flowing from all 7 orifices. Wang Hai was struck with horror. He never expected Chen Mo's beast would be so terrifying. He quickly formed seals with both hands, preparing to summon his main battle beast. Just then a dull explosion echoed from behind the alloy door. The entire underground passage shook violently. The lights on the walls exploded one after another, sparks flying. Chen Mo took half a step back, and the Shadow Tiger King immediately stood in front of him, its fur standing on end, as if facing a great enemy. Boom! The heavy alloy door was blasted open by a terrifying force from within. The door panel, weighing several tons, twisted and deformed as it hurtled towards the passage. A dense stream of blood surged forth from the door. Wang Hai was the first to bear the brunt of it. He didn't even have time to let out a complete scream before half of his body was doused in blood, his flesh instantly melting away to reveal stark white bones. The blood surged into him like a living entity, frantically siphoning his life force. Wang Hai collapsed to the ground, his body visibly shriveling. In just a few seconds, a peak third-tier master was reduced to a skeleton wrapped in a layer of dry skin. The 6 guards on the ground fared no better, caught in the blood surge and turned to dry corpses. The passage was deathly silent. The blood light gradually withdrew. A figure floated out from inside the door. It was Lu Chen. He hovered in midair, his toes half a meter above the ground, completely naked, and his once pale skin was covered in dark red eerie runes. His eyes had turned pure black, devoid of any whites. Lu Chen took a deep breath, the blood chi in the passage pouring into his nostrils. The taste of blood. Lu Chen spoke, his voice hoarse and ancient, echoing with layers of resonance. It was not a human voice at all. He twisted his neck, the bones cracking like popping beans. His aura surged. Peak 3rd tier. Early peak 4th tier. Boom. An invisible pressure swept across the entire underground space. 5th tier Holy Beastmaster. With the blood of hundreds of Wang family's death warriors, the soul fragment of the beast god had completely revived, a mere 1/10th of its power. The violent tremors of the fighting arena alerted the Wang family's higher-ups. 3 unmatched powerful auras descended from the ground, directly piercing through 300 meters of rock layers. The Wang family's ancestor, a peak 5th tier, holy beast master, arrived with 2 peak 4th tier elders. Who dares to destroy the foundation of my Wang family? The ancestor of the Wang family shouted angrily, waving his hands, summoning a golden-winged rock over 20 meters long to appear above the fighting arena. The golden light illuminated the entire underground space. Lu Chen turned his head, his pure black eyes fixed on the Wang family's ancestor, hovering in midair. He grinned, revealing rows of sharp teeth. Not bad blood food. Lu Chen raised his right hand, fingers spread wide, and suddenly clenched. The blood light in the sky transformed into a massive hand gripping the golden-winged rock by the neck. The golden-winged rock let out a desperate wail, its brilliant golden feathers quickly losing their luster and turning dull. Its flesh source, energy, and soul surged into Lu Chen's body through the blood-colored hand. A level 105th tier beast without having released even a single skill was drained into a dry corpse. The ancestor of the Wang family spat out blood, his aura instantly declining to its lowest point. You? What kind of monster are you? The ancestor of the Wang family exclaimed in terror, turning to flee. Lu Chen flicked his fingers. The 2 4th-tier elders following the Wang family ancestor exploded on the spot, turning into 2 clouds of blood mist. The blood mist transformed into 2 scarlet chains, instantly catching up to the Wang family ancestor and piercing through his chest. The ancestor's body froze in midair, visibly shriveling, eventually turning to a pile of white powder scattered. The Wang family, one of the 4 major families in the provincial city, lost its highest combat strength in under a minute. The price of arrogance was the annihilation of the entire clan. Lu Chen absorbed the blood of the 5th-tier master, the dark red runes on his body glowing with dazzling light. He stretched his body in satisfaction. He then turned around, his gaze piercing through the passage to Chen Mo. Chen Mo, Lu Chen's voice carried a hint of mockery. The obsession of this body tells me that if I kill you, he will finally find peace. Chen Mo stood firm. The Shadow Tiger King growled softly, its muscles tense, sensing a deadly threat. The power of the 5th tier had already crossed the chasm of life levels. Chen Mo's expression remained calm. 1/10th of the soul fragment boosted by the Wang family's blood has reached the 5th tier. Chen Mo's tone was flat without a hint of turbulence. You are indeed stronger than when you were in the southern wilderness. Lu Chen burst into laughter, his piercing laughter echoing through the underground space. And you have no idea of the power of the divine who obediently offer up your flesh and blood. The underground space was filled with rich blood light. Lu Chen hovered in midair, surrounded by piles of white bones. The pure black eye sockets revealed unmasked brutality, the pressure of the 5th tier, holy beast master, transforming into tangible energy waves radiating outward. The surrounding steel walls emitted sounds of metal distortion under immense pressure, cracking open large gaps. Chen Mo kneeled down. Lu Chen raised his right hand, fingers spread. The blood mist in midair rapidly converged, forming a scarlet giant hand several dozen meters wide, its pungent bloody smell descending from above, aiming straight for Chen Mo's head. The Shadow Tiger King stood in front, the character Wang, on its forehead bursting with blazing white light. The power of the tiger god operated at its peak. It kicked off the ground, its massive body soaring into the sky, its right paw enveloped in thunder colliding with the scarlet giant hand. Boom! The lightning and blood energy collided in midair. An energy storm swept around. The Shadow Tiger King let out a muffled grunt, its massive body being smashed back to the ground, creating a deep pit in the hard rocky floor surrounded by radiating cracks. At level 68, the Shadow Tiger King finally faced an insurmountable level barrier against the power of the 5th tier. Useless. Lu Chen looked down from above, his voice full of mockery. You simply do not understand the power of the divine. In the face of absolute levels, your clever tricks are nothing but a joke. The scarlet giant hand lifted again, now twice the size of before, with dense beast god runes appearing in its palm. Chen Mo stood firm, not even blinking an eye. He patted the Shadow Tiger King's head, recalling it to the beast space. You are right. Chen Mo looked up at Lu Chen. In the face of absolute levels, everything is a joke. He summoned the system panel. Recently, the system had completed an upgrade, adding a malfunction. The 100,000 authority points Chen Mo saved were just enough to purchase the most expensive consumable inside. Ding, consume 100,000 authority points, exchange for limited time level boost card, duration 10 minutes. Please select the target for use. Obsidian Dragon. The summoning array unfolded beneath Chen Mo's feet, the dark golden glow breaking through the surrounding bloodlight. The Obsidian Dragon emerged from the formation, its massive body unfurling to occupy half of the underground fighting arena. The 70-level Obsidian Dragon exuded the pressure of an epic beast. Lu Chen glanced at it, bursting into laughter. 70 levels. Do you plan to use this thing against me? Chen Mo did not respond. He pressed the confirm button in the system. The limited time level boost card has been activated. Target Obsidian Dragon. Current level 180. Time froze at that moment. The Obsidian Dragon's body did not grow larger, but every dark golden scale began to ignite. Black flames spilled from its mouth and nose, instantly sucking the air dry around it. An indescribable, terrifying pressure erupted from the Obsidian Dragon. The rock layers 300 meters underground began to tremble violently, the overhead soil and stones falling away to reveal the complex underground pipes and cables above. Those pipes vaporized the moment they came into contact with the Obsidian Dragon's aura. The bloodlight, the scarlet giant hand Lu Chen had conjured, dissipated into the most basic energy particles the instant the Obsidian Dragon looked up, vanishing without a trace. The smile on Lu Chen's face froze. Fear was the first emotion to appear in his pure black eyes. He felt that the energy within this black dragon had surpassed his own. 180 levels. This was a terrifying number capable of destroying the entire Jiangnan province. This is impossible. Lu Chen screamed, his voice cracking from extreme fear. What tricks have you pulled? Chen Mo had his hands in his pockets, his tone flat. Kill him. The Obsidian Dragon opened its massive mouth. No build-up, no wind-up. A pure black fire column erupted. Destruction Dragon Breath. This was a super dragon breath released by a 180-level epic beast. The fire column's diameter exceeded 20 meters, and the space along its path collapsed, directly revealing a pitch-black void crack. Lu Chen frantically squeezed the beast god fragment within him. He pressed his palms together, his blood flowing backward, condensing 7 thick blood-colored shields in front of him, each engraved with ancient beast god defense runes. The black flames struck the first shield. The shield did not hold for even a millisecond and was obliterated. The second, third, and fourth shields followed. 7 absolute defenses at the 5th-tier level were more fragile than a sheet of paper in the face of the 180-level destruction dragon breath. The black flames pierced through all defenses and violently crashed into Lu Chen. Lu Chen let out a chilling scream. His flesh instantly carbonized, the dark red runes on him fracturing under the burning of the black flames. The soul-burning effect attached to the epic skill directly acted on the beast god fragment within him. That arrogance belonging to the divine was burned away completely under the overwhelming power. Lu Chen's body fell from midair, crashing heavily onto the ground covered in white bones. He coughed up black blood, a large hole burned through his chest, revealing a blood-colored crystal that was violently pulsating. Damn it! Lu Chen lay on the ground, his hands gripping the floor, tightly calling out to the entity in the void. The blood-colored crystal suddenly erupted with blinding red light. An evil will far surpassing the 5th tier awakened from the crystal. However, that will sense the threat posed by the Obsidian Dragon and decisively abandoned Lu Chen's broken body. The crystal burst forth, transforming into a blood-colored stream of light rushing towards the collapsing rock layers above, attempting to escape. Wanna leave? Chen Mo looked on coldly. The Obsidian Dragon raised its right paw, gripping the air. The absolute defense was released in reverse. A dark golden light shield instantly enveloped the entire underground space. The blood-colored stream of light crashed into the light shield, rebounding with tremendous force. The beast god fragment twisted violently in midair, morphing into a fierce beast phantom with 3 heads. The phantom opened its 3 large mouths, emitting a silent roar, attempting to use a mental attack to interfere with the Obsidian Dragon. The Obsidian Dragon did not even spare it a glance. A massive dragon tail swept out, creating a piercing sonic boom. Crack! The dragon tail struck the beast phantom accurately. The phantom and the blood-colored crystal exploded on the spot. Countless tiny crystal fragments scattered on the ground, losing all luster and turning into a pile of ordinary stones. 1/10th of the beast god's soul fragment was completely turned to dust. Lu Chen lay on the ground, the pure black in his eyes faded, returning to their original whites. He gasped for air, his life force rapidly draining. He looked at Chen Mo, who was approaching, his eyes filled with unwillingness and resentment. Chen Mo, you cannot win. Lu Chen coughed blood as he spoke. The divine has locked onto this world. The cleansing is coming. Chen Mo stood beside him, looking down at this destined child of the original story. No villain died from excessive talking, nor was there any taunting from the victor. Chen Mo lifted his foot, his military boot heavily pressing down on Lu Chen's throat. With a hard grind, the cervical vertebrae shattered. Lu Chen's eyes bulged and he ceased to make a sound. Ding! Kill the 5th-tier mutated entity Lu Chen beast god fragment. Gain authority points 50,000. Chen Mo withdrew his foot and glanced at the system prompt. The 10-minute duration had ended. The dark golden glow on the Obsidian Dragon rapidly retracted, its level falling from 180 to 70. It snorted, exhaling a puff of black smoke, appearing somewhat fatigued. Chen Mo recalled the Obsidian Dragon to the beast space. The entire underground fighting arena was now utterly ruined. The overhead rock layers continued to collapse, with massive stones crashing onto the steel arena, producing deafening sounds. Chen Mo did not hesitate and turned to walk towards the exit. Meanwhile, with a thunderous roar, a rooftop structure weighing several hundred tons crashed down, completely burying the underground martial arts arena. A cloud of dust surged into the sky, forming a small gray mushroom cloud. Chen Mo walked out from the edge of the collapsed area, his black trench coat untouched by dust, and even his hairstyle remained intact. Outside the ruins, Lin Xiao leaned against the door of a military SUV, her face pale. She did not go inside, but the destructive energy wave from earlier made her heart race, even with 300 meters of rock layers between them. Especially the last surge of dragon might that transcended her cognitive limits caused her level 71 Ice Phoenix to curl up in the Beast Mastery space, afraid to even lift its head. Seeing Chen Mo emerge, Lin Xiao rushed to him. "Are you all right?" She looked him up and down, her tone tense inside. "It's taken care of." Chen Mo opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. "Back to the base." Lin Xiao opened her mouth, but swallowed her questions back down. Taken care of. Such simple words. But only she knew that the terrifying intensity of the battle just now was enough to keep the high-ranking members of the Beast Masters Association in the entire provincial capital awake all night. The SUV's engine roared as it sped away into the night. At the Dragon Tooth headquarters, the lights were bright. The base had entered a state of level 1 combat readiness, and the air was thick with a tense and deadly atmosphere. As soon as Chen Mo got out of the car, Long Zhantian approached him with large strides, his expression serious. "The commander is waiting for you on the top floor." Chen Mo nodded and walked straight to the elevator. Long Zhantian looked at Chen Mo's back, then glanced at Lin Xiao, who appeared pale, ultimately asking nothing, merely patting her shoulder. On the top floor in the commander's office, Han Tianxiao was not sitting behind his desk, but standing in front of the large floor-to-ceiling window overlooking the night scene of the entire provincial capital. He was not in military uniform, but wore plain clothes, yet the aura of someone who had long held power was even more restrained and weighty than when he wore his uniform. The office was not lit, only the city's neon lights from outside cast mottled shadows on him. "You're here," Han Tianxiao said without turning around. "Commander," Chen Mo stood at attention behind him. "The Wang family is no more." Han Tianxiao's voice was calm, as if stating a trivial matter. "I just received news that all the vital signs of the Wang family's direct descendants disappeared within a minute. They brought this upon themselves. They have no one to blame but themselves," Chen Mo replied. Han Tianxiao turned around, and in the darkness his eyes shone with an astonishing brightness. "I need a complete report starting from when you entered the martial arts arena." Chen Mo did not hide anything or embellish the details, recounting the events in the most concise language. From Wang Hai's obstruction to Lu Chen being completely possessed by the beast god fragment, his power skyrocketing to the 5th transition, and the Wang family's ancestors being turned into dried corpses on the spot. Of course, regarding the limited-time level-up card, he glossed over it with the phrase, "I used a life-saving." Han Tianxiao listened quietly without interruption. When Chen Mo finished with the beast god fragment along with Lu Chen's body was completely destroyed by me, the office fell into a long silence. Han Tianxiao walked to the liquor cabinet, poured 2 glasses of whiskey, and handed one to Chen Mo. "I'm not curious about what your trump card is." He took a sip of the liquor, the spicy liquid sliding down his throat. "Every person who can stand in your position has secrets. I only want results." He walked to the massive electronic sand table and pulled up a holographic map of Longhua. But this incident exposed a more serious problem. Han Tianxiao's fingertip traced across the map. "The beast god cult, or rather that so-called beast god, its power level has surpassed our existing defense system. A single fragment can create a 5th transition. What if the main body descends? Who in the entire Jiangnan province, or even the whole Longhua, can stop it? Dragon Tooth is an elite force, but their task is to deal with human enemies and handle conventional beast disturbance." Han Tianxiao's voice grew solemn. "To deal with gods, they are not qualified enough." He turned his head, his gaze piercing as he looked at Chen Mo. "I need a sharper knife, a knife that can slay gods. I've already reported to headquarters and prepared to establish a brand new special operations unit that will be directly accountable to me." Han Tianxiao walked in front of Chen Mo, enunciating each word clearly. "This unit is codenamed Blood. It will not have a set structure, no limit on numbers, only recruiting the very top monsters. Its only task will be to handle all super-spec incidents related to gods." Chen Mo. Han Tianxiao stared at him. "In the name of the commander of the southern war zone of Longhua, I invite you to become the first member of Blade." Chen Mo downed the drink in his glass. "I'm in." No hesitation, no conditions. Because he knew more clearly than Han Tianxiao that the so-called beast god was merely the tip of the iceberg. In the later part of the original work, all sorts of bizarre, outer domain, evil gods emerged like there was no cost. Planning ahead to establish a team capable of dealing with these dirty jobs is beneficial with no drawbacks. "Good." Han Tianxiao's eyes flashed with a hint of appreciation. "From now on, your military rank and file will all be transferred to a top-secret sequence. Your codename will be Godslayer. The base of Blade is still under construction. You can act freely until you receive your first official mission." Han Tianxiao said. As for the situation over in Linjiang City, I will have the military district's intelligence department provide you cover. No one dares to touch your family and assets. Thank you, Commander. The commotion tonight was too great. Go back and rest well. Chen Mo saluted and turned to exit the office. The moment the door closed, Han Tianxiao's calm demeanor vanished, replaced by an unmistakable weariness and fear. He walked to the window, watching Chen Mo's figure disappear within the base, murmuring to himself, level 180. How many times can this trump card be used? Meanwhile, in the depths of the universe, unreachable, and in a realm of cold, dead silence, there were no stars, no light, only eternal void, and a low temperature capable of freezing souls. A faint golden light, like a stray particle of dust, abruptly pierced through this silence. Inside the golden light was a nearly transparent soul. It was Lu Chen. His soul, at the moment the beast god fragment was destroyed, was protected by an ancient power from deep within his bloodline, allowing him to leave that world. At this moment his consciousness was in chaos, retaining only the last shred of unwilling obsession. Chen Mo. The golden light seemed to sense his obsession, and its speed of flight increased. It flew like a missile set to a coordinate, accurately heading towards a specific location in the dark star domain. It was unclear how much time passed. Ahead of the golden light, a contour appeared. It was an enormous skeletal structure that was difficult to describe, and it quietly floated in the universe, its length spanning who knows how many light years. Even a single rib was larger than the planet where Chen Mo resided. At the head position of the skeleton, a dark red, extinguished giant sun was suspended. The golden light showed no signs of stopping, flying straight into the interior of that dead sun. The core of the sun was an expansive, boundless golden ocean. On the surface of the ocean floated countless golden light clusters identical to Lu Chen. Thousands upon thousands densely packed. Each light cluster harbored a sleeping soul. Lu Chen's soul light cluster descended into the golden ocean, causing not a ripple. Deep within the ocean, a pair of golden eyes larger than galaxies slowly opened. An ancient grand will devoid of any emotion echoed in the minds of all the souls. Failed product retrieval. Protagonist, plan sample number 9999, a deployment preparation. Target world coordinates 77B49. Locked. Adjustment parameters exclude system type interference factors. Deployment countdown. Starting. The next day, the personnel selection for Blade began. At the Dragon Tooth headquarters in the SSS-grade training ground, the atmosphere was tense with over 100 Dragon Tooth reserve and official members gathered arranged in neat rows, silent as the grave. On the platform, Han Tianxiao, dressed in military attire, scanned each young and determined face below like a hawk, with Long Zhantian standing beside him, his expression serious. 3 days ago, an extraordinary 5th transition level battle occurred underground in the provincial capital. Han Tianxiao began, his voice not loud, yet resonating clearly through the amplification equipment like thunder. 5th transition. A gasp of cold air arose from the crowd. For the majority present, it was the legendary. The aftermath of the battle caused the underground martial arts arena managed by the Wang family for many years to completely vanish from the map. Han Tianxiao paused, his voice cooling. And the instigator of all this was a monster polluted by the fragments of an outer domain, evil god. This is not the first time, nor will it be the last. Routine enemies are manageable by Dragon Tooth, but against gods we need a sharper knife. Han Tianxiao stepped forward, his momentum abruptly rising. With the approval of the highest command, I announce the establishment of the Blade's Special Operations Team. This team will operate independently of the current Dragon Tooth structure, reporting directly to me, dedicated to handling all superspec incidents. Its authority will surpass all, its resources will be unlimited. As his words fell, the crowd erupted. Independent structure, highest authority, unlimited resources. Each of these terms struck heavily in everyone's hearts, igniting their most primal ambitions and desires. Now I appoint the team leader of Blade. Han Tianxiao's gaze swept over the crowd, landing precisely on Chen Mo. He stood alone at the front of the line, a step apart from everyone else, as if naturally existing. Chen Mo, codenamed Godslayer, stepped forward. Chen Mo took a step forward and saluted properly. All eyes instantly focused on him, filled with envy, jealousy, confusion, and shock, a mix of emotions. Why him? This thought flashed through many minds, especially Sikong Lai. He glared at Chen Mo's back, his knuckles turning white. He had fought tooth and nail to secure his position as a formal member of Dragon Tooth, yet this inconspicuous person had instantly become the captain directly under the highest commander. Zhao Wujia stood in the line, his expression dark. He concealed his emotions better than Sikong Lai, yet the turmoil within him was no less than anyone else's. He had interacted with Chen Mo. He was too strong enough that he temporarily had no thoughts of challenging him. The Blade team only accepts the elite among elites. Long Zhantian took over the conversation, his voice cold. The selection begins now. There are 3 criteria: Beast Masters above 2nd transition, main beast level no less than level 60, and at least 3 A-level mission combat experiences. Those who meet the conditions step forward. Whoosh. Over 100 people stepped forward in unison. Long Zhantian seemed to have anticipated this, continuing expressionlessly. The selection consists of 3 rounds. The first round is the Beast Mastery Combat Power Test. In the center of the training ground there were 10 beast simulation devices set to simulate an 85-level S-level beast, the Raging Blood Ape. Killing it within 10 minutes is required to pass. Losers will be eliminated. 85 level. This number instantly calmed the previously fervent crowd. Most of the beast masters present had main beasts around level 70. Challenging an S-level beast renowned for its ferocity, with a 15-level gap, was extremely difficult. The captain does not need to participate in the selection, Long Zhantian added, then looked at Chen Mo. You can choose the team members you like. Chen Mo nodded, stepped aside, crossed his arms, and calmly watched the training ground, his posture further igniting a fire in the hearts of Si Konglai and others. Selection began. With a command from Long Zhantian, the 10 beast masters, unable to contain themselves any longer, charged toward the simulators. Combat erupted instantly. Lin Xiao was the first to strike. Her Ice Phoenix had reached level 71, facing the Raging Blood Ape. She chose not to confront it heat-in, but instead utilized extreme cold to continually restrain it, employing ice walls, ice spikes, and ice storms, a variety of control skills. The Raging Blood Ape, despite its brute strength, was unable to approach her, ultimately being frozen at its core by an absolute zero at 9 minutes and 50 seconds, resulting in a confirmed kill. Lin Xiao passed. Lin Xiao walked out of the simulation zone, her face pale, clearly having expended significant energy. Next was Zhao Hu. His 73-level S-level ironclad Tyrannosaurus engaged in a primal brawl with the Blood Ape, exchanging blows that shook the ground, ultimately winning at the cost of serious injury after 8 minutes. Zhao Hu passed. Then came Si Konglai. He seemed determined to prove something and unleashed his frost giant wolf with full force right from the start. The biting cold nearly froze the entire simulation space as he vented all his dissatisfaction with Chen Mo onto this virtual beast. In 6 minutes and 30 seconds, the Raging Blood Ape was frozen into an ice sculpture and subsequently shattered by a frost howl. Si Konglai passed. Si Konglai exited the simulation zone, casting a cold glance at Chen Mo, the provocation in his eyes unmistakable. Chen Mo seemed to not see it, not even raising an eyelid. This disregard enraged Si Konglai more than any response could. Zhao Wujia was the fourth. His 75-level S-level Thunder Serpent showcased terrifying dominance. Once the lightning domain opened, the Raging Blood Ape's speed and reaction were drastically reduced. Purple lightning formed a net tightly binding the Blood Ape, which was finally pierced through the head by a judgment thunder that fell from the sky. For minutes, clean and efficient. Zhao Wujia passed. A hint of fluctuation appeared in Long Zhantian's voice for the first time. In the subsequent selection, people continued to succeed and fail. Those who passed were all top-tier members of Dragon Tooth, yet no one could surpass Zhao Wuji's record. Until a young man whom no one noticed stepped into the simulator. His name was Zhou, a member of the Dragon Tooth reserve team, usually silent and unremarkable. Zhou main beast level 90, OS level Shadow Cat. Long Zhantian announced his profile. Level 90. S level. These two pieces of data caused an uproar. A reserve team member actually possessed higher beast mastery level and qualifications than many formal members. Si Konglai's pupils constricted sharply. Even Zhao Wujia, who had been resting with his eyes closed, opened them, gazing toward the simulator where Zhou Mu stood. Chen Mo also became interested. The Shadow Cat, a top-tier assassin-type beast of the Shadow system, was extremely rare. The battle began. Zhou Mu calmly uttered a single word: kill. A shadow shot out from beneath his feet. It wasn't just one, it was a smear. Like a calligrapher casually brushing a stroke of light ink on rice paper, it was incredibly fast and light. The Raging Blood Ape in the simulator didn't even have time to react. It simply stood there stunned. 3 seconds, fine bloodlines appeared on its massive body, neck, heart, limb joints. All vital points split open simultaneously. Crash. The Raging Blood Ape's body fell apart, like building blocks, scattering everywhere. Instant kill. The entire venue fell silent. If Zhao Wuji's 4 minutes was efficient, then Zhou Mu's 3 seconds was art, a pure and suffocating killing art. Zhou Mu passed. Long Zhantian's voice was filled with shock. Zhou Mu exited the simulation zone, and his palm-sized, seemingly harmless Shadow Cat jumped onto his shoulder, licking its paw as if nothing had happened. All eyes were on him, filled with awe, fear, and curiosity. Chen Mo's lips curled slightly. Interesting, this Blade team seemed to have more hidden talents than he had imagined. The first round of selection ended with a total of 15 passers. Very good. Long Zhantian looked at the 15 before him, nodding in satisfaction. You are the top combatants of Dragon Tooth and qualify to be candidates for Blade. Next, the second round. Before he could finish, Zhou Mu suddenly moved. He did not look at Long Zhantian, but turned and walked straight towards Chen Mo. Everyone's hearts raced. Zhou Mu stopped 3 meters before Chen Mo, his usually calm eyes now filled with pure curiosity and combat intent. Captain, he spoke, his voice cool. I've heard that during your formal assessment you used your Tiger King to defeat Lian's 92-level ironclad Earth Dragon in 3 seconds. Chen Mo looked at him noncommittal. My Shadow Cat also just used 3 seconds to kill the 85-level Raging Blood Ape. Zhou Mu's gaze fell on Chen Mo's shoulder, as if trying to penetrate space to see the Shadow Tiger King resting in the Beast Mastery space. I'm very curious. Zhou Mu's voice was not loud, but clearly resonated throughout the training ground. How many seconds would it take if it were your Tiger King? As soon as the words were spoken, the air in the training arena seemed to freeze. Everyone instinctively held their breath, their gazes darting back and forth between Chen Mo and Zhou Mu. One was a dark horse assassin who could kill in 3 seconds, shocking everyone. The other was a mysteriously appointed captain parachuted in. This sudden confrontation was more exhilarating than any previous battle. Sikong Lai smirked, coldly waiting to see the drama unfold. In his view, the best response from Chen Mo would be to summon his beast-crushing Zhou Mu's record in even less time. If he didn't dare, it would mean he was feeling insecure. Zhao Wuji narrowed his eyes, more curious about how this captain favored by the higher-ups would resolve this seemingly. Chen Mo finally made a move. He did not look at Zhou Mu, but instead directed his gaze to the 10 beast simulators in the center of the arena that had just completed their mission, his voice calm and unperturbed. Killing is the most primitive technique. The moment the words fell, the entire arena was stunned. Zhou Mu's pupils constricted slightly, and for the first time a clear confusion appeared on his otherwise calm face. Chen Mo turned to face him directly and explained, "Your Shadow Cat can kill it in 3 seconds. My Tiger King," Chen Mo paused, speaking each word deliberately, "can keep it alive for 1 second, but forever strip it of the ability to resist. Alive but forever stripped of the ability to resist." This statement struck everyone like a lightning bolt. What did this mean? This was no longer a matter of destructive power, it was about complete control over strength, the target's physical structure, and timing. If Zhou Mu's 3 seconds represented the art of killing, then Chen Mo's 1 second was a divine scalpel. The difference was stark. Gurgle. The seemingly harmless Shadow Cat on Zhou Mu's shoulder emitted a low, anxious growl. Its black fur bristled slightly, and it instinctively shrank back, its eyes filled with primal fear as it felt nothing but its shadow instinct rooted deep in its bloodline was wildly alerting it, as if the figure before it was not a person, but the source of an unfathomable shadow capable of devouring all. Zhou Mu sensed the tremor of his beast and fell silent. After a moment, he slightly lowered his head to Chen Mo. "I understand, Captain." There was no unwillingness, no anger, only an understanding and reverence for a higher realm. Chen Mo nodded, no longer looking at him as if he had merely dealt with an inconsequential matter. He turned to Long Zhantian. "We can begin the second round now." Long Zhantian cast a deep glance at Chen Mo, his admiration almost unmasked. To win without fighting is a demeanor far more intimidating than sheer force. The second round of selections will test teamwork. Long Zhantian's voice pulled everyone back from their shock. The remaining 15 will be randomly divided into 3 groups of 5. Enter the Urban Ruins simulation instance. Task objective: rescue 3 trapped hostages within 30 minutes and secure the intelligence box. The task will be scored comprehensively based on completion. Now let's start the grouping. Names began to flash rapidly on the big screen. Soon the list for the 3 teams were finalized. Group A: Sikong Lai Zhaohu. Group B: Zhao Wuji Zhou Mu. Group C: Lin Xiao. As soon as the grouping results came out, Sikong Lai frowned. He was grouped with Zhao Hu, but the other 3 members were all known for being overly cautious, and Long Yo, which to put it bluntly was being timid. Meanwhile, Zhao Wuji and Zhou Mu, the 2 standout individuals, were surprisingly placed in the same group. 3 light gates suddenly appeared in the training arena. "Now enter the instance." Hearing the command, the 3 teams stepped through the gates without hesitation. Chen Mo and Long Zhantian ascended to the observation room above. On the massive circular screen, the real-time images of the 3 teams inside the instance were clearly displayed. The instance environment was a war-torn city with shattered walls and thick smoke, the air filled with a sinister scent of blood. Roar! As Group A entered, they were immediately confronted by a pack of wandering mutated zombie dogs, seeking death. Sikong Lai was filled with rage. The frost giant wolf charged out instantly, the frigid air freezing those zombie dogs into ice chunks, which he then shattered with a swipe. "We charge directly to the target point, take down that so-called butcher, and grab the box before leaving." Sikong Lai shouted into the earpiece. "Wait!" Zhao Hu from the same team immediately countered. "The map shows a large number of high-energy reactions near the target point. We should save the hostages first. They are trapped in 3 different safe houses and can be tackled one by one." Wasting time. Sikong Lai flatly refused to listen. "You all follow behind me, or anyone who dares to block the way will be crushed." With that, he led the frost giant wolf straight towards the red dot on the map. Zhao Hu had no choice but to let the ironclad Tyrannosaurus follow for support. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in Group B was completely different. Chen Mo is in charge of scouting, find the precise location of the hostages and the butcher of flesh, while the rest of you stay put and establish a defensive position, Zhao Wuji calmly commanded. However, Chen Mo seemed not to hear. He merely whispered to his shadow cat, which then instantly melted into the shadows of the city, disappearing without a trace. Chen Mo himself leaned against a crumbling wall, closed his eyes, seemingly observing the entire battlefield through the perspective of his beast. A complete lone wolf. The others in the team exchanged glances, looking towards Zhao Wuji. Zhao Wuji showed no surprise or anger on his face. He simply adjusted the plan. Very well, we will head directly to the central area. Chen Mo will help us clear the obstacles. We just need to resolve the combat as quickly as possible. A calculating glint flickered in his eyes. Rather than rejecting Chen Mo's lone wolf behavior, he instantly utilized it, turning it into the sharpest part of his plan. In Group C, Lin Xiao emerged as the undeniable commander. Well, enter through the sewer. She pointed to an entrance on the map. Though it may be slow, it allows us to avoid 90% of the roaming monsters on the surface. Our primary goal is to ensure the hostages survive, and only then focus on the intelligence box. Her tactical arrangements were meticulous, with each member of the team assigned a clear task. Although their progress was the slowest among the three groups, they advanced steadily, without any mishaps. In the observation room, Chen Mo calmly watched the three screens. Long Zhantian stood beside him, speaking in a deep voice. Xikong Lai is brave, but lacks strategy. He is a double-edged sword. Lin Xiao has a strong overall view, suitable to be a deputy. Zhao Wuji. This person is deep-minded, skilled at leveraging rules and human psychology. He is talented, but also a tyrant. What about Chen Mo? Chen Mo suddenly asked. A perfect dagger, but only follows his own will. Long Zhantian provided an accurate assessment, very difficult to integrate into a team. Chen Mo remained noncommittal. Just then the battle situation took a turn. Group S Xikong Lai charged through, indeed encountering the final boss, the Butcher of Flesh. It was a level 90 Lord-class beast. The Frost Giant Wolf and the Butcher of Flesh instantly clashed, but Xikong Lai soon discovered that his prideful frost power couldn't completely freeze the creature's bizarre flesh. Zhao Hu's ironclad Tyrannosaurus assisted from the side, but was also forced back repeatedly by a single strike. Damn! Xikong Lai found himself in a tough battle. Meanwhile, in Group B's footage, Chen Mo's figure appeared as a ghost behind the lair of the Butcher of Flesh. He did not alert the boss. Instead, he stealthily approached the cage where the hostages were held, using his shadow cat's claws to sever the chains. However, he did not immediately rescue them. Instead, he opened the cage and threw a blood-soaked cloth imbued with human scent into the distance. After confirming that no beasts were nearby, he then allowed the hostages to escape. Once he completed all of this, he picked up the intelligence box and melted back into the shadows. Meanwhile, Chen Mo's attention fell on Group C's screen. Lin Xiao's team had just rescued the last hostage and was preparing to evacuate, but the rampage of the Butcher of Flesh had blocked their escape. A fierce battle was inevitable. Chen Mo looked at the three drastically different battle situations on the screens, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He had already made his choices regarding the team members, but now he needed to do something else. He then pressed a red button on the table. Difficulty of the simulation instance increased, deploying the Hunter's squad. The cold system voice echoed within the instance. All three teams engaged in battle or retreat received this notification simultaneously. Long Zhantian suddenly turned to Chen Mo, his face filled with disbelief. Hunters. That was a virtual pursuit program used internally by Long Ye to conduct extreme pressure tests on elite team members. Each hunter possessed combat power comparable to a level 90 beast and was skilled in combined attacks. Chen Mo, what are you doing? The selection has ended. Chen Mo leaned back in his chair, his gaze profound. But the enemies of blades are the gods. I need to know how long they can endure and what choices they will make when faced with an incomprehensible, unbeatable, and even unescapable dead end. Chen Mo's fingertips lightly tapped on the cold control panel, his voice low, yet it seemed to lower the temperature in the entire observation room by several degrees. How long they can hold on, and what kind of decisions they will make. The result of this extreme pressure test became a taboo that no one dared to mention in the Longya base. In the 5th minute after the Hunter's program was activated, Xikong Lai broke down mentally and was forcibly ejected from the capsule. In the 8th minute, Zhao, who was severely injured, and fell unconscious. In the 12th minute, Lin Xiao collapsed from mental exhaustion. Zhao Wuji attempted to use his teammates as bait to delay time, but was deemed in violation by the system and eliminated on the spot. Only Chen Mo, relying on the ultimate stealth of his shadow cat, stubbornly survived until the 15th minute amidst the ruins. However, in the end, he was cornered by 3 level 90 virtual hunters and torn to pieces. The entire army was wiped out. Just as everyone thought the test was over, Chen Mo, who had been sitting in the observation room, walked into the simulation capsule. He did not summon the Shadow Tiger King. He entered the virtual ruins filled with level 90 hunters, all by himself. 3 minutes. Merely 3 minutes later, the alarm lights of the simulation capsule extinguished completely. The big screen displayed glaring red letters instance cleared. From that day on, no one in the initial Blades team of 6 dared to question Chen Mo's orders, even slightly. 3 days later, late at night, in the eastern suburbs of the provincial city, the torrential rain pounded down, pelting the roof of a black military off-road vehicle, producing a dense thudding sound. Inside the car, no lights were on, only the central console screen emitted a faint blue glow. 6 people sat inside, their breathing steady with no sign of turbulence. Target location: the abandoned fertilizer factory, 2 kilometers ahead. Chen Mo sat in the passenger seat, his gaze fixed on the rain curtain outside the windshield, his voice sounding particularly cold and hard in the cramped cabin. The intelligence department detected high-frequency energy fluctuations. Suspected remnants of the beast god sect are establishing an altar. Task requirements. Zhao Wuji in the back seat adjusted his frameless glasses. No survivors. Chen Mo turned his head, his gaze sweeping over the 5 people in the back seat. I only need results. The off-road vehicle stopped 500 meters away from the fertilizer factory, and the 6 opened the doors, walking into the downpour. Their black combat uniforms blended them into the night. The fertilizer factory was vast, with rusty reaction towers reaching towards the night sky, and the air was filled with a pungent smell of ammonia along with a faint, hard-to-detect scent of blood. Zhou stood at the front of the team. He closed his eyes, and the shadow cat on his shoulder instantly transformed into a pool of black water, merging into the puddle on the ground, disappearing from sight. Rainwater dripped down Zhou's chin. Half a minute later, he opened his eyes. Warehouse No. 3. Zhou's voice was very low. 13 people, all dressed in red robes. There are formations carved on the ground, currently draining blood. Strengths? Lin Xiao asked. 12 at around level 70. The one in the middle, the main array, exceeds level 80. Chen Mo pointed to the tactical terminal displaying the building structure of the fertilizer factory. Zhao Hu breached through the front door. Sikong Lai seal all windows and vents. Lin Xiao cut off the backup energy lines underground in the warehouse to create a dark environment. Chen Mo's speech was rapid and the instructions were clear. Zhao Wuji, cover the entire area with lightning, interrupt their array's operation. Zhou Mu, clear the area. Captain, what about you? Sikong Lai couldn't help but ask. He'll hold the line. Chen Mo retracted the terminal. Action. 5 shadows scattered instantly. Warehouse No. 3 was a massive steel structure with rusted iron walls. Inside the warehouse, 13 redrobed beast god sect members formed a circle. They slashed their wrists, letting blood drip into the intricate patterns on the ground, which absorbed the blood, emanating an eerie red glow. Standing in the center, the cardinal raised his hands high, chanting incomprehensible syllables. Boom. The tightly shut steel door was forcibly slammed open by a tremendous force. The 10-centimeter thick steel plate twisted and deformed, crashing into the interior of the warehouse. Zhao Hu's ironclad Tyrannosaurus roared into the scene, its massive body directly crushing the 3 abandoned cargo boxes at the entrance. Enemy attack. The cardinal spun around abruptly. Before the cultists could summon their beasts, the bone-chilling cold spread along the walls. Sikong Lai's frost giant wolf appeared atop the warehouse, its coldness sealing off all exits, and the puddles on the ground instantly froze. Crack. The backup lights in the warehouse simultaneously extinguished. Lin Xiao had cut the underground lines. At the moment darkness fell, glaring purple lightning illuminated the entire space. Zhao Wuji's lightning serpent coiled in midair, spitting out dense spherical lightning. The lightning accurately struck the 12 peripheral cultists. The intense electric current paralyzed their nerves, interrupting their attempts to summon their beasts. A bunch of useless fools. The cardinal roared, a massive black summoning array materializing before him. An 85-level flesh puppet emanating a strong stench crawled out. Just as the flesh puppet was about to take shape, a shadow slid along the ground. Zhou Mu's shadow cat appeared in the shadow of the cardinal. Claws slashed out. No sound, no screams. The cardinal's carotid artery was severed, blood gushing out and splattering onto the patterns on the ground. With the main array holder dead, the flesh puppet emitted a mournful cry, its body quickly collapsing into a puddle of pus. The remaining 12 cultists, paralyzed by the electric shock, could not mount an effective counterattack. Zhou Mu transformed into the Reaper in the shadows, with every leap of the shadow cat claiming a life. Zhao Wuji stood at the edge of the warehouse, adjusting his glasses. He noticed a cultist on the left had broken free from the lightning's grasp and was staggering towards the rear window sealed by Sikong Lai. Zhao Wuji's fingers twitched slightly. The lightning strike that could have easily killed the cultist intentionally veered half an inch, striking the ground beside the cultist. He was testing Sikong Lai's reaction speed in an emergency situation and also testing the team's tolerance for error. The cultist, with a wild look, pulled out a high-explosive energy bomb from his pocket, preparing to perish alongside the frost giant wolf, blocking the window. Just as the cultist was about to pull the trigger, a hand appeared out of nowhere, gripping his wrist. Crack! The sound of fractured bones echoed crisply in the empty warehouse. Chen Mo had appeared behind the cultist without anyone noticing. His expression was emotionless as he seized the energy bomb forcefully kneeing the cultist's spine. With the spine broken, the cultist slumped to the ground. Chen Mo casually tossed the energy bomb into a nearby waste pool and turned to Zhao Wuji. Put away your pointless tests. Chen Mo's voice wasn't loud, but it clearly reached Zhao Wuji's ears. If you dare to let someone slip in real combat again, I'll personally incapacitate you. Zhao Wuji's expression changed slightly, lowering his head. Understood, Captain. The battle was over. Chen Mo glanced at the tactical watch on his wrist. 4 minutes and 50 seconds. Clean up the scene and check for any overlooked intelligence. Chen Mo issued the order. The team members dispersed, beginning to rummage through the bodies. Chen Mo walked to the center of the warehouse. 13 corpses lay sprawled on the ground, blood flowing along the grooves in the floor. Something was amiss. Chen Mo frowned. The cardinal was dead and the cultists were all wiped out. But the patterns on the ground had not ceased to operate. Instead, the lines emitting red light were accelerating and absorbing the blood on the ground. The blood defied the laws of physics, not seeping underground, but climbing up along the patterns, intertwining in midair to form a three-dimensional blood-colored polyhedron. Captain, that thing is still moving. Zhou Mu approached Chen Mo, his shadow cat anxiously pacing on his shoulder. Step back. Chen Mo commanded. He stared at the blood-colored polyhedron, suspended in midair. As the blood continued to pour in, a series of golden garbled codes began to appear on the surface of the polyhedron. This was not a summoning altar for an evil god at all. Chen Mo summoned the system in his mind. Analyze the energy structure before me. Ding, consuming 500 authority points analyzing. Analysis complete. Target item: interstellar space, beacon, damaged state. Function: send precise location information of the current planet to designated cosmic coordinates. Current state: charging progress 99. 100. The beacon has been activated and coordinates have been sent. The moment the system prompt fell, the blood-colored polyhedron in midair suddenly shrank, transforming into an almost undetectable red light that shot towards the sky, instantly piercing through the heavy rain clouds and vanishing into the depths of the universe. The patterns on the ground faded completely, becoming ordinary ashes. The warehouse fell into silence. Only the sound of rain from outside continued. Captain, what was that just now? Lin Xiao walked over, looking at the puddle of ashes on the ground. Chen Mo raised his head, gazing at the hole in the top of the warehouse that had been pierced by the red light, with rainwater dripping down through it. He recalled the beast god fragment he had destroyed in the Wang family's underground fighting arena. He also remembered the extraterrestrial evil gods that would appear only in the later stages of the original plot, capable of obliterating the world. The plot had been completely disrupted. He had killed Lu Chen and seized the protagonist's opportunities, but he had also prematurely triggered certain terrifying mechanisms that originally belonged to the late stages. Chen Mo was clear about who the recipient of the coordinates sent by this beacon was. That was an invitation. Chen Mo withdrew his gaze and turned to walk towards the warehouse door. An invitation? To whom? Sikong Lai pressed for answers. Chen Mo did not stop his steps. His voice penetrated through the rain curtain, reaching each team member's ears. To the gods. In the communication channel of the 6-member team, a deathly silence ensued. Chen Mo stepped out of the warehouse, allowing the torrential rain to wash away the bloodstains on his boots. He looked towards the neon lights flashing in the provincial city, his gaze completely turning cold. The game had only just begun. The 5th day after the fertilizer plant mission. In the Longya base, inside the exclusive SSS-grade training room, Chen Mo sat cross-legged on the floor with the Shadow Tiger King lying beside him, its eyes closed. Chen Mo then summoned the system panel. Current permission points, 28500 points. The coordinates emitted by that interstellar beacon filled Chen Mo with a sense of urgency. The plot had completely diverged from the original work, and he had to quickly enhance his strength. System upgrade: the Shadow Tiger King's stealth skill. This was a skill book Chen Mo had just obtained, and its practicality was high, so he directly let the Tiger King learn it. Ding, consuming 10000 permission points. A grade skill: stealth evolves into SS-grade skill Shadow Phantasm. Shadow Phantasm: the beast and its host can completely merge into the shadow dimension, becoming immune to all physical and energy attacks with duration, depending on mental strength. Chen Mo opened his eyes. The Shadow Tiger King stood up, the outline of its body began to distort, and then it vanished from the training room without leaving a trace. With the attack skills it had acquired earlier, the Shadow Tiger King was now capable of swiftly defeating any opponent of the same level. Suddenly, hurried footsteps came from outside the door. Long Zhantian pushed open the training room door, his expression stern. The commander is looking for you. Something has happened in Qingzhou. Han Tianxiao stood in front of the massive holographic sand table, his brow furrowed. The sand table displayed the topographical map around Qingzhou City, with one area completely covered in glaring red light. Flame Canyon Instance. Han Tianxiao pointed to the red area. Intense spatial fluctuations began 3 days ago, and the spatial barrier is rapidly thinning. Chen Mo walked to the sand table and focused on the center of the red light. What are the predicted results? At most 1 week the spatial barrier will completely collapse. Han Tianxio's voice bore a hint of fatigue. There are conservatively around 3-0 fire-type demon beasts inside. Once it collapses, the beast tide will directly sweep through Qingzhou, potentially affecting the 3 surrounding cities, with over 1 million people facing slaughter. Chen Mo looked at the sand table. In the original plot, the Flame Canyon did indeed undergo a mutation, but that was a matter of 2 years later. At that time, Lu Chen had already grown strong, taming a mutated fire-type beast in the canyon and sealing his legendary status in one battle. Now it was 2 whole years ahead of schedule. The only explanation was the energy pulse emitted by that cosmic beacon a few days ago, which triggered a chain reaction in the Earth's spatial structure. The butterfly effect had begun. Can the Qingzhou Defense Forces hold? Chen Mo asked. They can't hold. The Qingzhou garrison only has 5-0 troops, and their firepower is insufficient to handle this scale of beast tide. The High Command has ordered surrounding military districts to mobilize forces, but it will take at least 2 weeks to complete the assembly. Han Tianxiao stared directly into Chen Mo's eyes. I need the Blade team to head to Qingzhou immediately. Investigate the source of the mutation, solve it if you can. If not, find a way to lure the beast tide into the wilderness, buying time for the main force to gather. Chen Mo nodded. Leave it to me. On the helipad the wind howled. A black armed transport aircraft had already started its engines. The 5 members of the Blade team were fully armed and stood in a line. Chen Mo strode over, scanning the 5 of them. Destination, Qingzhou City Flame Canyon. The mission details will be sent to you on the plane. Chen Mo didn't waste words and boarded the aircraft directly. Take off. 2 hours later, the transport aircraft pierced through the thick clouds, landing at the frontline command center of the Qingzhou Defense Forces. The air was filled with a pungent sulfur smell. The distant horizon was illuminated by red light, as the muffled roars of beasts carried on the wind. Inside the command center, chaos reigned, with the shouts of communications officers and the curses of officers intertwining. The commander of the Qingzhou Defense Forces, Lei Ming, a burly man with a full beard, was slamming his fist on the tactical table. The first line of defense is about to break. Where is Longya's support? Why hasn't it arrived yet? A sweating adjutant rushed over. Commander, the Longya personnel have arrived. Lei Ming's eyes brightened, and he strode toward the door. The command center's door was pushed open. Chen Mo and 5 team members walked in. Lei Ming was taken aback. He glanced at Chen Mo, then at the overly young faces behind him, and his expression instantly darkened. Only you 6. Lei Ming's voice was laced with suppressed anger. Where is the high-level Beastmaster Brigade? It's just us, Chen Mo replied calmly. What kind of joke is this? Lei Ming exploded. The temperature outside the first line of defense has exceeded 200 degrees. The fire-type demon beasts inside have gone mad. Over 10,000 raging flame bulls are gathering outside the first line. You kids who haven't even grown hair yet, are you here to die? Sikong Lai's eyes turned cold, and just as he intended to step forward, Chen Mo raised his hand to stop him. Chen Mo walked directly to the tactical screen, looking at the dense red dots on it. Report the current gaps in the defense line and the high-energy response points. Ignoring Lei Ming's anger, Chen Mo issued the command. Lei Ming was provoked by Chen Mo's attitude. He had been stationed in Qingzhou for 10 years, and no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. Can't you understand human speech? I need an army that can withstand the beast tide, not a bunch of young masters coming to gild themselves at the front line. Lei Ming pointed at the door. Get them out of here to rest, they're just in the way. 2 fully armed defense force guards immediately stepped forward, reaching for Chen Mo's shoulder. Chen Mo didn't move. Zhou Mu made a move. In a flash of black shadow, both guards were pinned to the ground by an immense force, a shallow blood mark appearing on. The shadow cat was suddenly on Lei Ming's tactical table, its glowing claws resting dangerously close to Lei Ming's throat, just a millimeter from his skin. The command room fell silent. All officers summoned their beasts, targeting the Blade team. Zhao Wujin adjusted his glasses and summoned Thunder Serpent, while Lin Xiao Zhao Hu and Sikong Lai directly stood in front of Chen Mo. I'll say it again. Chen Mo turned around, looking at Lei Ming, who was drenched in cold sweat. Report the situation. Lei Ming swallowed hard, his atoms apple brushing against the shadow cat's claw, drawing a trickle of blood. He felt a tangible killing intent. This young man was truly willing to kill him here. 15 kilometers south of the city, Blackrock Heights. The barrier at the canyon entrance has collapsed by 1/3. The first batch of 3,000 raging flame bulls that ran out is currently attacking the first defense line. We can hold out for at most 4 more hours. Chen Mo nodded. Zhou Mu gathered the team. The shadow cat transformed into a puddle of black water and merged into Zhou Mu's shadow. Chen Mo turned to leave. Leave the defense line to us. You're responsible for organizing the evacuation plan for the second defense line. The Blade team followed Chen Mo, striding out of the command center. Lei Ming slumped into a chair, panting heavily, watching the tactical screen, gritting his teeth. Commander, should we report to higher-ups? The adjutant asked quietly. Report to hell. Lei Ming roared. Notify Blackrock Heights to let them through. I want to see how these arrogant kids withstand nearly 10,000 raging bulls. The off-road vehicle sped across the scorched earth. Ahead, flames soared into the sky. Black Rock Heights' first line of defense was a 10-meter-high alloy wall. At this moment, the area below the wall had turned into a sea of fire. A dense mass of raging flame bulls was wildly colliding with the alloy wall, each bull the size of a truck engulfed in flames all above level 50. The defense forces on the wall were summoning their beasts to resist. However, they were outnumbered, and although they managed to take down a few bulls, the gaps were quickly filled by more bulls. The alloy wall had already shown multiple severe dents, and the defense line was on the verge of collapse. The off-road vehicle stopped on the heights, 500 meters from the wall. Chen Mo pushed the car door open. The fierce wind carrying the heat hit him directly. Captain, how do we attack? Zhao Wujin walked over to Chen Mo, looking down at the red beast tide. Lin Xiao Si Kong Lai dropped the temperature across the board to limit their movement speed. Chen Mo quickly issued orders. Zhao Hu, hold the gap where the wall is most damaged. Zhao Wujin and Zhou Mu freely hunt leader-level targets. Yes. The five acted simultaneously. Lin Xiao summoned the Ice Phoenix. A clear phoenix cry echoed through the night sky, and the Ice Phoenix spread its wings, unleashing an extreme chill that turned into a blizzard, crashing down on the herd of bulls below the wall. The snowflakes turned into steam upon contact with the flames, but the ensuing absolute cold forcibly extinguished large areas of fire. Sikong Lai's frost giant wolf leaped down from the heights. Upon landing, its frost domain activated, instantly freezing the ground within 100 meters, trapping hundreds of bulls' limbs and rendering them immobile. Zhao Hu's ironclad Tyrannosaurus let out a thunderous roar, its massive body charging like a heavy bulldozer, colliding head-on with the largest raging bull leader. Boom. That level 60 raging bull leader was sent flying several meters. The sound of shattering bones. Zhao Wujin's thunder serpent danced in the air. The purple spherical lightning accurately struck the densely packed area of bulls, instantly paralyzing large groups of demon beasts. Zhou Mu transformed into the Grim Reaper in the shadows, the Shadow Cat, darting through the shadows of the bulls, each claw strike resulting in a high-level raging bull's throat being slit. 5 individuals, 5 top-tier beasts. They were like 5 incredibly sharp daggers piercing straight into the heart of the beast tide. The defense forces on the wall were left dumbfounded. They had fought desperately against the beast tide for several hours, yet in front of these 5 they exhibited a one-sided defeat. Chen Mo stood on the heights, not making a move. His gaze crossed the chaotic battlefield, looking towards the distant flame canyon. Deep within the canyon, at the brightest spot of fire, there was an extremely concealed dark golden beam of light shooting straight into the sky. The energy frequency of that light beam was extremely high, completely exceeding the range of fluctuations that fire-type demon beasts could emit. The system prompt suddenly rang in Chen Mo's mind. Ding. Detected immortal-grade item fluctuations. Coordinates locked, core area of Flame Canyon. Chen Mo's expression instantly became profound. An immortal-grade item. In the original work, Lu Chen had never encountered any immortal-grade props when he tamed the mutated divine beast here. This instance contained secrets that even the original author was unaware of, or rather it was the triggering of the beacon that awakened something that was originally dormant. Chen Mo raised his wrist, pressing the communicator. After clearing this wave of beast tide rest for 2 minutes, he looked at the dark golden beam of light, his voice steely. Then we'll enter the canyon. 2 minutes later, the scorched earth below Black Rock Heights was still releasing a pungent white smoke. Zhao Hu was sitting on the broad back of the ironclad Tyrannosaurus, tilting his head back to drain an entire bottle of high-level recovery potion, casually smashing the empty bottle on the ground. Lin Xiao leaned against the door of the off-road vehicle, her chest slightly rising and falling, clearly indicating that the recent fight had not been easy. At the edge of the heights, a heavy armored vehicle bearing the Qingzhou Defense Force insignia rushed over its tires, leaving 2 long black marks on the scorched earth, coming to a stable stop beside the off-road vehicle. The car door opened. A middle-aged man with graying hair wearing a severely worn-out combat uniform jumped out. He glanced at the mountain of raging flame bull corpses below, and the muscles on his face twitched twice. Lei Ming followed closely behind the man as he got out of the car. At this moment, the frontline commander's face was flushed, and he didn't even dare to raise his head, completely lacking the previous arrogance he had in the command center. Captain Chen, the middle-aged man strode up to Chen Mo, extending his calloused right hand. I am Lu Chen, the city lord of Qingzhou. Chen Mo shook his hand. Lu Chen's grip was strong. He was a true veteran who had fought on the front lines, crawling out from amid the dead. Lei Ming has reported the situation here to me, Lu Chen said, his voice revealing unmistakable fatigue. The people of Longya do indeed have the capital to be arrogant. I thank you on behalf of the million citizens of Qingzhou. Chen Mo didn't respond to the pleasantries. He pointed towards the dark golden beam of light shooting into the sky in the distance. We need to enter the canyon. Commander Lei said the first line of defense is about to break. Now that the hidden dangers have been cleared, it's our mission time. Lu Chen followed Chen Mo's gesture, his brows furrowing into a knot. We can't just go in like this. Lu Chen turned around and gestured to the back of the armored vehicle. Two fully armed Defense Force soldiers escorted a man in a straitjacket down. The man was so filthy that his original appearance was unrecognizable, with his hair matted to his scalp, trembling violently. His eyes were bloodshot and his eyeballs were nearly bulging out of their sockets, mumbling something incoherently. Zhao Wujin adjusted his glasses and stepped forward to examine the man. Flame Canyon was originally just an 80-level regular instance. Lu Chen looked at the madman, but starting 3 months ago the energy fluctuations inside began to spiral out of control. In less than 100 days the instance rating has already exceeded level 100. Lu Chen paused, pointing at the man. The military's intelligence is often delayed. In fact, before you arrived, I had secretly dispatched 4 high-level exploration teams inside to scout the situation, each equipped with 3rd-tier beastmasters. And what was the result? Sikong Lai asked. Complete annihilation. Lu Chen gritted his teeth. 48 people, and he's the only one who escaped, but after coming out he became like this. Suddenly the madman began to struggle violently, the buckles of the straitjacket creaking. He stared intensely in Chen Mo's direction, letting out a windswept roar from his throat. Chen Mo took a couple of steps closer, stopping in front of the madman. The madman ceased his struggles abruptly, leaning his head towards Chen Mo, his dirt-covered face nearly touching Chen Mo's nose. The door has opened. The madman's voice was hoarse like sandpaper scraping glass. Red snow, the gods are eating. Chen Mo narrowed his eyes slightly. Suddenly the madman opened his mouth, spewing out a large mouthful of black, filthy blood. Chen Mo sidestepped to avoid it. The filthy blood landed on the scorched earth, strangely, not soaking into the soil, but writhing as if it had a life of its own, faintly emanating a very weak, dark red glow. Chen Mo looked at the puddle of blood. It was too familiar. A few days ago at the fertilizer plant in the eastern suburbs of the provincial city, the altar established by the remnants of the beast god cult had the same eerie red glow, absorbing blood. System, analyze the energy in this puddle of blood. Chen Mo issued a command in his mind. Ding, consuming 200 permission points. Analysis complete. Target substance blood contaminated by trace high-dimensional energy. Energy source match degree same origin as interstellar space beacon. Chen Mo closed the panel. Indeed. The coordinates emitted by that incomplete beacon in the fertilizer plant had not only attracted an unknown entity, but also directly affected the existing spatial nodes on Earth. The mutation in Flame Canyon was not a natural evolution, but a forcible intervention by high-dimensional energy. The valuable intelligence he brought back consists only of these mad ramblings. Lu Chen sighed. Captain Chen, I don't want to dampen your morale, but the situation inside completely exceeds common understanding. I suggest waiting for the military's main forces to assemble and dispatch a high-level Beastmaster Legion to clean the area before sending people in. There's no time. Chen Mo turned and walked towards the off-road vehicle. It will take 2 weeks to gather the main forces, and during those 2 weeks there will be enough time for whatever is inside to hatch. Chen Mo opened the car door, pulling out a black tactical backpack from the back seat and slinging it over his shoulder. City Lord Lu, hold your defense line well. No matter what happens inside, no one is allowed to step into the canyon without my signal. Lu Chen watched Chen Mo's retreating figure, opening his mouth, but ultimately saying nothing. He could tell that this young man's decision left no room for negotiation. Set off. With Chen Mo's command, the 5 members of the Blade team quickly organized their gear, following him as they rapidly advanced towards the Flame Canyon. The closer they got to the canyon, the higher the temperature in the air. The scorched earth had turned into dark red volcanic rock, and the soles of their shoes sizzled as they stepped on it. Zhou walked at the front, the shadow cat flickering in and out of his shadow, fulfilling the role of scout. 20 minutes later the 6 stopped at the entrance to the canyon. The faint blue spatial barrier that had enveloped the canyon's perimeter was now covered with spiderweb-like cracks. 1/3 of the barrier had completely collapsed, and the tens of thousands of raging flame bulls had rushed out from here. Looking through the gap, the inside of the canyon was entirely a sea of fire. Dark red mist filled the air with extremely low visibility. Captain, the terminal signal has completely cut off. Zhao Wujin tapped his tactical watch, the screen filled with static. The magnetic field is a complete mess. Lin Xiao, test the energy fluctuations, Chen Mo ordered. Lin Xiao closed her eyes and opened them a few seconds later. The fire-type energy is too dense and the ice-type energy is suppressed by about 30% with consumption speed twice that of outside. Sikong Lai maintain formation with Lin Xiao and support each other. Chen Mo quickly assigned tactics. Zhao Hu lead the way, Zhao Wujin provide mid-range suppression. Zhou Mu retract the shadow cat. This environment is not suitable for shadow-type stealth. Stick close to me. Yes. After Chen Mo finished speaking, he was the first to cross through the gap in the barrier. The moment they stepped into the canyon, the surroundings changed dramatically. The sounds of wind, beast roars, and even the rumbling of magma all vanished as they crossed the barrier. Silence. It was so quiet that it was unsettling. The dark red mist seemed to flow around them as if it had substance. Why is there not a single living thing in this place? Zhao Hu asked, gripping his alloy shield, cautiously scanning the surroundings. Just moments ago there had clearly been thousands of fire-type demon beasts rushing out. As the entrance it should be packed with beasts. But now apart from the dark red rocks, all around there was nothing. Chen Mo remained silent. He looked down on the dark red rocks lay a thin layer of ash. On the ash there were clear footprints. The footprints stretched deep into the canyon. Zhou Mu followed, Chen Mo's gaze, his face suddenly changing. Captain, these footprints. Zhou Mu crouched down, carefully comparing the marks on the ground. They were the footprints of 6 individuals. In front was a deep imprint made by someone carrying a heavy shield, followed by 2 sets of standard combat boot prints with a few very faint cat paw prints at the edges. This was clearly the movement trail of their 6 people along with the shadow cat. Is someone mimicking us? Sikong Lai gripped his frost staff tightly. Chen Mo crouched down and reached out to touch the edge of the ash. The ash was completely hardened with some parts even fused with the rock. Chen Mo stood up, looking at the faint dark golden beam of light deep in the canyon. It's not imitation. He crushed the ash in his hand. These footprints were left at least 3 months ago. Zhou Mu squatted on the ground, somewhat skeptical as the beam of his flashlight illuminated the footprints. He brought his shoe closer to compare. They fit perfectly. Even the wear patterns on the edges of the tactical boots were identical. Captain, this joke is 3 months ago the 6 of us hadn't even met, we hadn't even been gathered together by the Longya base. Zhao Wujie crouched down and scraped a bit of hardened ash with his finger. The degree of carbonization is very high. It was indeed not recently left behind. Zhao Wujie looked up at Chen Mo. Is there an issue with the spatial rules here? Chen Mo brushed off the ashes in his hand. The beacon from the fertilizer factory sent out not only coordinates, but also energy pulses. Chen Mo gazed into the depths of the canyon at the dark golden pillar of light. High-dimensional energy forcibly intervened, distorting the space-time node here. What we are stepping on could be the past or the future. A few of them gasped. Lin Xiao rubbed her arms. Despite the high temperature around them, she felt somewhat cold. So if we follow these footprints, where will it lead us? Sikong Lai tightened his grip on his staff. To the sword. Chen Mo stepped forward, continuing in the direction of the footprints. No matter who left these footprints, there is only one destination. After walking about a kilometer, the dark red mist around them became denser. Visibility was obstructed. Even the light from the tactical flashlight couldn't penetrate beyond 5 meters. Chen Mo walked in the lead, replaying the words of the mad survivor he had encountered outside the defense line. Lu Chen and Lei Ming didn't hear it clearly, but Chen Mo did. Before that madman spat blood, he squeezed out a few extremely vague words. Fire. Enormous fire. Bird. Eyes. Red eyes. Bird. The Flame Canyon is a conventional fire-type monster instance, primarily inhabited by creatures like the Crimson Flame Rampaging Bullfire Scale Serpent and Blaze Lizard. There has never been a record of flying-type monsters. Not to mention a bird that could scare a 3rd-tier beast master into madness. Chen Mo recalled the original plot. The mutated divine beast that Lu Chen captured in the Flame Canyon was a mutated fire lizard. It was by no means a bird. The plot had completely changed. The intervention of high-dimensional energy has birthed something that does not belong to this level. Or rather, it awakened something. An immortal phoenix. Or something even more terrifying. Stop. Chen Mo raised his hand. The 6 of them immediately halted, their formation quickly tightening. The footprints ahead disappeared. A massive, deep pit appeared on the ground. The edges of the pit were melted into a glassy state, emitting a pungent sulfur smell. Zhao Hu walked to the edge of the pit and glanced down. Captain, there's something down there. Chen Mo walked over. The bottom of the pit had no lava, only a thick layer of black ash. In the middle of the ash stood a 3-meter-long feather. The feather was bright red with dark golden patterns swirling on its surface, and the surrounding air was severely distorted due to the high temperature. What kind of monster's hair is this? It's so big. Zhao Hu swallowed hard. Chen Mo stared at the feather. The system panel popped up automatically. Ding. Epic level beast master fluctuations detected. Energy source matching in progress. Warning, target is heavily polluted by high-dimensional energy and has undergone irreversible mutation. Suggesting host enter the core area of the instance to investigate and intercept the energy source. Epic level. Chen Mo closed the panel. If the main force comes in, not just 50,000, but even 100,000 would be sent to their doom. Zhao Wujie, measure the energy level of that feather, Chen Mo ordered. Zhao Wujie raised his wrist, pointing the detector on his tactical watch at the bottom of the pit. Beep, beep, beep. The detector emitted a sharp alarm sound, and the values on the screen fluctuated wildly, turning bright red. Can't measure it. Zhao Wujie's expression turned grim. It's exceeded the detection limit. It's at least 100 levels or higher of monster material, perhaps even more. Just as he finished speaking, the ash at the bottom of the pit suddenly began to roil. 2 scarlet lights ignited within the black ash. Soon after, a massive claw emerged from the ashes, grabbing the edge of the pit. Chen Mo growled. The 6 of them quickly retreated. Boom. A deformed monster over 10 meters in size leapt out of the pit, crashed. Chen Mo growled. The 6 of them quickly retreated. Boom. A deformed monster over 10 meters in size leapt out of the pit, crashing heavily onto the ground. It had a bird-like body, but no feathers, covered instead in twisted flesh tumors and dark red scales. Behind it trailed a pair of incomplete flesh wings which dripped with viscous black liquid. On the monster's head was a single massive red eye. There was no pupil, only crimson. The red eyes of the madman were this thing. What the hell is this thing? It's not even in the monster compendium. Sikong Lai shouted loudly. Who cares what it is? Zhao Hu yelled, and the ironclad Tyrannosaurus charged forward. Its massive body, carrying immense force, crashed into the side of the deformed monster. Bang! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus collided with the monster, producing a muffled sound. The monster didn't budge. Instead, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus was sent flying backward by a tremendous recoil, leaving deep furrows in the ground. Bang! The ironclad Tyrannosaurus collided with the monster, producing a muffled sound. The monster didn't budge. Instead, the ironclad Tyrannosaurus shield. As soon as the words were spoken, a golden shield appeared around Zhao Hu. The black flames crashed into the shield. But to Zhao Hu's shock, the shield quickly began to melt. In just moments it was shattered, and the shockwave surged toward Zhao Hu. He let out a muffled grunt as the intense heat ignited his battle suit. Lin Xiao! Chen Mo shouted. The ice phoenix issued a clear cry, and an intense cold transformed into an ice pillar, accurately striking the monster's mouth. The black flames were forcefully interrupted. The monster paused for half a second. During this brief moment, Zhao Wuji's thunder serpent moved. A thick purple lightning bolt descended from the sky, striking the monster's head. The crackling electricity surged over the monster, exploding chunks of flesh everywhere. The monster let out a piercing shriek. Its incomplete flesh wings flapped violently, stirring the surrounding dark red mist into dozens of small fire tornadoes that swept towards the group. Zhou Chen Mo stood still, merely uttering 2 words. A shadow dashed close to the ground. The shadow cat directly slipped through the gaps in the fire tornado, appearing beneath the monster. With sharp claws, it slashed at the monster's supporting leg. Sizzle! An ear-piercing friction sound rang out. The shadow cat's claws only left a white mark on the monster's scales, unable to penetrate. Captain, its defense is too high, we can't break through. Zhou emerged from the shadows, reporting urgently. Chen Mo looked at the frenzied monster. This was just the periphery. A high-dimensional energy-polluted derivative monster already had this level of defense. If it breaks out of the canyon, the first line of defense of the Qingzhou City Defense Army wouldn't hold for even an hour. Fall back. Chen Mo took a step forward. The air beside him began to distort. The massive body of the Shadow Tiger King slowly emerged from the void. After upgrading to the SS-level skill Shadow Phasing, the Shadow Tiger King's aura had completely retracted. No pressure leaked out. But the monster's massive red eye suddenly constricted, instinctively sensing extreme. It abandoned the attack on Zhao Hu and turned its target toward Chen Mo. Its flesh wings flapped wildly, and the monster's enormous body soared into the air, engulfed in black flames, directly lunging at Chen Mo. Chen Mo raised his right hand and snapped his fingers. Tear it apart. The Shadow Tiger King vanished in an instant. It wasn't moving too fast, it simply merged into the shadow dimension. The monster crashed down hard on the spot where Chen Mo had just stood. Before it could rise, 2 massive black tiger claws suddenly emerged from its shadow. The tiger claws pinned down the monster's wings. Following that, the enormous head of the Shadow Tiger King emerged from the shadow, opening its large maw and biting down on the monster's neck. SS-level skill Void Bite. Combined with the SS-level Shadow Phasing, this strike directly ignored the monster's high-dimensional energy defenses. Crack! A crisp sound of bones breaking echoed. The monster's neck was bitten cleanly off. The light in that massive red eye quickly dimmed. Black blood gushed forth, splattering on the ground with a hissing, corrosive sound. The Shadow Tiger King released its grip, reverting back to a shadow and returning to Chen Mo's side. One-hit kill. Zhao Hu swallowed hard, silently putting away the deformed heavy shield. Though he knew the captain was strong, witnessing such a crushing scene still made his scalp tingle. Chen Mo walked to the monster's corpse. The system panel popped up again. Ding. Killed a high-dimensional polluted entity. Juvenile stage. Gained 1,000 authority points. Juvenile stage. Chen Mo looked at the enormous corpse on the ground. Over 10 meters in size, a monster that could withstand attacks from several high-level beast masters was merely considered juvenile by the system. What exactly was the main entity in the core area of that canyon, emanating epic-level fluctuations? Captain, look at this. Zhou pointed beneath the monster's corpse. After the monster died, the body was rapidly weathering, turning to black ash. In the spot where the corpse had been lying, a flat stone slab was exposed. The slab was engraved with extremely complex array patterns identical to those on the altar at the fertilizer factory. The difference was that the patterns on this slab were incomplete. Half of the patterns had been forcibly scraped off. The traces of scraping were very fresh and stone shavings were still visible. Someone got here before us and damaged the node here. Zhao Wujie crouched down adjusting his glasses. Chen Mo looked at the scraped patterns. Suddenly he remembered the footprints on the ground. Those footprints belonged to the 6 of them. It's us. Chen Mo stood up, gazing into the depths of the canyon at the increasingly bright dark golden pillar. Continue forward, I want to see what we did here 3 months ago. 3 months ago. Zhao Wujie adjusted his frameless glasses. The instance mutation didn't happen recently. Chen Mo stood up. He looked toward the depths of the canyon. Dark red mist gathered above the rocks, forming whirlpools. Right plan change. Chen Mo turned around. Zhao Wujie, you take Zhao Hu Sikong Lai and Zhou Mu back to the breach of the barrier and secure the retreat. Zhao Wujie stepped forward, blocking Chen Mo. Captain, this goes against tactical norms of dispersing our forces is a serious mistake. Inside is a level 90 mutated zone. You will die if you go in. Chen Mo's tone was flat. We are a small team. Sikong Lai's tone was serious. Chen Mo ignored Sikong Lai and directly looked at Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao, come with me inside. She's lower level than me. Going inside is just asking for death. Zhao Wu, ice can conquer fire. Chen Mo pointed toward the red mist ahead. Her ice phoenix can lead the way. The fire energy here is extremely active, and your lightning and earth source powers will trigger environmental explosions. Chen Mo stepped forward. Zhao Wujie remained still. Execute the order. Chen Mo bypassed Zhao Wujie, heading deeper into the canyon. Zhao Wujie stood still, veins bulging on the back of his hand, but soon he turned around and walked toward the breach of the barrier. On the other side, Chen Mo and Lin Xiao advanced inward. The scorched earth gradually transformed into pure obsidian. The surface of the obsidian was covered with cracks through which dark red magma flowed. The temperature rose sharply, and the tactical terminal on Chen Mo's wrist emitted a series of alarming beeps, with the temperature value on the screen surpassing 300. The air was filled with yellow sulfur particles. Chen Mo raised his right hand. A thick, rich shadow spread beneath his feet, covering a radius of 10 meters. The Shadow Tiger King silently leaped out. Its body was intangible, with semi-transparent edges. SS-level skill shadow phasing. The Tiger King moved forward, merging into the surrounding red mist, disappearing completely. The lava on the ground had no effect on it. Chen Mo formed seals with his left hand. The sky darkened as a giant dragon over 10 meters long tore through the thick red mist, hovering in midair. It was the Obsidian dragon. Its black scales absorbed the surrounding heat, and the dragon's vertical pupils fixed on the magma river below. Its enormous wings beat, stirring up waves of heat. Lin Xiao followed Chen Mo 10 steps behind. The ice phoenix hovered above her head, continuously releasing ice blue cold air, forming a low-temperature domain with a radius of 5 meters around them. The high temperature of the magma clashed with the cold air from the ice phoenix at the edge of the domain, producing a large amount of white steam that obscured visibility. Maintain a 5-meter distance and monitor energy consumption, Chen Mo commanded. Understood, Lin Xiao replied. 50 meters ahead at the corner of the magma river. 3 5-meter-long lava giant lizards lay on the bank, their volcanic rock armor glowing red. Level 92. The lava giant lizards turned their heads, simultaneously looking in the direction of the white mist. Chen Mo did not stop. Lin Xiao sealed their movements. Lin Xiao commanded. The ice phoenix emitted 3 icy blue beams, descended from the sky, precisely striking the ground where the lava giant lizards were located. The surface of the magma froze instantly. A thick layer of ice spread upward along the lizards' limbs, firmly immobilizing them. The giant lizards opened their mouths, bright flames igniting in their throats, causing the temperature to rise again. Chen Mo raised his finger and pressed down. The obsidian dragon in midair opened its massive jaws, and crimson dragon breath poured down like a waterfall. The dragon breath accurately covered the 3 giant lizards. There was no explosion or struggle. The crimson flames engulfed the lizards' bodies. When the dragon breath dissipated, only 3 gray-white skeletons remained. The surface of the skeletons was covered in cracks. The system panel